100,000 years, 100,000 years. Do you know how I've spent these 100,000 years? Tianyuan continent, in front of White Emperor City. A hunchbacked old man, barefoot and dressed like a beggar with a wooden sword tucked at his waist, stared at the three characters White Emperor City and wept bitterly. The old man's name was Lu, a down-on-his-luck player. When Lu first crossed over, he activated the system as expected. He thought he was headed for the pinnacle of success, but that idiotic system messed up the plane. Lu, who was supposed to be transported to a high-power world, was instead dumped by that moronic system into this terrifying cultivation plane. To make matters worse, to ensure the hostess' safety, the system forcibly confined Lu within a tiny pocket dimension for a full 100,000 years. 100,000 years. The damn system couldn't adapt to this world's cultivation system, so it forced Lu to practice sword techniques from the high-power world non-stop. After a full 10,000 years, Lu became the strongest sword god in history and a complete lunatic. Of course, there was one more infuriating thing: Lu had aged. The system only had templates from the high-power world, which could guarantee Lu a long lifespan, but it couldn't stop the aging process. Now that Lu has finally emerged from seclusion, his first order of business is to visit the cultivation sects of this world to beg for potions and restore his once handsome appearance. You are already the mightiest sword god in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even cultivators are no match for you. What sort of behavior is this weeping and wailing? A donkey by Lu's side spoke in a human voice, scolding him sternly. This donkey was shriveled and scrawny, looking malnourished. Most strikingly, one of its eyes stared straight ahead, while the other slanted to the right, brimming with wisdom. This donkey was none other than Lu's infuriating system, manifested in this form, nicknamed Lucky. Back then, to prevent Lu from going mad in confinement, the system showing a touch of humanity transformed into a donkey, and it kept Lu company for 100,000 years. But this companionship seemed to have been utterly useless. As for the relationship between this man and his donkey, well, you chatty little thing. Thud. Lu suddenly struck out, landing a punch right on Lucky's eye. Poor Lucky hadn't even had time to react before the punch sent him spinning 720 degrees through the air. You old fart, if it weren't for me, would you have achieved anything? Lucky cursed as he scrambled to his feet, his eyes seeming to gleam with a bit more wisdom. If it weren't for you, you good for nothing, would your old man have ended up like this? Lu reached out, and a terrifying suction force erupted from his palm, pulling Lucky right into his hand. Snap! Lucky's neck was twisted 360 degrees, and his head lolled limply to the side. Get on your ass and crawl. Lu delivered another kick, sending Lucky flying. You old fossil, just you wait. Lucky's threat echoed from afar. Snap! Ah! A sharp crack rang out from his lower back, and Lu clutched his hip, grimacing in pain. Because he was so old, every time he fought, there was a risk of breaking a bone. It took him a long while to recover, and only then did Lu stagger into Bai Di City. According to that stupid donkey, Bai Di City was the most prosperous city in the western part of the Tianyuan continent, and the place with the highest chance of encountering cultivators. Lu didn't want to think about anything right now. He just wanted to recover his youth as soon as possible. It smells so good. Upon entering the city, drawn by a wave of aroma, Lu suddenly remembered that it had been many, many years since he'd last eaten ordinary food. In his little world, he'd always relied on the power pills gifted by the system to fill his stomach. Waiter, bring on the best food and drink. Lu walked into a lavishly decorated grand restaurant, acting like a wealthy old master, and called out. The waiter stared blankly at the imposing old beggar before him, unsure of how to handle the situation. What are you standing there for? If the master enjoys his meal, you'll get your share. Lu jingled the tattered cloth bag at his waist, from which came the sound of clinking metal. The waiter's face lit up, and he hurriedly ushered Lu inside. Owner, where did this beggar come from? Do you even want to run this place anymore? What's that smell? Did he crawl out of a latrine? Waiter, kick this old geezer out. Does he think he can ruin our meal? The overpowering stench emanating from Lu's body sparked outrage among the other patrons. Watching the crowd cover their noses in disgust and whisper among themselves, Lu tilted his head and twitched the corner of his mouth in a nervous manner. A surge of brutal energy erupted from his aged frame. Everyone simultaneously broke out in goosebumps and fell silent. Go on then, why do you stop? Pfft, you're nothing. Lu spat viciously and staggered over to a window seat. Hey, baby, give this old man a smile. Lu spotted two slender, veiled women at the next table and couldn't resist making a lewd remark. Hey, if you want to give me face, then I'll give you a smile, hee hee hee. Lu grinned, revealing his missing front tooth, and laughed like an idiot. Lecher. The woman in the yellow long dress couldn't help but roll her beautiful eyes. The other woman shook her head gently, signaling her not to make a scene. Waiter, bring these two beauties a table of food and drink. Put it on my tab. Seeing the two women just sipping tea without ordering any food, Lu called out generously. Thank you for your kindness, sir. We'll just sit here for a while and then leave. There is no need for you to go to the trouble. The other woman, dressed in a blue gown, rose to her feet and gave Lu a graceful curtsy, her demeanor elegant and regal. Lu waved his old arm dismissively. It's just a few coins, don't worry about it. Waiter, bring the food. Right away. The waiter glanced at the bulging cloth pouch at Lu's waist, realizing he'd struck gold today. A generous tip was surely in his future. The food and drink arrived quickly, and Lu dug in, devouring it all in a frenzy. His ravenous appetite left the others gaping in astonishment. Eat up. Why aren't you eating? Are you trying to embarrass me? Enjoying his meal, Lu's eccentricity flared up again when he saw the two women sitting across from him, their chopsticks still in their hands despite the table full of food. Senior sister, is this old geezer out of his mind? The woman in the yellow dress's eyelid twitched. The woman in the blue dress, however, smiled gently. It's fine. We haven't had secular food in ages anyway. It's nice to try some. What? Although Lu was absurdly old, his martial prowess was at its peak. Don't let his shaky demeanor fool you. He was sharp as a tack and had a hearty appetite. It was just that his old bones couldn't take much strain. Lu had heard every word of the two women's conversation. Lu couldn't be bothered with his meal anymore. He darted straight over to the women's table. Are you the immortal sisters? Get lost. What immortal sisters? The woman in the yellow dress covered her nose with a look of disgust. The woman in the blue dress, who had remained calm until then, began to look anxious as well, glancing up at the stairs. Just then, a young man with slicked back hair and a made-up face appeared at the top of the stairs. Hearing Lu call the two women fairy sisters, the young man froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something and dashed out through the window. Hey, don't go. Seeing the fairy sisters run off, Lu quickly grabbed a roast chicken and slammed the cloth bag from his waist down on the table. Waiter, the money for the meal is in the bag. I've left you a generous tip. Then Lu vanished in an instant, leaving the waiter staring at the cloth bag on the table with a smug grin. When he opened the bag, the smug grin on the waiter's face instantly turned to utter bewilderment. There was no silver in the bag, only silver potions, each about the size of a little finger. The waiter sat on his stool, staring blankly, his head buzzing. That old beggar had just devoured 3 months' worth of his wages in one sitting, only to leave him with a bag of worthless potions. Little did the waiter know at that moment that this bag of potions would help him become a legend. Hey, Yise, why are you running so fast? Lu stood on the bustling street, frowning. He'd been distracted for just a few seconds, and the celestial maiden had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Lu's eyelid twitched a few times. Holding a roast chicken in his left hand, he formed his right hand into a sword and slashed at the sky. A gentle breeze suddenly arose, cheerfully sweeping across the entire White Emperor city. Is it raining? The next moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the previously sunny sky. Passers-by looked up at the blazing sun, then down at the falling rain, each one bewildered and at a loss. Strangely, the rain penetrated awnings, high-rises, and small huts. Had passed right through every obstacle. It fell on everyone's shoulders, yet didn't wet a single thread of their clothing. Like a gentle spring breeze bringing rain, this was Lu's sword aura. White Emperor City, the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was bustling today because members of the Bright Moon Guild had arrived. Of course, the City Lord didn't have the standing to invite cultivators as guests. The reason the Bright Moon Guild had sent people here was that a particularly heinous case had recently occurred in White Emperor City. Over 100 young girls had vanished without a trace, and the City Lord had racked his brains to no avail. In the end, he could only suspect that evil cultivators were causing trouble, so he reported the matter to the Bright Moon Guild. The two women Lou had encountered earlier at the tavern were, in fact, cultivators from the Bright Moon Guild. They had been tailing a suspect when Lou's actions alerted him. The City Lord, who was in the midst of briefing the Bright Moon Guild cultivators on the details of the case, stared blankly at the light rain that had pierced through the roof and was now falling onto his shoulder. "What is this?" A woman standing beside him, her white gown flowing gracefully, her face veiled, and her figure alone enough to stir the imagination, reached out her hand. She tried to catch the falling rain, but the moment it touched her skin, the raindrops turned into a gentle breeze. Sword intent. The veil concealed the woman's face, hiding her expression, but the shock in her beautiful eyes spoke volumes. "Recall everyone. The situation has changed. There may be a terrifying sword cultivator in the city. I've never seen a sword aura like this before. It's beyond our capabilities. Uncle Master." Just then, a cute, round-faced young girl burst into the council chamber, her face filled with anxiety. "Auntie, senior sister Shiyun and junior sister Luoluo are out of contact. Notify the sect immediately. An unknown sword cultivator is on the loose in White Emperor City. Recall the others. No one is to act on their own. I'm going out to find Shiyun and Luoluo." Lu stood on the street, eyes closed, sensing the feedback from every drop of the sword rain. Soon, Lu tracked down the auras of the two women from earlier. However, the auras transmitted by the sword rain were chaotic and disjointed. It seemed the two had run into some trouble. "You wretched beast, don't you dare harm my divine sister." Lu flicked his tongue, stretched his old limbs, and shot forward like a cannonball. In the West City, within a sprawling estate, a dandyish youth stood there, looking smug as he gazed at the two women before him, bound as tightly as crabs. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. The Bright Moon Guild's fairies truly live up to their reputation. Just looking at that figure makes this humble servant unable to resist." The youth wore a lecherous expression as he reached out and tore off the veil of the woman in the blue dress. Beneath the veil, her nearly flawless face left the youth spellbound. "Who exactly are you? And how did you come by the ghost faction's soul-binding rope?" Though captured, the woman in the blue dress remained remarkably composed. The Ghost Faction was a notorious cult in this region of the Tianyuan continent, known for practices such as blood sacrifices and summoning demons. Naturally, such a group was universally reviled, but these heretics had no fixed abode and hid themselves so well that they were impossible to find unless they revealed themselves. "Who do you think I am?" The young man grinned as he formed a magic seal, tightening the rope binding the woman. Both women winced in pain. The young man watched them, his eyes gleaming as he took in their curvaceous bodies being constricted by the rope. This soul-binding rope was the Ghost Faction's signature magical artifact, crafted from the tendons of wrongfully deceased spirits mixed with various other materials. Not only could it restrain the physical body, but it also inflicted damage upon the soul. "Senior sister, I'm sorry." The girl in the yellow dress couldn't help but burst into tears. If she hadn't rashly entered this courtyard, she wouldn't have dragged the girl in the blue dress into this. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. Don't cry, little beauty. Big brother will take good care of you." As he spoke, the young man reached out to grope the girl in the yellow dress's chest. "You beast. Take it out on me instead." The girl in the blue dress struggled fiercely, but the more she struggled, the tighter the soul-binding rope tightened around her. "So impatient? Then you go first." The youth shifted his focus and reached for the woman in the blue dress's chest. The woman in the blue dress clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with despair, as tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Oh, you're quite the player, aren't you? Bondage play. Just as the youth's hand was about to touch the woman in the blue dress's chest, a hoarse, aged voice rang out from behind them. The voice was so clear, it seemed to be right next to his ear. And indeed it was a wrinkled old face leaned in eerily, grinning broadly, its lips smeared with grease. It was so close that the stench wafting from it nearly made the boy pass out on the spot. Every hair on the boy's body stood on end, and goosebumps erupted all over his skin. When did he get so close to me? Why didn't I notice a thing? Why didn't the formation set up in the courtyard trigger? These three questions filled the boy's mind so completely that he even forgot to run. Not bad, kid. You've got some taste. Smack. In the midst of his terror, the boy took a hard slap on the buttocks. The pain nearly brought tears to his eyes. The slap snapped him back to his senses, and he darted out of the way. He looked up to see an old beggar holding out his hand, gazing at him with a suggestive smirk, as if still savoring the sensation of that slap. Besides that lunatic Lou, who else would do something so ridiculous? Hey, kid, you're into fitness, aren't you? That butt of yours isn't perky enough, the texture's no good. Top-notch roast chicken here, want a bite? Replenish your nutrients. Lou grinned as he took a bite of the roast chicken he'd brought from the restaurant. Who are you to dare ruin my ghost faction's plans? The youth shouted the question harshly, but his eyes darted around frantically, looking as if he were about to make a run for it. You dumb dog. Lou rolled his cloudy eyes and went back to gnawing on the roast chicken. While Lou was gnawing on the chicken, the youth suddenly leaped into the air and landed atop the courtyard wall. You old fossil, ruining this young master's plans, just you wait. Put. Before the youth could finish his threat, a chicken bone flew straight at him. Wherever the bone passed, the air twisted and warped. The bone was coated with a wisp of sword aura. Though this wisp lacked the overwhelming might of a 10,000 li in a single breath, it was incredibly dense and solid. The youth heard only a piercing whistle before he could react. Excruciating pain shot through his thigh. Looking down, he saw a bloody hole piercing right through the base of his thigh. What was terrifying was that the wisp of sword aura remained lodged within the wound. That speck of sword aura clung to his flesh like a maggot embedded in bone, frantically slicing through his flesh. After a moment of stunned silence, the boy finally felt the excruciating pain and tumbled headfirst from the courtyard wall. Sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. Feeling that speck of sword aura ravaging his body, the boy frantically shoved life-saving potions into his mouth. Yet those potions, which usually worked wonders, even capable of bringing the dead back to life, now tasted like nothing more than candy beans, offering no effect beyond a fleeting taste. I hate it when people call me an old geezer. Lou tossed the chicken bone aside with a smile and turned to look at the bound woman. It all happened too fast. From the moment Lou appeared to the boy being knocked down, it took less than 10 seconds. The two women were still in a state of shock. Oh, old man. The woman in the blue dress stammered. As for the woman in the yellow dress, she stared blankly at Lou. She realized she hadn't been very polite to him back at the tavern. He. Lou wore a smug grin. Don't panic, my divine sister. Answer me 2 questions, and I'll untie you right away. Ask away, old man. The woman in the blue dress nodded, forcing herself to ignore the pain. Ah, that's the spirit. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional virtue. Lou was pleased with the woman in the blue dress's attitude. Master, save me. At that moment, the boy, whose body was being consumed by the sword aura, began to roar frantically, clearly unable to bear the agony. Noisy. Lou flicked his finger casually, and a strand of sword aura sealed the boy's mouth. The woman in the blue dress raised her eyebrows, her eyes wide as she stared blankly at the boy writhing on the ground like a wriggling eel. What shocked the girl in the blue dress wasn't Lou's effortless control over the sword aura. It was the fact that there wasn't a single trace of mana fluctuation emanating from Lou, meaning the old man standing before her wasn't a cultivator at all. Not a cultivator, yet he was beating people up as if he were one. This completely defied her understanding. First question, are you cultivators? The girl in the blue dress paused for a moment, then nodded in bewilderment. Ha, heaven is on my side, it came without any effort. Lu grinned widely in delight. This slightly maniacal expression made the girl in the blue dress shudder all over. Ahem, sorry, I got a little carried away. Lu cleared his throat and continued, second question, do you have any rejuvenation potions? The woman in the blue dress let out a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. We at the Bright Moon Guild do have appearance pills, but I'm going to make you my best friend. Lu didn't even wait for her to finish speaking, he was so excited he nearly fainted. He grabbed the woman's small hand. Feeling Lu's greasy, withered hand, the woman in the blue dress nearly threw up her dinner. I'll untie you right away, Lu said, forming his fingers into a sword and lightly slicing through the soul-binding rope. Bang! With a loud snap, the soul-binding rope snapped in two. The woman in the blue dress watched, her eyelids twitching. Was it really that easy? From today on, you're my good friend, Lu. If anyone bullies you, I'll rip out their guts and strangle the bastard. Smack! Lu wasn't satisfied with just saying that. He went on to place his hand directly on the woman in the blue dress's shoulder, acting as if they were old buddies. Too bad you're a woman. Otherwise, this old man would definitely have sworn brotherhood with you. The woman in the blue dress gave an awkward laugh and dared not move, somewhat afraid that this eccentric old man might strike her. That brat was the one bullying you just now, wasn't he? Lu reached out and pulled the boy, who had been writhing on the ground, right toward him. Today, I'll show you how to strangle someone with their own intestines. As he spoke, Lu reached out and slashed at the boy's stomach. The boy's mouth was sealed shut, so he couldn't make a sound, but his face turned pale from the spasms in his heart, and at that very moment, his heart stopped beating. Old man, have mercy. The girl in the blue dress hurriedly grabbed Lu. What? Lu raised his cloudy eyes, looking somewhat puzzled. Seeing that dull, lifeless gaze, the girl in the blue dress couldn't help but shiver. She forced a smile and explained. It's like this, old man. We're investigating the recent disappearances in White Emperor City, and this guy might be connected to the case. Lu nodded. Just as the girl in the blue dress let out a slight sigh of relief, Lu's hand slashed downward, and in the next instant, blood spattered everywhere. The boy's eyes were filled with disbelief, then his pupils slowly dilated, losing all luster. What does that have to do with me? Lu burst into a cheerful laugh, yanking out a long strand of intestines and wrapping it around the boy's neck. Guh. The girl in the blue dress and the girl in the yellow dress both gagged. It wasn't that they never seen a murder before, but they never seen such a brutal method. Here we go. Lu tugged on the intestines and began swinging them. The boy's gradually cooling corpse was flung into the air, like a kite. Snap. The intestines snapped, and the boy's body flew off. The two girls shuddered at the sight and quietly moved a little further away from Lu. Pfft, you little bastard. So weak yet so cocky you're nothing. Lu wiped the blood from his hands, put on a friendly expression, and grinned at the girl. By the way, you mentioned you were investigating a missing persons case, right? There are quite a few bodies buried under this courtyard. I'll dig them up for you, maybe they're the people you're looking for. With that, Lu plunged both hands into the ground. Just as they were wondering what Lu was up to, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Then, an extremely sharp black sword aura sliced along the edge of the courtyard, carving out a massive circle. Rise! Lu exerted a slight force, and the entire patch of earth was lifted straight up. The two girls felt a chill run down their spines and immediately flew into the air. Go on! Lu grabbed the slab of earth and hurled it away. With a whoosh, the earth vanished from sight in an instant. What is this? The ground had been torn open, revealing a massive void beneath. A thick stench of blood, mingled with the heavy odor of decay, assaulted their senses. Beasts, beasts. When they saw the scene inside the cavern, the two girls were too enraged to find words, and could only scream those two words over and over in hoarse voices. At first glance, right in the center of the cavern was a massive pool of blood. The pool was completely filled with thick, pitch-black blood that, like boiling water, constantly bubbled up with fist-sized bubbles. The rim of the pool was etched with intricate, eerie runes. A zombie-like old man sat within the pool, his eyes quietly closed. But what truly shattered the two girls was the cavernous walls. The walls were densely covered with shriveled corpses, clearly the bodies of young girls in the prime of their lives. Their blood had been drained dry, leaving them a sickeningly pale white. Some of the corpses had already begun to rot, emitting a stench so foul it made one want to vomit. How could this happen? How could this happen? The girl in the blue dress, witnessing this scene that resembled a living hell, began to wail in anguish. "You monster! Pay with your life for these children." Unable to contain herself any longer, the girl in the blue dress flashed forward and charged at the old man with his eyes closed, who lay in the pool of blood. Just as she was about to strike, the zombie-like old man suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of savage energy erupted, causing the blood in the pool to churn violently and crash head-on toward the girl. With tears filling her eyes, the girl did not flinch or dodge the oncoming torrent of blood. Mana erupted within her, forming an eggshell-like shield around her body, which collided violently with the surging blood. Boom! With a deafening crash, the eggshell around the girl shattered. Blood gushed from her mouth as her body flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped. As for Lou, the guy actually turned his attention to the girl's corpses. Professional. Very professional. The blood wasn't drained all at once, but let to slowly run dry. Just as he muttered to himself, the girl flew straight toward him. Ouch, watch where you're going. Lou gave her a light tap, dissipating the force of her impact, and caught her steadily. Blood trickled from the girl's lips, her face was deathly pale, and her tear-filled eyes looked at Lou with a pleading expression. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the old man in the pool of blood slowly rose to his feet, emitting a series of shrill, owl-like cackles. People of the Bright Moon Guild, you're still so fond of meddling. It just so happens I'm a bit short on blood, I'll make do with yours. Ghost Elder, you old beast. Just then, a streak of light plummeted from the sky, landing directly in front of Lou and the girl. Junior Master, you must avenge them. The girl looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared and couldn't help but burst into tears. Linlin, it's been a long time. The Ghost Elder slowly stepped out of the pool of blood. With every step, the Ghost Elder's emaciated frame grew fuller, and his face grew younger. By the time he emerged from the pool of blood, the Ghost Elder had transformed from a frail old man into a robust man in his 30s. You vile beast. You actually used the blood of over 100 virgins to nourish a body corrupted by the Tao of Heaven. Linlin was seething with rage, her body pulsing with surging mana. You want to fight me? Ha, think carefully. If we clash, how many people in White Emperor City will die? The Ghost Elder paid no heed to Linlin's fury, merely brushing the dust off his new clothes. Linlin gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. By the way, you've captured my disciple, Haven Tu? I heard him shouting just now. Hand him over, and I'll leave White Emperor City immediately. Otherwise, hey. In this situation, Linlin's side had somehow become the one being threatened. Don't even think about it. Holy shit, this is the real deal. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Lou, witnessing the Ghost Elder's sudden rejuvenation, nearly drooled with excitement and plunged headfirst into the blood pool. With a splash, a high fountain of blood shot into the air. Everyone's attention was successfully diverted to Lou. Meanwhile, the girl in the blue dress gently tugged at Linlin, signaling her not to approach Lou. You scruffy-haired brat, how did you manage to turn back the clock? Lou thrashed about in the blood pool, feeling no effect whatsoever, and asked the Ghost Elder in exasperation. Old fart, who are you calling a scumbag? The Ghost Elder's face darkened with a terrifying glare. Ha! Lou narrowed his eyes with a dumb look on his face and snorted derisively. I'm talking to you. Just a moment ago, there was a little scumbag who didn't respect his elders. I ripped his guts out and strangled him to death. He died in the most miserable way. Oh, right. As that little scumbag was dying, he kept calling out, Master, Master. Are you his master? He. Ghost Elder's blood boiled. He finally found a disciple who shared his twisted sensibilities, and yet someone had strangled him with his own intestines? But soon, Ghost Elder burst into laughter. Because he couldn't sense a single trace of mana fluctuation emanating from Lu, which meant the old man wasn't a cultivator at all. Old man, apologize, and I'll let you keep your body intact. You little punk. Lu's short temper couldn't take it anymore. He leaped straight out of the pool of blood and lunged at the Ghost Elder. So fast. The Ghost Elder's pupils contracted. Lu's movements were too swift, and with the two of them so close, he didn't have a moment to cast a spell. Snap! A sharp crack suddenly rang out from Lu's body as he lunged. Lu, who had leaped high into the air, fell headfirst onto the ground. Ouch, ouch, my poor back. He strained himself so hard, Lu nearly snapped his spine. Old man, are you here to put on a show? The Ghost Elder let out a cold laugh and summoned a massive red banner. The moment the red banner appeared, the entire cavern was instantly filled with howling, chilling winds and swarming ghostly shadows, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The soul-summoning banner. Watch out! Seeing this, Lin was about to intervene, but was held back by the girl in the blue dress. The girl in the blue dress pleaded tearfully, "Uncle Master, I beg you, don't go over there. Don't get near that old madman. Ouch, my ancestors." Just then, a scrawny, shriveled donkey fell from the sky. Lucky, I've strained my back. Seeing the donkey, Lu winced and groaned. You really are a total loser. Lucky hurried over to Lu's side. What are you staring at? Go do whatever you were doing. It's fun here. Lucky's shrewd eyes swept the crowd, his lips curling to reveal a set of huge, sharp teeth, his expression as mocking as could be. That old guy can't leave, he turned back into a kid. Lu lay on the ground and pointed at Ghost Elder. I'm way younger than you, and now you can't even see straight, can you? Lucky said, hoisting Lu onto his back. Who the hell are you calling short-sighted? Thud, thud, thud. Enraged, Lu landed a few punches on the back of Lucky's head, sending the donkey's head exploding. What brutal violence, one wrong word, and he blew the donkey's head off. The sight made everyone gasp in horror. Strangely enough, though, the donkey's head didn't burst into a spray of brain matter as one might expect. Instead, it quickly regenerated. I told you before we came out, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Once I've matched the world template and activated your cheat, forget about turning back the clock. Going on a killing spree will be a piece of cake. Lucky was long accustomed to Lu's violent tendencies and tried to reason with him nonchalantly. I'll handle the gaga, and you handle the rampage, how about that? Lu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Your back is shot, your brain is not exactly sharp, and you've got a serious violent streak. Keeping a low profile won't hurt you. Besides, with a body like yours, what if you suddenly drop dead in the middle of a fight? Just behave yourself. Lucky pleaded earnestly. Who the hell are you calling slow-witted? Who? Lu, furious, landed 2 more punches on Lucky's head. Enough! Ghost Elder finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted harshly. This man and his donkey clearly didn't take him seriously at all. As a fearsome heretic cultivator who struck terror into the hearts of others, he had never been treated with such contempt before. This was simply intolerable. Let us all die together. Ghost Elder waved the great banner in his hand, and in an instant, billowing black mist surged forth from it, instantly obscuring the sky. The black mist was filled with countless ghastly ghostly heads, their piercing wails sending a chill down one's spine. The sheer force of it was truly terrifying, evoking the eerie atmosphere of a ghostly realm. Coach, I want to learn that. This imposing scene made Lu's eyes light up. Get lost. I don't know how to do that either. Lucky snorted and reared up, ready to bolt. Trying to run? Ha ha ha, no one has ever crossed me, Ghost Elder, and walked away unscathed. Ghost Elder laughed, and with another wave of his great banner, countless ghostly heads surged toward Lu. You little bastard, you're just asking for a beating. Giddy up. Charge forward and chop that bastard down. Lu drew the wooden sword from his waist and gave luckiest donkey's rear a hard slap. You're a sword god, for goddess sake you've got the mightiest sword in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Why the hell do you have to fight like some brute in close combat? Lucky shook his head in displeasure, refusing Lu's humiliating demand. I'm going to chop that bastard to pieces. As the ghostly heads closed in, the donkey, still too ashamed to move, refused to budge. Lu had no choice but to roll off the donkey's back. Shaking with fear, he stood up, clutching his aching back and raising his wooden sword, then shakily made his way toward the ghost elder. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. The ghost elder laughed coldly. Be careful. Lin Lin could no longer hold back and was about to intervene. But the girl in the blue dress suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Lin's waist. Uncle Lin, don't go over there. Don't intervene. I beg you. Having witnessed Lu's brutality and power, the girl in the blue dress didn't want Lin Lin to get involved. Shiyun, what's wrong with you today? Lin Lin asked, looking puzzled. This delay allowed the situation with Lu to shift once more. Black mist engulfed him, and countless ghostly heads opened their gaping, pitch-black mouths, biting into every part of Lu's body. There were so many of them that not a single spot was left uncovered. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the ghost elder's mouth. These ghostly heads could tear into the soul directly. Compared to physical pain, the agony of the soul was 1,000 times worse. Yet in the very next moment, the ghost elder's smug expression froze. Stunned disbelief washed over his face, like a goose suddenly grabbed by the neck. Despite the 100 ghosts devouring his heart, Lu, clutching his aging back, shuffled step by step toward him. Upon closer inspection, a faint sword aura shrouded Lu's body, rendering the ghostly heads utterly powerless to harm him. What are you staring at? Never seen anyone this handsome before? Lu slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand, and a strange fluctuation surged from the surrounding area. Space visibly warped in that instant. The ghost elder's expression froze in that moment of shock, as if space itself had solidified. Lu's sword had no set techniques over the course of eons, he had long since forgotten them entirely. Now, Lu's swordplay consisted only of the simplest of movements. Smack! Lu slapped the ghost elder across the face with his sword. That's right, a slap, delivered with the flat of the wooden sword. What an insult! Boom! After the slap, space returned to normal. The ghost elder took the blow to the face. Not only did his teeth fly out of his mouth, but his entire body was hurled like a cannonball into the cave wall. What just happened? This was the ghost elder's first question after regaining consciousness. Even now, he still hadn't fully processed the blow he'd just taken. Was that old geezer's wooden sword too fast? No, absolutely not. His sword was visibly slow. The ghost elder struggled to crawl out from the cave wall, excruciating pain radiating from his face and mouth. He staggered unsteadily, like a drunken fool. As for Lin Lin and the others, seeing the ghost elder standing there like an idiot and taking a hit, they were now at a loss for words. How do you reverse aging? Tell us, and we'll let you die with your body intact. The only reason Lu hadn't killed the ghost elder was to find out how he'd reversed his aging. He hasn't reversed his aging. At that moment, Lin Lin snapped out of her shock and chimed in, he has always looked like this. Lu was completely baffled. Then what was with his old man appearance just now? Lin Lin looked at the dazed ghost elder and sneered. They've committed all sorts of heinous crimes. Their bodies are eroded by the righteous energy of heaven and earth, causing them to age gradually. Only through some dark arts can they restore their bodies to their original form. What? Lu froze for a moment, trembling with rage. Did that bastard just pull the wool over my eyes? Lu flew into a rage and swung his sword at the ghost elder. All sound vanished in that moment, and all light was absorbed by a streak of black sword aura. In that instant, it seemed as though nothing remained in the heavens and earth but that crescent-shaped streak of black sword aura. The ghost elder was utterly horrified. This blackness made him feel a shudder deep within his soul. He wanted to flee, but he discovered that the moment he moved, his body was drawn involuntarily toward that sword aura. How utterly bizarre. He dared not move, opening his mouth to beg for mercy. But he was like a fish out of water, able only to gape helplessly, unable to utter a single sound. That black sword aura, like a black hole, absorbed everything. And so, the ghost elder watched helplessly as that slow-moving sword aura closed in on him. He heard the sound of blood spurting from his veins. He used to love that sound, it was like the wind. And so, the ghost elder died. A senior elder of the ghost faction, a malevolent cultivator who struck fear into the hearts of all, a fifth realm cultivator who had committed countless evils and evaded purges time and again. He died just like that, without a sound. The ghost elder's body was split in two, every drop of blood drained from his body. Crack! Hey, friends, what are you standing there for? Linlin and her two companions stood frozen, still unable to recover from the surreal sight of the ghost elder being split in two. A crisp voice snapped them back to reality. After the voice faded, the girl in the blue dress felt a searing pain on her buttocks. Meanwhile, Lu held up his open palm, savoring the moment. The girl in the blue dress was both shocked and furious, but upon seeing the ghost elder's severed corpse, she ultimately dared not make a scene. Thank you, Senior, for ridding the people of this menace. Linlin bowed deeply to Lu. Ah, don't mention it. Lu waved his hand. I did it for that appearance pill. I've taken care of the situation for you, so hand over the potions. Linlin looked at the girl in the blue dress with a puzzled expression. The girl in the blue dress, gritting her teeth against the pain in her buttocks, recounted what had just happened. You little brat, didn't you explain it clearly to him? Linlin tapped the girl on the head. The girl in the blue dress looked aggrieved. I didn't even finish speaking before he cut me off. Linlin furrowed her brow slightly and bowed to Lu once more. Senior, regarding the appearance pill, I'm afraid there might be some. What do you mean? Lu raised his voice and brandished the wooden sword in his hand. Linlin swallowed hard and hurried to explain. Senior, please don't misunderstand. The Bright Moon Guild will not go back on the promise Shi Yun made to you. That's more like it. Lu nodded in satisfaction and sheathed the tattered wooden sword at his waist. Linlin breathed a sigh of relief. The thing is, Senior, the illusion speech pill is a top-grade potion. Its refinement is extremely complex and difficult, and the Bright Moon Guild currently has no finished product. Lu nodded. I can wait, as long as it doesn't take too long. You're very reasonable, Senior. Linlin bowed again. If possible, could you please stay at the Bright Moon Guild for a while until the appearance pill is ready? Lu, with a cheeky grin, asked, Is room and board included? I don't have any money for food or rent. Of course. Linlin nodded. Lu gave a thumbs up. That's a deal. From now on, all of you at the Bright Moon Guild are my good friends. Just mention my name if you need anything. Linlin's heart leapt with joy. Judging by the strength Lu had displayed, he was likely at the 6th realm or higher. If he could take command of the Bright Moon Guild, she wouldn't have to kowtow to others anymore. May I ask your honorable name, Senior? Lu. That dumb donkey's name is Lucky. Linlin then introduced herself and learned the names of the other two girls in the process. The girl in the blue dress was named Zhan Shiyun, and the one in the yellow dress was named Zhao Luoluo. The Bright Moon Guild is situated within the Old Gu Mountain Range. Centered around its highest peak, Tianshui Peak, it spans over 10,000 li of territory, with a total of no fewer than 10,000 disciples. Yet even with such scale, the Bright Moon Guild's overall strength on the Tianyuan continent is only slightly above average, and it still has to kowtow to the major sects. The Bright Moon Guild is a very unique sect, as it consists entirely of female disciples. The reason for this phenomenon is related to the Bright Moon Guild's cultivation skills. The Bright Moon Guild specializes in water attribute skills, most of which are support-oriented and unsuitable for men. Over time, the Bright Moon Guild established a rule against admitting male disciples. This place is a haven of beauty that countless male cultivators dream of, especially since the Bright Moon Guild boasts 3 stunning beauties listed on the Yanji ranking, attracting the covetous eyes of many with ulterior motives. Fortunately, the Bright Moon Guild is affiliated with the colossal Jin Yuan sect. Although its own strength is somewhat lacking, it has managed to live in relative peace under Jin Yuan sect's protection over the years. Today, a heated argument erupted in the council hall of Tian Shui Peak, the main peak. The cause of the incident was Linlin bringing Lu back. Moreover, she hoped that Lu would become a guest scholar of the Bright Moon Guild. Honorary guests are cultivators of considerable power who, unwilling to be bound by a sect's rules, are listed as such by certain sects. They typically receive a stipend and step in to resolve issues when needed. In reality, honorary guests serve mainly as a deterrent when trouble truly arises. They're the first to run away. Of course, not just anyone can become an honorary guest. Two conditions must be met. First, they must be famous enough to intimidate petty criminals. Second, their strength cannot be too weak. They must at least be at the level of an elder in the sect they wish to join. Of course, the Bright Moon Guild has a special condition: the guest cultivator must be a woman. Lu? He has got zero fame, though his strength is undeniable. Even if you castrated him, he'd still meet the last condition. Impossible. The Bright Moon Guild absolutely will not allow a man to join. In the council chamber, a woman dressed in an elaborate long gown, with a strikingly alluring appearance, vehemently rejected Linlin's proposal. This woman was named Zhang Jiao, and she held the title of guest advisor within the Bright Moon Guild. The reason she was so agitated and the first to speak out was simple. The Bright Moon Guild was a small place with limited resources. Moreover, the Bright Moon Guild already had 3 guest members. Adding another would mean a significant reduction in the monthly stipend each of them received. In all the years since the Bright Moon Guild was founded, there has never been a precedent for admitting a man. Are you, Linlin, going to break the rules set by our ancestors? Zhang Jiao grew more and more agitated as she spoke, nearly shouting in Linlin's face. Linlin frowned in disgust. Zhao Ziyou had been leeching off the Bright Moon Guild for hundreds of years, relying on her connection to the former guildmaster, and had grown fat on the spoils. The thing is, it wouldn't matter if she just kept to herself, but Zhao Ziyou was never satisfied. She constantly meddled in the Bright Moon Guild's internal affairs, and the disciples had long been fed up with her. Elder Zhao, you must understand, the Bright Moon Guild isn't opposed to accepting male disciples. It's simply that the skills aren't suitable. Besides, this is an internal matter of the Bright Moon Guild. It's not for you, a guest member, to be pointing fingers. Linlin was no pushover either, and she fired back with equal ferocity. Zhao Ziyou's face flushed with anger as she pointed a finger at Linlin's nose and roared. Linlin, when I first met your great-grandmaster, you were still in diapers. Now that you've stepped into the council hall, you're actually lecturing me? Who do you think you are? Seated in the center of the hall was a beautiful woman in court attire, propping her chin up as she watched Zhao Ziyou's outburst with a hint of boredom. At first glance, this woman in court attire didn't seem particularly stunning, but the more one looked at her, the more captivating she became. Her features were dignified and graceful, embodying the epitome of classical beauty. This woman was not only the second-ranked beauty on the Rouge list but also the current guild master of the Bright Moon Guild, Shuxue. Please calm down, Elder Zhao. She is just a child. She doesn't know any better. Shuxue waved her hand with a smile, interrupting their argument. Shuxue, you mustn't break the rules. If word gets out that the Bright Moon Guild has admitted a man, we'll surely face criticism. Zhao Ziyou didn't address Shuxue as guild master but called her by her first name, a grave act of disrespect for a guest scholar. Shuxue nodded and chuckled softly. That's true, but a sword cultivator capable of killing the ghost elder is still quite tempting. Zhao Ziyou snorted derisively. Hoof. The ghost elder's whereabouts are elusive. The 3 great sects have been hunting him for over a century without success. To conclude he has been slain based solely on Linlin's few words? That seems a bit hasty, don't you think? That makes sense. Shuxue shifted her chin to her other hand and turned to ask Linlin. Elder Bai, do you have any evidence to prove that the ghost elder is dead? Linlin nodded slightly and pulled out the ghost elder's body split clean in 2 from her storage ring. Before leaving White Emperor City, Linlin had already stashed away Ghost Elder's corpse. She had long anticipated that Zhao Xiao would cause a scene. Seeing the gruesomely mutilated corpse on the ground, Zhao Xiao backed up a few steps in terror, too stunned to speak. "What's the matter? Are you scared? Elder Zhao, you'd better take a good look to make sure this is really Ghost Elder's body, or else you'll just find something to nitpick about later." Linlin, sharp-tongued as ever, mocked her mercilessly. Zhao Xiao gritted her teeth in fury. Chu Shui was also startled the moment she saw the corpse. It was clear that the Ghost Elder bore no other wounds. This meant the Ghost Elder had been split in two by a single sword strike while completely uninjured. Without strength at the 6th realm or above, this would be absolutely impossible. The cultivation system of the Tianyuan continent consists of 9 realms in total. Of course, above the 9th realm lie the elusive 3 realms of the divine path. However, practitioners of the 3 realms of the divine path have long transcended the material world and rarely walk among mortals. Those at the 6th realm and above are already considered great cultivators. Chu Shui was merely at the 6th realm's Thousand Strikes realm, the only 6th realm cultivator in the entire Bright Moon Guild. "Elder Zhao, is there anything else you'd like to add?" From the moment Chu Shui saw the body, he had already made up his mind, and his tone was no longer as gentle. Zhao Xiao took a deep breath and glanced at the other 2 guest experts. The other 2 simply turned their heads away, pretending not to see anything. "Linlin, where is that elderly gentleman you mentioned? Let us go greet him together." Chu Shui stood up and walked toward the door. "He is at Yise Peak. Shiyun is looking after Senior Lu for now." Linlin hurried after her, not forgetting to give Zhao Xiao a dismissive smirk as she stepped outside, her eyes brimming with contempt. "That little brat is driving me crazy." Fuming with rage, Zhao Xiao stomped her feet and rushed after them. She had to see for herself just who this mysterious figure was, someone capable of slaying Ghost Elder with a single sword strike. Yise Peak lies right next to the main peak. The entire mountain is covered in a plant called celestial blue ivy, giving the whole mountain a vivid green hue, hence its name. Listen up, girls. A woman can't just focus on her looks, her figure is just as important. Look at this girl named Xiao Xiao. Her but isn't perky enough, it doesn't hit some people's kinks. And this girl named Xiaoling has sloping shoulders, which detracts from her overall beauty. It's fate that we gathered here today. I'll teach you a set of body shaping exercises, the great yoga method. Watch closely and learn well. In a small courtyard on Ishiki Peak, a group of young girls surrounded Lu, chattering away non-stop, creating quite a lively scene. It turned out that as soon as Linlin and the others returned to the Bright Moon Guild, Zhao Luoluo had spread the word about Lu's heroic deeds all over Yise Peak. Disciples from Yise Peak came flocking upon hearing the news. At first, seeing Lu's appearance that of a scruffy old man, the girls were a bit disappointed. But they couldn't resist Lu's chatty mouth, and soon he was getting along swimmingly with the group of young girls. "The guild master is here. Run!" Zhang Shiyun stepped into the small courtyard carrying Lu's freshly laundered clothes and bellowed. Upon hearing this, the girls scattered in an instant. "Senior Lu, we'll come back to see you later. You must teach us the great yoga technique." The girls' voices echoed from afar. "Ah, young girls are the most beautiful thing in this world. It truly delights both body and soul." Lu inhaled the scent the girls had left in the air, his face a picture of ecstasy. And this scene of rapture was witnessed by Chu Shui and her group. Zhao Xiao, in particular, looked at Lu with utter disgust. "Linlin, is this the person you recommended? These days, it seems just anyone can join the Bright Moon Guild." Zhao Xiao let out a cold laugh, her boldness suddenly surging. She sensed not a single trace of mana fluctuation emanating from Lu. Even a supreme expert at the 3rd realm of the divine path couldn't achieve that, which meant this old geezer before her wasn't a cultivator at all. However, Lu completely ignored Zhao Xiao's scornful remarks, for his attention had been drawn to Chu Shui. Whoosh! Disregarding his old, frail limbs, Lu charged toward Chu Shui like the wind. His cloudy eyes fixed on Chu Shui, nearly popping out of their sockets. Such perfect symmetry and majestic beauty, you possess the bearing of a future empress. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Shushue gave a light curtsy, a smile on her face. Thank you for your kind words, elder. I am the guild master of the Bright Moon Guild. She then proceeded to introduce the others traveling with her to Lu. This is Linlin, the peak master of Yise Peak. This is guest Zhao Ziyao, and this is. Zhao Ziyao snorted coldly, deeply displeased that Shushue had introduced her after Linlin. Very well, very well. You're so graceful and dignified. If I were younger, I'd certainly be courting you with all my might. Lu shook his head with a touch of regret, growing increasingly frustrated with his own aging body. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat, you really have some nerve. Don't you even look at yourself? Shushue absolutely cannot join my Bright Moon Guild. If word gets out that the Bright Moon Guild recruited a lecher as a guest master, we'll become a laughingstock across the land. Zhao Ziyao couldn't help but scoff as she tried to reason with him. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm speaking to your guild master. Why are you butting in? Do you have any manners? Any class? Lu was no gentle soul. He shot Zhao Ziyao a sidelong glare. Zhao Ziyao trembled with rage, her beautiful face turning ashen with fury. No one in the entire Bright Moon Pavilion dared speak to her like that. Put! Linlin, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Watching Zhao Ziyao's constipated expression brought her sheer delight. Shushue, if you dare let that old hag in, I'll leave the Bright Moon Guild. Zhao Ziyao was seething with rage and actually resorted to making threats. Fine, go collect this month's stipend at Shushue Peak before you leave. To Zhao Ziyao's surprise, Shushue agreed without hesitation. The atmosphere grew extremely awkward in an instant. How could Zhao Ziyao possibly bear to leave the Bright Moon Guild? Here, she had food, clothing, and resources at her disposal. More importantly, she didn't have to risk her life. Only a fool would even consider leaving. Shushue, I'm only looking out for you. Letting a lecher like that into the Bright Moon Guild, what if something scandalous happens? Zhao Ziyao tried to change the subject. Damn it, you meddlesome busybody. Lu was livid. This shrew never missed a chance to slander her in every third sentence. Smack! Lu reached out and slapped Zhao Ziyao right across the face. A crisp sound rang out, and the slap stunned everyone. Zhao Ziyao might be sharp-tongued and vicious, but she was still a fifth-rank fighter. How on earth had this plain, unadorned yet utterly humiliating slap landed on her? I gave you a chance, you damn hag. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Lu rolled her eyes and wiped her hand on her clothes with disgust. You old fart, you dare hit me. Zhao Ziyao leaped to her feet like a rooster provoked. You keep calling me old man and old geezer. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, it'll be a miracle you didn't shit yourself. Lu rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge, but as soon as he took a step, his old back cracked with a loud pop. Thud! Lu crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his back with a grimace, his face a mask of frustration. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, but Linlin tugged at the others, signaling them not to approach Lu. Lu's pathetic performance only confirmed Zhao Ziyau's suspicion that the old man wasn't a cultivator. As for how she'd taken that slap earlier, Zhao Ziyao could only convince herself that she'd simply let her guard down. You old fossil. You can't even walk straight, yet you want to join the Bright Moon Guild? I think you've lost your mind. After her taunt, Zhao Ziyau's mana surged through her body. She took a step forward and struck Lu with all her might. If that blow landed squarely, it would likely shatter the skull of a cultivator of a lower realm. Seeing that Zhao Ziyao had murder in her eyes, Lu just grinned from the ground. Shushue couldn't help but wonder, had the corpse Linlin brought back been split open by this old man who couldn't even walk straight? Have you always been this brave? Lu watched the slap coming his way, rage boiling in his heart and malice rising in his soul. He was the one who always slapped others, it was never his turn to be slapped. Sword technique 1, I'll stab you to death. Lu improvised a sword technique on the spot, slamming his right hand down hard onto the ground. A sound like shattering glass suddenly filled the air. Zhao Ziao felt a sharp pain in her back, and her hand came to a halt right beside Lu's face, unable to advance even an inch further. She looked down at her chest in a daze. The disbelief in her eyes was like a bolt of lightning striking out of the blue. A colorless ice sword had actually pierced through her protective aura, embedding itself in her back and piercing her heart with precision. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword, reflecting a dazzling glow in the sunlight. Thud! Zhao Ziao collapsed heavily to the ground. Even in death, she never understood where that ice sword had come from. Only Chu Xue, standing nearby, had caught a glimpse of the truth. That ice sword had been formed by Lu, who had condensed the moisture in the air. Chu Xue simply hadn't anticipated that the ice sword would be so powerful. Powerful enough to instantly kill a fifth realm cultivator. Chu Xue's expression darkened. Zhao Ziyou's death was no great loss. Her demise was something the entire Bright Moon Guild could celebrate with fireworks. But Zhao Ziyou was not an orphan with no family. She had an older brother named Zhao Wuji, an elder of the Celestial Dragon sect. Although the Celestial Dragon sect was only a sect of moderate strength, it was considerably stronger than the Bright Moon Guild. This was why, for hundreds of years, Zhao Ziyou had been plundering the Bright Moon Guild's resources with impunity, causing widespread discontent among the members, and why Chu Xue had dared not forcibly expel him from the Mingmu Pavilion. Although the Bright Moon Guild enjoyed the protection of the Jinyuan sect, this protection had been secured in exchange for other concessions. If they were to clash with the Tianlong sect over this matter, it would likely deal a severe blow to the Bright Moon Guild. Ouch, my back. Lu used his wooden sword to support himself as he slowly got to his feet. Gazing at Zhao Ziyou's corpse on the ground, he rolled his eyes in disgust. Weak and dramatic. Who the hell gave you the guts? Liang Jingru? Ugh, spit. Lu kicked the corpse aside, not forgetting to spit on it as he did so. Don't worry, little girl. I killed her. I'll take the fall for anything that happens. Don't keep that sour look on your face, give me a smile. Lu was shrewd enough to know, just by looking at Chu Xue and the others' expressions, that this wasn't over yet. But Lu didn't care, because these cultivators were weaker than he imagined. Maybe they just hadn't encountered a true powerhouse yet. The person was already dead. Blaming anyone was pointless. Chu Xue regained her composure and began making arrangements. Lin, go dispose of the body. Leave no trace. Keep this strictly confidential, we'll keep it under wraps for as long as we can. She then turned to the other two guest cultivators. Gentlemen, the Bright Moon Guild will double your stipends from now on. As for today's incident, just pretend you never saw it. Rest assured, Guild Master. We're all in this together. The other two guest experts nodded vigorously. A pay raise like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You may go now. I have something to discuss with Senior. After everyone had left, Chu Xue gritted her teeth, stepped forward to support Lu, and even deliberately pressed Lu's arm against her chest. Senior, let us discuss the matter of refining the appearance pill. Lu's earlier display had put her mind at ease. She couldn't gauge Lu's cultivation level, but one thing was certain, Lu must be a great cultivator at the 6th realm or higher. As long as Lu was willing to stay and oversee the Bright Moon Guild, many issues could be resolved, even those involving the Jinyuan sect. Now, Chu Xue was determined to keep Lu, no matter the cost. Feeling the softness against his arm, Lu began to look at this woman with newfound respect. Chu Xue handled matters with calm efficiency, and she had identified the most fundamental solution to the problem, keeping him there. No need. Lu gently withdrew his arm. Chu Xue froze for a moment, biting her lip as her eyes stung with tears. If there were another way, why would she resort to such a humiliating method? Yet her approach had been rejected. You don't have to degrade yourself like this, Lu said with a smile, waving his hand. I don't have much on my plate lately, so I might as well stay here. The scenery is beautiful, and there are so many lovely young ladies at South, the perfect place to spend my retirement. Chu Xue froze for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes despite her best efforts. The world only sees the glory of the Bright Moon Guild, but they don't see the hardships behind it. After all, it takes a woman, and a particularly beautiful one at that, to hold up the massive Bright Moon Guild. How much humiliation and helplessness she must have endured! How could the world possibly see that? Yet this old man before her, who seemed so full of himself, had shown Chushue the respect she deserved. "Thank you," Chushue murmured softly, stepping forward to support Lu, this time without any of her earlier sly little gestures. "Lucky, come give this old man a foot massage." Lu lay sprawled on the lounge chair, calling out to Lucky perched on the ceiling. Chushue, standing nearby, offered to massage Lu, but was rejected with disdain. After all, a donkey was far more adept at this sort of task. "Serves you right, you old fossil. Don't you know your own condition?" Lucky grumbled as he jumped down from the roof. "Hey, you bastard. If I don't beat you up for a day, you get itchy, don't you? The appearance pill is a high-grade potion. It requires a lot of ingredients to brew. Our Bright Moon Guild can gather most of the ingredients, but there are 2 items that can only be obtained in the Maple Leaf Secret Realm." Lucky massaged Lu's lower back while Chushue stood to the side, nervously explaining the details about the appearance pill. "Secret Realm?" Lu kicked Lucky flying and rolled off the lounge chair. Watching the donkey fly through the air like a cannonball, Chushue's eyelid twitched, and her anxiety grew. "Yes, a secret realm, a very special space filled with rare treasures for cultivators to harvest. Is there something wrong with this secret realm?" Lu was sharp enough to see right away that Chushue was struggling. Chushue sighed and nodded helplessly. "The Maple Leaf Secret Realm opens once every 100 years. In recent years, the Bright Moon Guild has lost its edge and has no competitive edge whatsoever. We haven't been able to enter it for a long time." "Oh, I thought it was something serious." Lu shook his head. "No problem, I'll just go there myself." "Ah, that's right." Lu tilted his head. "Once every 100 years? You're not joking, are you? How dare I joke with a senior like you?" A chill ran through Chushue's heart, and she hurried to explain. "Don't worry, senior. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm opens in just a few days. It's just that there's a strange barrier inside the realm. Cultivators above the 4th realm can't enter." "Then that's no problem." Lu let out a sigh of relief. His luck was pretty good. He wouldn't have to wait several years. Chushue froze for a moment, thinking Lu hadn't heard her clearly, and emphasized it again. "Senior, cultivators at the 4th realm and above cannot enter the Maple Leaf Secret Realm." "What has that got to do with me?" Lu scoffed. "I'm not a cultivator." What?" Chushue stammered. Although Lu gave off no mana fluctuations, Chushue still believed Lu to be a cultivator. How else could he have killed Zhao Jiao so effortlessly? "Don't worry about that. Just give me a shout when the time comes." It was a complicated matter. Their systems were different, and Lu couldn't be bothered to explain it to Chushue. Though he had a mind full of questions, Chushue knew when to back off and didn't dwell on the issue any further. "Senior, regarding your stipend, how much do you think would be appropriate?" Now that Lu had officially joined the Bright Moon Guild, Chushue's primary concern was the matter of his monthly stipend. The Bright Moon Guild didn't have deep pockets. What if Lu asked for a sum the guild couldn't afford? Salary? Lu gave Chushue a puzzled look, then suddenly realized, "You mean pay?" Chushue nodded, his heart in his throat, hoping Lu wouldn't ask for an exorbitant amount. "Do you have paper and a pen?" Seeing Chushue's nervous expression, Lu almost burst out laughing. Yes. Chushue hurriedly pulled out paper and a pen from her ring. Lu took the paper and pen, leaned back in the recliner, and began writing. Chushue fidgeted nervously, twisting the hem of her shirt. In her mind, she was already picturing all sorts of scenarios where Lu stormed off in a huff because her demands couldn't be met. If that really happened, Chushue had no idea how she'd handle the resulting problems for the Bright Moon Guild. "Room and board, plus 2 pretty young maids to make my bed, fold my blankets, and serve me tea and water. Send someone into town to buy these things for me." Lu finally finished writing and handed the paper and pen back. Chushue wiped the sweat from her palms and took them cautiously. But when she saw what was written on the paper, Shushue's beautiful eyes slowly widened, and she was left looking utterly bewildered and incredulous. For the paper contained no harsh demands, but was instead filled with everyday necessities like rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Senior, is that really all you want? Shushue was so flustered she began to stutter. Lu waved her hand. That's quite a list. The meat has to be top quality, the vegetables fresh, and the chili peppers must be spicy. Hurry up and send someone to buy them. I'm looking forward to hot pot tonight. Having consumed energy pills for 100,000 years, Lua's stomach had long since grown unaccustomed to solid food, and now she craved nothing more than this. All right, I'll send someone right away. Shushue finally let out a sigh of relief. Shortly after Shushue left, Lucky came running back, his face flushed with rage. That kick had sent him flying over 1,000 li if he hadn't been bound to Lu. Who knows how long it would be taken him to get back. If you dare say a word, I'll beat the shit out of you. Before he could even open his mouth, Lu snapped back with a menacing retort. Lucky's temper vanished instantly. Then he shrugged it off. He was used to it anyway. When was the last time he didn't get beaten up? Old man, can we talk about something? Lucky scurried over, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Put. Lu curled his lip in disdain. What's there to discuss with you? Haven't you screwed me over enough already? You can't say that. It's not like I wanted any of this to happen. Lucky laughed awkwardly, revealing a mouthful of big, crooked teeth. Besides, haven't you trained yourself to be invincible over these 100,000 years? He. Speaking of which, Lu was full of doubts. You dumbass, didn't they say that cultivators in this world can summon clouds with a flick of their wrist and make it rain with a wave of their hand, that they're all insanely powerful? So why are all the ones I've run into such losers? Lucky perked up instantly and began to explain. It's simple. First, you're just too strong yourself. Your power has long since reached the realm of transcendence. Second, this world is huge. It has 14 continents. The Tianyuan continent is at the very bottom in terms of overall strength. There aren't many top-tier fighters here. Huh? What did you say? Lu suddenly reached out and grabbed Lucky by the throat. Did you match the template for this world? Cough, let go. Lucky's neck was nearly snapped. I haven't fully matched it yet. I just have a general idea. The heavenly Tao of this world is too powerful. I can't hack into it. I knew it. Lu rolled his eyes and let go. Lucky shook his neck, fuming. You fucking bastard, can't you be a little less violent? You need to get that treated. Treat your ass. If you've got nothing to do, get the hell out of here. Just seeing you pisses me off. Lu squinted his eyes in comfort, basking in the sunlight. He, handsome, don't be like that. Can we talk about something? It's good news, absolutely good news. Lucky put on a sly grin and pushed his way in again, completely oblivious to the danger. Good news? Nothing good has happened to me since the day I met you. Lu opened his eyes impatiently and stretched his arms. Judging by the look on his face, if Lucky didn't know when to back off, he was in for another beating. Lucky quickly jumped back, letting out a sheepish laugh. Let us figure out how to match this world's cultivation template. Once we succeed, I can reactivate your cheat code for you. Wound tea, that'd be wonderful. Lu laughed dismissively. Judging by your expression, you've got a plan? Of course. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lucky's spirits soared instantly. Let me explain it this way, it's simpler and you'll understand it better. Imagine the whole world is a computer. I'm a virus, and the Tao of Heaven is the firewall. The problem is, this firewall is too powerful. I can't get in, and there's a chance I'll get wiped out by its antivirus software. Ha, that's an interesting way of putting it. Lu couldn't help but get intrigued. You flatter me. Lucky lifted his head smugly, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. Look at you, you idiot. Lu rolled his eyes. So tell me, how are we going to break through the firewall? It's not about breaking through, it's about pulling a fast one. Lucky bared his big, yellow teeth and grinned mischievously. You distract the heavenly Tao, and I'll use that chance to sneak in through the back door. If we pull it off, once the cheat's activated, you'll be on a killing spree in this world. Great idea, donkey. I never would have guessed you had this kind of wit. Lu praised him with a kind expression. What I love most is your 36 stratagems from your original world, truly the pinnacle of human wisdom. This is just to warm up for me, nothing to write home about. Donkey lifted his head proudly toward the sky, looking as if he were about to take flight. Lu raised an eyebrow and asked, so how am I supposed to draw the heavenly Taoist's attention? That's simple. Lucky leaned his donkey head close to Lu's ear. You unleash a few of your most powerful sword strikes on the Tianyuan continent, destroying hundreds or even thousands of major cities. When the land is filled with wailing victims, rivers of blood, and mountains of corpses, the Tao of Heaven will naturally step in to annihilate you. Ha ha ha. Just as the Tao of Heaven is concentrating its power to destroy you, I'll sneak in. What do you think? Isn't this plan flawless? What do you take me for, some kind of murderous demon king? Lu's voice rose a notch. Ha? Lucky looked completely bewildered. Wait, aren't you one? Lu had severe violent tendencies, to put it bluntly. He was mentally unstable. Killing was as natural to him as eating and drinking. No wonder Lucky looked so baffled. Well, guess what? Do you think I'm going to believe you, you dumb donkey? Lu suddenly stood up, pinned Lucky down, and swung his fist straight at that wise eye. If you don't cooperate, just wait to get struck by lightning. 10 minutes later, Lucky struggled to his feet, his donkey-like face flattened like a pancake. Your power doesn't belong in this world. If you use it too often, you'll definitely catch the attention of the heavenly Tao, and then it'll strike you dead, you old fart. Oh my, I'm so scared. Lu raised his foot and kicked Lucky flying across the room. Ah, you're nothing, you stupid dog. As dusk fell, Zhang Shiyun and Zhao Luoluo arrived at the small courtyard. They were the two people Chu Xue had sent to look after Lu. The two young girls were terrified as they stepped into the courtyard. Chu Xue had specifically emphasized that they must fulfill all of Lu's demands, no matter how rude. Unable to refuse Chu Xue's orders, they steeled themselves and entered the courtyard. Whereas the food. Seeing that they were familiar faces, Lu didn't hold back at all. We have it. We brought it. Zhang Xiyan froze for a moment, then snapped out of it and frantically pulled fresh vegetables and various meats from her ring. Thud. She was so nervous that she dropped a piece of meat on the ground. Senior, I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away. Zhang Xiyun shuddered in fright and immediately crouched down. Hey, I don't eat kids. What are you two afraid of? Lu rolled his eyes and stepped forward to take the items from Zhang Xiyun's hands. Next came setting up the pot, lighting the fire, and stir-frying the ingredients. Before long, waves of aroma wafted out from the small courtyard. It's been a while. My taste buds have gone completely numb. Come, let us have a bite together. Lu piled the food high on the table and cheerfully invited the two girls to join him. The two girls exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Don't worry. I'm this old, and down there, things are practically worn out. I've got no interest in you two. Though his words were crude and explicit, they did put the two girls at ease. Senior, let me help you. Me too. The atmosphere gradually eased, though the donkey that had just run back lay on the roof, its eyes brimming with resentment. As for the insanely spicy hot pot, the two girls took just one bite and refused to touch their chopsticks again for the life of them. In the end, the entire table of meat and vegetables ended up in Lu's stomach. The following days passed quite peacefully. Perhaps because Chu Xue had warned them, the young girls from Yise Peak didn't come to bother Lu anymore. Zhang Xiyun and Zhao Luoluo also became more familiar with Lu, gradually getting a handle on his temperament. Lu's temperament was that of a tyrant who brooked no defiance. He couldn't stand even the slightest resistance. The slightest act of defiance could trigger Lu to fly into a rage and kill someone. But at the same time, as long as you went along with him, he was actually quite nice to people. Senior, the sect master asked me to let you know that we're to assemble at Dragoness Roar Valley today. In 2 days' time, the Maple Leaf Secret Realm will open. Early in the morning, Zhang Shiyun brought Lu some good news. Ah, finally the time has come. Little girl, bring the pots, pans, and utensils and don't forget the vegetables and meat. Lu stretched her body as she gave her instructions. Senior, we're heading to a secret realm. Are you sure we need to bring all this? Zhao Luoluo's cute, round face was filled with confusion. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm was rife with danger and teeming with ferocious beasts. The slightest misstep could mean certain death. Was she planning a picnic? Don't we need to eat? Lu rolled her eyes. Zhao Luoluo, startled, quickly lowered her head and began packing frantically. Linlin, you will lead this expedition to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm and bear full responsibility. Do not provoke conflicts with other sects, and ensure Senior Lu's every need is met. At the martial arts arena of Tianshui Peak, a group of about 20 people had gathered. These were the disciples Chu Shue had personally selected. These disciples would accompany Lu into the secret realm. Due to a lack of strength, the Bright Moon Guild hadn't entered the Maple Leaf Secret Realm in nearly 1,000 years. Without strength, they couldn't compete for resources. In fact, this was a vicious cycle. If it continued, the Bright Moon Guild would grow weaker day by day until it eventually perished. This time, Chu Shue had made a firm decision to select a group of elite disciples to accompany Lu into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, a trial of sorts. If these disciples returned safely, they would become the next generation of pillars for the Bright Moon Guild. Senior Lu has arrived. Someone shouted, and the scene instantly fell silent. The chosen disciples craned their slender necks one by one, looking in that direction. A male guest master had arrived at the Bright Moon Guild. This was major news, the first time in 1,000 years. The Bright Moon Guild had been buzzing about this for days. But Chu Shue had issued a strict order: no one was to go to Yise Peak and disturb Lu. If not for that order, the threshold of that small courtyard would likely have been worn down to nothing. Everyone waited with bated breath, only to be sorely disappointed. An old geezer, hands clasped behind his back, sauntered into the training ground with an air of "I'm the greatest under the heavens." Why is it an old man? Didn't the sisters from Yise Peak say the new guest master was a dashing, extraordinary martial artist? It is a bit strange. He walks like a crab. He get beaten to death out there? Shu, keep your voice down. I heard the new guest master has a terrible temper and he eats children, 3 at a meal. Just as the girls were whispering among themselves, they suddenly felt a chill. It turned out to be Chu Shue's gaze sweeping over them one by one. They fell silent in fear. Senior Lu. Chu Shue hurried forward and bowed gracefully. Lu waved his hand casually. No need to be so formal. When are we setting out? Whenever you're ready. Chu Shue breathed a sigh of relief. Lu seemed to be in a good mood. I've taken the liberty of selecting 20 disciples to accompany you into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. It's no problem. Lu knew exactly what Chu Shue meant. She wanted him to look after these young girls. It was a simple favor, so Lu didn't refuse. Thank you, Senior. Chu Shue was overjoyed. With Lu's abilities, he would certainly be able to protect these girls. After giving a few more instructions, Chu Shue nodded toward Linlin. Linlin took out a bamboo flute and blew it softly. Soon, a clear, piercing cry echoed from the distant mountains. A massive blue bird, as large as a small mountain, spread its wings and soared swiftly toward Tianshui Peak. Senior, this is the sky-walking sparrow raised by the Bright Moon Guild. It's incredibly fast. It'll take us just 1 day to reach Dragoness Roar Valley. As Linlin spoke, she shot a fierce glare at the young girls who were whispering to each other again. That bird looks plump enough. It'd make for a hearty hot pot. Lu looked at the Skywalker's legs and wiped his mouth. Zhang Shiyun and Zhao Luoluo shuddered in horror. The others might not know what a hot pot is, but after taking care of Lu for so many days, how could the two of them not know? The Bright Moon Guild only had this one spirit beast capable of long-distance flight. If it really ended up in a hot pot, they'd have to rely on their own flying abilities for anything in the future, and if the distance was too great, it would probably wear them out to death. Just kidding. Look how scared I've made you too. Lu shook his head cheerfully and lightly touched down on the Skywalker Sparrow's head with his toes. Everyone gasped in shock. This Skywalker had a terrible temper and absolutely forbade anyone from standing on its head. True to form, the Skywalker began to shake its head, ready to fling the impudent old man off. You wretched beast, don't you dare! Shushue snapped, her voice filled with panic. However, this Skywalker was practically a veteran figure of the Bright Moon Guild and paid Shushue no mind whatsoever. You feathered beast, if you dare move a muscle, I'll use you as hot pot meat. Go ahead, try me. Though Lu spoke in a casual, almost joking tone. As a spirit beast, the Skywalker was acutely sensitive to danger. The moment the old geezer uttered those words, it sensed a surge of killing intent. Instantly, its entire being felt as if jolted by electricity, and it couldn't help but shudder. The Skywalking Sparrow understood that if it dared to even shake its head, this old man would definitely toss it into a hot pot. Although the Skywalking Sparrow didn't know what a hot pot was, it knew it couldn't be anything good. Seeing the Skywalking Sparrow suddenly fall silent, the girl's eyes widened one by one, stunned into silence. When had this troublemaker ever been this well behaved? Suddenly, this old man seems a bit more handsome. He must have real skills, otherwise, how could the guildmaster let a man join the Bright Moon Guild? It would be great if the senior could guide our cultivation. Lu's image quickly grew in stature in everyone's eyes. You have good taste. If I have time, I'll teach you sword techniques. Listening to the chattering of a group of flamboyantly dressed young girls, Lu felt incredibly content. This Bright Moon Guild really is a great place. Just looking at these girls every day would probably add a few years to my life. The Skywalking Sparrow began its journey, its massive head stiff as a board, refusing to move a muscle. Senior, here is the topographic map of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Would you like to take a look? Linlin held a map as she perched on the sky-flying sparrow's head. Lu gave it a casual glance and instantly imprinted the entire map onto his mind. It wasn't memorization, it was imprinting. It was like a photocopier, making a copy of the map. Whenever Lu needed it, he could pull the map out of his mind to study it. Just give me a quick rundown of what to watch out for. Lu replied casually and began to take in the scenery along the way. Shushue nodded and began to speak. Refining the appearance pill requires 3 herbs from the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, the celestial fragrance spirit fruit, the mystic ice flower, and the blood phoenix wood. These 3 herbs are found in 3 different regions, so it'll take some effort. Once we enter the secret realm, we'll be randomly teleported. To ensure our safety, we need to regroup as soon as possible. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm is only open for 7 days each time. If we stay inside past that time, we'll have to wait 100 years until the next opening to get out. Just as Linlin was speaking, a massive streak of light streaked past from a short distance away. The streak of light stirred up a raging gale, blowing the sky-flying sparrow off course. What kind of manners is that? Lu rolled his eyes as he watched the receding streak of light. Old man, you've changed. Lucky suddenly appeared beside Lu, his intelligent eyes fixed on him with an expression of utter disbelief. Given Lu's tyrannical temperament, that root streak of light would normally have been torn to shreds. But now Lu had merely cursed once and said nothing more. How could Lucky not look as if he'd seen a ghost? Shut your damn mouth. You annoy me just by being here. Get lost. Lu raised his foot and kicked Lucky away, sending a wave of shrieking through the crowd of young girls. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock of seeing the donkey get kicked away, before they had a chance to recover. That streak of light from earlier actually came rushing back. The streak of light blocked their path, bringing the Skywalking Sparrow to a sudden halt. As the light gradually dissipated, revealing its true form, it turned out to be a giant fish with wings. It was about the same size as the Skywalker Sparrow, but its aura was far more imposing. They were simply not in the same league. A sea plum bluefish. It's someone from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Linlin's expression darkened as she explained to Lu. The 10,000 Beasts sect specializes in beast taming. Their overall strength far surpasses that of the Bright Moon Guild, and their disciples are notoriously domineering and unreasonable. They're regulars at the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Oh, isn't this Elder Bai of the Bright Moon Guild? Looks like you're heading to Dragon Roar Valley. At that moment, a middle-aged man standing atop a giant fish's head gave Linlin a smirk and greeted her in a sarcastic tone. Linlin shot the man a cold glance and whispered an explanation to Lu. Xian Shouyu, an elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect. His spirit beast is a three-tailed leopard. He has some history with the Bright Moon Guild. After speaking, Linlin looked up at Xian Shouyu and said coldly, "So what? Your 10,000 Beasts sect can go, but we from the Bright Moon Guild can't?" Xian Shouyu snorted derisively upon hearing this. Elder Bai has misunderstood. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm is a lawless realm anyone can go. But are you women just going there to get beaten up for free? Xian Shouyu's words sparked a burst of laughter from the others. Almost every cultivator on the Tianyuan continent knew that the Bright Moon Guild wasn't cut out for combat. These women were fine as support, but when it came to competing for resources, they were nothing but cannon fodder. The Bright Moon Guild had sent people to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm before, but they almost always ended up wiped out. This was the fundamental reason why the Bright Moon Guild had stayed out of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm for the past 1,000 years. Linlin's face flushed red with anger, yet she felt helpless after all, he was speaking the truth. Seeing Linlin at a loss for words, Xian Shouyu grew even more smug. A few years back, your Bright Moon Guild snatched something from me at the auction in Wusheng City. Isn't it about time you returned it? Shameful. Linlin arched her delicate eyebrows and glared at him. That was acquired by our Bright Moon Guild through a legitimate bidding process at the auction. Since when did it become your property? A few years ago, at an auction in Wusheng City. Both the Bright Moon Guild and the 10,000 Beasts sect had set their sights on the same item. However, the 10,000 Beasts sect had already spent their funds on other rare treasures and lacked the necessary capital. In the end, the Bright Moon Guild won the bid. That was the whole story, nothing to make a fuss about. But the 10,000 Beasts sect, accustomed to acting high and mighty, insisted the Bright Moon Guild was targeting them. Ever since then, whenever the chance arose, the 10,000 Beasts sect would come looking for trouble. Xian Shouyu let out a sinister chuckle. A beast-riding artifact, what on earth did your Bright Moon Guild buy it for? To put it on a pedestal and worship it? Does the Bright Moon Guild need your 10,000 Beasts sect's permission to bid on anything? Linlin retorted through gritted teeth. By this point, Lu had finished watching the spectacle and yawned in boredom. Why are you arguing with him? He is just looking for a fight. Just beat the crap out of him and be done with it. Only then did Xian Shouyu notice Lu, who was lying on the Skywalker Sparrow's head. The Skywalker Sparrow's feathers were fluffy, and Lu was lying on top of it, his whole body sunk in. From the wrong angle, you couldn't even see him. Seeing Lu looking like a half-dead old geezer, Xian Shouyu couldn't help but laugh. Oh, what a rare sight. Since when did your Bright Moon Guild start keeping men around? And an old geezer at that. If you're short on men, just let us at the 10,000 Beasts sect know. We've got plenty of strapping young lads who wouldn't have to resort to such desperate measures. Xian Shouyu's words sparked another round of uproarious laughter. To a group of young women, this remark was downright cruel. The disciples of the Bright Moon Guild were all seething with indignation. But since they were no match for their opponents, they were so furious they were practically in tears. Xian Shouyu, don't push your luck. The air around Linlin crackled as a surge of murderous intent shot skyward. If you want to fight, just fight. Stop all this nonsense. Go tear that bitch's mouth off. Lu fanned the flames from the sidelines. Old man, do you really think she dare? Ha 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 ha. Xian Shouyu laughed so hard he nearly choked. You fucking piece of shit, you like to laugh, do you? Lu suddenly lunged forward. This time, Lu's old back held up, he didn't even flinch. Xian Shouyu's laughter hadn't even died down when that hunched over old geezer was already right in front of him. That was fast. Xianshou's heart skipped a beat. He was just about to summon his mana. But in the next instant, a withered old hand reached right up to his mouth. Then Xianshou learned exactly what brutality meant. That old hand clamped down on his jaw with such force it crushed his jawbone. Before he could even feel the pain, something even more savage happened. Lu's other withered hand plunged into his mouth, hooking his lip with his middle finger and yanking it savagely. Half his face was torn open in a gash, blood gushing out and staining half his body red. It all happened too fast, far too fast. Even as half his mouth was ripped to shreds, Xianshou still hadn't felt the pain. Speaking is for communication, not for spewing filth, you little piece of shit, you ill-mannered wretch. Before the words had even finished, the other half of Xianshou's mouth was torn apart as well. Ah! Pain surged over him like a tidal wave, and Xianshou finally let out a piercing scream. Lu snorted derisively and casually grabbed a handful of Xianshou's hair. He spun him around, facing the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Meanwhile, Xianshou's body had already been invaded by a surge of sword aura, and all his meridians were torn to shreds in an instant. He couldn't even think of begging for mercy. Breathing itself had become a struggle. Seeing their elder's mouth completely torn open, hanging limply over his face, he looked like a terrifying demon. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect were so terrified their legs were shaking. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Weren't you laughing so happily just a moment ago? Lu grinned widely, baring his teeth. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Weak and always drawing hatred. How have maggots like you managed to survive this long? Elder, you are a man of high standing. We were blind to our own folly. Please, in your magnanimity, overlook our petty offenses. Finally, someone mustered the courage to beg Lu for mercy. Oh. Lu said sarcastically, just a moment ago you were calling me an old fossil and a fossil, and now you're calling me elder. A bunch of blind dogs, wasting air just by living. As Lu spoke, his expression suddenly darkened. His old face twisted in an instant, and a surge of brutal fury erupted from him. With that, he stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Boom! Without so much as a groan, the entire skull of the hawthorn giantfish was blown apart, and the fish's corpse plummeted downward. Seeing this, the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect didn't think twice. One by one, they turned tail and fled. You like to run? Then run faster. Lu gave a light wave of his hand, and the blood spewed from the giant begonia fish rose up in an eerie cloud. The blood coalesced into a blood sphere, floating toward Lu. Waves of sword aura surged from Lu's body, wrapping around the blood. He formed his fingers into a sword and pointed forward. The blood sphere transformed into dozens of long swords, which roared out, chasing after the fleeing 10,000 Beast sect disciples. Notify the sect we've been attacked by the Bright Moon Guild. Elder Qian has fallen in battle. The 10,000 Beast sect disciples who had escaped breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing that Lu was not in pursuit, and hurried to report the incident to the sect. However, the moment the communication talisman in their hands went out, they sensed a series of unending tremors in the air. These tremors were not very noticeable. One might even overlook them without paying close attention. Thud. Before they could even celebrate their narrow escape, or even begin to search for the source of the tremors, a crimson longsword pierced through one of their chests, striking the heart with deadly precision. Then, the sounds of more blades slicing through flesh echoed in rapid succession. All 38 members of the 10,000 Beast sect who had journeyed to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm were wiped out in an instant. Not a single one escaped. Lu picked out the tenderest cut of meat from the sea cherry greenfish and cheerfully hoisted it back onto the head of the skywalking sparrow. He looked like an old farmer returning from the fields, acting as if nothing had happened. The girls had long been terrified by this brutal display. It wasn't until Lu set up the pot that everyone snapped back to reality. Lin's face was deathly pale, for she knew full well the methods of cultivators. This group must have alerted the 10,000 Beast sect. Those selected to go to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm were essentially the elite disciples of their sects, yet Lu had wiped them all out in an instant. With old grudges already in place and new ones now added, it seemed unlikely that the Zhenyuan sect could protect the Bright Moon Guild this time. Don't just stand there, come over and dip your food in the hot pot. Lu acted as if nothing had happened, smiling broadly as he waved at the girls. Senior, the Bright Moon Guild is in big trouble this time, Lin said, her voice trembling with tears. Before they set out, Xu Xue had repeatedly warned them not to provoke any conflicts. And now, before they even reached Dragoness Roar Valley, they caused this massive disaster. So what if the sky falls? Lu chuckled and picked up his chopsticks. Don't worry, your old man is here, the sky won't fall. This fish is tender, are you sure you don't want to try some? They killed the man and cut up the fish, it had already happened. What else could they do? Lin gritted her teeth. Since things had come to this, she'd worry about the future later. Senior, do you still want the body of the sea hawthorn bluefish? Lu waved his hand. No, you can handle it yourselves. Thank you, Senior. Lin bowed, then turned to look at her disciples, who were still shaken. Xiao, take the others down and dispose of the fish's body properly. The Haitang Qingyu possesses a faint trace of the ancient Kuanping bloodline. Every part of it is a treasure, don't waste a single bit. A pretty, adorable young girl stood up, her expression brimming with excitement. The girl nodded. Don't worry, Elder. They deserve to die, they used to bully us all the time. Hearing this, the girls snapped out of their daze, their fear quickly giving way to excitement. They began chattering excitedly, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Lu. Lin smiled helplessly. How to wrap this up was the real problem. Finally, everyone finished cleaning up, enjoyed another fish hot pot, and the sky-flying sparrow devoured the inner core of the hawthorn giant fish. Everyone was happy, except for the world of the wounded from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Early the next morning, they finally arrived at Dragon Roar Valley. Legend has it that this place is the burial site of a true dragon. Whenever it rains, a piercing dragoness roar echoes through the valley. This is also the origin of the valley's name. By the time Lu and the others arrived, Dragon Roar Valley was already teeming with nearly 1,000 people, representing no fewer than 30 sects of all sizes, a scene reminiscent of a bustling farmer's market. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm, which opens only once every 100 years, is a vital source of resources for these small and medium-sized sects. It made perfect sense that so many sects would gather here all at once. The appearance of the Bright Moon Guild caused quite a stir. The Bright Moon Guild hadn't sent anyone here for the past 1,000 years, so their sudden arrival naturally came as a surprise. Of course, there must be a major reason for this. Namely, the female disciples of the Bright Moon Guild are all young and beautiful. Who wouldn't be captivated by them? In a cultivation world where men far outnumber women, they naturally stand out. Hey, isn't that Lin, the peak master of the one-color peak of the Bright Moon Guild? It really is her. They say she has only been cultivating for a little over 100 years, yet she has already reached the 5th realm. And you have the nerve to say over 100 years? The Haotian sect has a prodigy who supposedly reached the 5th realm in just 10 years. I'm talking about the Gatehouse, and you're bringing up the hip joint. If you're going to compare them to prodigies from the 3 great sects, why not compare them to the war god of the divine path's 3rd realm? I heard the Bright Moon Guild has 3 stunning beauties. Why haven't I seen a single one of them this time? Are you fucking stupid? Of the Bright Moon Guild's 3 beauties, one is the Guildmaster, another is a reclusive Grand Elder, and the third is supposedly out training. How could they possibly be here? What is all this hype about the 3 beauties? They're nothing but Jinyuan's sect's personal playthings. Bro, that's not right. The Bright Moon Guild has had a rough time. They definitely need the backing of a major sect like the Jinyuan sect just to survive. Sigh, didn't they say the Bright Moon Guild had no men? Then what's up with that little old man? The onlookers, who were admiring the beauties, spotted Lu walking at the back, hands behind his back, looking like a big shot. He is not from the Bright Moon Guild, is he? Probably not. The Bright Moon Guild's taste isn't that bad. They wouldn't bring an old man into their ranks. Definitely not. Don't even think about it. If the Bright Moon Guild accepted men, I'd be the first to defect from my sect and join them. You're full of it. The Bright Moon Guild doesn't even have any skills suitable for men to train in. And even if they did, would you dare? Your master would wring your neck. Wait, something's off. Lin is bowing to that little old man. Holy shit, quick, slap me. Lin is the peak master of the Bright Moon Guild's second peak, second only to the guildmaster. How could she possibly bow to some old geezer? Didn't you guys notice? That little old man has no mana fluctuations. He doesn't seem to be a cultivator. Holy shit, that's actually true. Lin bowing to a regular person? This is beyond my understanding. Is this old man her biological father? Otherwise, there's no reason for it. That's highly likely, but bringing her own dad to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm? What's the deal with that? At this moment, the onlookers' attention shifted entirely to Lu. Of course, curiosity aside, given the sensitive nature of the current situation, no one was foolish enough to go up and ask a million questions. Elder Bai, it's been a long time. I hope you've been well. Lin had barely settled her group when a visitor arrived. Elder Zhao. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin's expression changed involuntarily. The visitor was none other than Zhao Zhio's own older brother, Zhao Wuji, the disciplinary elder of the Tianlong sect. Lin was well aware that Zhao Zhio had died at Lu's hands. Now that her brother had come calling, how could Lin not be nervous? Zhao Wuji was a middle-aged man, tall and burly, with a rugged face. Clad in black armor, he exuded an overwhelming aura of authority as he stood there. Elder Bai, why has the Bright Moon Guild come here as well? Zhao Wuji stood in front of the tent and asked, his voice so loud it made the entire tent shake. Looking at Zhao Wuji, Lin steadied her nerves and forced a smile onto her lips. The guild master sent his disciples out to gain some experience. Staying cooped up in the sect isn't a viable solution. Zhao Wuji nodded. It is time to get out and train. You can't grow without spilling a little blood, right? Elder Zhao is correct. Lin breathed a silent sigh of relief. Zhao Wuji suddenly asked, by the way, Yao hasn't been in touch with me lately. What's going on with her? Lin explained in a deliberately light tone, Elder Zhao has recently had a sudden epiphany and is in seclusion. I see. Zhao Wuji smiled with genuine satisfaction. Well then, once you enter the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, just look around. Don't go competing for rare treasures. Your Bright Moon Guild is too weak in actual combat. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhao. Lin's expression darkened slightly. It seemed Zhao Wuji had come specifically to remind her of this, while Zhao Zhio's question was likely just a passing remark. It appeared that the more powerful sects had already divided up their respective areas within the secret realm. This was only natural, might makes right. Without strength, you have no say. Who cares about friendship? Naive. Once we enter the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, we must keep a low profile and avoid revealing ourselves. Head to Flying Snow Valley as quickly as possible to regroup. At midnight, Lin called a meeting. Because the secret realm was protected by a barrier, those at the 4th realm and above couldn't enter, and since Lin was at the 5th realm, she couldn't go in either. Once inside the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, their survival would depend entirely on themselves. Xiao will be in command this time. You don't need to bring back any rare treasures, just make sure you all come out safely. After saying this, Lin turned to a mischievous-looking young girl. The girl's name was Lin Xiao. She was the chief disciple of Yise Peak and Lin's direct disciple, renowned for her boundless courage. Back when Lu slaughtered the 10,000 Beast sect, she was the boldest of them all. Lin Xiao patted her underdeveloped chest, flashed a pair of tiny fangs, and nodded solemnly. Master, rest assured. I'll definitely bring my junior sisters out safely. Lin shook her head, her eyes still filled with worry. The Bright Moon Guild hadn't entered the Maple Leaf Secret Realm in over 1,000 years. The cruelty within was far beyond what these younglings could imagine. Lin glanced at Lu, who was sitting nearby, slurping hot pot with grease dripping from his mouth. In truth, Lin had always wondered why Lu was so fond of secular food. Cultivators typically abstain from grain, as secular food fills the body with impurities. Senior, do you have any final words of advice? For the sake of these girls' safety, Linlin swallowed her pride and tried to butter up Lu. Lu set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with his hand, surveyed the group, and spoke in a calm tone. Since I've promised your guild master to look after you, I certainly won't go back on my word. As he spoke, Lu gave a light snap of his fingers. Waves of faint, translucent sword aura radiated from his fingertips. These sword auras attached themselves to everyone at lightning speed. One sword aura per person. It will activate automatically in case of danger and can save your life once. That's all. Once you enter the secret realm, just find me and you'll be safe. Everyone was overjoyed. They had already witnessed Lu Tongtian's formidable prowess when he slaughtered the Wansho sect group as easily as butchering pigs and dogs. Of course, they all shared one major question: how had Lu entered the Maple Leaf secret realm? No one dared ask, so they could only wait and see tomorrow. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm, but the night passed relatively peacefully. Senior, it's time to get up. The secret realm will open in half an hour. Lu reluctantly climbed out of bed. At some point, a light drizzle had begun to fall over Dragon Roar Valley. Amidst the light rain, the entire valley was eerily quiet, with only waves of a grim, menacing aura rippling through the air. Zhang Shiyun held an umbrella over Lu, while Linlin led the group toward Dragon's Mouth Cliff, the site where the Maple Leaf secret realm would open. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, the usually cute and lively girls now followed quietly behind Linlin. Dragon's Mouth Cliff was already nearly packed with people. This was the only entrance to the Maple Leaf secret realm. Entering even a second earlier meant gaining a crucial advantage. Naturally, such a location had long been secured by the top-ranked sects, leaving Lu and his group to bring up the rear. The appearance of the Bright Moon Guild did, however, draw quite a few glances. Especially Lu, that eccentric. He was actually holding an umbrella, which naturally made him the center of attention. But there was no chatter. The overall atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Everyone understood that the Maple Leaf secret realm was not only a place rich in resources but also a brutal testing ground. It was, above all, a battleground where the major sects vied for supremacy. Fewer than 30% of those who entered the Maple Leaf secret realm ever emerged alive. In other words, out of the 1,000 entering this time, fewer than 300 would make it out alive. Though cruel, surviving the ordeal would guarantee a meteoric rise within one's sect. Lu, however, didn't mind waiting in line. He pulled out a meat bun and began munching on it with a slurp. The secret realm open. Just as Lu was growing impatient, a deep, resonant voice rang out from atop Dragon's Mouth Cliff. Everyone's gaze turned toward the source of the sound. There, in the air near the cliff's edge, a tiny black speck appeared. This tiny black dot began to expand at a visible speed, while a strange ripple spread through the air. Finally, the black dot grew large enough for a single person to pass through before coming to a halt. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in the heavens. Fellow cultivators, please. The deep male voice sounded once more. As the words faded, the crowd began to file through the black dot in the order they had been waiting. Lu found the spectacle intriguing and asked the air beside him. Donkey, what kind of space is this? Is it an alternate dimension, or a fragmented microcosm? No sooner had the question left his lips than Lucky's figure suddenly appeared beside Lu. Lucky's shrewd eyes swept over the black dot. He grinned widely, baring his teeth, and laughed dismissively. Just a little pocket dimension. It's not quite a parallel dimension yet. Probably left behind by some cultivator. Glancing at the long line ahead, Lucky continued with a touch of impatience. How long are we going to be waiting in line? Don't you have that special sword technique for cutting through barriers? Just slice that crappy barrier open. Sword technique? What sword technique? Lu looked at the donkey with a blank expression. Lucky nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How did he end up with such an unreliable host as Lu? He'd actually forgotten everything he'd ever learned. Fine. Your dementia is too severe. Never mind what I just said. Hey, who the hell are you calling senile? Lu kicked Lucky flying with a single kick. This little interlude actually helped lighten the mood a bit. After waiting nearly 20 minutes at Dragon's Mouth Cliff, it was finally the Bright Moon Guild's turn to enter the passage. However, just as Lin Xiaoxiao, the leader, was about to step over the black spot, an arm reached out. A woman with a rather alluring appearance blocked the path of the Bright Moon Guild members. She looked at Lin and said in a sarcastic tone, Lin, you'd better think this through. The Bright Moon Guild already has few disciples, and those with exceptional talent are few and far between. If they all perish in the secret realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the loss. No need for your concern, Lin replied impassively. The woman smiled, seemingly unfazed by Lin's attitude, and continued, It's been quite a few years since your junior master went down the mountain to train, hasn't he it? Why haven't we heard from him all this time? Lin's expression grew even darker. This woman was named Bai Di, an elder of the Haisha sect. However, Bai Di once held another title. She was the former peak master of the Yise peak of the Bright Moon Guild. For various reasons, Bai Di defected from the Bright Moon Guild 100 years ago. Moreover, she took with her several of the Bright Moon Guild's already scarce offensive skills. This led to the leakage of the Bright Moon Guild's skills, allowing many sects to develop countermeasures. The Bright Moon Guild, already in a weak position, had been in a state of decline ever since the skills began leaking a century ago. Betraying one's sect is the gravest crime in the cultivation world, one that is utterly intolerable. Cultivators who betray their masters usually become heretics. Yet, through some unknown means, Bai Di managed to enter the Haisha sect and gain its protection. 30 years ago, she was even promoted to the rank of elder within the Haisha sect. It could be said that the Bright Moon Guild and Bai Di harbored a deep-seated grudge against one another. Alas, no one was strong enough to challenge the situation, so they had to swallow their anger, and they had been doing so for over a century. Seeing Bai Di blocking the passageway and stalling, preventing the Bright Moon Guild disciples from passing, Lin was so enraged she gritted her teeth. Lin understood Bai Di's objective, to buy a little more time. Once the Bright Moon Guild disciples entered the secret realm, they would be completely at her mercy, a scheme of the utmost malice. Bai Di, will you ever stop? The Bright Moon Guild raised you and even spared you punishment for the grave crime of betraying your sect. Now you dare to pick a fight with us? You're nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Determined to get her disciples into the secret realm as quickly as possible, Lin threw caution to the wind and began arguing with Bai Di right there in front of everyone. Bai Di let out a cold laugh. What a big mouth you have. Shushua would love to hold you accountable, but she simply doesn't have the strength to do so. Move aside. Lin couldn't be bothered with a verbal spat. With a wave of her hand, a white silk ribbon shot toward Bai Di. Bai Di curled the corner of her mouth in utter disdain and gave a light flick of her finger. A small red sword flew out, instantly shredding Lin's ribbon to pieces. Flying sword. Lin's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly stepped back, causing the chi surging around her to form an invisible wall. The small red sword shredded Lin's ribbon but made no further pursuit, simply hovering quietly before Bai Di. What do you think? Bai Di laughed smugly. A flying sword I traded for 4 skills from the Bright Moon Guild. Shameful. Lin's face flushed red with anger, yet she could do nothing about it. Although Bai Di wasn't a sword cultivator, the destructive power of a flying sword was not something a half-baked cultivator like Lin could withstand. Shameless? Bai Di shrugged, looking somewhat bored. The best decision I've ever made in my life was leaving the Bright Moon Guild. If I stayed guarding that rundown place, no one would have even known if I died. Get out of the way. What exactly do you want? Unable to fight her off or match her shamelessness, Lin was frantic with frustration. If she delayed any longer, the first group to enter would have already assembled, and the Bright Moon Guild disciples would likely find themselves surrounded and slaughtered. The 30 or 40 elders from various major sects surrounding them not only failed to stop Bai Di's despicable behavior but were actually grinning as they watched the spectacle unfold. Ha, gulp, gulped. At that moment, Lu, who had been crouching at the very back, finally finished his hearty breakfast. He took the mouthwash Luo handed him and swished it around. Hey, What's that old hag blocking the way for? Collecting tolls or something? Lu strolled over with her hands behind her back and immediately spotted Bai Di standing stiffly in the middle of the passageway. You old hag, who do you think you are? Bai Di, having been called a busybody, instantly turned livid. Senior, she is trying to delay the Bright Moon Guild's entry into the secret realm. Linlin, feeling anxious, went straight to her with the complaint. If they're delayed too long, the girls will get surrounded and slaughtered once they go in. Senior, please do something. Lu rolled her eyes in derision. The Bright Moon Guild really is a pushover, anyone can come and push them around, huh? Hearing this, Linlin felt both angry and frustrated, tears of resentment welling up in her eyes. Hey, you little brat, why are you crying now? Lu was at a loss for words. I'm not crying. Linlin, her pride wounded, wiped her eyes and charged at Bai Di. You damn hag, get out of my way. You foul-mouthed brat. Shushua really didn't teach you well. Then I'll have to help her out. Bai Di waved her hand, and the little red flying sword shot straight for Linlin's throat. Linlin, too, had lost her senses in her rage and charged head-on at the flying sword. If she got hit this time, she'd be crippled for life, if not killed outright. Feeling the sharp sword aura, Linlin finally realized how reckless she'd been. But it was too late to back out. She had no choice but to muster all her strength to brace for the impact. Just as it seemed Linlin was doomed, an untimely voice rang out. Come here, let me take a look. A bizarre scene unfolded. The flying sword hurtling toward Linlin's throat suddenly veered off course, flying straight toward Lu instead. Everyone watching was left speechless. Flying swords were arguably the deadliest magical artifacts on this continent. It was no exaggeration to say that merely touching one meant certain death. Moreover, flying swords were usually telepathically linked to their masters. No one had ever heard of a flying sword turning against its master in battle. This was simply too surreal. In her horror, Bai Di hurriedly activated her half-mastered sword technique, trying to control the flying sword. However, to her even greater terror, her connection to the flying sword had been completely severed. What was even more unbelievable to everyone present was this. The tiny red sword hovered 3 feet in front of Lu, trembling gently. Then it began to dance joyfully around Lu, like a child thrown into its mother's embrace. This is interesting, you dumbass. This little thing has a strong sword aura, but it doesn't have much of a sword aura. Lu watched the little sword with great interest. What a piece of junk. Even if you just jump around like a fucking idiot, your sword aura would still be stronger than this thing's. Can't you show a little more spirit? Lucky appeared beside Lu, his eyes brimming with wisdom and disdain. Fuck off. Why do I hate hearing you talk so much? Lu raised his foot and kicked Lucky off the cliff. You old fart, give me back my flying sword. Lu and the dumbass roughhousing, completely oblivious to their surroundings, drove Bai Di, who had lost her flying sword, to the brink of madness. Bai Di lunged at Lu, desperate to reclaim her flying sword. But to everyone's astonishment, the small red flying sword, acting on its own, turned and charged straight at Bai Di. This is the flying sword automatically protecting its master. How is that possible? Who is this old man? How can he control someone else's flying sword? This unbelievable scene caused the onlookers to gasp in shock. Bang! The little red sword slammed straight into Bai Di's protective aura. A terrifying red sword aura erupted, shattering Bai Di's protective aura and sending her flying backward. Pfft, is she really that weak? Lu rolled her eyes and walked toward the passageway with her hands behind her back. Seeing Lu about to leave, the little red sword hurried back, circling around him incessantly and emitting a buzzing vibration, as if trying to coax him. What's the matter? You're so weak, why are you following me? Lu rolled his eyes at the little sword, clearly exasperated. The little sword seemed to understand Lu's words. Its entire blade suddenly dimmed. Fine, fine. You're just like a little girl, cry at the drop of a hat. Lu pursed his lips and pointed at Linlin. Here, I'll give you a mission, protect this little girl. When I come out, I'll bestow some spirit on you or something. Bestow a spirit? No one knew what bestowing a spirit meant, not even Lu himself. Because he just made it up on the spot. The dull blade of the little red sword suddenly burst into light again, as if filled with boundless power. The little sword flew to Lin Lin's side, its sword aura radiating menacingly. Let us go, let us go. Feeling a bit bored, Lu waved his hand and stepped into the passageway. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others hurried to follow. Seeing that old geezer Lu pass through the barrier without a hitch, the group began to grumble again. Strange things happen every year, but this year there has been an especially high number. Of course, Lu's unimpeded passage through the barrier also brought a sigh of relief to everyone. At least, in their understanding, Lu was definitely no higher than a fourth realm cultivator. As for how to explain the flying sword incident from earlier, who knows? After Lu left, Bai Di, who had been blasted away, finally returned. Seeing that her flying sword was actually protecting Lin, she nearly exploded with rage on the spot. However, Bai Di had learned her lesson this time and didn't try to force the issue. After all, compared to her own life, a flying sword wasn't that important. Still, the grudge between them had only deepened. If they met again in the future, it would likely be a matter of life and death. The scenery beyond the passageway took Lu by surprise. This appeared to be a grassland as far as the eye could see. Everything was lush and green, stretching endlessly into the distance. Although there was no sun, the light was abundant, and one could even feel its warmth. A breeze swept across the grassland, creating ripples that were utterly soothing. It was the perfect moment, a gentle breeze, not too hot, and the sunlight just right. This is interesting. Lu nodded cheerfully, sinking his mind into his spiritual sea to review the map that had been imprinted in his mind earlier. Soon, he had an answer. This must be the 100 Springs grassland marked on the map, arguably the safest place in the entire Maple Leaf secret realm. Not only was this place safe, but it was also rich in rare treasures and natural resources. Ha! Is my luck finally turning? Lu had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes, stuck with a brain-dead system. Now that he arrived in this world, it seemed his luck was finally turning. You dumb donkey, scan this little world and go round up those little girls first. Lu was a man who was bloodthirsty, hot-tempered, unreasonable, and suffered from severe mental illness. It might even be Alzheimer's after all, forgetting everything he ever learned left little room for doubt. But no one is all flaws, everyone has at least 1 or 2 virtues. And Lu's only virtue was that he kept his word. A promise was as good as gold. Since he promised Chushua to look after this group of little girls, Lu would definitely bring everyone back safely. You sure know how to boss people around. Lucky stood by Lu's side, baring his big, flat teeth, his intelligent eyes brimming with discontent. Because he was bound to Lu, no matter how far Lu kicked him, Lucky would always return to his side in an instant. So when Lu had nothing better to do, he liked to kick the donkey around for fun, just to blow off some steam. Get it through your head, you're not human. You're just a donkey with cerebral palsy. Lu rolled his eyes as he emphasized the point. I must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes to end up with a host like you. Lucky grumbled as he closed his intelligent eyes. Strange ripples radiated out from Lucky's body, enveloping the entire microcosm. After waiting a few minutes, Lucky opened his eyes and said with utter disdain, "Matching complete. This is a microcosm left behind by a cultivator. It lacks complete Taoist laws, and the entire microcosm is roughly the size of the planet you used to live on." Lu's eyelids twitched as he listened. A microcosm the size of Earth was rather daunting. This is interesting. It seems something is lurking in this microcosm. I'll transmit the information to you. As Lucky spoke, his eyes suddenly rolled back. A vast number of mysterious runes quickly appeared on his deathly pale scara. These runes flickered with an eerie green light, flickering on and off. As the donkey performed a series of operations, Lu's mind was flooded with a massive amount of information all about this small world. If an ordinary person suddenly had this much information dumped into their brain, their head would likely explode on the spot. Only a freak like Lu, with a boundless mind could handle such a massive volume of data. Next, an extremely detailed map unfolded within Lu's mind. The map was divided into 5 major regions, with Lu's location at the center. It clearly marked the locations of all rare treasures and natural resources. This was what they called cheating. Not only that, but numerous red dots were moving across the map. These dots indicated the presence of living beings. However, at the very northern edge of the map lay a pitch-black shadowed area that wasn't marked at all in Lucky's match information. It seemed this was the spot Lucky had mentioned where something was lurking. Lou didn't really care, though. Whatever it was, if it messed with him, he'd crush it. Can you be a little more specific, damn it? It's all red dots. How am I supposed to know which ones are the girls? Lou grumbled in frustration. Hearing this, Lucky's eyes bulged as he shouted back. What do you take me for? I'm doing you a favor, just giving you a rough idea. You want me to go into detail about their appearance and gender? I can't do that. If you can't, then get the hell out of here. Lou kicked Lucky flying with a single kick. After sending Lucky flying, Lou located the place called Flying Snow Valley on the map in his mind. He'd heard Lin mention earlier that they were supposed to gather there. He checked the location of Flying Snow Valley and found it wasn't far from that shadow in the north. It really was a well-chosen spot. Actually, it wasn't Lin's fault that the location was poor. After all, she didn't possess Lucky's abilities to sense the anomalies in this little world. Once he confirmed the direction, Lou set off toward Flying Snow Valley. Lou wasn't moving very fast. He strolled along, taking in the scenery. The scenery in this little world was far more beautiful than that in the little world where that stupid donkey had locked himself away. After strolling for about 2 hours and having had his fill of the scenery, Lou prepared to take flight and head straight to Flying Snow Valley. She happened to glance to her left and ahead, and to her surprise, she saw a field of corpses not far away. Lou was curious. From a distance, the corpses were arranged in neat rows on the grass, a sight that was extremely bizarre. She slowly strolled over. There were about 20 corpses, all with extremely eerie appearances. They had all turned into mummies, with not a trace of blood left on their bodies. Yet there was no smell of blood in the air, and these corpses were undoubtedly fresh. Lou had seen these people just yesterday. They appeared to be disciples of a man named Haishaman. Judging by how intact the bodies are, it seems they offered no resistance at all before having all their blood drained. It's a bit strange. The cultivators who enter this place are all roughly equal in strength. If it were a fight between cultivators, they wouldn't have died so casually. Could some other entity be at work here? Lou pondered this while kicking the corpses with a look of disgust. After a moment's thought, he grew concerned that something might happen to those girls. Lou took a step forward, his body streaking toward the distance like a shooting star. Flying Snow Valley was located in the northern part of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Unlike the central region, which enjoyed the warmth of spring sunshine, the north was in the grip of the depths of winter. As far as the eye could see, the land was barren and desolate. Following the directions on the map, Lou found the entrance to Flying Snow Valley. Senior. No sooner had Lou reached the entrance than a crisp, clear voice rang out. Turning his head, he saw it was none other than Lin Xiaoxiao. Hey, you're pretty quick. Lou nodded with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao scratched her head sheepishly. I just got lucky. I was teleported straight to Flying Snow Valley. Lou glanced at the gloomy sky and frowned. How long will it take for the others to get here? Lin Xiaoxiao quickly pulled out a communication talisman and lit it in her hand. Everyone's heading this way. If things go well, someone should be here before dark. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression grew somber. Senior, some of my junior sisters have discovered something strange. Are they the corpses drained of blood? Lou blurted out. Lin Xiaoxiao widened her beautiful eyes and nodded vigorously. Did you encounter them too, Senior? Show me where the girls are, and we'll go find them. Don't stay in this direction. Lou spoke, casually tracing a gesture in the air. Soon, the surrounding air erupted with a series of pops, and over 20 water swords materialized from thin air. The air, already dry and cold, grew even more so. Lin Xiaoxiao watched the scene with eyes full of envy. On the Tianyuan continent, sword cultivators were universally recognized as possessing the greatest killing power and holding the highest status among cultivators. Senior, Are you a sword cultivator? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Lu thought for a moment and replied, not exactly. I suppose I'm more of a swordsman. I don't get it. Is there a difference? Lin Xiaoxiao stuck out her little tongue adorably. It's probably much the same. In truth, Lu didn't know either, as he hadn't encountered any sword cultivators since arriving in this world. But subconsciously, Lu still felt that he was fundamentally different from this group of cultivators. Hop on, let us go. Lu waved his hand, and a water sword descended from above, landing right in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Looking at the water sword before her, Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed with excitement. Although cultivators could fly once they reached the fourth realm, nothing was as dashing as flying on a sword. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully stepped onto the water sword. The water sword was much sturdier than she had imagined. Standing on it with her full weight posed absolutely no problem. Which girl is the closest? Lu asked. 700 li to the east, Lin Xiaoxiao pointed in a direction. Hold on tight. I won't be responsible if you fall off and get killed. With that, the water sword shot into the air. Lin Xiaoxiao shuddered in fright. She dared not think of anything else, focusing all her attention on the ground beneath her feet. Lu, on the other hand, was much more carefree. He actually plopped right down onto the water sword, looking completely carefree. Over 20 water swords, trailing dazzling streaks of light, shot off toward the east. The 700+ li were covered in the blink of an eye, and soon Lu spotted a disciple of the Bright Moon Guild on the ground. However, the girl appeared to be under attack. She was covered in blood and stumbling as she ran. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxiao was so worried she jumped straight off the water sword. Is this girl really that bold? Lu was at a loss for words, and quickly commanded the water swords to land on the ground. As soon as Lu touched down, she was surrounded by several cultivators. Judging by their attire, they were likely from the Celestial Dragon sect. Lin Xiaoxiao held her injured junior sister in her arms, glaring at them with murderous intent, showing not a hint of fear. Lu found it amusing. This little girl was truly entertaining. Her feisty, round face was quite adorable. Seeing the frail, elderly Lu and the water swords hovering in the air, the Heavenly Dragon sect disciples were somewhat puzzled, but they didn't give it much thought. After all, only cultivators at the fourth realm or below were allowed to enter this area. Even if the old man before them was a fourth realm sword cultivator, he was vastly outnumbered and posed no real threat. Junior sister of the Bright Moon Guild, have that little girl hand over the Chaos Stargrass, and I'll let you off the hook. However, before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent abruptly. In the blink of an eye, a water sword pierced straight through his mouth. Blood gushed out in a gurgling stream, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The scene unfolded so suddenly that the rest of the Tianlong sect members were left completely dumbfounded. I don't have time to chat with you lot. Lu gave a casual wave of his hand, and the remaining water swords suddenly struck. These weaklings didn't even have time to react before the water swords pierced them like a beehive. Next one, where is it? Despite killing so many people in an instant, Lu remained completely unfazed, as if he merely crushed a few ants. Oh, over there 1200 li away. Lin Xiaoxiao was, after all, just a little girl. She'd never seen anyone so brutal before and was momentarily too scared to know what to do. Let us go next one. Lu shook his head with a smile and directed the water sword to fly toward the direction Lin Xiaoxiao had pointed. Help! Help! As soon as they reached the spot Lin Xiaoxiao had indicated, Lu saw a dozen or so people below, fleeing for their lives. A girl from the Bright Moon Guild was also among the fleeing crowd. As they flew, they screamed in terror, as if some terrifying creature were chasing them from behind. The next moment, the fleeing crowd came to a sudden halt. They had no choice but to stop, for the vast expanse of land ahead of them suddenly erupted. In an instant, the earth shook violently, and boulders flew everywhere. A massive barrage of debris hurtled toward the crowd, accompanied by a deafening roar. At first, the crowd managed to fend them off, but there were simply too many stones, and their impact was too powerful. Their defenses were quickly breached. Almost everyone was struck by the flying debris, and one by one, they fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Just as the young girl from the Bright Moon Guild in the crowd was about to be struck, Lu swung his right hand down with all his might. The water sword whistled as it plunged downward. Bang, bang, bang. The water sword plunged into the raging ground one after another, forming a strange sword formation. Waves of ominous sword aura surged forth from the formation, suppressing the raging earth. Yet as Lu looked down at the sword formation, his face was filled with bewilderment. When the hell did I ever learn this stuff? It turned out Lu Hanti intended to set up a sword formation. He simply wanted to use his sword aura to forcibly suppress the rampaging earth. However, after the water swords were unleashed, they had unexpectedly formed a sword formation, something Lu Hanti anticipated. This is called the heaven-suppressing sword formation. It's primarily used for sealing and subduing. You learned it a very, very long time ago. I told you you had dementia, but you wouldn't believe me. You've forgotten everything you ever learned. Lucky appeared at just the right moment to explain it to Lu. Bullshit. I've long since achieved sword-body unity, commonly known as Swordman. Everything under heaven can become a sword. Why would I need these crappy sword techniques? Lu refused to admit he had dementia. Ha, if you've got dementia, you've got dementia. You make it sound so high and mighty. Lucky couldn't help but mock him. Damn it, I'll beat the shit out of you. Lu, furious, slammed a fist into Lucky's head. Lucky plummeted downward like a shooting star. Just as Lucky was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a gaping maw suddenly burst from the earth and swallowed Lucky whole. The stench of rotting corpses, accompanied by a pungent, blood-soaked odor, instantly polluted the air. SS Senior, your donkey was swallowed by something. Lin Xiaoxiao turned deathly pale at the sight. That stupid donkey is better off dead. Lu rolled his eyes. You go get the little girl. I'll go check out what that thing is. With a call, Lu descended to the ground and darted toward the torn-up patch of terrain. Senior's sister. The terrified little girl, upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, burst into tears and burrowed into her arms. The others gathered around as well, all staring at the frail, trembling Lu. They'd seen clearly enough how Lu had just used his water sword to stabilize the ground. Everyone realized that if they wanted to survive, they'd likely have to rely on that old geezer. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled her junior sister behind her and eyed the others warily. Seeing the fawning expressions on their faces, Lin Xiaoxiao felt sick to her stomach. If this hadn't happened, who knows how these people would bullied her junior sister. Junior sister Xiaoxiao, that old master is from your Bright Moon Guild, isn't? Someone who recognized Lin Xiaoxiao greeted her warmly. No, I don't know him. Don't act like you're close. Lin Xiaoxiao denied it 3 times in a row, then pulled her junior sister to sit atop the water sword. It was obvious to anyone with a shred of common sense that Lin Xiaoxiao was lying. Seeing their last hope slipping away, the crowd quickly surrounded Lin Xiaoxiao. Fairy Xiaoxiao, we're all fellow cultivators here, you can't just stand by and watch her die. That's right. Our Celestial Dragon sect and the Bright Moon Guild share a bond of mutual respect. Fairy Xiaoxiao, if you'd just put in a good word for her with that elder, we'd be forever grateful. As they spoke, they kept glancing nervously behind them, their expressions filled with terror, as if something dreadful were approaching. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyelid twitched. Now she truly understood just how shameless people could be. Every single one of them here had taken advantage of the Bright Moon Guild at some point, every single one had plundered its resources. And now they had the nerve to come here and shamelessly try to curry favor. I don't know them. I've never met them. If you've got the guts, go talk to them yourselves. Lin Xiaoxiao stood her ground, refusing to budge. Keep running, everyone. Why have you stopped? Just then, a sarcastic female voice suddenly rang out from behind them. It was accompanied by waves of a sickening, blood-curdling stench. As the voice faded, a woman clad in a blood-red robe slowly emerged from the wind. A pair of long, slender legs were faintly visible beneath the loose hem of her robe as she walked, sparking endless imagination. With a seductive face, a figure that could set hearts ablaze, and that crimson robe, she exuded an indescribable allure. The guardian of the ghost faction, Master Red Leaf. Upon seeing this woman, Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. This woman was known as Master Hongye. No one knew her real name. Master Hongye held the position of guardian within the ghost faction, second only to the sect leader. She was treacherous and ruthless, most skilled in seduction techniques. Countless cultivators had fallen at her feet. The Xiantian sect had mobilized massive forces to capture her on several occasions, yet every attempt had ended in failure. After her initial shock, Lin Xiaoxiao was overcome by an even greater sense of confusion. It was said that Master Hongye was a great cultivator of the sixth realm. How had she managed to enter the Maple Leaf secret realm? Little Fairy Xiao quickly asked that elder to intervene, or we'll all die here. Seeing Master Hongye striding toward them with graceful poise, everyone was terrified. Lin Xiao had no intention of speaking up, not because she didn't want to, but because she dared not. Master Hongye drew ever closer, a mesmerizing smile curving his lips, a playful smirk reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. The crowd lacked the courage to resist. They were simply no match for him. No matter how many of them charged forward, they would only be offering themselves up as sacrificial lambs. The immense pressure radiating from Master Hongye made their legs tremble, and cold sweat had long since soaked through their clothes. She demon, even if I die today, I will not let the prestige of our Tianlong sect be tarnished. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward, summoning his magical artifact to face off against Master Hongye. Senior Brother Zhou is truly valiant. Go ahead, Senior Brother Zhou. We'll cover your back. Seeing someone step up to take the lead, the crowd cheered him on. Tianlong sect? That sect that bullies the weak and fears the strong? Master Hongye's eyes sparkled with amusement. She glanced at the young man who had stepped forward and covered her mouth with a coy giggle. Stop your nonsense, you she-devil. The Celestial Dragon sect has always stood up for the weak and fought for justice. How could we possibly bully the weak and fear the strong? The young man rebuked her with righteous indignation, though his eyes darted sideways at a fellow disciple standing nearby. I love a tough nut to crack. Master Hongye covered her mouth and smiled sweetly. In that case, I'll start with you. As she spoke, Master Hongye raised her slender jade-like hand, and a crimson glint of cold light gathered at her fingertip. Just then, that steel-spined young man suddenly struck. However, his target wasn't Master Hongye, but rather Lin Xiaoxiao standing beside her. Two other disciples of the Celestial Dragon sect joined the youth in his attack. Lin Xiaoxiao had focused all her attention on Master Hongye and was completely unprepared for the people around her. Thud thud. Two dull thuds echoed as the attackers struck their mark, sending Lin Xiaoxiao flying through the air and landing right in front of Master Hongye. Seeing Master Hongye not far from her, Lin Xiaoxiao was both frantic and furious. Compounded by the severe injury from the ambush, her qi and blood surged violently through her meridians, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. You shameless beast! The other two Bright Moon Guild disciples froze for a moment before cursing furiously in their rage. However, the crowd paid them no mind. The young man sneered, since you, Lin Xiaoxiao, refused to speak up and get that old man to help us, we'll just have to inconvenience you a bit. Well played, senior brother, the others said, giving the youth a thumbs up. That old man was clearly connected to the Bright Moon Guild. Now that Lin Xiaoxiao was in trouble, they weren't worried he wouldn't step in. This scheme of harming others for personal gain was executed with consummate skill. Just look at this. Is this what you call righteous integrity and orthodox cultivation? Master Hongye sneered as he watched Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. Over the years, the Bright Moon Guild had shielded their generation of new disciples too well. As a result, they lacked sufficient experience. Now that she'd been outmaneuvered, she could only blame herself for not understanding the treachery of human nature. Lin Xiaoxiao struggled to pull herself to her feet, her expression gradually returning to calm. Enduring excruciating pain, she channeled all her mana and stood face to face with Master Hongye. They're shameless and despicable, but you're not much better. I refuse to believe there is no righteousness left in this world. Master Hongye gazed at the stubborn-faced Lin Xiaoxiao and found himself lost in thought for a moment, as if he were seeing a younger version of himself in this little girl. Master Hongye shook his head with a smile. Young lady, you're too naive. This world isn't black and white. As for so-called justice, only those with the strongest fists have the right to speak of it. Lin Xiaoxiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared coldly at Master Hongye, saying nothing more. As the saying goes, those who follow different paths cannot walk together. With such differing values, debating what constitutes justice was like talking at cross purposes. Never mind, Master Hongye shook his head and chuckled. People like you are rare these days. I want to make things difficult for you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't even had time to react. A flash of red streaked past her eyes, and Master Hongye bypassed her entirely, charging straight toward the others. Everyone was completely baffled. Master Hongye's behavior was entirely at odds with that of a brutal, bloodthirsty cultist. Run! Terrified, the crowd scattered in all directions, each fleeing for their lives. Boom! They had barely taken a few steps when the ground around them suddenly began to shake violently. In the next instant, the ground within a radius of several miles was torn open, and a colossal creature emerged from beneath the earth. This creature had an extremely peculiar appearance, a massive, spherical mass of flesh, its entire body slick with a slimy, viscous substance. A huge red mouth took up nearly half its body, an utterly grotesque sight. You beast! Who gave you permission to come out? Get back where you came from! Upon seeing this colossal beast, Master Hongye shouted harshly. This colossal beast, known as the Kongming beast, typically possessed the strength of a sixth-realm cultivator and was an extremely gluttonous demon beast. This beast would devour anything that came its way with its massive maw, never turning anything away. And Master Hongye was none other than the master of this colossal beast. The fact that the Shin Tian sect had been unable to capture her all these years was, in part, due to this demon beast. Master Hongye shouted harshly, yet the Kongming beast remained unmoved. Upon closer inspection, Master Hongye's expression changed drastically. It wasn't that the Kongming beast didn't want to return, it simply couldn't, for it was being held aloft by a single hand. Compared to the Kongming beast's massive frame, the person lifting it was so minuscule that Master Hongye hadn't even noticed him at first. Who else could this person be but Lu? Moments ago, Lu had descended through the gaping hole the Kongming beast had torn open and yanked the creature out. Don't let Lu's old bones and joints fool you, he's got enough strength to move mountains and fill seas. After all, having consumed strength-enhancing pills for a full 100,000 years, even a pig could be turned into a Hercules. Boom! 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 The ground hadn't even settled yet when the water swords nearby suddenly sprang into action. Over 20 water swords suddenly struck, screeching as they pinned everyone except the 3 from the Bright Moon Guild to the shattered ground. A few unlucky souls were impaled through the head and died instantly. Even the 6th realm cultivator, Master Hongye, was no exception. A water sword pierced her abdomen, nailing her to the broken earth. The terrifying sword aura entered her body, instantly shattering her meridians. Even if she didn't die, Master Hongye would be reduced to a cripple. Senior! Lin Xiaoxiao saw Lu, her pouty little mouth curling in distress, and she nearly burst into tears. Don't cry. Watch this old man slaughter a pig for you. Lu grinned as he pushed off with his hands, flinging the empty light beast he was holding high into the air. The poor Kongming beast didn't even have time to struggle before it was sliced into mincemeat by invisible sword auras in midair. A rain of blood and flesh rained down from the sky. Lu, hands behind his back, strolled over leisurely. Old man, we're all in the same boat here. Spare me, spare me. The youth who had previously schemed against Lin Xiaoxiao had his thigh pierced through. The exploding sword aura tore through his flesh, causing him to howl in agony. Hey, you sure know how to flatter yourself. In the same boat? Are you even worthy? Lu rolled his eyes. Then, the sword aura within the boy's body suddenly erupted, shredding his entire body into fragments. And a mist of blood spread through the air. Ah, the fragrance of blood! Lu took a deep breath, his face radiating ecstasy. His deranged expression nearly scared everyone into wetting themselves. No one dared utter a word, they could only silently endure the sword aura's corrosion. Lu strolled over to the dying Red Leaf True Master. "Hey, gorgeous." Lu extended his withered, gnarled hand and lifted Red Leaf Jinran's chin. But at this moment, Red Leaf Jinran's injuries were too severe. Her pupils had already begun to dilate, and she looked as if she were about to pass away. Faced with Lu's lecherous behavior, she was utterly powerless to resist. Only two clear tears trickled down the corners of her eyes. Seeing Red Leaf Jinran's state, Lu sheepishly withdrew his hand and wiped it on his clothes. "My hands are a bit dirty, but there's no need to be so disgusted." "Stop crying." Was this really about being disgusted by dirty hands? The three young girls from the Bright Moon Guild were completely baffled, wondering if Lu had some sort of mental issue. Seeing Red Leaf Master in such agony, Lu was very thoughtful. He brutally yanked the water sword out of her abdomen. "When it comes to what I do, I never talk about right or wrong, only about debts and grudges. You could have killed that little brat Xiao Xiao just now, but you didn't. Since that's the case, I'll let you off the hook too." As Lu spoke, he withdrew the sword aura that had penetrated Master Hongye's body. Master Hongye's condition improved slightly. But her eyes had lost all their luster, now filled with nothing but gloom. "Just kill me." Red Leaf Jinran gave a bitter smile and closed her eyes in despair. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the spirit. The meridians within her body had been nearly shattered by Lu's sword aura. Even if she managed to survive, she would be nothing but a cripple from now on. From a lofty cultivator, she had fallen to the status of a mere mortal. To endure the birth, aging, sickness, and death of a mortal, Master Hongye could not accept it. She would rather die here. "Hey, what a strange request." Lu glanced at Master Hongye, then seized her pulse point. "Don't touch me. Get away." Master Hongye suddenly opened her eyes and screamed hysterically with all her might. She had originally entered the Maple Leaf secret realm as a hunter. Now, however, she had been instantly defeated by a decrepit old man, and her meridians were completely destroyed. How could this not drive her mad? "Damn it, don't you know any manners? Don't you know to respect your elders and care for the young?" Lu slammed a fist into Red Leaf Immortal's nose. Her high, straight nose was instantly crushed flat, and blood gushed from her nostrils. After that punch, Master Red Leaf truly had no strength left to stand up to Lu. He lay on the ground, giving up entirely, waiting to die. "Ah, that's more like it. You're in such a sorry state, why not just play nice?" Lu nodded in satisfaction and pressed her finger against Master Red Leaf's pulse point once more. "You've kept your figure and skin in pretty good shape, much better than those young girls. These breasts, this but tsk, tisk." Feeling that rough touch on her wrist, listening to those lewd words, and picturing Lu's wrinkled old face, Master Hongye felt so sick to her stomach she wanted to vomit. All she wanted now was to die. Just as Master Hongye was cursing Lu's ancestors in her mind, a gentle sword aura suddenly entered her body through the pulse point. This sword aura carried no wild killing intent, only a gentleness that nourished all things. The sword aura began to flow through her meridians. Those shattered meridians actually began to heal at that very moment. What is God tier? This is a miracle. For a cultivator, repairing damaged meridians has always been a task as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Even if repair is possible, it usually leaves lasting complications. Yet now, this gentle sword aura not only rapidly mended the shattered meridians but even strengthened them considerably. Master Hongye sat up abruptly, staring at Lu in utter astonishment. To regain what was lost is truly one of life's greatest joys. As for Lu, he gazed thoughtfully at his withered hand and muttered to himself, "I told you so. If I can kill, I can certainly save lives." Just as I expected. At that moment, Lucky appeared by Lu's side. As for having been swallowed by the Kongming beast earlier, that was no big deal at all. After all, compared to the way Lu had beaten him up, being swallowed by a demon beast was practically a tickle. Your sword aura has long since reached the level of the divine. Flipping between life and death is a breeze for you. Though I am quite surprised you managed to recall the method for flipping between life and death. It seems your dementia is progressing in a positive direction. If you don't say a damn word, No one is going to think you're mute. Hearing the donkey call him senile again, Lu's anger flared. He snapped his hand back and slapped Lucky so hard he flew through the air. Ah, that feels good. After sending Lucky flying, Lu's mood immediately improved. Let us go, let us go. With a light wave of his hand, the water swords pinning everyone down suddenly surged with power. A series of screams rang out, then quickly fell silent. The others had assumed that since Lu had spared one heretic cultivator, he surely wouldn't be too harsh on the rest of them. However, they had no idea that Lu was a man who never distinguished between right and wrong. He only recognized grudges and debts of gratitude. Earlier, that disciple from the Celestial Dragon sect had pushed Lin Xiaoxiao toward Master Red Leaf. Master Red Leaf hadn't laid a finger on Lin Xiaoxiao, yet had inadvertently saved her own life. No one could have foreseen such an outcome. Truly, life is unpredictable. One never knows what twists it holds. After slaughtering the others like pigs, Lu commanded his water sword, preparing to leave. Elder. Just then, Master Hongye called out to Lu. What is it? Lu shot her a sidelong glance. Have you taken a fancy to this old man's good looks and wish to offer yourself to me? Master Hongye nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Even if she were blind, she wouldn't fall for a decrepit old man. How could he possibly say something like that? Master Hongye gave an awkward chuckle, then immediately adopted a serious expression. Senior, if you have no business here, you shouldn't linger in the Maple Leaf secret realm. What's the matter? Are you telling me what to do? Before Master Hongye could finish his sentence, a slap landed squarely across his face. He was sent flying through the air, spewing blood. That single slap nearly cost Master Hongye his life. Stupid dog, stop your nonsense. Lu rolled his eyes and walked away with the three young girls. It took a long while before Master Redleaf managed to crawl back to his feet, his left cheek already swollen and misshapen from the blow. It took a whole handful of potions to slowly restore his distorted face to normal. Watching the direction Lu had left in, Master Redleaf's expression grew complex, beyond mere shock. Perhaps this old man can bring an end to. Next, Lu set out across the world to search for the scattered disciples of the Bright Moon Guild. His luck held out. Aside from those two unlucky souls at the start, the others didn't run into any trouble. By nightfall, he had finally gathered everyone together, not a single one missing. A bonfire was lit that night, and Lu began preparing dinner. The group gathered around the fire, listening to Lin Xiaoxiao embellish the day's events. Hearing about flying on a sword, the young girls' faces lit up with envy. When the name Red Leaf True Master was mentioned, everyone's hearts began pounding with fear. They couldn't understand how a cultivator of Red Leaf True Master's caliber had managed to get in here. When they heard that Lu had sent the female demon lord flying with a single slap, the young girls' eyes turned into little stars. Soon, thanks to Lin Xiaoxiao's embellished descriptions, Lu had successfully become an invincible, all-conquering, mysterious old man. Watching this chattering group of young girls, Lu grinned so widely his old face crinkled like a chrysanthemum. The light-hearted atmosphere didn't last long. Soon, an eerie fluctuation swept through the entire Maple Leaf secret realm like an autumn wind clearing away fallen leaves. At some point, the night had grown so thick it seemed impenetrable, as if no knife could cut through it and no needle could pierce it. The bonfire they lit could barely illuminate a meter around it. This deathly silence and pitch-black darkness, like the dark, cold blood oozing from a corpse, snaked across the sky and the earth. The distant mountains had their edges blurred by the darkness from afar. They resembled a face covered in blood and flesh. Everything seemed to grow damp, as if the skin of the trees and soil had begun to rot, and the air was filled with a suffocating stench. Senior. Lin Xiaoxiao's trembling voice rang out in the thick darkness. I'm here. Lu gave a soft reply. Those three simple words were like a soothing balm to the girls, and their panic subsided. Something's coming out. Lu stood up and looked toward the north. Slowly raising his withered hand, a faint glint of cold light began to swirl at his fingertips. The white sword aura emanating from his fingertips actually pierced through the thick darkness, illuminating the surroundings brightly. It's fine. Eat when you should, drink when you should, and sleep when you should. Lu snapped his fingers lightly, and the white light at his fingertips spread outward. The white sword aura formed a shell-like barrier, enveloping all the young girls within it. That suffocating, spine-chilling sensation vanished without a trace in an instant. Let us head out after we finish gathering herbs tomorrow. It's not safe here. Lu smiled as he ruffled the hair of the young girl beside him, who was still shaken by the ordeal. Senior. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in, revealing her cute little fangs, and smiled sweetly. This girl was mischievous and spirited, and Lu liked her very much. Of course, this fondness wasn't tinged with romantic feelings, it was simply the affection an elder felt for a younger disciple. What's on your mind? Go ahead. Lu nodded. He, Senior, you truly have eyes as sharp as a torch unmatched under heaven. Lin Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, lavishing him with flattery. Lu found it amusing and tapped her forehead. If you have something to say, say it. If not, go rest. I do have something. I do. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her forehead, looking a bit shy. Senior, could you take us herb gathering tomorrow? So many people from other sects have died. The rare treasures in the secret realm must still be there. The Maple Leaf secret realm was rich in resources. If they could harvest them all, it would be fantastic news for the Bright Moon Guild. With these resources, they have a steady supply of potions for the junior sisters' cultivation. Plus, any surplus could be traded for spirit crystals and other supplies, ensuring the Bright Moon Guild won't have to worry about resources for at least 20 years. I thought it was something serious. Lu waved his hand dismissively. No problem, it's nothing major. Go rest up. We'll set out first thing tomorrow morning. You're the best, Senior. Lin Xiaoxiao beamed with joy, happily sitting down beside Lu and closing her eyes to rest. However, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Not long after Lu closed his eyes, the entire Maple Leaf secret realm began to shake violently, as if hit by an earthquake. Against the deathly silent sky, occasional streaks of light flashed by, seemingly the silhouettes of cultivators. Lu suffered from nervous exhaustion. He couldn't stand even the slightest noise while sleeping, or he simply couldn't fall asleep. Furious at the disturbance, Lu shot upright and glared into the darkness in the distance. Girls, stay right here. Don't step outside the range of the sword aura. I'm going to deal with that noisy nuisance. As he spoke, Lu twisted his neck in a slightly neurotic manner, his eyes brimming with savagery. The girls were thoroughly frightened by Lu's appearance and nodded their heads frantically, like chicks pecking at grain. In truth, Lu wasn't particularly worried about their safety. After all, they were still protected by the sword aura he had bestowed upon them. This sword aura would automatically activate whenever their lives were threatened. Lu stretched his old back, then shot up from the ground like a cannonball. Maple Leaf Secret Realm, Northern Region, Star Burial Plateau. The landscape was barren, devoid of any sign of life, with black, mottled soil everywhere. It was scattered across the earth like patches of skin disease. No rare treasures or medicinal herbs grow in this desolate place. Even cultivators entering the secret realm to gather herbs would never come here. Yet tonight, at the center of this plateau, dozens of figures stood motionless, the air thick with a suffocating, murderous aura. Where is Red Leaf? Why hasn't she arrived yet? The one who appeared to be the leader asked casually. Lord Sect Master, the Left Guardian went earlier to collect the blood of cultivators, but for some reason, we suddenly lost contact with him. We still haven't heard a word. The leader pondered for a moment. Begin setting up the formation. For this day, our ghost faction has been preparing for thousands of years. There can be no room for error. Once we successfully resurrect the Blood Ancestor, no one on the Tianyuan continent will dare to defy the ghost faction. If any slightly older cultivators had been present, hearing the words Blood Ancestor would likely have terrified them to the point of their livers and gallbladders shattering. 10,000 years ago, an ancient demon known as the Blood Ancestor burst onto the scene. No one knew where this creature had come from. His appearance was utterly sudden. At first, the so-called prestigious Orthodox sects did not take him seriously. Yet within a mere 3 to 5 years, the Blood Ancestor had reached the terrifying 8th realm of cultivation, even pushing toward the 9th realm. Not only that, but the Blood Ancestor founded the Blood Demon sect, which in a short time absorbed half of the heretical cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. The blood demon sect's power swelled to the point where it could rival the three great sects. By the time the cultivators realized what was happening, it was already too late. The blood demon sect launched the terrifying Blood Red March. That march, the blood demon sect began in the southern part of the Tianyuan continent, slaughtering and purging major sects along the way. Compounded by the blood demon sect's bizarre ability which allowed them to enhance their power through blood, the more people died, the more blood they gained. The blood demon sect grew stronger with every battle. In just 1 month, they wiped out hundreds of sects in the southern Tianyuan continent. That march was marked by mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Later, the three great sects set aside their differences and joined forces to face the blood demon sect in a decisive battle at the Black Moon Rapids. Although they ultimately annihilated the blood demon sect at the Black Moon Rapids, the three great sects also suffered heavy losses. Nearly all the prodigies and outstanding talents of that generation were killed in battle, leading to a generational gap in their lineages. It took over 10,000 years, and only now have they slowly begun to recover. The blood demon could be described as a super demon who slaughtered an entire generation of cultivators. Anyone who hears those two words is likely to shudder. Moreover, after the blood demon sect's downfall, not all members perished in battle. Some heretical cultivators managed to cling to life. The Ghost faction is a former branch of the blood demon sect. Form the array. The leader bellowed, officially initiating the blood demon's resurrection. Dozens of people nearby heard the command and immediately scattered, taking their designated positions. As everyone took their places, a massive formation diagram rapidly materialized upon the barren land. The scope of this formation covered an area spanning nearly 10 li in all directions. The dozens of Ghost faction members stood at key points within the formation. At the leader's command, they produced the prepared blood and poured it out. A pungent, blood-curdling stench rose into the air as vast quantities of blood were poured out. The blood flowed along the patterns of the formation, converging at the central core. The blood flowed endlessly, forming countless small streams. It was impossible to know how many lives would be required to fill such a vast amount of blood. Master. At that moment, Master Red Leaf appeared beside the leader and bowed respectfully. Keep an eye on this. The leader glanced at Master Hongye but said no more. Master Hongye cast a somber gaze at the massive formation diagram, his thoughts unknown. As time passed, roughly 10 minutes later, the infusion of blood finally ceased. From within the formation's core, a blinding red light suddenly erupted, shooting skyward. This crimson glow pierced the heavens, actually dyeing the thick darkness the color of blood. Not enough, not enough. Blood, blood, more blood. A series of ethereal, furious roars echoed from the array's core. The hoarse voice sounded like a beast that had gone without food for 3 days and 9 meals, its madness brimming with savagery. Upon hearing this voice, the leader's eyes revealed a fierce fervor, as if a faithful devotee had witnessed the descent of a true god. Death sacrifice. The leader murmured the 2 words softly. Then a terrifying scene unfolded. A small black sword flew from his sleeve. Hidden by the darkness, the blade darted swiftly toward those standing within the formation. Splatter. A faint thud echoed as one man's carotid artery was severed, blood spurting out like the sound of a gust of wind. Having killed one, the small sword made no pause, charging toward the next. By the time the people within the formation realized what was happening, nearly 2/3 of them had already been slaughtered by the small sword. The survivors tried to flee, but it was too late. They simply couldn't outrun the small sword's speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jian slaughtered several more, leaving only one person remaining. The last survivor collapsed to the ground, knowing he could not escape this deadly fate, and let out a hysterical scream. Wu Shang, you said that as long as there was enough blood, we wouldn't have to be sacrificed. There is already more than enough blood. Why are you still using us as sacrifices? The leader, known as Wu Shang, let out a derisive snort. One must always be wary of others. After all these years of life and death, you're still so naive. Who can you blame? You beast. As the last survivor's agonized scream faded, the death sacrifice began. Fresh, steaming blood was frantically sucked into the array's center, and even their souls were not spared. This was the true horror of the death ritual. It destroyed not only the flesh but demanded the sacrifice of the soul as well. The death ritual was true annihilation, leaving not a single trace behind. Ruler of blood, great figure who makes all beings tremble, your followers await your return here. Wu Sheng watched as the red light at the center of the formation grew ever more brilliant, and he fell into a state of madness. Boom! With a deafening roar, the earth around the array's center cracked open at lightning speed, spreading like a spider's web. The bloodlight shooting toward the heavens grew even more intense, bathing the entire sky in a crimson glow. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed as a withered, zombie-like hand burst violently from the array's center. The blood demon had been resurrected. This demon, who had once plunged the entire Tianyuan continent into utter terror and committed countless atrocities, had returned once more tonight within the Maple Leaf's secret realm. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out immediately afterward, centered on the array's core and confined within the boundaries of the array diagram. Within a 10-mile radius, the land was shattered by a terrifying force. The earth caved in, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. Beneath a sky ablaze with bloodlight, a withered old man, as gaunt as a zombie, slowly emerged from the ruins. The entire secret realm trembled beneath his footsteps. With every step he took, the mountains and rivers quaked. We welcome the Ancestor's return. The Ghost Faction's remaining 3 members, facing an overwhelming pressure, were forced to kneel. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind roared, and the Ghost Faction's right guardian was swept up by a terrifying force. This force carried him before the old man. Ancestor, spare my life. Ancestor, spare my life. Once we leave the secret realm, we will offer you endless blood. The right guardian pleaded in terror, his eyes fixed on the elder's emotionless gaze. The elder's deep gray eyes shifted slightly. He cracked his withered lips and let out a sinister, cackling laugh. I, the ancestor, can hardly wait. As the hoarse voice faded, the right guardian's body exploded, his blood turning into a mist that spread out in all directions. Bathed in the blood mist, the old man breathed greedily, closing his eyes in ecstasy. Wu Sheng and Master Hongye were so terrified they dared not even breathe, kneeling on the ground without moving an inch. They could only pray in their hearts that this old demon would show mercy. What year is it now? Having had his fill of blood, the old man looked down at the 2 kneeling figures and asked in a detached tone. Wu Sheng let out a huge sigh of relief. It seemed his life was spared after all. Reporting to the ancestor, it is now the 138th year of the Tianyuan era. Over 10,000 years have passed since you were sealed away. 10,000 years, have they? The old man looked up at the pitch-black sky, a touch of melancholy in his voice. The Tianyuan era? The old man suddenly remembered something, and his deep gray pupils contracted sharply. Wu Sheng was startled. Not knowing why the ancestor was reacting so strongly, he could only steel himself and reply. Reporting to the ancestor, it is indeed the Tianyuan era. Over 100 years ago, the 3 great sects suddenly changed the era name to Tianyuan. Ha ha ha. The old man's eerie laugh, like that of a dragon or a night owl, rang out. Do you know under what circumstances the Tianyuan era name can be used? Wu Sheng was somewhat bewildered. An era name was just an era name. Could there really be such strict rules? I am ignorant, and do not know why. The old man gazed into the distance and said with a touch of nostalgia, only when a universally acknowledged prodigy is born may the era name be changed. That is the rule of the Tianyuan continent. However, I fear this era name has not been used for 2,000 or 3,000 years. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng felt even more bewildered. But I have never heard of anyone with extraordinary talent being born. Oof. What right do you have to know? The old man snorted derisively, casting a glance at Red Leaf True Master standing beside Wu Sheng. Upon seeing Red Leaf True Master's alluring features and devilishly curvaceous figure, the old man stuck out his crimson tongue and licked his lips. With a wave of his hand, Red Leaf True Master flew uncontrollably toward him. The old man grabbed Red Leaf Jinwen by the throat and examined her closely. Not bad. Naturally seductive, and still a virgin. She'll make an excellent vessel. You'll be the one to serve me in bed tonight. It would be hard to believe, but Red Leaf Shinran, a master of seduction and the most skilled at luring men, was, in fact, still a virgin. With her throat gripped, Red Leaf Shinran began to struggle feebly. Yet against the old man's massive, claw-like hands, her struggles seemed utterly futile. Thud! In the midst of her struggle, Red Leaf Shinran suddenly drew a dagger and plunged it into the old man's neck. You wretched beast! The excruciating pain nearly drove the old man mad, and he slammed Master Hongya violently to the ground. The already shattered earth was shaken violently once more. Master Hongya spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly dying on the spot. The demon sealing dagger, ha ha ha. The old man pulled the dagger from his neck and let out another sinister laugh. The wound in his neck began to heal at a visible pace. Very interesting. The old man toyed with the dagger in his hand. Although it bore the name dagger, it was not a crafted weapon. Rather, it was a wondrous object formed by the heavens and earth, possessing immense lethality against demonic and heretical forces. However, such an object was extremely rare, typically growing in desolate wastelands, making it incredibly difficult to obtain. It seemed this woman had planned to kill him all along. The old man shook his head with a smile and crushed Red Leaf True Master's shin with a single kick. Since you served as fuel for my cauldron, I'll let you live a few more days. Red Leaf Shinran's face contorted in pain. He turned to look at Wu Shang, who stood silently nearby, and roared frantically. Wu Shang, what on earth did you unleash? Kill him now, before he recovers. If he escapes, the world will descend into chaos, and the people will suffer. Red Leaf Wu Shang shook his head gently, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes. I've had enough of this life on the run. If I'm to walk in the sunlight from now on, the ancestor must emerge to take charge. Ancestor! Wu Shang bowed once more to the old man. Please spare Hongya's life. You good for nothing, the old man sneered. We'll talk about that after I'm done playing with him. Hearing this, Wu Shang clenched his fists tightly, but quickly relaxed them. I leave it entirely to the ancestor's judgment. Wu Shang bowed his head in submission. Coward! Hongya Jinren gave a bitter smile. Wu Shang, though we are regarded as heretical cultivators in the eyes of the world, we have always lived according to our own convictions. All we've ever sought is peace of mind. If you release this demon and bring ruin upon all living beings under heaven, will your heart find peace? Enough! Wu Shang erupted suddenly, roaring with madness in his eyes. To hell with freedom and ease, to hell with peace of mind. Go ask those so-called orthodox cultivators, do they agree with this? Master Hongya smiled bitterly and shook her head in despair. She knew that this once trusted comrade in arms had already succumbed to the darkness. You cared deeply for her? The old man watched the enraged Wu Shang, his eyes narrowing slightly. Having attachments is no good. The old man's expression darkened as he swung his hand fiercely. In the next instant, Master Hongya's clothes shattered into pieces, exposing her snow-white body, one that could make anyone spit blood to the open air. Get her, then kill her. Tell me, can you do it? The old man looked at Wu Shang coldly. Wu Shang's lips trembled slightly, but in the end, the madness in his eyes overpowered his reason, and he nodded fiercely. Good. The old man was pleased. This cauldron is yours. At that moment, Master Hongya raised her eyes to the pitch-black night sky and suddenly burst into laughter. For she saw a streak of white light on the horizon, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Master Hongya thought of that lecherous old man. His sword aura seemed to be the same shade of white. I'll tell you a secret. Master Hongya laughed happily, as if she had encountered the funniest thing in the world. There is a sword cultivator in the secret realm, one capable of reversing life and death with his sword aura. Nonsense. The old man laughed dismissively. Reversing the extremes of life and death was something only cultivators at the third realm of the divine path could achieve. And across the entire Tianyuan continent, only at the peak of Kunlun in the far north did such a reclusive god exist. Wu Chuan walked toward Master Hongya, his eyes already brimming with greed. Oh, you're really pulling out all the stops, aren't you? A strange, aged, and unbelievable voice rang out right beside everyone's ears. Then, Lu's figure appeared not far from the group. The old man and Wu Sheng's faces paled. How had this old geezer managed to get so close without them noticing? "Who are you?" the old man asked, glaring coldly at Lu. But at that moment, Lu's full attention was focused on Red Leaf True Immortal. Lu looked up at Red Leaf True Master's completely naked body, and blood immediately gushed from his nose. "Gee, gorgeous lady, you know how to have fun? Please, don't look, don't look." Watching Lu's nose bleed profusely, Red Leaf True Master was both ashamed and furious, but she couldn't move, and tears streamed down her face. I didn't mean to. You're just standing there so openly, might as well take a look, right?" Lu shrugged and gave his finger a slight flick. A gushing torrent of black sword aura roared forth, forming a suit of black sword aura armor around Red Leaf True Master. This sight caused the old man and Wu Chong's pupils to contract sharply. To have such complete, effortless control over sword aura was truly terrifying. But what puzzled them was that the old man emitted no mana fluctuations whatsoever. Even a god at the third realm of the divine path couldn't achieve this. "Who are you?" the old man narrowed his eyes and asked again. "I'm your dad." Lu wiped the blood from his nose and shot the old man a sidelong glance. "Did you guys cause that racket just now? Damn it, it's the middle of the night, and you're shaking the earth to its core. Can't you let people sleep? Do you have any sense of public decency?" Hearing Lu's utterly uncivilized words, the old man let out a low, cold laugh. Boom! The next moment, without warning, a red tentacle shot up from beneath Lu's feet. The tentacle moved with blinding speed, rising from the ground so suddenly that an ordinary person would likely have been caught off guard. However, the instant it made contact with Lu, it was sliced into dust by invisible strands of sword aura. Interesting, very interesting. The old man couldn't help but laugh at the sight. You emit no mana fluctuations, yet you can wield such a powerful sword aura. That truly surprises me. You bastard, you have no honor in battle. You're ambushing an old man like me, aren't you? Lu said, reaching for his waist. But the next moment, he froze. That tattered wooden sword, he seemed to have left it in his resting place while he slept. He'd been in such a rush just now that he'd completely forgotten about it. Did you forget your sword? The old man couldn't help but sneer. A sword is a swordsman's second life. How strong could someone who forgot their sword possibly be? Even if he couldn't see through Lu's tactics, in the old man's mind, he had already sentenced him to death. Where is your sword? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly as mana surged through his body. Even though he had already sentenced Lu to death in his heart, he still mobilized all his strength, preparing to deliver a single, fatal blow to Lu. A lion gives its all even when hunting a rabbit. Contempt and arrogance have always been the quickest steps leading to the abyss of death. An ancient monster like the Blood Ancestor, having lived for so long, could not possibly be unaware of this truth. As his mana surged wildly, a thick mist of blood erupted from the old man's body. The mist expanded at breakneck speed, enveloping an area spanning dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. Wherever the blood mist passed, all life withered and decayed. At this moment, the entire region had descended into a lifeless hell. Facing this blood mist with its powerful corrosive power, Lu remained unmoved. He slowly raised his withered, gaunt hand. Sword! Lu softly uttered a single word, but the next moment, like a deflated balloon, his arm dropped heavily. Never mind. I won't bother drawing my sword against a pathetic noob like you. Even though the old man had been sealed away for over 10,000 years and his power had waned, he still possessed the strength of a peak 7th realm cultivator. For a peak 7th realm cultivator to utter such words was the height of arrogance and conceit. The ignorant cannot escape their fate, blood coffin burying the heavens. The old man let out a sinister laugh and clenched his fist tightly, aiming it at Lu. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air. A blood-red coffin plummeted from above Lu at breakneck speed. Boom! The coffin burst open violently, and blazing bloodlight surged forth, once again dyeing the heavens and earth a suffocating crimson. Upon seeing the blood-red coffin, Wu Sheng's clothes were instantly soaked through with cold sweat. In the ancient texts of the Ghost faction, this was recorded as the Blood Ancestor's signature divine ability. The blood coffin is formed from the accumulation of filth. Those trapped within it not only have their mana and spiritual sea corrupted, but can even be directly refined and consumed. It was with this very technique that the blood ancestor had slaughtered countless experts in the past. Facing the blood coffin, Lu stood motionless, making no unnecessary movements. He merely watched the old man's performance with interest, as if he were watching a monkey show. In the end, he even allowed the massive blood-red coffin to seal him inside. This nonchalant demeanor thoroughly enraged the old man. With a wave of his hand, the old man slammed the coffin lid shut. "Today, I will annihilate both your body and soul to quench the hatred in my heart." The old man rapidly formed magical seals with his hands. At the same time, eerie and arcane runes began to appear on the surface of the blood-red coffin. These runes flashed with intense red light in sync with the speed of the old man's hand gestures. "Shatter!" the old man roared. Boom! The entire blood-red coffin exploded with a thunderous crash. A searing heat wave erupted alongside the deafening roar. Rolling clouds of blood mist rose into the air like a sandstorm, blooming into a lurid, blood-red blossom. A shockwave visible to the naked eye sliced through the sky alongside this eerie blood blossom. The entire world was jolted awake. How terrifying it was! Witnessing this scene that sent shivers down the spine, Wu Sheng bowed his head, his deference growing even deeper. "Haha, though I'm a bit rusty, it's more than enough to kill an old dog." The old man gazed at the center of the explosion, grinning smugly as his withered lips curled into a smile. The thick mist of blood gradually dissipated. However, when he saw that aged, hunched figure standing quietly at the center of the explosion, the old man's heart gave a sudden jolt. Beneath the blood-stained coffin, this old codger was unscathed? A weakling is a weakling, all noise and no substance. What the hell are you playing at? Lu cracked his neck and sprang into action. Whoosh! A sudden crackling sound echoed through the air. Lu left trails of afterimages behind him, appearing before the old man in the blink of an eye. Fast, too fast. So fast there was no time to react. Before the horror could fade from the old man's face, Lu had already clamped his hand around his neck with brutal force. Weak and reckless. You're done for. Lu curled the corners of his withered mouth in contempt and tightened his grip. Rip! A sound that sent chills down the spine echoed through the air. Half of the old man's neck was torn clean off by Lu. Blood gushed out, and his blood-stained windpipe lay exposed in the air, a sight that made one want to vomit. The old man stumbled back several steps, clutching his neck desperately. Yet the blood wouldn't stop his pride and joy. His regenerative abilities had failed him at this very moment. A surge of sword aura burst through the wound into his body, violently churning through his meridians. The arrogance that had filled the old man's eyes moments ago was gone, replaced by nothing but trembling and terror. You know what it means to have some class, right? Don't go making all that damn racket in the middle of the night. Lu scolded him, then folded his arms behind his back, no longer interested in giving the old man another glance. Soon, the old man collapsed heavily to the ground, his body drained of every last drop of blood, his skin turning an eerie pallor. Lu's interest in Red Leaf True Master clearly far outweighed that in this old geezer, the blood ancestor. He whistled lewdly at the dazed Red Leaf Immortal. Hey, gorgeous, let this old man have another look. How about I sing you a song? Red Leaf Immortal, who had been stunned into a daze, snapped back to reality at the shrill whistle. Hearing this rude request, she refused flatly. Pfft, you cheapskate. Lu rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to leave, his old back suddenly cracked with a loud snap. Ah, holy shit. Lu clutched his back and carefully sat down on the ground, the pain contorting his old face into a grimace. Seeing this, Master Hongye's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. A man who had just killed the blood ancestor was actually unable to walk because of a sore back? Master Hongye struggled to his feet and approached Lu. Seeing Lu grimacing in pain, it didn't look like he was faking it. Master Hongye asked respectfully, Senior, where are you headed? shall I escort you there? You're beautiful on the outside and kind on the inside. You're such a stunner, you'll live to a ripe old age. Lu paid her a compliment and pointed in the direction he wanted to go. Master Hongye couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who compliments someone like that? Summoning what little mana she had left, she carried Lu away from the scene. Before leaving, Master Hongye glanced at Wu Shang, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The disappointment and disgust in her eyes were completely unmasked. Lu didn't give Wu Shang any trouble. He didn't even glance at him, as if he were nothing but air. For the haughty Wu Shang, this was an unbearable humiliation. But what could he do? All returned to calm. Wu Shang stared at the blood ancestor's corpse, feeling as though none of this were real. It was as if what had just happened were nothing more than a dream. Yet the thick, pungent scent of blood in the air told him otherwise. This was real, not a dream. As Wu Shang stood there in a daze, a single drop of blood suddenly gushed up from the ground. That drop of blood trickled into Wu Shang's nostril and burrowed directly into his body. Ancestor, spare my life. Ancestor, spare my life. Wu Shang fell to the ground and began rolling around frantically, but gradually, his struggles subsided. Hey, is this a curse? Or a blessing? It was a long time before Wu Shang slowly crawled to his feet. The color of his eyes had turned a deathly deep gray. He gently formed a magical seal. A few drops of blood were drawn from the cracked earth. This was the blood Lu had just shed from his nose. He, old man, we'll meet again. Watching Lu's retreating figure, Wu Shang let out a sinister chuckle. Ouch, my poor back. Lu returned to where he'd been resting, flopped down on the mat, and wailed like a ghost. Lin Xiaoxiao had a few young maids massage Lu's aching back. She herself, along with the others, went on high alert, keeping a close watch on Master Hongye. You female demon, you're not welcome here. Get out. Lin Xiaoxiao put on a fierce, menacing expression. But the girl was simply too cute with her cheeks puffed out like that. She looked more like she was trying to be adorable. You little brat, instead of thanking me for sparing your life earlier, you're being all mean. Red Leaf True Master looked at the adorable Lin Xiaoxiao and couldn't help but tease her. What Master Hongye didn't know was that Lu had left a sword aura on these young girls. If she had attacked earlier and endangered Lin Xiaoxiao's life, it would likely have been Master Hongye herself who met her end. We're not on the same side as you. Don't stay here any longer. Lin Xiaoxiao was furious. Was her outburst really that harmless? Little sister, how about we discuss something? Master Hongye's beautiful eyes twinkled, her intentions unclear. Discuss what with you? There's nothing to discuss. Being called little sister made Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks puff out in anger. Master Hongye glanced at the lying Lu and asked Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile, is the old master a member of your Bright Moon Guild? Of course. Lin Xiaoxiao proudly tilted her little head. Senior is a guest cultivator of our Bright Moon Guild. Master Hongye's heart leapt with joy. Little sister, how about I join your Bright Moon Guild? I'm a 6th realm cultivator, you know. What? Lin Xiaoxiao thought she must have heard wrong. This female demon was going to join the Bright Moon Guild? Was she kidding? If the 3 great sects found out, they'd probably scatter the very ashes of the Bright Moon Guild. Little sister, don't rush to refuse just yet, Master Hongye said with a grin, listing her points for Lin Xiaoxiao. First, I'm not some utterly depraved demon lord at most, I've just devoured a few lecherous fools. Second, if I join the Bright Moon Guild, I'll definitely change my appearance, so you don't have to worry about being discovered. Third, what a 6th realm cultivator means to your Bright Moon Guild, I don't need to spell that out, do I? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, and to her surprise, she found herself somewhat tempted. Although Master Hongye had a bad reputation, she didn't seem to be the type to kill indiscriminately. I don't know. I'm just a nobody, I can't make that decision. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head, refusing Master Hongye. No problem. I'll follow you back to Lagu Mountain and let Shushue make the decision. Master Hongye smiled even more broadly. Lin Xiaoxiao feigned deep contemplation for a moment. With Lu around, this female demon couldn't stir up much trouble. Alright, but you're not allowed to get close to the senior. Look at that flirtatious look on your face, your eyes are practically glued to the senior. No problem. Master Hongye nodded with a smile, then turned to Lu. Senior, could you please remove this sword aura armor so I can change? Lu's back pain had eased somewhat by now, and he gave a light snap of his fingers. The black armor on Master Hongye's body suddenly fell away. That flawless, completely naked figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Ugh, have you no shame? Why are yours so big? Why are your legs so long? Lin Xiaoxiao blushed, spat out a curse, and muttered under her breath, reluctant to look away. Everyone here was a woman, except for Lu, an old man. Anyway, Lu had already seen her naked just now, so a few more glances didn't matter. Master Hongye felt not a shred of guilt. She took out a long red dress and began to change, taking her time. Senior, why are you nosebleeding? I'm overheated, just overheated. Don't worry about the details. At last, she could get a good night's sleep. It wasn't until dawn that Lu slowly crawled out of her sleeping mat. After breakfast, Lu led the young girls on a sweep through the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, gathering every rare treasure and natural treasure they could find. Even at Lu's pace, the process took a full 2 days. It was a bountiful harvest, and, as expected, Lu managed to gather all the ingredients needed for the appearance pill. Over the course of these 2 days, Master Red Leaf had successfully integrated into the group of young girls. After all, she was a seasoned old witch, having cultivated for so many years. She had more than enough experience to handle a bunch of green, inexperienced young girls. Over the course of those 2 days, she also learned some details about the Blood Ancestor's resurrection. According to Master Hongye, the Blood Ancestor's origins were shrouded in mystery. Even the bloody battle at Black Spring Rapids hadn't managed to kill him. The remnants of the Blood Demon cult had sealed the dying Blood Ancestor within this secret realm. They then exploited the people entering the secret realm to kill one another, collecting vast amounts of blood to prepare for the Blood Ancestor's resurrection. As for how the Ghost faction got in, it was actually quite simple. The entire secret realm was a trap set by the Blood Demon cult 10,000 years ago, and this barrier was also their doing. As a branch of the Blood Demon cult, the Ghost faction naturally possessed the means to pass through the barrier. On the morning of the 4th day, Lu led the group, feeling quite pleased with themselves, as they prepared to step out of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Everything was now in place. All that remained was the final push. Once the appearance pill was refined, they could restore their youthful appearances. Lu had had enough of this aged body. At that moment, atop Dragon's Mouth Cliff, swords and crossbows were drawn, and the air was thick with tension. The 100 Beasts sect had been wiped out by Lu halfway through their journey. Those who could come to the secret realm for training were all the cream of the crop among the younger generation. This was no small matter. Enraged, the 100 Beasts sect mobilized nearly half of their sect's forces to the secret realm to apprehend the culprit. The 100 Beasts sect planned to capture the culprit here, and once they had solid evidence and witness testimony, they would proceed to the Bright Moon Guild's Old Gu Mountain to demand an explanation from Chu Shui. Leading the 100 Beasts sect on this mission was Wang Yueming, a 6th Realm Grand Elder. Typically, a sect of the 100 Beasts sect's medium to small scale would have at most 2 6th Realm cultivators. The Bright Moon Guild, for instance, had only one. The fact that the 100 Beasts sect had dispatched a 6th Realm cultivator demonstrated the gravity with which they viewed this matter. If they couldn't provide an explanation that satisfied the 100 Beasts sect, the Bright Moon Guild's headquarters would likely be razed to the ground. Wang Yuming led over 100 elite disciples to Dragon's Mouth Cliff, securing the entire valley. In the process, they blocked Linlin at the entrance to the secret realm. Wang Yuming was a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 30, dressed in a simple, elegant robe that gave him an air of a reclusive immortal. Yet at this moment, the fury in his eyes was on the verge of erupting. Regarding the annihilation of the 100 Beasts sect, Linlin had simply denied everything outright, refusing to admit any wrongdoing. Even when Wang Yuming presented the messages the 100 Beasts sect disciples had sent back via communication talismans at the time, Linlin remained as unflappable as a dead pig in boiling water, insisting that the Bright Moon Guild had nothing to do with it. Wang Yuming, don't go around making baseless accusations here. Facing Wang Yuming, who was one cultivation level higher than her, Linlin remained remarkably calm. Everyone knows that our Bright Moon Guild has been in decline these past years. We've always acted with the utmost caution and treated others with kindness. Setting aside whether we could even slaughter so many of your 100 Beast sect, even if we had the capability, wouldn't we need a reason? Linlin grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, her voice rising significantly. Wang Yueming, just because your 10,000 Beast sect couldn't find the culprit behind the incident, does that mean you want to pin the blame on our Bright Moon Guild? Are you really picking on the weak? Elders from over 30 sects are watching here. If you dare to use force, this matter will certainly be reported to the Jinyuan sect. Linlin turned the tables, directly invoking the Jinyuan sect, one of the three great sects. The status of the three great sects on the Tianyuan continent, aside from a few ancient clans that stayed out of worldly affairs, held absolute dominance. Hearing this, Wang Yuming let out a cold laugh. What a sharp-tongued little girl. I, Wang Yuming, have always acted with fairness and would never speak without cause. As he spoke, Wang Yueming bowed his hands to the elders of the major sects gathered around to watch the spectacle. My 10,000 Beast sect has already dispatched personnel to the scene of the incident, preparing to use Mirror Flower, Water Moon to reconstruct the circumstances of the murder. I ask that you all serve as witnesses, so that no one can accuse me of abusing my power. If this matter has nothing to do with the Bright Moon Guild, I will personally apologize and offer compensation. But if the Bright Moon Guild is indeed responsible, don't blame the 10,000 Beast sect for being ruthless. Upon hearing the ominous name Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Linlin's face went pale in an instant. Mirror Flower, Water Moon is an extremely profound formation capable of reconstructing events that once occurred in a specific location. Though this formation is miraculous, its energy consumption is terrifying. Activating Mirror Flower, Water Moon once requires at least the equivalent of 100,000 top-grade spirit crystals worth of rare treasures. And the Bright Moon Guild's entire annual income is roughly that amount. With the 10,000 Beast sect spending so lavishly, it seems they're determined to root out the culprit. Elder Wang speaks the truth. This matter is no trivial affair and must be thoroughly investigated. Elder Bai, please bear with it for a moment. Since we'll have to wait for the disciple to emerge anyway, let us cooperate. Exactly. If there are heretical cultivators causing trouble, we can take precautions early on. Everyone chimed in, all voicing their support for the 10,000 Beast sect. Linlin dared not cross them and could only nod in agreement. Though she appeared calm on the surface, a storm was raging within her heart. Linlin had never imagined that the 10,000 Beast sect would go to such great lengths to set up an illusion. If the scene were to be reconstructed, it wouldn't just be her who suffered. The entire Bright Moon Guild would be dragged down with her. Tough talk won't solve anything in the end, it's brute force that matters. Linlin looked toward the secret realm passage. Now, it seemed only Lu could resolve this matter. But Lu had killed so many people, and as a guest expert of the Bright Moon Guild, it wouldn't sit well with the Jinyuan sect. Linlin's mind was in turmoil. As time ticked by, the immense psychological pressure was on the verge of crushing her. Reporting to the elder, the Mirror Flower, Water Moon simulation is complete. The crime scene has been transmitted back via a communication talisman. This report from the 10,000 Beast sect disciple became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Linlin's lips turned pale with shock as she glanced once more at the secret realm passage. But today was only the fourth day. There was no way Lu could have emerged from the secret realm yet. Watching Wang Yueming whisper with his disciples, Linlin sighed deeply. There was truly no other way. She would have to take the blame upon herself. When the time comes, I'll atone with my life as long as I don't drag the Bright Moon Guild too deep into this. With that thought, Linlin felt a sense of relief wash over her, and she exhaled a long breath. Oof. Wang Yueming had finished speaking with his disciple and now fixed a venomous glare on Linlin. He was already a cultivation level above everyone else, and now, in a fit of rage, he projected his chi outward. It instantly pinned Linlin to the ground, forcing her to kneel and leaving her unable to move. Fellow cultivators, witness this. Do not say I'm bullying the weak. Wang Yueming gritted his teeth as he coldly spat out those words. Then, with a sweep of his sleeve, ripples like water ripples appeared in the air before him. A water mirror materialized before the crowd. The mirror reflected a picturesque landscape of clear waters and lush mountains, the very location where Lu had slaughtered the 10,000 Beasts sect. Soon, a scene began to play out on the water mirror, showing the very moment the conflict between the 10,000 Beasts sect and the Bright Moon Guild had begun. The crowd, eager for a spectacle, watched with glee. But their laughter quickly faded. That old geezer Lu, his brutal methods of killing, coupled with that terrifying sword aura, sent shivers down everyone's spines, even through the water mirror. Such savage methods, he must be an evil cultivator. Well done, Bright Moon Guild, how could you treat fellow cultivators with such cruelty? To ambush and slaughter the 10,000 Beasts sect as cultivators without cause, even the Jinyuan sect has no reason to protect the Bright Moon Guild now. This cannot be tolerated. The Bright Moon Guild must pay for their bloodshed with their own blood. Elder Wang, that old villain who committed the crime, has entered the secret realm. Judging by his strength, he is likely no higher than the fourth realm. He must possess a treasure like a flying sword to act so brazenly. The crowd unanimously turned their wrath toward the Bright Moon Guild, each filled with righteous indignation. To the uninitiated, one might mistake these scoundrels for champions of justice. Faced with such overwhelming evidence, Linlin couldn't even bring herself to refute it. Linlin stood up inch by inch, bearing the immense pressure radiating from Wang Yueming. At that moment, her gaze was eerily calm. Surveying the crowd, Linlin let out a cold laugh. All these years, you've bullied my Bright Moon Guild Haven T. You bullied us enough? Can't you see that the 10,000 Beasts sect is stirring up trouble for no reason and courting their own destruction? True. Linlin shook her head self-deprecatingly. You're all just woefully blind. Though Linlin was merely a woman, her words rang out with authority and conviction. Her words struck a nerve with the crowd, and they dared not utter a sound. In truth, the 10,000 Beasts sect had started this conflict. Killing them would not have been wrong. But because the 10,000 Beasts sect was so powerful, everyone chose to turn a blind eye. Linlin looked at Wang Yueming again, her composure fully restored. Wang Yueming, wrongs must be addressed to the right parties. Since I, Linlin, was in command of this operation, I shall atone with my life. Add to that the 20 Bright Moon Guild disciples who perished in the secret realm, they shall be buried alongside the 10,000 Beasts sect members. Is that enough to settle this? To avoid dragging the entire Bright Moon Guild into this, Linlin even included the disciples who had entered the secret realm. Now, Linlin only hoped to use her own life to keep the 10,000 Beasts sect tied up here, preventing them from heading straight to the Bright Moon Guild. As long as the 10,000 Beasts sect remained here waiting for the Bright Moon Guild disciples, Lu's arrival would likely resolve the matter. Wang Yueming looked at Linlin, who was offering her life, and was somewhat moved. Finally, he nodded slightly. Although this matter cannot be resolved simply by you sacrificing your life, I, Wang Yueming, can guarantee that I will not cause undue hardship for Chuxue or the Bright Moon Guild. Linlin bit her lip and whispered softly, "Thank you." Taking a deep breath, Linlin pulled a silver dagger from her bosom. She looked up toward the distance, in the direction of Laogu Mountain. "I'm sorry, Sister Chuxue. I'm sorry, Master. Linlin has failed to live up to your expectations." Linlin drew the dagger and closed her eyes. The dagger reflected the morning sunlight, casting a dazzling glow. Yet at this very moment, that very light was about to take a young girl's life. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. An aged voice rang out abruptly at that moment. A strange fluctuation rippled through the air, creating visible ripples that spread outward. Space seemed to freeze in that instant, and everything slowed to a crawl. The dagger in Linlin's hand halted at her heart, unable to advance even an inch further. The next moment, everyone saw a frail old man, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely out of the secret realm's passageway. His frail frame looked as if it might collapse at any moment, as though a gust of wind could knock him over. Yet everyone sensed an indescribable aura emanating from the old man. This aura was like that of a god descending from the clouds to walk among mortals, so overwhelming that one dared not look directly at him, touch him, or even profane him. Lu walked slowly toward Linlin. Crouching down to look at Linlin, her eyes blurred with tears, he spoke softly. "You can't die, girl. Chu Shue entrusted me with your care. If even one of you is missing, how am I supposed to explain this when I return?" As he spoke, Lu reached out his withered, gnarled hand and wiped the tears from Linlin's face. Yet the tears he had just wiped away began to flow uncontrollably once more. Lu gently ruffled Linlin's hair and smiled warmly. Then he gently took the dagger from Linlin's hand. "Don't cry, kid. I'll see that justice is served." Why, hearing this, Linlin could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. If Lu had come out just 1 second later, she would never have seen tomorrow's sun. Watching Linlin weep so bitterly, Lu slowly rose to his feet. "We won't discuss right or wrong, we'll only settle this score." Looking at the stunned crowd, Lu cracked a smile with his gaunt lips. His usually lazy gaze sharpened in that moment. His icy stare was as sharp as a long sword. Lu asked Wang Yueming in a calm tone. "Judging by your attire, you must be from the 10,000 Beast sect, right?" Before Wang Yueming could answer, Lu continued. "Then you're here to pick a fight. And by the looks of it, you're trying to drive my girl to her death, you damn scoundrel." Lu snapped his fingers lightly. A faint black sword aura leapt from his fingertips. This black sword aura did not explode with earth-shattering force. It was stealthy and silent, yet it was the deadliest assassin lurking in the darkness of the night. The sword aura flashed and vanished. By the time everyone realized what had happened, it had already dissipated into the air. Who are you?" Wang Yueming stared at Lu in shock. However, he would never get an answer to that question. A faint crimson spot slowly appeared at the center of Wang Yueming's forehead, then gradually expanded. Finally, that crimson spot blossomed into a lurid, blood-red rose. Dead? Dead. Was Wang Yueming really dead? A sixth realm cultivator was just like that? He died without understanding why, died so casually. Even a dog would have struggled or howled in its final moments. As they watched Wang Yueming fall, a massive wave of fear spread like a plague, crashing over the crowd like a tidal wave. Lu closed his eyes, as if savoring the lingering scent of that sword aura. Lu was too old, he had forgotten far too much. The only thing he remembered now was that he was a swordsman. And what kind of swordsman would he have some flashy sword techniques? Within the vast sea of his consciousness, the long-sealed gate of memory slowly opened a crack. Through that crack, Lu saw a sword suspended within the gate of memory. A pitch-black long sword. The long sword hovered alone within the gate of memory, waiting for its master to pick it up once more. Lu reached out his hand. The black sword trembled softly, and a surge of immense joy erupted. Carrying the joy of this reunion, the black sword flew into Lu's hand. In that instant, a black, savage sword aura erupted from Lu's body. This sword aura shot skyward, piercing the heavens, as if intent on severing all that was beautiful in the world. Sword 1, Heaven's Slaughter. The name of the technique slipped from Lu's lips. As the words Heaven's Slaughter left his lips, the soaring black sword aura exploded in the sky above. The surging black sword aura split into countless tiny black swords, each no longer than a finger. The small swords rained down from the heavens. They engulfed the entire valley. Screams, curses, pleas for mercy, and the shrieks of terror echoed throughout the valley. But soon these sounds fell silent, never to be heard again. It was all over. Every last life had been reaped. The efficiency of this life slayer surpassed even the Grim Reaper's scythe. Linlin, the sole survivor, could no longer bring herself to cry. For compared to the others, she felt incredibly fortunate. "Old man, have you remembered? Have you remembered?" Lucky appeared beside Lu, a gleam of wisdom flashing in his eyes. A black sword aura, a black long sword, its name, Life Slayer. The Life Slayer's sword has 12 accompanying sword forms. You created them yourself, have you remembered? Also, did you see a white sword? What the hell are you talking about? Lu snapped out of his reverie and slapped the donkey across the face. The blow sent Lucky spinning through the air in a 720-degree flip. Lucky didn't care, he was used to getting beaten up anyway. What one good whack? Lucky scrambled to his feet, fearlessly shoving his way back in front of Lu, and continued his prompting. The extremes of life and death. At the end of death lies rebirth. You should have two swords. Think back again. Find the white one, the sword that represents life. Are you fucking trying to pick a fight? The door to his memories had already closed. How could Lu possibly remember anything? Pfft, senile dementia, that's a disease that needs treatment. Lucky rolled his wise eyes, full of sarcasm. Your whole fucking family has dementia. Lu raised his foot and kicked Lucky flying. You have to remember. That white long sword is the ultimate. You've mastered it. Can shatter. Lucky's voice drifted from afar. You idiot. Lu curled his lip in disdain and went over to help Lin up. How's that, kid? I got you justice. Satisfied? How the hell could she not be satisfied? They de-slaughtered them all clean. Not even a pig slaughter would been this fast. It was already 2 days later when they returned to the Bright Moon Guild. Lu handed over every single one of the young girls to Chushue. As for what to do with Master Red Leaf and those resources, that was entirely up to Chushue. All Lu had to do now was wait for the appearance pill to arrive. In the elegant little courtyard, Lucky was discussing intelligence about this vast cultivation world with Lu. Rarely, the donkey hadn't gotten beaten up this time. Based on a comparative analysis of that blood-playing old man you slaughtered, a cultivator's strength increases exponentially with each realm advancement. It's not just a simple 1+1. Lu was lying in a chair soaking up the sun. Hearing this, he rolled over impatiently. So, based on your brilliant analysis, where do you think I stand in this power hierarchy? Seeing Lu so patient, Lucky bared his big, yellow teeth and laughed so hard he started twitching. This world's cultivation system is divided into 12 realms in total. We won't bother with the first 9. I'll tell you about the top 3. Lu nodded. Since the donkey had tricked him into this world, he figured he might as well get the basics straight. Seeing Lu nod, Lucky was overjoyed. He was practically ready to set off firecrackers and sing "Today is a good day." As a system, having to read its hostess mood every day was probably a first. Lucky grinned and leaned in. The 3 highest realms in this world are known as the 3 realms of the divine path. They are the Tao 1 realm, the near divine realm, and finally, the void stage. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. This realm is essentially equivalent to what mortals perceive as a god. Creation and destruction occur in the blink of an eye. The near divine realm. At this level, one has already touched upon the laws of the great Tao. From what I've analyzed, to reach this realm, one must master the power of a single law within the great Tao. Finally, there's the void stage. Creating one's own Tao and no longer being bound by the laws of the great Tao. That is the essence of this realm. It can be summed up in 2 words: unfettered freedom. As for the connections between them, I won't go into detail. I doubt you'd be interested anyway. Let me tell you something quite interesting. To enter these 3 realms, one can only rely on enlightenment. It's possible to achieve sudden enlightenment and step directly into the divine realm, or it's possible to get stuck at the peak of the 9th realm and never advance for the rest of your life. The donkey rambled on, nearly putting Lu to sleep. When the donkey finally finished, Lu lifted his eyelids. What realm would my overall strength be in? It's hard to compare, but judging by your unique sword of life and death, your strength should be at the very top of the void stage. Well, that settles it. I'm already invincible under heaven. What's there to talk about? Let us not discuss this topic anymore. Lu rolled his eyes impatiently. Hold on. Lucky raised his front leg and pointed at the sky. You might be invincible on earth, but there's still the Tao of heaven up there. Pfft, Lu sneered, curling his lip. I'm not going to provoke her. How could she come after me? He. Lucky let out a sly chuckle. You've already caused quite a stir using power that doesn't belong to this world to kill so many cultivators. I bet the Tao of Heaven has already locked onto you. I reckon if you strike 1 or 2 more times, you'll definitely trigger the God-slaying thunder tribulation. Get lost, you're talking so much, what the hell are you up to? Lu's hands were itching, he wanted to smack this guy again. The donkey grew a bit coy. You know, I'm a system. And since I'm a system, I've gotta have a mission, right? In the past 100,000 years, Lucky hadn't given Lu a single mission. On top of that, he'd been supporting Lu for a full 100,000 years, burning through all sorts of resources. All out, no one, even a wealthy landowner, couldn't sustain that. Haha, I knew something was off with you today, you dumb donkey waiting here for me. Lu snorted derisively and flipped back over in his chair. Spill it. What's the mission? If I can help, I'll definitely give it a shot. Don't let Lu's constant teasing of the donkey fool you. 100,000-year friendship isn't something to be taken lightly. Heh, you're truly wise and mighty, old man. The donkey was grinning from ear to ear. I've made some progress matching with this world over the past couple of days, and corresponding quests have started popping up. There's currently one active quest. Epic Dungeon, Extinguishing the Shadow Spring. Every so often, a massive catastrophe strikes this vast world. The Shadow Spring emerges. The Shadow Spring is a passageway from the endless demon realm to the outside world, and it erupts once every 10,000 years. When the Shadow Spring erupts, spatial rifts will appear. Your job is to seal the spring's source. How about it? Simple enough, right? After saying this, Donkey looked at Lu with eager anticipation. What the hell do you take me for? A saint or something? Lu said, grabbing Lucky by the throat and landing 2 hard slaps with his left hand. You just talk about the mission without mentioning the reward. You think I'm some kind of free laborer, huh? There is a reward. 1 entry into the Bronze Temple. The donkey was shaking from the slaps. Oh, interesting. What's this Bronze Temple? Lu began to get curious. Who knows how many secrets this donkey is hiding? If I could dig them out, that'd be pretty sweet. The Bronze Temple, of course. Lucky snorted smugly. It's a place that records everything about the ultimate, a mysterious land that countless people dream of finding. You're fucking playing games with me. What the hell is the ultimate? Have you been reading too many damn Tomb Raider novels or something? Lu shoved the donkey's head into the ground. After a long while, Lucky lifted his flattened head and said with a mournful expression. That's exactly how the mission was described. How the hell am I supposed to know what the ultimate is? It might have something to do with the vanished Great Emperor. That's all I can deduce. Great Emperor? Little brother? What the hell is that? Lu looked confused. Lucky stared at Lu as if he were an idiot. You don't actually think the realm of oblivion is the pinnacle, do you? The pinnacle of power is the Great Emperor. But no Great Emperor has appeared for many eras now. I haven't found any specific records yet. Sounds interesting. Lu nodded. I'll take this mission. Great, that's the spirit. Lucky's head bobbed up and down with glee, drool flying everywhere. At that very moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lu's mind. Ding, the 5 major dungeons of the vast world have been activated. Epic Dungeon, Annihilation of the Shadow Spring. In 3 days, the Blood Moon will descend, the Shadow Spring will emerge, and the host may choose between 2 paths. Option 1, unite with masters from all factions to seal the Shadow Spring and accumulate reputation. Reward, 1 hour's access to the Bronze Temple, plus the title of Supreme on the Tianyuan continent. Option 2, exterminate every living thing and accumulate evil points. Reward, 1 hour of access to the Bronze Temple, plus the title of Great Demon Lord. Pfft, what the hell is this? You're playing a damn game, and there are 2 paths to choose from. Lu sneered, tugging at his lips, then kicked Lucky. I just have a feeling this isn't good. Why don't we just forget about it? I'm invincible anyway. Isn't it better to just chill here? Ambition. You need to have ambition, you hear me? Lucky panicked the moment he heard Lu wanted to give up. We need to have a sense of urgency. The universe is vast, and there are so many worlds out there. Who dares to call themselves invincible? Who dares to claim they'll never lose? Pfft, dumb dog. Lu rolled over and went back to lying there. Hey, hey, hey. We absolutely can't just lie around. We've got a lot of important stuff to do. Thud. Before Lucky could finish his sentence, Lu kicked him squarely in the butt, sending him flying. The next 2 days were quite pleasant, checking out the girls, catching some sleep, and keeping a good mood. Meanwhile, the discussions at Bright Moon Guild had reached a conclusion, and Red Leaf True Master's future had been settled. Red Leaf True Master became the new guest master of the Bright Moon Guild. The Bright Moon Guild had reaped such rich rewards this time that supporting another guest master was no problem at all. The only condition was that Master Hongyan must go into hiding and alter her appearance. Master Hongyan naturally agreed without hesitation. She settled on Yise Peak, becoming Lu's neighbor. The refinement of the appearance pill was also put on the agenda. However, since the appearance pill was a high-grade potion, it needed to be specially refined at the 100 Flowers sect. The 100 Flowers sect is an alchemy-focused sect with an excellent reputation across the Tianyuan continent. Its strength ranks in the upper middle tier, second only to the three great sects. In truth, the 100 Flowers sect is not most famous for its alchemy, but for its current leader, the 100 Flowers Fairy. Chuxue is ranked second on the Rouge list of beauties, yet the 100 Flowers Fairy surpasses Chuxue in beauty, consistently holding the top spot. The 100 Flowers Fairy is universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman on the entire Tianyuan continent, a title she holds without dispute. Many cultivators who travel to the 100 Flowers sect to refine elixirs actually do so with the ultimate goal of catching a glimpse of the 100 Flowers Fairy's beauty. However, the 100 Flowers Fairy rarely leaves her secluded abode, and it has been many years since anyone has seen her. The matter of the appearance pill, which concerns Lu's rejuvenation, is of the utmost importance to Chuxue. She arranged for the Peak Master of Luoxia Peak to lead dozens of disciples to escort the delegation to the 100 Flowers sect. Furthermore, Chuxue used the resources obtained from this mission to reinforce the mountain's protective array. She then immediately dispatched envoys to Wuxiang City to trade for a large quantity of resources. At the same time, she ordered the disciples of the Bright Moon Guild not to leave the premises. Chuxue was well aware that with the opening of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, nearly all the sects that ventured there had been wiped out, while the Bright Moon Guild remained unscathed. This matter was far from over. Sooner or later, these sects would come knocking to demand answers. It was essential to prepare in advance so that, should a conflict actually arise, they would be ready to respond. Several days passed in relative calm. Instead of those minor sects coming to demand answers, a colossal power arrived, the Jinyuan sect. The Jinyuan sect, one of the three major powerhouses on the Tianyuan continent, held absolute sway over the central and western regions. Over 200 sects, large and small, in the central and western regions all had to kowtow to Jinyuan sect. Moreover, Jinyuan sect boasted over 100,000 disciples, a constant stream of prodigies, and an unbroken lineage. It was at the peak of its prosperity, far beyond the reach of a small-time outfit like the Bright Moon Guild. This time, 3 people from Jinyuan sect arrived. Unfortunately for them, they happened to run into Lu, who was strolling through the mountains with his donkey. Lu had recently discovered a great spot. About 100 li from Yise Peak lay a small hill teeming with manna. Of course, it wasn't the manna that drew Lu there, but the lovely young women living in the hills. After observing the area for the past couple of days, Lu discovered that roughly 100 young women in the prime of their youth resided on this small hill. Every single one of them was so fresh-faced and lovely that even a dog would approve. Moreover, their cultivation methods were quite peculiar, quite different from those of Linlin and her girls. Lu liked looking at beautiful women, nothing more to it, just to keep his spirits up and prevent his mental illness from flaring up intermittently. Today, Lu planned to go and get to know these beauties. He even took the trouble to take a bath and change into a fresh set of clothes. Lu had just strolled to the foot of the mountain when he ran into those 3 jerks from the Jinyuan sect. What struck Lu as odd was that these 3 jerks seemed to have walked right in, with no one accompanying them. This was highly unusual. The Bright Moon Guild had a mountain protecting formation, and any stranger entering would definitely trigger an alarm. Yet these three jerks had dashed over here as if they were entering their own backyard. As a man, a male animal, how could he tolerate other male creatures appearing in a place like the Bright Moon Guild? In the Bright Moon Guild, aside from Lu, even the mosquitoes had to be female. Where did those three jerks come from? Riding Lucky, Lu strolled over to the three members of the Jinyuan sect. The three of them froze in obvious surprise upon seeing a man appear in the Bright Moon Guild. But soon, the three began to get angry. Lu didn't understand he hadn't even gotten angry yet, so why did these three punks dare to get angry first? Old man, this isn't a place for you. Get the hell out of here. The leader of the group, a young man, waved his hand at Lu with an air of superiority. Lu was a bit dazed, but even more angry. He stepped forward and slapped the young man across the face. The boy hadn't expected the old man in front of him to move so fast. By the time he reacted, he was already in midair. Watching the scene of the old man flipping freely through the air with his teeth flying everywhere, the other two were also dumbfounded. We're from the Jinyuan sect. We've been ordered to come to the Bright Moon Guild to collect the cauldron. Do you dare to stop us? Contact Shushui and have her come over to explain herself. This isn't over. Fuck you, you arrogant bastards. If I don't make you shit yourselves today, I'll consider you clean. Rage boiled up inside Lu, and he drew the tattered wooden sword from his waist, mounting Lucky and charging forward. Lucky had never been willing to do such a degrading thing before. But lately, Lu had taken on a mission and was showing signs of slacking off. To keep Lu in a good mood and ensure he took the mission seriously, Lucky was now completely at his beck and call. Forget charging. As long as Lu put any effort into the mission, Lucky would even dare to eat shit. Don't let Lucky's malnourished, emaciated appearance fool you. Once he got moving, he was like a rabid rabbit. Just as the other two were about to fight back, Lucky, baring his huge, flat teeth, was already upon them. Smack, smack. Two sharp cracks rang out as the wooden sword struck both of their faces. They suffered the same fate as the young man. Giddy up. Kick them while they're down. Charge. Lu, riding Lucky, charged majestically toward where the three had landed. You old bastard, how dare you? I'm a member of the Jinyuan sect. If you dare insult me again. Stop stepping on me. Stop stepping on me. I'm gonna shit myself. Help. Help. Mommy, mommy, I want to go home. Piercing screams echoed through the mountains and forests. The screams of these three losers down the mountain quickly drew the attention of the young girls in the small valley. When they saw that the three men who'd been kicked so hard they de-shit themselves were actually members of the Jinyuan sect, the girls' faces turned deathly pale in unison. Old man, stop hitting them, stop. Seeing Lu stomping away with gusto, a girl who seemed to be the leader rushed forward in a panic. Hurry and notify the sect master. If anyone dies, the Jinyuan sect won't let this slide. But Lu paid the girl no mind, stomping on the three men's stomachs with increasing ferocity. By the time Shushua arrived, the three punks were gasping for air, looking as if they were about to meet their maker. Senior, please spare them. Seeing this, Shushua was so distraught she nearly fainted on the spot. Ugh, they're nothing but a bunch of weaklings who love to show off. Lu covered his nose, spat out a glob of phlegm with a look of disgust, and finally stopped. Shushua immediately ordered her men to help the three unlucky souls to their feet and shoved handfuls of potions into their mouths. Thanks to the potions, after a few minutes, the three of them were finally brought back from the brink of death. The young man who had led the group glared at Shushua, his rage boiling over. The physical pain from the beating was the least of his worries. The real issue was being publicly humiliated like this. It was bound to become the talk of the town. The more the young man thought about it, the angrier he grew. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Shushua and issued a fierce threat. Shushua, if you don't give me a proper explanation for this, I'll report it to the sect and tear down the gates of your Bright Moon Guild. Shushua's face alternated between pale and green. In the end, he could only force a smile and say, rest assured, I'll make sure this gets resolved. The Bright Moon Guild will compensate you until you're satisfied. As Chu Shue spoke these words, his heart was bleeding, and he shot Lu a resentful glance. Meanwhile, that jerk Lu had actually made his way over to the young women and was introducing himself in a smooth, flirtatious manner. He didn't give a damn about those three losers who'd been beaten to a pulp. This little mountain seemed cut off from the outside world. These young women had no idea when the Bright Moon Guild had acquired someone like Lu. Seeing Lu's smooth act, they were all a bit dumbfounded. Senior, why don't you go back and rest? I'll handle this here. Chu Shue approached Lu with some trepidation. What for? Lu shot her a sidelong glance. I'll do my thing, you handle yours. We're not involved with each other. Oh, right. Lu looked up at the three unlucky guys. Where did these three idiots come from? How did they manage to bypass the Grand Formation and enter the Bright Moon Guild? Lu's glare made the three from Jinyuan sect flinch as if they'd been zapped by electricity. Only the young man wore a defiant look on his face as he shouted loudly. Chu Shue, we must take this old geezer back to Jinyuan sect for punishment. Who on Tianyuan continent still dares to disregard Jinyuan sect? We're done for. Chu Shue's heart sank. What's wrong with Jinyuan sect these days? All they seem to produce are these idiots, arrogant, conceited, and full of themselves. Fuck you. Hearing this, Lu charged forward on Lucky. Chu Shue knew Lu's temper all too well. He wouldn't dare try to stop him. Giddy up. Riding Lucky, Lu whipped up a whirlwind. A scrawny donkey, yet he rode it with the momentum of 1,000 charging troops. You dare, Chu Shue, save me. The boy was still counting on Chu Shue, the guildmaster, to stand up for him. But what he never could have imagined was that Lu, that jerk, now held a status within the Bright Moon Guild equivalent to that of an emperor emeritus. Chu Shue had absolutely no authority to restrain Lu, the guest master. Besides, Chu Shue had never even considered restraining Lu. Lu, though hot-tempered and ill-natured, had one redeeming quality: he never went out of his way to start trouble. Of course, if anyone was foolish enough to provoke Lu, they'd likely find themselves with no way out. Usually, Lu was very kind to the girls, showing not a shred of seniority snobbery, and he never meddles in the Bright Moon Guild's internal affairs. With a guest member this powerful and considerate, only someone as foolish as Chu Shue would even think of trying to rein him in. Smack! Lu's wooden sword struck the teenager squarely in the face, sending him spinning through the air. This time, however, he had none of the luck he had before. This time, Lu clearly intended to kill him. The boy was flung into the air and hadn't even hit the ground yet, when Lu, still mounted on his donkey, intercepted him mid-air. Crack! 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 The sound of whipping, like firecrackers, rang out in the air. The boy's screams gradually subsided. As for the other two members of the Jinyuan sect, they were clearly smarter. Apart from trembling in their spots, they kept their mouths shut tight. Thud! The boy's body fell from the sky, crashing heavily in front of the two Jinyuan sect members. Seeing the mangled corpse beaten so badly even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, the two cowards' legs gave way, and they dropped to their knees. It's over, it's over, it's over. Chu Shue watched the scene, his head buzzing. I'm here to enjoy my retirement, and you lot come here to stir up trouble. Buffed. Lu rolled his eyes in disdain. You can go back now. At that moment, Chu Shue's expression suddenly hardened, as if he had made up his mind. Chu Shue looked at the remaining two Jinyuan sect disciples and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. From this moment on, the Bright Moon Guild is no longer affiliated with the Jinyuan sect. All agreements are null and void, including the annual quota of 100 dinglu. These words not only stunned the two Jinyuan sect members but also left the other Bright Moon Guild disciples at a loss. Given Jinyuan's status, how could an agreement simply be nullified on a whim? Given Jinyuan sect's domineering nature, Chu Shue's words already foreshadowed the Bright Moon Guild's downfall. Nangong Guild Master, please think this through. One of the Jinyuan sect disciples stammered. Chu Shue glanced at Lu, clenched her teeth, and nodded. I've thought it through very clearly. All these years of relying on your Jinyuan sect, while we VE received nominal protection, we VE received no substantial help. Your Yuan sect has treated my Bright Moon Guild as nothing more than your own backyard. As she spoke, Shushua looked at the young girls emerging from the small mountain, her face filled with guilt. As guild master, not only have I failed to protect my disciples, but I've even had to provide cultivation furnaces for your Yuan sect. I've had enough. No matter the consequences, the Bright Moon Guild will bear them all. Guild master, you mustn't, cried one of the young women who had emerged from the mountains, her voice breaking with tears. For she knew all too well what the consequences of severing ties with the Yuan sect would be. She knelt down, and the other girls followed suit. Her voice trembled with tears, her eyes blurred with sorrow. Guild master, please don't worry about us. For the survival of the Bright Moon Guild, we are willing to become the cauldrons. Hearing this, Shushua could no longer hold back, and hot tears fell from her eyes. Over the years, to ensure the survival of the Bright Moon Guild, Shushua had done many things against her better judgment. The hardest thing for Shushua to bear was the fate of those children who had become sacrificial vessels. This matter had tormented Shushua to the point where she was showing signs of losing her mind. Now, Shushua was staking everything on Lu, hoping to break free from Yuan's exploitation and make the Bright Moon Guild truly independent. Oh dear, how can an old man like me bear to watch this? Seeing the young girls weeping uncontrollably one after another, Lu's heart was breaking. Shushua, what exactly is a cauldron? Lu walked over to Shushua, deciding to intervene. After all, the Bright Moon Guild was where he planned to spend his retirement. It wouldn't do for her to be crying all day long. Shushua wiped away her tears, though it was hard for her to bring herself to speak. But since she'd chosen to put her trust in Lu, Shushua knew she had to explain the whole story to him. Senior, please sit down. I'll tell you everything slowly. Once Lu had settled into his seat, Shushua began to speak. Because the Bright Moon Guild is weak, many years ago, we made an agreement with the Yuan sect. The Yuan sect protects us, the Bright Moon Guild, and in return, we regularly pay tribute to them in the form of various resources. Ha! Lu looked completely baffled. The Bright Moon Guild is already in such a state, and you're still giving them resources? Isn't that a vicious cycle? Won't you ever be able to turn things around? Shushua gave a helpless, wry smile. That's true, but the Bright Moon Guild has no other choice. Lu thought for a moment and nodded. For the women of the Bright Moon Guild, just staying alive was hard enough. They couldn't afford to worry about much else. Among these tributes, there is one requirement: every 3 years, we must provide the Yuan sect with 100 cauldrons. As she spoke, Shushua clenched her fist so tightly that her knuckles turned white. So-called alchemical vessels are young men and women selected for their unique constitutions, raised from childhood using special methods. When they reach adulthood, they engage in dual cultivation with a partner, transferring the essence they VE stored over the years to that person. What the fuck? Lu looked completely baffled. He then turned his gaze to the young women kneeling on the ground. Lu now understood why these children practiced differently from others. And why they were all so pure and innocent. It turned out they were undergoing special training specifically to become cauldrons. So, once they become cauldrons, where do these children end up? Lu was starting to get angry. Young girls are the most beautiful sight in the world. How could they be treated this way? Shushua had nothing left to lose. Gritting his teeth, he said. The lucky ones, after being absorbed, will become ordinary people and live out their lives in obscurity. The unlucky ones will be imprisoned, turned into tools for satisfying desires, and once their beauty fades, they'll be killed outright. Hearing this, Lu couldn't hold back any longer. These young girls were all utterly charming. He didn't even have to imagine what their final fate would be. Thud. As soon as Shushua finished speaking, she knelt before Lu and banged her head on the ground 3 times with all her might. Shushua didn't use mana to protect herself. She slammed her head directly onto the floor. Blood trickled down her forehead, mingling with tears and silent sobs. Senior, I dare not ask for much. I only beg you to save these children. Save them. I am willing to be your servant for life. For the sake of her disciples, a revered pavilion master was willing to kneel before another. Regardless of her true intentions, this sense of duty and responsibility was undeniable. Lu cast an expressionless glance at the two from Jin Yuan's sect. Gone was the earlier brutality, yet this calmness caused their souls to tremble uncontrollably. I don't need you to be my servant. You've already kowtowed to me 3 times, that's enough. Lu gently helped Shushui to her feet and wiped the blood from her forehead. Looking at Lu's face, lined with wrinkles, Shushui felt, for a moment, as if she were seeing her own grandfather again. The tears she had just managed to hold back began to flow uncontrollably once more. Lu turned to the 2 representatives of the Jin Yuan sect and said calmly, "Go back and inform your sect, in 10 days, bring your people and your sincerity to the Bright Moon Guild to resolve this matter. If you dare not come, I will go to the Jin Yuan sect and wipe them out." How arrogant, how brazen. On the Tianyuan continent, no one had ever dared to speak such words to the Jin Yuan sect. But there is a first time for everything. And Lu would be the one to make that first move. I'm not joking. Remember, bring sincerity. After speaking, Lu turned to the kneeling girls. From this moment on, you will resume your normal cultivation. No one will dare cast a single covetous glance your way. If they do, they will be dead. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the deep thud of a drum, striking one beat after another in the hearts of the young women. They knew their fate, but everything was predestined, not a single thread was within their control. Now, a tear had been ripped in the endless veil of fate, and a ray of sunlight had seeped through. When there was no hope, they might have succumbed to their fate. But having glimpsed hope, how could they continue to succumb? Linglang Mountain, 100 disciples, we vow to stand with you, senior, through thick and thin, in life and in death. The girls' somewhat childish voices rang out amidst the towering mountains. Lu nodded. Of course, he didn't need these girls to fight to the death. The mere presence of this spirit of resistance was already a qualitative change. Go back and deliver the message now. 10 days, I'll wait for your Jin Yuan sect for 10 days. Lu looked at the 2, his voice as cold as a passing cold front. The pair, already terrified out of their wits, dared not utter another word. They rose to leave immediately. Wait. Lu eyed them with a crooked smile. Their hearts nearly stopped with fear, unsure what this old man was up to next. Elder, we will certainly relay your words to the sect, without omitting a single word. Lu let out a sinister chuckle. Delivering a message? One person is enough. You 2 will fight it out. The survivor can go back and report. Lu's malicious nature was laid bare at that moment. When it came to toying with people's minds, this old codger was a master. I'll count to 3. If you don't fight, I'll slaughter you both, then pay a visit to the Jin Yuan sect myself. Lu cheerfully held up 3 fingers. Cold sweat poured uncontrollably down the 2 men from Jin Yuan's sect. Their clothes were soaked through, making them look as if they'd just been pulled out of the water. 3. The deathly countdown rang out. The 2 exchanged glances, seeing deep despair in each other's eyes. 1. Lu skipped 2 and went straight to 1. The 2 froze for a moment, then the will to survive consumed all reason. They lunged at each other simultaneously, tearing into one another like wild beasts. The Jin Yuan sect is situated in the Tiandang Mountains, in the central region of the Tianyuan continent. The entire Tianlang mountain range is the dragon vein of the Tianyuan continent. Not only does mana abundantly nourish the entire continent, but the mountains also contain vast reserves of spirit crystals. The entire Tianlang mountain range is virtually monopolized by the 3 major factions, leaving other sects to watch from the sidelines, drooling with envy. Tianji Peak is the main peak of the Jin Yuan sect, towering and majestic, piercing the heavens. The Hall of Containment on Tianji Peak is the place most talked about among cultivators. As the council hall, the Hall of Containment has, since the founding of the Jin Yuan sect, deliberated on many decisions that have shaped the Tianyuan continent. 10,000 years ago, when the blood demon caused chaos, the decision to launch the campaign against him was also issued here. It can be said that every time the Hall of Containment opens, it signifies that a major event is about to unfold. Today, the Hall of Containment has opened. The 9 peak masters of the Jinyuan sect, along with the disciplinary elder and the sect master, 11 figures of real power, have gathered here. Such a grand gathering has not been seen in many years. Given the Jinyuan sect's current strength and status, there are rarely any major events that require these heavyweights to convene for deliberation. The current sect master of the Jinyuan sect, Bai Di City, appears to be around 30 years old. He is handsome and dignified, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Yet this figure is one of the few ninth realm cultivators on the entire Tianyuan continent. If he were to stamp his foot, the entire Tianyuan continent would tremble. The celestial phenomena have been strange of late. The Tianyuan continent may be on the verge of chaos. Recently, there were eerie fluctuations over the Sea of Sleeplessness, and the Eye of the Shadow Spring, buried deep beneath the ocean floor, seems to be showing signs of awakening. Bai Di City sat upright in the seat of honor, slowly outlining the agenda for this meeting. The Eye of the Shadow Spring has lain dormant for tens of thousands of years. Why has it suddenly begun to stir? The one who spoke up was a burly, dark-skinned man with a rugged appearance. He was Luo Ran, the disciplinary elder of the Jinyuan sect, a man whose outward appearance bore no resemblance to his inner character. On the surface, he appeared to be a burly, dim-witted giant, but inside, he was a man of meticulous mind, with a strategic vision who controlled the entire situation. The entire Jinyuan sect had 2 ninth realm cultivators, and Luo Ran was one of them. His status placed him second only to the leader, standing above all others. Bai Di City propped his chin in his hand, his fingers lightly tapping his cheek. After a moment's thought, he said, "I wonder if the disturbance in the Shadow Spring was caused by the abnormal celestial phenomena, or if the disturbance in the Shadow Spring caused the abnormal celestial phenomena." Everyone present was intelligent and understood the implication of his words. If the abnormal celestial phenomena had caused the disturbance in the Shadow Spring, then the primary factor that might cause turmoil on the Tianyuan continent in the future would not be the Shadow Spring, but something else. If the disturbance in the Shadow Spring had caused the abnormal celestial phenomena, then there was nothing more to discuss. They simply needed to guard against the Eye of the Shadow Spring. The group discussed the matter further, but came to no conclusion. Let us adjourn. Notify all the major sects to keep an eye out for any strange people or events in the near future. This celestial phenomenon marks the convergence of the 3 demon stars. We must be prepared for the emergence of a colossal demonic fiend. Bai Di City stood up and let out a long sigh. With the demon stars gathering, who knew what kind of chaos they would unleash? A colossus like the Jinyuan sect would inevitably bear the brunt of the turmoil in such chaotic times. Sect Master, there is one more matter to report. Just as Bai Di City was about to leave the council chamber, Luo Ran suddenly spoke up. Bai Di City furrowed his brow. What is it? It concerns an incident that occurred 3 days ago at the Bright Moon Guild. As he spoke, Luo Ran called out indifferently toward the entrance of the council chamber, "Come in." Everyone turned their gaze toward the doorway. Soon, a figure with a dazed expression, his body trembling as he walked, cautiously entered through the doorway. This man was one of the 3 who had previously gone to the Bright Moon Guild. "Zhou Liui, recount exactly what happened a few days ago, word for word," Luo Ran said, his brow furrowed. Yes. Zhou Liui glanced warily around the room. After confirming it was safe, he swallowed hard before beginning his account of how Lu had beaten him. 3 days ago, on the guild master's orders, I went to the Bright Moon Guild to retrieve the cauldron. By the time Zhou Liui finished speaking, the entire council chamber was deathly silent. It had been so many years since they encountered anything like this that, for a moment, they were completely taken aback. The most absurd part was that the old man Zhou Liui had mentioned had actually set a deadline for Jinyuan sect. It was truly the height of absurdity. A frail old man, with no mana fluctuations, and a volatile, violent temperament. Bai Di City pondered for a moment, then turned to Luo Ran. You handle this. If the Bright Moon Guild has any issues with this old man, eliminate them immediately. These are turbulent times, we can't afford any further complications. With those casual words, he had decided the fate of over 10,000 members of the Bright Moon Guild. Oh, and send men to the Sea of Eternal Wakefulness to take turns guarding the Eye of the Shadow Spring. Report any signs of trouble immediately. After the meeting adjourned, Luo Ren carried the incapacitated Zhou Liui out of the council chamber. Useless fool. Reliving the events of that day had become Zhou Liui's nightmare every time he recalled them. He felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Zhou Liui raised his lifeless eyes and muttered in a daze. Elder, there are only 7 days left until the appointed time. You must go quickly. If you anger him, the entire Jin Yuan sect will likely be destroyed. Luo Ren frowned deeply as he listened, even suspecting that Zhou Liui might have fallen victim to some evil soul-binding technique. Guards, take Zhou Liui to the ice prison. Elder, hurry now. The time is almost up, Zhou Liui was dragged toward the dungeon by the guards, yet he paid no heed, continuing to shout those same words over and over. Assemble the Dragon Guard. They are to accompany me to the Bright Moon Guild. Hearing this, the guards standing nearby could barely contain their tension. The Dragon Yuan Guard was the Jin Yuan sect's trump card, composed entirely of elite disciples. Moreover, the Dragon Yuan Guard excelled at close-quarters combat and placed great emphasis on tactical coordination. There were even rumors that the Dragon Yuan Guard had cultivated battle spirits. If true, there were few on the entire Tianyuan continent who could stand against them. The Dragon Yuan Guard was a secret weapon deployed only during conflicts between major sects. What possible standing could a mere Bright Moon Guild have to warrant the Jin Yuan sect deploying the Dragon Guard? Facing the guard's astonishment, Luo Ren smiled. Better safe than sorry. Don't wait until you're dead in a gutter before you start regretting it. The elder speaks the truth. That day, 200 members of the Jin Yuan sect's Dragon Guard marched in a grand procession toward the Bright Moon Guild. To the uninitiated, it looked as though they were about to declare war on the Xiantian sect, another of the 3 great sects. At the same time, another group was also making their way to the Bright Moon Guild. These were the sects whose members had been wiped out during the recent expedition to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Under the banner of the 10,000 Beasts sect, over 30 sects mobilized a force of no fewer than 2,000, marching in a massive procession toward the Bright Moon Guild. The Tianyuan continent, which had been at peace for hundreds of years, was once again in turmoil today. Senior. Trouble is brewing. A huge number of cultivators are heading straight for the Bright Moon Guild. In recent days, the Bright Moon Guild had been actively preparing for battle, ready to stand or fall alongside the other sects. As for Lu, he spent his days eating hot pot and ogling beauties, paying the whole affair no mind. It was lunchtime, and upon hearing the news, Lu looked at the table laden with top-quality ingredients and seethed with anger. Those damn bastards. They could come earlier or later, but they had to show up right during lunch. Are they trying to pick a fight on purpose? Seeing the signs of Lu's impending mental breakdown, Lucky quietly slipped away. Xiao Luo, Xiao Xiyun, take these things out to the mountain gate. Food is the foundation of life. How could he possibly skip a meal? Lu decided on the spot to serve lunch at the mountain gate, and while he was at it, slaughter a few of those reckless fools to liven things up. Ha! The 2 maids, Zhao Luo and Zhang Xiyun, were momentarily taken aback. They wanted to ask for clarification, but Lu had already strolled out with his hands behind his back. With no other choice, the 2 could only pack up the prepared ingredients. But there was simply too much to carry, so in the end, Master Hongya had to come over, and it took all 3 of them to finish carrying everything. Sect Master, there are roughly 2,000 people. They've already crossed Chanlu Gorge, and in another 200 li, they reached the mountain gate. Someone reported the situation to Chu Shui. Chu Shui's expression darkened. Before the Jin Yuan sect had even arrived, she was already faced with this bunch of clowns. Chu Shui steeled herself. When you're swarming with fleas, you don't fear their bites, since she already offended the Jin Yuan sect, offending a few more wouldn't matter. This time, either the Bright Moon Guild would be wiped out, or he would get to live the high life with Lu from now on. Have all disciples head to the mountain gate and prepare for battle. Pavilion Master. Just then, a young girl ran over, her little face flushed bright red from running so fast. You're so flustered. Speak slowly. Chu Shui scolded her gently as she handed her a cup of tea. The young girl downed it in one gulp, wiped her mouth, and then began to speak, her words stumbling slightly. Senior, he is having hot pot at the mountain gate, and he is insisting someone play him a tune he wants to hear, something called 18 strokes. But none of us know how to play that. Shushue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of time is this? Lu actually has the time to eat hot pot and listen to tunes, and you're still at the mountain gate. The real question is, what kind of tune is 18 touches? After thinking about it for a moment, Shushue let it go. Lu always seemed to be this unreliable. Let us go to Nine Springs Valley and have the Grand Elder play a tune for the senior. Ha! The young girl stared at Shushue, completely baffled. The Bright Moon Guild boasts 3 peerless beauties. One is Shushue, whose beauty is the epitome of grace and dignity, with the bearing of a queen. Another is the Grand Elder, Qiu Yuran, ranked 3rd on the Rouge list, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and artistry. Qiu Yuran had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, spending her days tending flowers and plants in Nine Springs Valley. Even many of the Bright Moon Guild's disciples had never laid eyes on her. The 3rd beauty was the little senior sister spoken of by so many young girls. However, this little senior sister had left the mountain years ago to gain experience and had yet to return. No one knew what had become of her. Go ahead. Shushue smiled. Elder Chu isn't skilled in battle, but her musical performances are unmatched in the world. The Bright Moon Guild's mountain gate wasn't particularly lavish or grand, but it was exquisite and elegant. Yet, right in front of this exquisite and elegant gate, Lu, that old geezer, had set up a fire and was preparing today's lunch. Behind the gate, a large crowd of Bright Moon Guild disciples had already gathered, all staring at Lu with curiosity. Usually, when Lu ate, only the 2 young maids, Luo Luo and Shi Yun, attended to him. Today, however, there was an extra person. Master Hongya, that woman who loved a good spectacle, had joined in, finding herself a role as the wine pourer. I liked you the way you used to be, that was more to my taste. Lu teased, raising his cup and downing it in one gulp. Master Hongya gazed intently at the composed Lu and smiled seductively. Just like when they first met, that flirtatious charm was unmistakable. If you enjoy the view, this humble maiden will be happy to entertain you privately in the future. I do like that flirtatious charm. Lu smacked his lips, unsure whether it was the strong liquor or the beauteous alluring charm. The Grand Elder has arrived. Some young girl called out, and everyone turned their heads toward the rear. Qiu Yuran was famously calm and composed, the kind who remained unflappable even if the sky were to fall. Her heart is pure as ice. The young girls never would have imagined that Qiu Yuran would appear here. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. A woman who looked to be in her early 20s appeared in their line of sight, moving with deliberate grace. She wore a long, pure white gown, untouched by the mundane world. Her shoulders were as sharp as carved jade, her waist as slender as a willow branch, her skin as smooth as cream, and her aura as delicate as orchids, a bone-deep charm that added an extra touch of allure. Holding an ancient zither in her arms and wearing a faint smile, she walked toward Lu. His eyes are practically popping out of his head. Master Hongye remarked with a touch of bitterness. The moment the words left her mouth, Master Hongye was startled. Was she actually feeling jealous? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Master Hongye glanced at Lu's old face, dripping with drool, and the thought of jealousy vanished without a trace. Yuran greets you, senior. Qiu Yuran walked gracefully to Lu's side and bowed elegantly. Drool, senior. Little Luoluo, standing nearby, saw Lu staring blankly at Qiu Yuran and whispered a reminder. Ahem, hee, the beauty of this young lady is truly beyond compare. A wicked laugh, a wicked laugh. To be seen drooling over a beauty, such a humiliating sight. Only an old rogue like Lu, with no shame or dignity left, could brush it off with a single remark, as if nothing had happened. Qiu Yuran couldn't help but laugh as well. The phrase heart-wrenching seemed a bit unusual when used to describe a woman's appearance. I heard you mentioned you'd like to hear 18 strokes, but I'm afraid I'm rather slow-witted and have never heard that piece before. No, Lu waved his hand hurriedly. Just play whatever you like, something you're good at. To ask such a lovely young lady to play a lewd little tune like 18 strokes would be downright inhumane. I'm afraid I'll be making a fool of myself. Shu Yuran gave a light bow and sat down to one side. The sound of the zither rose gently, gradually spreading out like a tide, filling every corner of the space before the mountain gate. The melody was graceful and unbroken, like a mountain spring winding its way from a secluded valley, flowing slowly. Even a rough and tumble man like Lu found himself captivated by the music for a moment. She was a picture of beauty, breathtakingly stunning. A single smile stirred the heart, and a single glance captivated the soul. The music drifted on, and he found himself utterly lost in its enchantment. For a moment, Lu understood the pleasures of those foolish emperors. Shu Shue, get out here! Just as Lu was lost in the music, a thunderous shout rang out. Yet the music did not stop. Shu Yuran continued to play, as if everything outside had ceased to concern her. Everyone looked up toward the cloud of dust rising in the distance. Over 30 sects, numbering more than 2,000 cultivators, had marched in force to the gates of the Bright Moon Guild to demand an explanation. Are you being polite? Lu, his listening interrupted, turned expressionlessly and sat back down at the dining table. He glanced up at the massive army closing in on the mountain gates. The army advanced in a mighty procession, some flying through the sky, others racing across the ground, a scene of utter chaos, rivaling even a bustling New Year's market. Lu slowly picked up his chopsticks and dipped them lightly into the chili oil in the dipping sauce. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, the red chili oil shot out from the tips of his chopsticks. The chili oil flew toward the man who had spoken, warping the air in its path until the distortion was visible to the naked eye. Shu Shue, stop hiding like a coward. Come out and give us an explanation. Why did all our men die in the Maple Leaf secret realm, while your Bright Moon Guild emerged unscathed? The leader's words were cut short. A streak of red pierced straight through his mouth and burst out the back of his skull. White brain matter, mixed with blood, spurted from the small hole, glistening in the sunlight. Thud! The leader fell hard from the back of the demon beast beneath him, his pupils beginning to dilate. Until his dying breath, he never understood why his mouth tasted of chili oil. The sudden death of their leader startled the advancing army into a halt. Gazing at the corpse with eyes wide open in death, a chill ran through the crowd. This leader was a master of the 10,000 Beasts sect. How could he have died so suddenly and mysteriously? The crowd looked up at the gates of the Bright Moon Guild. An old man was listening to music, drinking wine, and eating hot pot. But they didn't have time to think about it. The old man raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp, stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, and then slowly stood up. The moment he rose, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened. Though the sun was high in the sky and its rays were shining brightly, the entire sky grew eerily dark. It was as if the entire world had been draped in a black veil, and a hazy, eerie sensation washed over them. An invisible pressure, like the sky itself collapsing, came crashing down with overwhelming force. It felt as though the entire sky had collapsed in that instant. In that moment, everyone felt an incredibly heavy weight settle upon their shoulders. The army was completely pinned to the ground, pressed tightly against the earth, unable to move an inch. No matter how they struggled, the only response they received was endless despair. The most terrifying thing was that they opened their mouths, trying to say something. Yet, though their mouths opened, not a single sound came out. The entire world was now filled with nothing but the lingering strains of the zither. In that moment, they realized something. They wanted to flee, but it was too late. All they could do was watch as the old man walked toward them, unhurried and leisurely, as if he were a well-fed farmer taking a stroll. In my hometown, there's a saying. Lu strolled over and stopped not far from the crowd. His voice carried a tone that was 3 parts teasing, 3 parts disdain. Surrender, and you've already lost half the battle. There's another saying, when you're out in the world, own up to your mistakes, and stand at attention when you're beaten. As Lu spoke these words, he suddenly laughed. He raised his eyes to the horizon where sky and earth met, and a hint of melancholy suddenly flickered in his gaze. Hometown, 2 words so familiar, yet so foreign. Lu slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, propping his chin in his hand as his thoughts drifted far, far away. Yet his memories of the people and places back home had already grown hazy. 100,000 years for a single person, that is simply too long, far too long. After a long while, Lu finally snapped back to reality. Looking at the terrified expressions before him, Lu couldn't help but laugh. There is no such thing as a regret pill for sale in this world. Lu stood up and drew the wooden sword from his waist. He then plunged the wooden sword forcefully into the ground. Having done this, Lu turned and walked toward his dining table. As he walked, he raised his withered, aged hand and waved it gently, as a final farewell to everyone. Sword 2, Earth's Lament. From a distance, Lucky saw this and shouted excitedly. I knew it! You old codger, you remembered the 12 sword techniques while you were in that little world. Senior Donkey, what are the 12 sword techniques? One of the young girls asked curiously. Lucky usually wouldn't bother with these greenhorns, but right now, he was in a great mood. Lucky stuck out his tongue, his wise eyes sparkling as he began to explain to the young girls. The 12 sword techniques represent the pinnacle of the Life Slayer style, created by Lu in his early years. The 12 techniques are divided into the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, the 3 realms of gods, ghosts, and demons, and the 4 emotions of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. But that's not right, Senior Donkey. There are only 10 of them, the young girls said, puzzled. Lucky looked at Lu, who was walking toward them slowly, and smiled faintly. No living creature wants to witness the final 2 moves of the Life Slayer's 12 sword techniques. The young girls looked completely bewildered. He was making such a big deal out of it, but nothing seemed to be happening. However, what followed was a scene that would make them wake up in a cold sweat. Centered around the wooden sword, a black sword aura began to swirl. The ground began to undulate gently, like ocean waves. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The undulations accelerated, and the entire ground began to violently crack open. Boom! 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 Amidst the surging, the entire surface suddenly exploded. The black sword aura filled the entire field of vision, sweeping the shattered ground into the air and forming a massive black tornado. None of the disorganized mob pinned to the ground escaped, they were all swept up into the air. The black tornado, like a roaring black dragon, swirled more than 2,000 lives, dancing wildly in midair. Then, everyone witnessed a scene of horror they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. The bodies of those swept into the tornado began to shatter under the cutting edge of the sharp black sword aura. It was as if they were being dismembered by 1,000 blades, their limbs shattered, their torsos torn to pieces. In that moment of being devoured by the sword aura, they could no longer distinguish what pain was. Even more eerie was that while their bodies were shredded, their heads remained intact. Until their final breath, the expressions on those heads remained frozen in the contortions of extreme agony. All of this unfolded in silence. Only the off-key strains of Chu Yuran's lute played as a farewell to them. The moment the black vortex dissipated, all the shredded flesh and blood coalesced into a single mass. Polished by the lingering black sword aura, it formed a massive ball of flesh. And the heads that had not been crushed were embedded on the surface of this flesh ball. Gaping mouths, contorted expressions, eyes filled with endless despair following terror. These dead heads silently recounted a massacre of unimaginable horror. As that mass of flesh plummeted from the sky, the wooden sword stuck in the ground began to vibrate softly. Trailing a faint black glow, the wooden sword landed precisely where the flesh ball had fallen. The sword's hilt propped it up, and the flesh ball formed from the bodies of over 2,000 people fell silent. From that moment on, a new landmark stood before the gates of the Bright Moon Guild. Later generations gave it a vivid and resounding name, Corpse Ball. Many years later, countless people came here to seek enlightenment. For within the corpse ball and the wooden sword that supported it lingered the supreme sword aura of that forbidden figure. Let this thing stand here. It's good for scaring people off, so we don't have to deal with every Tom, Dick, and Harry coming to cause trouble in the future. Whoa, 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 why are you all throwing up? Lu looked at the crowd vomiting profusely and couldn't help but roll her eyes. The only one who seemed somewhat normal was Chu Shui. But the look in her eyes as she gazed at Lu now held a touch of fear. It wasn't that Chu Shui had never killed before, but this was such a brutal and efficient way of killing. Moreover, the macabre act of turning the victims into meatballs afterward as a human being, as a living creature, her instincts were deeply repulsed by it. This was beyond what any normal person could bear. But Shushua had one excellent quality: she knew her place. Fighting back her physical discomfort, Shushua approached Lu and bowed lightly. "All matters are entirely at your discretion, senior." "I like a woman like you," Lu nodded with satisfaction. This woman was excellent. She knew when to advance and when to retreat, understood the balance of gains and losses, knew how to make sacrifices, and had a sense of the bigger picture. Given the right conditions, the Bright Moon Guild would surely flourish under her leadership in the future. And that condition had now appeared: Lu. Hearing Lu's words, Chushua's face flushed. If you senior don't mind, this humble woman." Stop. What are you thinking?" Lu was at a loss for words, half laughing, half crying. "My thing is practically worn out. I don't even think about those things anymore." Shushue froze for a moment, then realized she had misunderstood Lu. But at the same time, a sense of disappointment welled up in her heart. If she could use this method to bind Lu firmly to the Bright Moon Guild, Shushua would have offered her body without hesitation, even if Lu was old and unattractive. Clearly, Lu wasn't interested in her. Lu waved at the young girls. "Everyone, go on. Practice hard, and next time something like this happens, try to handle it on your own." Lu's words sent a jolt through Chushua's heart. Watching Lu's stooped figure, she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Because Chushua understood that sooner or later, Lu would leave the Bright Moon Guild. The Bright Moon Guild was too small, and the Tianyuan continent was too small. How could this world possibly contain such a great figure? At that moment, Chushua set a goal for herself. Before Lu left, she would do whatever it took to strengthen the Bright Moon Guild. When Lu departed, a self-reliant and independent Bright Moon Guild would be the best farewell gift. "Thank you, senior." Chushua bowed deeply to Lu. Lu nodded, accepting Chushua's gratitude. At the same time, he saw her resolve in her eyes. "I'll give you a hand, but how far you go depends on you." With that, Lu sat back down at the table and resumed his unfinished lunch. Hearing Lu's words, Chushua felt a lump in her throat. "I will not disappoint you, senior." After everyone had dispersed, Lu leisurely dipped ingredients into the hot pot. Xiao Yuran's off-key guitar playing had finally been corrected by now. Master Hongye was the first to return to normal after all. As a practitioner of the dark path, she had gradually adjusted to the scene that had just unfolded. "Senior, is it cold sleeping alone at night?" Master Hongye poured Lu a cup of wine, pressing her entire body close to him. "You fox spirit, you slut, you shameless thing." Xiao Luoluo and Xiao Xian watched the scene, grinding their teeth in fury. Taking in this female demon had been the biggest mistake the Bright Moon Guild had ever made. "I don't need a bed warmer, my donkey keeps me warm enough." Lu was at a loss for words, somewhere between laughter and tears, and gave Red Leaf Shinran a hard smack on the butt. That slap stung so badly that tears nearly welled up in Red Leaf Shinran's eyes. The old man really went for it. Lucky, standing nearby, was so moved by this that he nearly burst into tears. After all these years, the old man had finally acknowledged him for something. Even if it didn't amount to much. "Little missy, you should head back too." Lu nodded at Chu Yuran. "Don't bottle things up all alone in the mountains from now on. Get out and about more often, soak up some sun." Chu Yuran didn't say much in response, just gave a slight nod. "You guys should go rest up too. I'll clean up after myself once I'm done eating." After Lu sent the others on their way, he sipped his wine while reminiscing about the past. "Donkey, I want to go home." After a long silence, Lu blurted out. "Ha!" Lucky was taken aback. "You got a fever or something? You think I won't slap you to death with one swat?" Lu raised his hand, ready to give Donkey a good smack. "Hey, let us talk this out." Lucky jumped back quickly. "If you want to go back, you'd need the power to cross dimensions. Your homeworld isn't even on the same plane as this one. You're dreaming. You're full of it." "I'm dreaming?" I'll make sure you're full first. Lu grabbed Lucky and plopped right down on its head. Pfft. A series of massive, silent farts nearly sent Lucky into the afterlife on the spot. Huff, huff, huff. Old man, do you have indigestion? How come your farts stink so bad? Pfft, pfft. Big brother, daddy, grandpa, I'm sorry. Pfft, pfft. We can go back. Maybe there's a way to cross dimensions inside the bronze temple. Stupid dog. Lu rolled his eyes, and only then did the deadly barrage of farts stop. The bronze temple has existed since time immemorial. Perhaps there's a way to break through the barrier inside, Lucky said with a deadpan expression. Ha ha, you little brat, trying to trick me? Lu snorted derisively. Lucky grinned helplessly. What else could it be? Maybe if you reach the Great Emperor realm, you'll be able to break through the barrier and go home. Ah, we'll see, Lu shook his head, gazing into the distance. When you get old, you always long to return to your roots. This hot pot meal felt a bit lackluster. Perhaps he really was getting old. Once the thought of going home took root in his heart, it grew like spring grass, gradually flourishing. Bang, bang, bang. After finishing the meal, as Lu was clearing the table, the entire dining table began to shake. Not only was the table shaking, but the entire earth was trembling rhythmically, as if an army of thousands were charging forward. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. A neat black line appeared on the distant horizon. Like a rising tide, this black line surged toward them from afar, and the pressure it emitted grew stronger as the distance closed. This was none other than the 200 Dragon Guard led by Luo Ran. In truth, the Jinyuan sect was the main force. The rabble from earlier could at best be considered an appetizer. However, Lu was feeling a bit disinterested at the moment. He had little desire to slaughter people, and even less interest in dealing with the Jinyuan sect. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 large characters appeared on the ground. Having done this, Lu had Lucky carry the pots, pans, tables, and chairs, while he strolled back to Yise Peak with his hands behind his back. The Dragon Yuan Guard led by Luo Ran numbered only 200 men. Yet their presence far surpassed that of the ragtag army of over 2,000 they had faced earlier. Clad in uniform black battle armor and mounted on uniform black steeds, the pressure they exuded as they moved was as overwhelming as a collapsing mountain. When Luo Ran arrived at the gates of the Bright Moon Guild, all he saw was a massive, fleshy sphere. As for the area before the gates, it was completely deserted, with only the shimmering light of the mountain protecting formation occasionally reflecting strange hues in the air. What is that? Luo Ran sniffed the lingering scent of blood in the air and frowned deeply as he stared at the massive flesh-colored sphere. Luo Ran nodded to one of the Dragon Yuan guards behind him and ordered, "Go take a look." The Dragon Guard dismounted and walked toward the massive flesh-colored sphere. When he saw the dense cluster of skulls embedded in its surface, those contorted expressions, hollow stares, and gaping mouths like black holes, the Dragon Guard's mind was shattered. His mind went blank in an instant, and he began frantically pounding his helmet as if he had gone mad. Seeing that something was wrong, Luo Ran hurried forward and used his mana to block the Dragon Guard's vision. However, when Luo Ran saw the flesh-colored sphere himself, he was also momentarily stunned. Fortunately, being exceptionally powerful, he remained largely unaffected. "Elder Luo, what is happening to me?" Long Yanwei, who had nearly lost his mind, had now regained his composure. Luo Ran shook his head. "There's a type of sword aura here that I've never seen before. It's extremely violent and can affect one's mind." Long Yanwei let out a relieved sigh, feeling a tinge of fear. Thankfully, it was just some residual sword aura. Was this thing made from a living person? Long Yanwei looked at the flesh-colored orb, feeling a bit queasy. Luo Ran nodded. "It's still fresh. It can't have been more than an hour." "Elder, that head looks like the peak master of Weifeng from the Juk sect. That head looks like a disciple of the Wanshou sect." Soon, the Dragon Guard members nearby recognized the identities of the heads embedded in the surface of the flesh ball. Luo Ran tapped his forehead lightly. "It seems several sects have joined forces to come to the Bright Moon Guild. Send someone to investigate these sects and find out exactly why they've come to the Bright Moon Guild. Elder, there are characters over there. Someone spoke up at that moment. Luo Ran looked up toward the mountain gate. Sure enough, on the ground near the gate, there were two large, crooked characters. Wait. Wait for? Who was supposed to wait? Luo Ran immediately realized that these two characters were meant for the Jinyuan sect. Looking at the two crooked characters, Luo Ran couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. How many years had it been? How many years? It had been ages since the Jinyuan sect had encountered something like this. Soon, Luo Ran sensed something was amiss and furrowed his brow. Given the Bright Moon Guild's strength, even if they were completely out of their minds, they wouldn't dare do something so mocking. Yet this was exactly what had happened. So what gave the Bright Moon Guild the confidence to do this? And how did they manage to produce that meatball? There were no obvious signs of destruction in the vicinity, so it didn't appear to be the result of a large-scale attack. In other words, these cultivators had died suddenly. Luo Ran thought for a moment, refraining from acting rashly. Staring at the two characters, he said with a hint of sarcasm, "Since they told us to wait, let us wait then." Although the Dragon Guard were puzzled by Luo Ran's order, their strict discipline kept them from asking questions. Are you going to abandon that wooden sword? You don't have a sword that suits you. On the way back to Yise Peak, Lucky struck up a conversation with Lu, looking for something to talk about. You've been using that crappy wooden sword for over 10,000 years, haven't you? It's imbued with a lot of your sword aura. With your abilities, given a little more time, you should be able to cultivate a top-notch sword spirit. I've noticed you've been pretty active lately, chattering away non-stop. Lu grew impatient with the chatter, snapped off a twig, and casually stuck it in his belt. Stop acting like a nagging old woman, meddling in everything. The donkey rolled his wise eyes in displeasure. But you think I want to meddle? If it were anyone else dying right in front of me, I wouldn't even bat an eye. Dumb dog. Lu pursed his lips, but unusually, he didn't give the donkey a beating. You've killed too many people today. It'll bring down divine retribution. Lucky changed the subject. What's the big deal? Lu pointed at the sky impatiently. Is the way of heaven that bored? Killing a few pigs and dogs, and they have to get involved? Lucky shook his head. A few deaths won't catch the heavens' attention, but your power doesn't belong in this world. Let me put it this way, think of this world as a computer, and your presence here is like a virus in the system. If your computer got a virus, wouldn't you run an antivirus program to clean it up? Pfft, you're the fucking virus. Lu rolled his eyes. Like I'm scared of her? If she pushes me too far, I'll chop her to pieces. Brute, Donkey sneered with a dismissive laugh, continuing. Even though you're truly invincible among mortals, going head-to-head with the Tao of a vast world, it's anyone's guess who win. Besides, the Tao of heaven won't even fight you head-on. It'll just strike you with lightning every day. It might not kill you, but it'll drive you crazy. You damn dog, beating around the bush, what are you trying to say? Lu slapped Donkey hard across the face. Donkey's face was instantly distorted by the blow, but he didn't care, he was used to it. If Lu didn't give him a good smack, he'd actually feel out of place. I'll just come out and say it. Lucky shook his head, letting his distorted face snap back into shape. You need to study this world's cultivation system. That way, you won't draw the heavenly Tao's wrath. Are you out of your mind? Lu's voice rose an octave. Are you sure the energies of two different systems won't clash inside my body? Lucky shook his head. No idea. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Anyway, I'm just here to give you a cheat code. How you actually pull it off is up to you. Lu thought about it for a moment but couldn't come up with a solution. In the end, he decided to go back and give it a try. That night, a torrential downpour fell upon the Old Gu Mountains. Luo Ran, standing before the mountain gate, led the Dragon Guard as they stood silently in the pouring rain. Even as the rain pounded down, the Dragon Yuan guards remained immovable, maintaining their formation. The two characters waiting on the ground had long since been washed away by the downpour. A black warhorse galloped in from the distance. It was a Dragon Yuan guard who had been sent out earlier that day to gather intelligence. Reporting to the elder, the cause of the incident has been ascertained. Half a month ago, the Maple Leaf Secret Realm opened. All participating sects with the exception of the Bright Moon Guild disciples were wiped out. This time, the 10,000 Beast sect has joined forces with major sects to come and cause trouble for the Bright Moon Guild. Wiped out entirely? Only the Bright Moon Guild members survived? Luo Ran pondered for a moment, finding the Bright Moon Guild's transformation increasingly peculiar. Since we're already here, let us wait here for now. There was a reason Luo Ran had risen to his current position. Better safe than sorry, a universal truth wherever you go. Of course, if it was confirmed that the Bright Moon Guild posed no threat, then a massacre awaited them. Senior, the people from Jin Yuan's sect have been waiting at the foot of the mountain all night. Lu had just gotten out of bed when Xu Xue entered the small courtyard. Xu Xue looked somewhat haggard. It seemed she hadn't rested at all last night. The arrival of the Dragon Yuan guards had put immense pressure on her. Xu Xue never would have imagined that the Jin Yuan sect would deploy the Dragon Yuan guards, such a formidable force. I'm not in the mood to deal with them. Let us leave them hanging for a few more days. After saying this, Lu began doing calisthenics in the courtyard. Xu Xue's eyelids twitched. This was the Jin Yuan sect, after all, and the one who decome was Luo Ran, that scheming bastard. Was it really wise to just leave them hanging like this? But since they de-staked everything on Lu, Xu Xue had no choice but to follow his lead. After stretching, Lu finally felt a bit better. With these old bones and joints, he was genuinely afraid that one day his body parts would just stop working. Oh, and get me some introductory cultivation books. Also, find a girl who speaks clearly and thinks logically to teach me. Xu Xue was taken aback, not understanding what Lu was up to. As far as she could tell, Lu must be a cultivator, though she had no idea what method he used to mask his mana fluctuations. Go on, you silly goose. Lu slapped Xu Xue on the butt. The stinging pain snapped Xu Xue back to her senses, and she ran out, her face flushed. Soon, Lin Lin arrived at the small courtyard carrying some books and a white stone. Clearly, the master Xu Xue had found for Lu was Lin Lin. Senior, this is the Bright Moon Guild's introductory skill, the Clear Spring Formula. This is the Celestial Starstone, used to test one's aptitude. Lin Lin was quite familiar with Lu, so she didn't seem particularly nervous. She placed the items on the table and began introducing them to Lu one by one. Lu understood that cultivation required natural talent. Once Lin Lin had finished her introduction, Lu picked up the transparent stone and focused his attention on it. Hey, with my skills, I've got to have at least top-tier talent, right? Lu clutched the stone smugly, and soon the celestial starstone reacted. A wisp of colorful mist began to swirl around the stone. Before long, the mist grew thicker and denser. The colorful mist swirled, eventually condensing into a thumb-sized, black hole-like object. Crack! In the next instant, the celestial starstone shattered. This made Lu feel incredibly proud. With such a dramatic display, surely he must possess extraordinary talent, right? However, when he looked at Lin Lin, as well as the onlookers Xiaolioluo, Xiaoxian, and Hong Yejinren and saw their reactions, Lu sensed that something was off. All four women looked completely baffled, as if they had planned every possible outcome but never anticipated this result. What's wrong? Isn't this old man's talent impressive? Lu asked, sounding a bit uncertain. Master Hongye, standing nearby, finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Covering her mouth, Master Hongye giggled, Sir, your talent isn't just exceptional. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's one of a kind on the entire Tianyuan continent. Lu was confused. If it was that amazing, why did they look so bewildered? Lin Lin scratched her head, her delicate little face contorted in a pained expression, and began to explain. Senior, judging by the reaction of the celestial starstone, your physique must be the legendary 5 elements dominant physique. Oh ha, that's awesome. Just hearing the name tells me it's no ordinary thing. Lu chuckled. He really was the chosen one. Ha ha ha. Master Hongye, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Old man, this 5 elements dominant physique, it just sounds impressive. Since ancient times, there's only one recorded instance of anyone successfully cultivating it. Lu didn't seem bothered by this. After all, with such a great talent, wasn't it only natural that cultivation would be difficult? Shut up! Linlin glared fiercely at the gloating Master Hongye. Then, looking at Lu with an apologetic expression, she explained. Senior, the 5 elements dominant physique is a very special constitution. Ordinary cultivators usually have just 1 or 2 primary attributes, or at most 3. In our cultivation, we just need to follow our own attributes and keep going. It doesn't require too many resources. But the 5 elements dominant physique requires all 5 elements. Cultivating it not only demands a terrifying amount of resources but also requires maintaining the balance of the 5 elements. According to records, during the ancient era when resources were abundant, there were those who successfully cultivated it. But given the current scarcity of resources, it's simply impossible to cultivate the dominant physique. Ha! Lu looked completely baffled. His physique was incredibly powerful, but he couldn't cultivate it. That seemed to be the conclusion, didn't it? Sir, if you can't cultivate it, then where did all that invincible power of yours come from? Red Leaf teased from the side. None of your damn business. Lu angrily slapped Hongyejin on the butt. The pain made Hongyejin's eyes well up with tears. Dismissed, dismissed. Go do whatever you were supposed to be doing. Lu rolled his eyes. After the others left, Lu found Lucky. Donkey, you saw what happened earlier. I can't cultivate it. There's nothing I can do. What the hell are you freaking out about? Lucky grinned at Lu. A red beam shot out from the wisdom's eyes, scanning Lu from head to toe. The 5 elements dominant body isn't impossible to cultivate. It's just a matter of resource constraints. The input doesn't justify the output. Commonly known as poor cost effectiveness. You're spouting a bunch of nonsense. Say something I can actually understand. Lu felt like smacking this donkey again. Donkey withdrew the red light and said cheerfully, it's simple, the resources needed to cultivate a 5 elements dominant body could sustain 1,000,000 ordinary cultivators. Plus, cultivating the 5 elements dominant body is extremely difficult. If you can't find the right balance, there's a constant risk of your body disintegrating. Given that cost effectiveness, anyone with half a brain wouldn't even consider investing in the 5 elements dominant body. Perfect. I'm too lazy to cultivate anyway. Lu didn't care. Why go through all that trouble? Isn't it better to just lie back and relax? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean you can't. The donkey grinned mischievously as he leaned in close to Lu. As long as I can match the information to this world, I can find enough resources for you. Now, go find a few major cities, slaughter everyone until the streets run red, and get the Tao of Heaven to step in and wipe you out. While the Tao of Heaven is focused on you, I'll invade this vast world. If I succeed, I'll use the entire world's resources to support you alone. How could it fail? Get the hell out of here. Lu raised his foot and kicked the donkey flying. Think about it, this is the only way. Donkey's persistent voice echoed from afar. Lu wasn't that bored. Since he couldn't cultivate, he wouldn't bother. Lying here watching beautiful women wasn't that just the life? Once he successfully reversed his aging and his manhood was restored, he'd marry 100 wives. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Senior, there's trouble. Something happened to the disciples who went to the 100 Flowers sect to refine elixirs. Just as Lu was daydreaming about his bright future, Linlin burst into the courtyard, her face deathly pale. Holy shit! Lu shot up from his chair in a flash. The appearance pill was Lu's only hope for rejuvenation. If anything went wrong, this lunatic would probably punch a hole in the sky. Let us go check it out. Lu followed Lin Lin toward the main peak, Tianshui Peak. In the assembly hall of Tianshui Peak, over 100 disciples stood silently. No one spoke, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Occasional sobs added a touch of desolation to the oppressive grief. In the center of the hall lay a young girl, covered in blood. Her entire body was soaked in blood, and her face was covered, making it impossible to recognize her original features. Shushua held the girl tightly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Where is the senior? The blood-soaked girl struggled to open her eyes. Her once bright pupils had turned a lifeless gray. The girl gently opened her palm, and a ring slipped from her hand. Inside this ring were the ingredients used to refine the appearance pill for Lu. Seeing the ring stained red with blood, Shushua could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. Xiao, senior is coming right now, coming right now. Don't fall asleep, don't fall asleep. If you fall asleep, you'll never wake up again. Yet the passage of life never slows its pace because of the intensity of one's emotions. Lin Xiaoxiao struggled to lift her head one last time, gazing toward the entrance of the council hall. Until the very last moment of her life, she never saw that aged figure. My name is Lin Xiaoxiao, the Xiaoan big and small, hee. Senior, will you take us herb picking? Hee senior, why does your back keep getting twisted? Hee senior, when we get back, can you teach me how to practice swordsmanship? By the time Lu arrived at the council hall, Lin Xiaoxiao had already closed her eyes forever. Lu recognized the figure covered in blood. That little girl who was always smiling, but when she was unhappy, would lift her chin and look stubborn. Lu didn't have a good memory, but he had always remembered the name of this girl who smiled like a little kitten. Her name was Lin Xiaoxiao. She was dead. It happened so suddenly. So suddenly that Lu was completely caught off guard. Lu held his enemies' lives in contempt, yet cherished the lives of those close to him. Lin Xiaoxiao's death took Lu by surprise, leaving him frozen at the doorway. In this world, life is both the cheapest and the most precious thing. The lives of enemies are cheap, the lives of those close to us are precious. Senior. Shushue picked up the ring Lin Xiaoxiao had dropped, held it up before her eyes, and began to choke back tears. Xiaoxiao and the others didn't abandon the mission. The ingredients for the appearance pill are well protected. Lu sighed softly and walked into the hall. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, which remained wide open in death, Lu gently closed them. Someone will be buried with you. Lu's cold voice echoed through the hall. What exactly happened? Shushua knew this was no time for grief and silently wiped away her tears. 11 of us were assigned to guard the alchemy mission to the 100 Flowers sect, led by the 5th elder. To avoid drawing attention, they didn't ride spirit beasts but flew using magical artifacts to reach the 100 Flowers sect. According to the last message Xiaoxiao sent back, they encountered heretical cultivators at Black Moon Beach. The 5th elder and the other disciples were killed in battle. Only Xiaoxiao managed to break through the encirclement at the cost of her life. Lu nodded. It seemed they had fallen victim to an ambush. Shushua looked sad and helpless. The Bright Moon Guild has been in decline these past years. I've always restricted my disciples from going out, precisely because I feared they might encounter something like this. Take me to Black Moon Beach, Lu said, rising to his feet. Everything must have a resolution. Blood debt must be repaid with blood, it's only natural. Shushua nodded, cradling Lin Xiao's body in her arms, her eyes filled with rage. Lin, go prepare the materials for the Mirror of Flowers and Water Moon, and accompany the senior to Black Moon Beach. The rest of the disciples, prepare for battle and guard the mountain gates. Until the senior returns, no outsider is to set foot in the Bright Moon Guild. Honya, you'll accompany the senior to Black Moon Beach as well. You're more familiar with matters concerning heretical cultivators. Shushua methodically arranged everything. Black Moon Beach was the only route to the 100 Flowers sect. To reach the 100 Flowers sect without passing through Black Moon Beach, one would have to detour around the vast Bai Di Lake, which would take a great deal of time. Moreover, demon beasts frequently roamed the area around Bai Di Lake, posing a constant danger of being devoured. Thus, Black Moon Beach had effectively become the only viable path. For this reason, Black Moon Beach has also become the prime spot for heretical cultivators to ambush and rob travelers. Those heading to the 100 Flowers sect are invariably cultivators going to brew potions, and they usually carry large quantities of rare and precious ingredients. Everyone loves a risk-free deal like this, and over time, Black Moon Beach has become a den of bandits and outlaws. Compounded by the treacherous and rugged terrain here, and its proximity to lake bays. Even if the three great sects organized a joint assault, these heretical cultivators could simply dive into Bai Di Lake and emerge unscathed. Once the commotion died down, the lucky survivors would emerge and resume their old ways. Moreover, these bandits were shrewd. They never provoked disciples from major sects, targeting only those with weak influence and limited resources. Clearly, the Bright Moon Guild fell into that category. When Lu arrived at Black Moon Beach, all that remained was a field of corpses. The blood had turned black. Swarms of flies covered the bodies, and scavengers lurked nearby, ready to feast. Seeing the mangled remains of their fellow disciples, Lin and her group couldn't help but tear up. "Let us gather the girls' bodies first." Lu's expression was impassive, and his voice betrayed no hint of emotion. The group obeyed, piecing together the bodies on the riverbank. "Senior, something's off." Master Hongye quickly sensed that something was amiss. "Speak." Lu nodded expressionlessly. Master Hongye swallowed hard, somewhat intimidated by Lu's expression. The heretical cultivators who lurk at Black Moon Beach generally don't go to such extremes. Even when robbing, they rarely kill, let alone beat bodies to pieces. They seek wealth, not bloodshed. Master Hongye glanced at Lu. Seeing that Lu didn't respond, he could only continue. Judging by this ruthless, extermination-style method, the robbery and murder were likely committed by a different group. As he spoke, Master Hongye waved his hand, and a severed arm flew into his grasp. The arm had an eerie, sickly green hue, a clear sign of severe poisoning. Few cultivators use poison, and poison cultivators are considered the most heinous of criminals. Even ordinary heretical cultivators wouldn't touch such things. "Get it all out at once." Lu furrowed his brow. Master Hongye startled, then nodded hastily. "I've seen this green poison before. It's called green lapis lazuli, and it's found only on the 72 Immortal Islands." The 72 Immortal Islands. Hearing that name, Lin and the others all felt a chill run through their hearts. If the Ghost faction is the leader of the heretical sects in the central and western regions of the Tianyuan continent, then the 72 Immortal Caves are the undisputed leaders of the heretical path across the entire Tianyuan continent. The 72 Immortal Caves lie upon the Sea of Eternal Wakefulness, far from the mainland. It is said that over 10,000 heretical cultivators have gathered there. Every one of these heretical cultivators is ruthless and possesses unique, unparalleled abilities. When they unite, the power they wield rivals that of the three great sects. Even Yunmeng's, one of the three great sects bordering the Sea of Eternal Wakefulness, is powerless against the 72 Immortal Caves. After Master Hongye finished speaking, Lu raised his eyes to look at Lin. Little one, use the mirror of illusory flowers and water moon to recreate the scene. I'll go and exterminate every last one of them, along with their entire clans. Yes. Lu's words gave Lin a tremendous sense of security. Soon, the mirror flower, water moon formation was fully set up, and the scene appeared within the water mirror. Seeing the brutal battle, and Fifth Elder leading the girls to cover Lin Xiaoshuo's retreat, buying her time to escape, the Bright Moon Guild disciples had long since broken down in tears. In the end, Fifth Elder's self-destruction brought the battle to a close. This meant that Fifth Elder's remains could not be found at the scene. Silence hung heavy, punctuated only by low sobs, as the atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive. "Senior, I recognize that man. He is from the 72 Immortal Caves." Finally, Master Hongye broke the silence, pointing to an elderly man who had appeared last in the footage. Lu nodded. It was now certain that the 72 Immortal Caves were responsible for this ambush. Master Hongye watched the footage, looking somewhat puzzled. "Senior, there is one thing I don't understand. The 72 Immortal Caves usually operate along the coast. Why would they venture so deep into the vicinity of lake bays? This place is likely hundreds of thousands of li away from the never-sleeping sea. There is no reason for them to go out of their way to come here to rob and kill. I'll get to the bottom of it. With that, Lu raised his eyes to the surrounding mountains and asked, "Are there any heretical cultivators in these mountains?" Master Hongye nodded. Unless there is a large-scale purge, the heretical cultivators entrenched at Black Moon Beach usually hide in the surrounding mountains. Upon hearing this, Lu drew the branch from his waist and thrust it forcefully into the ground. Sword 3, Man-Made Calamity. A black sword aura spread out like a spider's web. Soon, this black, spider web-like sword aura covered the entire ground, extending all the way into the surrounding mountains. The moment the web began to spread, the chirping of insects and birds ceased, the gentle breeze stopped blowing, and the nearby stream ceased to flow. All sound fell into silence at that moment. 10 minutes later, the group saw a figure emerge from the mountains directly ahead. The person's expression was vacant, and they walked unsteadily, like a walking corpse. Upon closer inspection, a black spider thread was attached to their foot. Following the first person's appearance came a second, then a third, a fourth. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 people emerged from the surrounding mountains. These people all shared one thing in common: they were controlled by the black spider silk formed from sword aura, reduced to walking corpses. What an eerie and sinister tactic this was! The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. The first to approach Lu was a tall, thin middle-aged man. Sik Tai Sui, Wu Dajiang. Master Hongye looked at the middle-aged man, his face filled with astonishment. Wu Dajiang was a notorious figure in the circles of the Dark Path. It was said that he had suffered from an incurable illness, and his body had been so ravaged by pain that he had become tall and gaunt, resembling a skeleton, hence the nickname Sik Tai Sui. Yet this Sik Tai Sui was a bona fide sixth realm cultivator, and his reputation in the dark arts was formidable. But now, Wu Dajiang stood there like a puppet on strings, staring blankly at Lu. "What happened during the battle at Black Moon Beach earlier?" Lu asked. Wu Dajiang nodded blankly. "The people from the 72 immortal caves came here the day before yesterday to discuss with us a plan to ambush and kill the members of the Bright Moon Guild. The condition was that every member of the Bright Moon Guild must die, and they wouldn't take a single coin of the loot. Since the Bright Moon Guild is weak and outnumbered, we agreed to it." After speaking, Wu Dajiang fell silent again, his expression blank. "Not for the money, just to kill." Lu tapped his forehead lightly. "It looks like we'll have to pay a visit to the 72 Immortals cave to get to the bottom of this. Someone might have hired hitmen." As Lu pondered, he plucked a twig from the ground and flung it out. The twig landed steadily in the center of the small river. "Since you're involved in this, then you can go die." All the controlled cultivators immediately changed direction, walking blankly toward the center of the stream. Over 100 people gathered together, forming large and small circles in layers upon layers. "I'm going to that damn immortal cave. Who knows the way?" After speaking, Lu shielded all the girls with a black sword aura. Master Hongye thought for a moment and said, "The 72 immortal caves are very mysterious. They're out on the vast ocean, and it's said they're protected by a natural formation, making them very hard to find. Senior, I can take you to the never-sleeping sea, but I don't know the exact location. We can head to the Yunmeng marshes once we get there." Boom! Before Master Hongye could finish speaking, the cultivators gathered in a circle not far away all exploded with a thunderous blast. All the onlookers saw only a flash of black light before their ears went deaf and their eyes were nearly blinded by the glare. The explosion of over 100 cultivators caused a commotion that was nothing short of terrifying. A massive black mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the terrifying shockwave nearly swept away everything within a 10-mile radius. This was Lu, the origin of the name Man-Made Calamity among the 12 sword techniques. It corrodes living beings with sword aura, then uses that same sword aura to trigger their self-destruction, a veritable human bomb-making machine. This technique is best suited for large-scale slaughter. If Lu were so inclined, wiping out an entire major city with human calamity would take no more than a matter of minutes. Moreover, the stronger the cultivator controlled by the sword aura, the greater the explosive power. These 100 or so people were all cultivators, and among them were powerful 6th realm cultivators like Wu Dejiang. The explosive force was easily on par with that of a small nuclear bomb. What was most terrifying was that the black sword aura scattered by the explosion would continue to control living people into self-detonation until it had completely dissipated. These 12 sword techniques were created during the period when Lu's mind was at its most unstable. They were utterly anti-human and anti-social. The group was shielded by the sword aura, so while they weren't affected by the shockwave, the terrifying spectacle left everyone's knees weak. After the explosion, Lu recalled all the scattered black sword aura. Although Lu still suffered from intermittent psychotic episodes, he had improved significantly since coming out, and was no longer the sort to kill without a second thought. "Kid, you two head back first. I'm going to the Sea of Sleeplessness with Little Red Leaf." Lu gave a light wave of his hand, and the twig from the center of the small river flew to Linlin. It was truly unbelievable that an explosion of that magnitude hadn't damaged the twig in the slightest. "Take this twig. If you run into any trouble-making, blind fools, beat the crap out of them." The White Wind Ferry was the gateway to the Sea of Eternal Wakefulness. Here, a vast city centered on maritime trade. White Wind City had taken shape, governed by the Yunmengs, one of the 3 great sects. Among the 3 great sects, the Yunmengs was considered the most low-key and the one with the weakest public presence. It was rare to see disciples of the Yunmengs walking about in the mortal world. Yet Yunmengs is widely recognized as the wealthiest sect on the Tianyuan continent. This is because Yunmengs controls maritime trade and owns 3 flying cloud merchant ships capable of traversing the continent. These 3 ships are responsible for trade with other continents, making round trips every 3 to 5 years. Each round trip brings immense profits to Yunmengs. In recent years, however, Yunmengs' maritime trade has not been going smoothly. The 72 immortal caves in the never-sleeping sea have been increasingly active in recent years. Although they dare not raid Yunmengs' flying cloud merchant ships, they frequently come ashore to plunder White Wind City. The entire city has been thrown into chaos in recent years, severely disrupting Yunmengs' trade activities. Yet Yunmengs has found no effective way to deal with this thorn in their side. This is because the 72 immortal caves are protected by a natural formation in the vast ocean. Furthermore, these heretical cultivators are all elites among men. If Yunmengs were to attempt to eradicate them completely, it would likely suffer severe damage to its own strength. In that case, the Shantian sect and Jingyuan sect would reap the benefits for no reason, and that is the last thing Yunmengs wants to see. It had been 2 days since Lu arrived in Baifeng City. Even at Lu's speed, it took a full 2 days to reach his destination, giving him a new appreciation for the sheer vastness of this world. Red Leaf True Immortal, who was traveling by his side, gazed at the bustling streets. "Senior, let us go ask at the City Lord's mansion." The City Lord of Yunmengs must know the exact location of the 72 immortal caves. Lu didn't object. Finding a few small islands in the vast ocean was indeed quite a challenge. If his donkey could access information about this world, things wouldn't be so troublesome. The City Lord's mansion has issued another proclamation. Recruiting more people again? How many times has this happened this month? Those beasts at the 72 immortal caves are running rampant. Rumor has it they've set their sights on the flying cloud ships. Yunmengza is bound to take action. We'll just watch the spectacle. Even if they offer a higher bounty, you've got to be alive to spend it, don't you? A large crowd of cultivators had gathered in front of the City Lord's mansion's opulent gates, discussing the newly posted notice on the wall. Lu took a look. It was a recruitment notice for guards. The requirements were quite high. Candidates must be at least 5th realm, with sword cultivators given priority. It was also a long-term contract, with a minimum term of 5 years. Of course, the terms were also very tempting: a minimum annual salary of 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals, plus various rare treasures and rare herbs. Lu recalled that the Bright Moon Guild's annual income was only around 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. For Yunmengza to offer an annual salary of 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals just to hire a guard, it was no exaggeration to say they were rolling in money. It seems Yunmengza hasn't had it easy these past few years. They're offering such a high price. After reading the notice, Master Hongye sighed wistfully. Lu thought for a moment, then came up with an idea. Let us go talk to their leader. If I wipe out the 72 immortal caves, how much will they pay? The Bright Moon Guild was too poor. Since Yise decided to give them a hand, Lu put a little more effort into it. He was going to wipe out the 72 immortal caves anyway, so if he could help the girls of the Bright Moon Guild make a profit in the process, that wouldn't be bad. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Master Hongya slapped his forehead. Hey, what are you doing? Applying to be a guard? Go over there, this is the city lord's residence. Master Red Leaf dragged Lu along and barged through the main gate, where, as expected, they were stopped by the guards. Lu had no patience to waste words with the guards, so he simply used his sword aura to subdue one of them and ordered him to relay their purpose to the authorities. Soon, the city lord came out personally to greet the two, acting quite warmly. After all, it had been who knows how many years since someone capable of wiping out the 72 immortal caves had appeared. The city lord was a plump little old man in his 50s, a bit on the heavy side, with a gentle, affable appearance like a wealthy gentleman. Gentlemen, please come inside. Upon seeing Lu and Master Hongya, the city lord could not hide his inner disappointment. But having risen to this position, the chubby old man certainly knew how to handle himself. The city lord did not show the slightest hint of disrespect toward the two, despite their appearance. No need. Just send someone who knows the way. We're setting sail immediately. Lu disliked social niceties and came across as rather blunt. The city lord felt a bit awkward and laughed helplessly. Old man, setting sail isn't out of the question, but you'd better think this through, this isn't a game. How much will Yunmingze pay for the annihilation of the 72 immortal caves? Lu didn't want to waste words and cut straight to the chase. Seeing Lu so confident, the city lord wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Was this old man truly capable, or had he simply lost his mind? Moreover, he couldn't sense any mana fluctuations emanating from Lu, which made him even more suspicious. 2 million high-grade spirit crystals. After much deliberation, the city lord finally named his price. 2 million high-grade spirit crystals, that was roughly 20 years' worth of revenue for Mingyue. My offer, 4 million. Lu immediately doubled the price. You're out of your mind. The city lord was taken aback. 4 million high-grade spirit crystals, that was Yunming's entire 3-year income. 4 million, is that a deal? Lu was unyielding, staring straight into the city lord's eyes. Looking into Lu's emotionless gaze, the city lord felt his soul tremble inexplicably. 3 million. To Lu's surprise, this chubby little fellow actually held his ground and countered the offer. The Yunming's family is vast and powerful. While we earn a lot, our expenses are just as high. Your asking price is too steep. Every time we set sail, there are unexpected incidents. If the cargo is damaged, that's one thing, but if people are injured, the compensation will be astronomical. Last time, the Feiyun ship ran aground on an iceberg. Just repairing the ship cost 1 million high-grade spirit crystals. The city lord droned on, beginning to pour out his grievances. 4 million. Not a single coin less, or I'll crush you. Send men to the dock immediately, we set sail now. Lu's domineering nature was on full display. With that, he folded his arms behind his back and left the city lord's mansion. Watching Lu's retreating figure, the city lord let out a long sigh. The pressure this old man put on him was simply too much, especially when those eyes fixed on him, it felt as though they were about to suck his very soul away. 4 million to wipe out the 72 immortal caves, that's not too steep a price. The city lord ran the numbers in his head and decided that 4 million was still acceptable. Of course, the prerequisite was that the 72 immortal caves must be completely annihilated. He couldn't have them sprouting up again like weeds after a fire, otherwise, those 4 million would be money down the drain. The city lord pondered for quite a while before finally deciding to take the gamble. After all, he had nothing to lose. If it succeeded, Yunming's would be rid of a major thorn in its side, and the safety of its overseas voyages and Bai Di City would be guaranteed. If it failed, the old man wouldn't be able to return, so there would be no need to worry about him causing trouble. Senior, you really have the nerve to ask for that 4 million top-grade spirit crystals. That's a massive pile. In a small noodle shop at the ferry landing, Lu was eating noodles, with red leaf immortals sitting beside him. That's too little, Lu shook his head. If we can wipe out all 72 immortal caves, Yunmingze would be willing to pay a higher price. The safety of shipping routes is a crucial factor in trade. Yunmingze won T-skimp on this expense. Bang! Just as they were chatting, 4 men pushed open the door and entered the noodle shop. After scanning the room, they headed straight for Lu's table. The burly, dark-skinned man leading the group slammed a compass down on the table with a thud. You old geezer, hiding out in this godforsaken place eating noodles, you gave me quite a hard time finding you. So, you're the one heading out to sea, right? The man's voice was deafening, making the entire little noodle shop shake. Has the city lord lost his mind? These two think they can go out to sea to find the immortal's cave? These days, anyone and everyone thinks they can do anything. Smack! Before the man could finish his sentence, he was slapped across the face, sent flying through the wall of the small noodle shop, and landed on the curb. Please welcome our next guest who can actually speak. Lu said, lifting a bowl as big as his head and slurping down the noodle soup. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman watched Lu and swallowed hard. They hadn't even seen clearly how the man had been sent flying. But one thing was certain, it was the old man eating noodles who had struck the blow. I'm Wang Shouyue. This is my second older brother, Wang Xiaoyu. This is my younger brother, Wang Sharan. The one who was slapped flying by you is our eldest brother, Wang Shuyi. In the end, it was the woman who spoke first. Ha! Wang Shuyi, the 13 spices? Lu glanced at Wang Shuyi, who was lying on the curb, his condition unknown, and couldn't resist making a snide remark. What? Wang Shouyue didn't catch it at first. Lu waved his hand. You know the mission, right? Just take me to that so-called divine immortal cave. Wang Shouyue nodded. The city lord has already given us our orders. Fine. I don't want to deal with you guys. Just do your job. Lu was in a bad mood. He dropped that line and walked straight out of the noodle shop. 13 spices, don't follow me. You're ruining my mood. Once outside, Lu kicked Wang Shuyi aside and left with that parting shot. Your second brother Wang Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and was about to say something, but Wang Shouyue quickly covered his mouth. If you want to die, pick somewhere else. We can't afford to mess with that old man. Wang Xiaoyu nodded helplessly. The voyage went smoothly. Boarding the ship, however, caused quite a stir. After all, such a suicidal mission was a rare sight these days. The old hands who frequented Bai Feng Ferry all knew one thing. Whenever the 4 Wang siblings set sail, they were bound for the immortal caves. Only these 4 siblings could pinpoint the exact location of the 72 immortal caves. Wasn't it 20 years ago the last time these 4 set sail? About that. It caused quite a stir back then. I remember that expedition had a band suppression force of over 1,000 people, plus several 7th realm cultivators. You're mistaken. It was 32 years ago. Yunmengs organized the expedition themselves. Over 3,000 people went, and only 100 or so came back. It's been too long, I don't really remember. Sai Yunmengs is getting more and more unreliable these days. They actually send an old man out to sea. If the Wang siblings get caught up in this, Yunmengs won't even have time to cry. Rumor has it, and I say this with a grain of salt, that the 72 immortal caves are actually connected to 2 other major sections. Buddy, you can't just go around saying things like that. Spreading rumors? Don't you think about it? How else could the 72 immortal caves live so comfortably right under Yunmeng's nose? If they didn't have the backing of those other 2 sects, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. There's some truth to that. After all, Yunmeng's business is incredibly profitable and it's the only one of its kind. How could others not be envious? Cut it out, cut it out. This isn't something we should be discussing. The golden boat carrying Lu and his party set sail, sparking endless discussion among the people on the shore. "Old man, this is a special assault boat unique to our Wang family. It's much faster than ordinary boats. If you want to go back, we can turn around at any time." On board, Wang Shouyue spoke to Lu nervously. Lu ignored her, sitting alone at the bow, admiring the ocean scenery. That unlucky Wang Shuyi was also on the boat to find the 72 immortal caves hidden by a natural formation. The four siblings had to work together. Although she didn't care for the man, Lu had still let him aboard. Wang Shuyi's right cheek was swollen high, and he huddled at the stern of the small boat with a look of grievance, trying to stay as far away from Lu as possible. "You should have kept your big mouth shut. Now you've hit a brick wall, haven't you?" Wang Shouyue scolded him harshly as she applied medicine to his cheek. Hearing this, Wang Shuyi felt even more wronged and began to weep. Seeing a grown man shedding tears like that was actually quite comical. For the next 2 days, the small boat sped across the vast ocean. It wasn't until midnight on the third day, when they reached a stretch of pitch-black waters, that the boat finally came to a stop. "Old man, we need to start pinpointing the location of Immortal Island." Wang Shouyue looked at Lu nervously, still hoping in her heart that he would turn back. After all, over the years, no one who had come to cause trouble at the Immortal Cave had met a good end. It was clear that this girl had a kind heart. She wasn't worried about herself, but about the safety of Lu and Master Hongye. Lu waved his hand. "It's fine. If you feel it's unsafe, just mark the location and leave on your own." I didn't mean it that way." Wang Shouyue gave a helpless, wry smile. Since he couldn't persuade him otherwise, Wang Shouyue had no choice but to get to work. The four siblings steadied the small boat, each taking out a compass and gazing up at the stars in the sky. The location of the 72 immortal caves isn't fixed. Due to the influence of a natural formation, the position of the island group shifts constantly, but overall, it won't move outside this Black Sea. Wang Shouyue explained to Lu. "We can use the constellations to pinpoint the exact current location of the 72 immortal caves." From the zenith, several beams of moonlight fell, precisely illuminating the center of the four compasses. The compasses burst with intense golden light, which then returned to the sky, and the four compasses began to spin. As the four continuously performed hand seals, the ancient compasses underwent a startling transformation. The centers of the compasses slowly expanded outward, each forming a quarter of a lotus flower. Immediately afterward, the four brought the compasses together. The central lotus sections detached from the compasses and rose into the air, forming a complete lotus. The lotus slowly bloomed beneath the moonlight. Finally, a nautical chart appeared atop the fully bloomed lotus. "We found it." Wang Shouyue's heart leapt with joy as he looked at the chart. However, before Wang Shouyue could specify the exact location, the calm sea suddenly churned violently. Towering waves surged up, and the small boat rocked violently amidst them, as if it might be smashed to pieces at any moment. A massive black shadow flickered in and out of view amidst the waves, closing in on the small boat at breakneck speed. A sea-devouring beast. How could an 8th-ranked demon beast appear here? At the sight of that shadow, Wang Shouyue was so terrified his voice cracked. "Quick, speed up. Get us out of here." But it was too late. The shadow rode the waves toward them, opening its massive jaws and sucking them in with the force of a storm. Under this terrifying suction, the small boat spun in circles endlessly. The sea-devouring beast was an 8th-realm demon beast, while the highest-ranked of the four Wang siblings was Wang Shuyi, who was merely at the peak of the 5th realm. With such strength, escaping from the sea-devouring beast's jaws was nothing short of a pipe dream. Amidst the churning waves, the group sank into deep despair. "Get out of the way." Just as the small boat was about to lose control, Lu's cold, detached voice rang out. The voice wasn't loud, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. It felt as though the sound had struck their very souls, causing everyone to shudder. Even more incredible was that the sea-devouring beast, riding the waves and carrying the might of nature, after hearing that single word "get lost," actually plummeted violently, crashing back into the sea. Everyone watched as the sea-devouring beast's massive body vanished beneath the surface, fleeing as if from the plague itself. The group, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the small boat, their gaze toward Lu now completely transformed. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." Wang Shouyue took the lead in thanking Lu, and the other three quickly followed suit. "Have you pinpointed the location?" Lu waved his hand dismissively. Wang Shouyue nodded. "It's set 3,500 li to the southeast. The 72 immortal caves are protected by a natural formation, entering them won't be so easy." Before Wang Shouyue could finish his sentence, Lu had already vanished from the bow of the boat. The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled. Only Master Hongye seemed unfazed, leaning lazily against the ship's rail as she gazed absently out at the inky sea. "Miss, who exactly is that old man?" Wang Shuyi couldn't hold back any longer. Having offended Lu earlier, he could only test the waters now. "I don't know," Master Hongye said with a smile, shrugging her shoulders. "Just don't go provoking him." The group fell silent for a moment. Given Lu's frail appearance, he looked like a gust of wind could blow him over. Who wouldn't want to provoke him just for the sake of it? "Third sister, the appearance of an 8th-rank demon beast here feels a bit off." Wang Sharan, who had been mostly quiet, spoke up with concern. Wang Shouyue nodded. "It's likely related to the disturbance at the Eye of the Shadow Spring. The powerful demon beasts at the center of the Sea of Eternal Sleep may have been driven into other regions." Sigh. Wang Sharan sighed. "I don't know what is going on, but the seas haven't been peaceful for the past 2 years." Wang Shouyue ruffled Wang Sharan's hair and smiled. "These matters aren't for us to worry about. The top 3 sects have all sent people to the Eye of the Shadow Spring. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Why is the cancerous tumor known as the 72 immortal caves so difficult to eradicate? The reason is simple: this archipelago is protected by a natural formation. This formation is extraordinarily miraculous, capable of causing the archipelago to constantly shift its position. Without the ability to pinpoint its location through celestial alignments, it would be impossible to find it accurately in the vast ocean. Lu arrived at the location Wang Shouyue had indicated, walking through the air. The vast expanse of ocean below was shrouded in thick fog, and within the fog, there were vast amounts of human energy. It seemed he was in the right place. This must be the location of the 72 immortal caves. Lu gently raised his hand, and a black sword aura began to swirl around his fingertips. Lu maintained this posture for a full 10 minutes. The sword aura at his fingertips had condensed into a tiny, black hole-like object. Sword 4, Wind Rises. With a flick of his finger, the small black hole at his fingertip plummeted from the sky. Lu followed the small black hole as it plunged into the thick fog. The black hole eventually came to a halt about 10 meters above the fog, while Lu continued downward. The moment he touched the fog, a tremendous force of resistance rebounded against him. It seemed this was the protection of the formation. The force wasn't particularly immense, but for an ordinary cultivator, it was an insurmountable barrier. With a casual flick of his hand, Lu cut through the force and landed safely on the ground. He had no interest in surveying the surroundings. He had come here to kill. As long as he left a few survivors, he could interrogate them later. "Rise!" Lu snapped his fingers softly. In the next instant, the small black hole hovering above the thick fog suddenly flashed with a burst of black light. Then, a massive suction force erupted from the black hole. Under this immense pull, the thick fog below surged into the black hole as if being swallowed whole. Polar night began to shroud the land. No stars were visible in the sky, nor the bright moon. Where could any hope of survival remain? Finally, under this terrifying force, the entire 72 immortal caves began to boil. A vast number of cultivators rose into the sky, cursing and grumbling. When they realized that the polar night had descended and the thick fog protecting the archipelago had vanished, fear spread through the crowd like a plague. "Which friend has come to visit the immortal caves? Would you care to step out for a word?" A resonant voice rang out across the island. Lu had absolutely no desire to respond. He had come here for one purpose and one purpose alone: to slaughter everyone here. Seeing that the thick fog had been nearly absorbed and the view had cleared, Lu snapped his fingers again. Disperse. The tiny black hole ceased its storm like suction. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out suddenly. Then, a black wind blade, no more than 10 inches long, shot out of the black hole. The wind blade moved with the speed of a meteor chasing the moon, hurtling straight toward the cultivators suspended in midair. The cultivators hovering in the sky hadn't even had time to react. The wind blade left a long trail of black light as it sliced through their necks. The severed heads fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Donkey! Lu called out softly. Lucky, ever the good dog, appeared by Lu's side. Ah boss, just tell me what you need. Knowing Lu was in a bad mood, Lucky had no intention of rubbing salt in the wound. Lu nodded. Gather those heads for me. I want to take them back to pay my respects to the dead. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Lucky snorted cheerfully and vanished into the night. Lu closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, then, with his hands behind his back, walked leisurely toward the area with the strongest presence of living beings. With every step he took, a black wind blade, a merciless reaper of life, was unleashed from the small black holes in the sky. Under the polar night, the black wind blades traced vibrant, multicolored streaks of light. These lights wove together into a vast net, mercilessly reaping the lives across the archipelago. Finally, someone let out a terrified scream. He tried to flee, but the moment his foot touched the ground, a wind blade, trailing light, sliced across his neck. As the blade sliced through his neck, the warmth in his chest turned to ice in an instant. This is a dream, it must be a dream. For he felt no pain. Yet the final screams of the dying, rising one after another across the island, told him this was no dream. How could one distinguish reality from a dream? He saw his own body, saw his own toes, and finally sank into endless darkness. Life was so cheap it took nothing more than a slight flick of the finger to take so many. Lu walked step by step, his hands behind his back. 1,235. That was the number of steps Lu had taken, and also the number of deadly wind blades currently shrouding the archipelago. Tonight, no one would survive. After taking those 1,235 steps, Lu saw the first living soul, or rather, a group of them. They were huddled in a cave, cursing hysterically as they vented their inner terror. When they saw Lu, it was as if they had seen a savior. They didn't know Lu, but the moment they laid eyes on this old man, they were certain he was the mastermind behind this merciless slaughter. It was a strange sensation, as if they were connected by some unspoken bond. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you slaughtering us in the immortal cave? A tall, middle-aged man mustered all the courage he had in his life and roared at Lu. Does it matter? Lu smiled and shook his head, finding a rock to sit on. Tell me, who are you? Who on earth are you? The middle-aged man roared again, as if driven mad. Does it matter? Does that question matter? To Lu, the question was unimportant. But to this group of men facing death, it was of the utmost importance. If they died like this, without knowing why, would they be able to rest in peace? Lu waved his hand and chuckled. Let us change the subject. A few days ago, your immortal cave ambushed Bright Moon Guild disciples at Black Moon Beach. Who ordered that? The middle-aged man froze for a moment. Clearly, he knew nothing of this incident. You've got it wrong. You've got it wrong. We wouldn't venture deep into the interior, it wouldn't benefit us in the slightest. The middle-aged man clung to this as if it were a lifeline, shouting his explanation. Lu propped his chin in his hand, tapping his cheek lightly with his index finger, and said slowly, Here is a hint, green lustrous jade. Upon hearing those 3 words, the middle-aged man staggered. To Bailey, you son of a bitch, get your ass over here. The middle-aged man roared hoarsely at the crowd behind him. Soon, a man was shoved to the front. Lu glanced at him and nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed the old man who had appeared last in the Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Lu smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his voice. Go ahead. I'm sure you have something to say to me. To Bailey stared at Lu, his entire body shaking like a sieve. I shouldn't have ambushed that Bright Moon Guild disciple. I lost my head. Please be magnanimous. Not that one. Lu waved his hand dismissively, looking somewhat disinterested. I accepted a quest from the 10,000 Beasts sect to kill a Bright Moon Guild disciple for 100 high-grade spirit crystals. Lu nodded. It seems the matter is quite simple after all. You took the money to do the job, right? Right. Tu Bailey nodded hastily, but immediately realized something was off and shook his head just as quickly. All right then. Killing for money is a perfectly good reason. Lu stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Senior. The killer has been found. Please spare my immortal cave. I'm willing to accept any compensation. The middle-aged man's will to survive was strong. He was desperate to secure a sliver of hope for himself. Lu shrugged and laughed cheerfully. I told you, killing for money is a pretty good reason. As it happens, I've taken on a mission, for a million top-grade spirit crystals to wipe out your immortal cave. Any further questions? Hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. I can offer a higher price. I just beg you, senior, to spare my life. Ha! Lu could no longer hold back his laughter, then nervously cracked his neck. Do you really think I came here for the money? Ha, wrong. I just wanted to find some people to be buried with the girls. Of course, the more people to be buried with, the better. Making money is just a bonus. With that, Lu walked out with his hands behind his back. The gloom that had weighed on his heart these past few days had finally lifted somewhat, and his mood improved considerably. Ha, if you want us to be buried with you, don't even think about leaving here. In the midst of his utter despair, the middle-aged man burst into an uncharacteristic laugh. Do you know why this place is called the Divine Cave? Because a true God dwells here, ha. You've disrupted the formation. With all this slaughter, the blood will awaken him. The formation won't be able to contain him, and the Tianyuan continent will face a catastrophe, ha. Amid the middle-aged man's desperate roar, the entire archipelago began to tremble violently. A series of explosive, piercing cries rang out between heaven and earth. The already dense night seemed to grow even heavier, thick as a fog, so thick that a knife could not cut through it, nor a needle pierce it. A sudden gale swept up, whirling a storm of gray stones into the sky. A slender figure flickered in and out of view amidst the gale. The figure seemed both far away and within arm's reach. At that moment, atop the distant, northernmost peak of Kunlun, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. The instant his eyes opened, it seemed as though stars were flickering within them. He gazed toward the direction of the sleepless sea and shook his head slightly. The wind spirit has been awakened. It seems I'll have to make a trip down the mountain. This is interesting. It must be a wind attribute deity born of the earth and nurtured by nature. We should capture it for study. Such deities are of immense value for reference. They can help us deduce the evolutionary process of this world. Lucky had appeared beside Lu at some point. Watching the figure flickering in and out of view amidst the howling wind, Lucky cheerfully offered a suggestion. Dragging a massive net bag behind him. The bag was filled with fresh severed heads. Lu punched Lucky's head flat. Go collect some heads for me. Why are you causing so much trouble? Just a little suggestion. Oh, and here's a side quest for you, take it or leave it. Don't get mad. Lucky smiled sheepishly, then dashed off, dragging the net behind him. Lu watched the figure disappear. He had no interest in this kind of bullshit deity as long as it didn't come bothering him, everything was fine. Ding, special side quest activated, Awakening of the Wind Spirit. At that moment, a mechanical mission notification sounded in his mind. The Wind Spirit, suppressed by the Tao of Heaven for tens of thousands of years, has been liberated by the host. The Tianyuan continent is about to face a great catastrophe. The host can subdue the Wind Spirit to aid in cultivating the 5 elements dominant body. Are you fucking telling me what to do? Lu rolled his eyes and jutted his chin toward the figure in the howling wind. Hey, you black bastard, stop messing with the wind and get your ass over here. The violent gale came to an abrupt halt. The black figure stood frozen in place. Clearly, it had been stunned by Lu's words. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? I told you to get over here, didn't you hear me? Lu said impatiently. You're asking for it. A voice, furious and flustered, rang out, its gender indistinguishable. The black figure vanished from where it stood and reappeared right in front of Lu. A pair of massive black hands lunged toward Lu's chest. The black hands whipped up a nameless wind that sliced through the surrounding space. The air was like a shattered mirror, covered in cracks. Fuck you, you ungrateful bastard. Lu, growing angry, swung his massive palm out. Smack! Lu, though he struck second, landed first, slapping the shadow across the face. After the crisp sound of the slap, the shadow held up its hand, frozen in place. Smack, 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 smack. Lu delivered several more back-and-forth slaps to the shadow's face, completely stunning the thing. I'm Phone-Ling. I am a divine spirit born of heaven and earth. How did you manage to touch me? The shadow held up its hand and asked, its voice trembling with tears. Crying? You dare cry? I'll beat the shit out of you. Lu raised his massive hand again, and the shadowy figure, terrified, immediately covered his mouth. I need a henchman. You've got a unique build, you're the one. Lu was a bit lazy most of the time, he didn't feel like getting his hands dirty. Finding a henchman also fit his current needs. Upon hearing this demand, the dark figure instantly flew into a rage. I am Phone-Ling, a divine spirit born of heaven and earth. Who the hell do you think you are? You ungrateful bastard. Lu raised his hand and rained a barrage of slaps down on the dark figure's head. Wah, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. The black mist surrounding the shadow had faded considerably from the beating, and it sobbed, begging Lu to stop. Made up your mind yet? Lu glared at the shadow fiercely. The shadow shrank back, nodding timidly. I've made up my mind. But the very next moment, the shadow suddenly surged forward, shooting straight up into the sky. Pfft, now that the formation's broken, there is nothing in this world that can hold me back anymore. You old fossil, thinking you can make me your enforcer? You should take a good, hard look at yourself. Before the shadow could finish speaking, it let out a blood-curdling scream and plummeted headfirst from the sky. It turned out a winged blade had sliced across its neck. To Lu's surprise, the creature seemed to be unharmed. The gash in its neck quickly healed. Forget it. This is too much trouble. Lu shook his head and snapped his fingers lightly. The tiny black hole hovering above trembled slightly. Dozens of wind blades plunged downward, heading straight for the dark figure. Who do you think I am? I am a wind deity born of heaven and earth. What can a mere wind blade do to me? Facing the oncoming wind blades, the shadow defiantly scrambled to its feet. But the next moment, it thudded to its knees before Lu. Spare my life, spare my life. I'll do anything to help you. Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this guy really that shameless? Is this really a spirit? A spirit this weak and this shameless? Lu waved his hand, and the onrushing wind blades dispersed. You've already tricked me once. One more time, and I'll drown you in the toilet. Rest assured, sir, there absolutely won't be a next time. The shadowy figure raised his hand and swore an oath to the heavens. Put! Heaven and earth, what kind of demonic creature is this? The people on the island, witnessing this final outcome, nearly ascended to heaven right then and there. Of course, even though they weren't scared to death, ascending to heaven was only a matter of time. Blackie, go help my donkey collect the heads. Lu gave the order, then strolled away with his hands behind his back. Lu strolled around the island, making sure no one had slipped through the net, then returned to the small boat. Seeing Lu return so quickly, everyone assumed the old man hadn't managed to handle the situation and that they'd have to make a hasty escape. Wait here a moment. Lu waved his hand at Wang Shouyue, who was about to start the boat. Ha! Wang Shouyue looked bewildered. Elder, weren't we supposed to make a run for it? Run where? Lu was a bit baffled too. Wait until those evil cultivators from the immortal cave come chasing after us. It'll be too late to run then. Wang Shouyue glanced at the distant sea, looking anxious. Ha! Lu smiled. Don't worry, it's taken care of. No one is coming after us. Of course, the others didn't believe him. It had only been an hour. The 72 immortal caves are home to over 10,000 heretical cultivators. That's like 10,000 pigs. You couldn't possibly kill them all in a single hour. Lu couldn't be bothered to explain. He looked up at the sky. 10 minutes ago, Lu had sensed it. High above, it seemed as though a pair of eyes were staring down at him. Not only that, but a massive surge of energy was gathering at a frantic pace. The weather's about to change. Wang Shouyue noticed that, at some point, a layer of thick clouds had formed directly overhead. Even more eerie was the fact that these clouds were converging from all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the clouds completely obscured the sky. The clouds grew thicker and thicker, until finally it felt as though they were pressing down directly from above, making it hard to breathe. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the clouds collided. Red lightning, like a colossal dragon, flickered in and out of view within the clouds. What is this? Why is the lightning red? The might of heaven and earth was truly awe-inspiring. The group was so terrified that the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Especially when the thunder roared, it felt as though their very souls were about to be shattered. Thunder, tribulation. Master Hongya swallowed hard, looked at Lu, and blurted out those words. Thunder tribulation. Upon hearing those two words, the four siblings were terrified out of their wits. In truth, any cultivator would tremble at the mere mention of them. This phenomenon was the Tao of heaven, specifically targeting cultivators like them who had stolen the world's divine fortune. However, typically, the thunder tribulation only strikes when one enters the third realm of the divine path. Across the entire Tianyuan continent, the only known practitioner of the third realm of the divine path is the master of the Kunlun divine palace. As for others who have reached the third realm of the divine path, there are truly no reports of them. Perhaps some ancient clans with lineages stretching back millions of years might possess such practitioners. But since no one here is about to enter the third realm of the divine path, how could they possibly attract the thunder tribulation? Gazing at the blood-red clouds staining the entire sky, Master Hongya's voice trembled. Ancient texts record that the divine lightning of the tribulation is blue. This red variety is the god-slaying lightning tribulation. 1,000,000 years ago, when the demons from beyond descended, it was triggered once. At that moment, Lucky, who was busy collecting heads on the island, noticed the changes in the distant sky. Wahahaha, it's coming, it's coming. Lucky was so delighted his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The shadowy figure sent by Lu to collect the heads now sensed the terrifying might of heaven and earth, cowering on the ground and wiping away tears incessantly. Wah, I didn't do anything wrong. There's no need for the god-slaying thunder tribulation to strike me down. What have I ever done to deserve this? You sure know how to flatter yourself. Lucky rolled his eyes in disdain and untied the net bag he was dragging behind him. Then he kicked the shadow beside him, which had long since been scared out of its wits, with his hoof. You little brat, make sure you pick up every single head. If even one is missing, I'll skin you alive. Then Lucky turned into a streak of red light and vanished from the island. The shadowy figure stared blankly at the net full of severed heads. He finally realized that the god-slaying thunder tribulation hadn't been aimed at him. Since it wasn't meant for him, it must have been for that dead old man from earlier. Put. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever survived the god-slaying thunder tribulation. He deserved to die, that old geezer. The dark figure spat viciously, stood up, and turned into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. You guys go ahead. Little Red Leaf, just wait for me at the White Wind Ferry. Lu stretched his limbs and gave Red Leaf Shinran a quick instruction. Red Leaf Shinran immediately realized that this god-slaying thunder tribulation was targeting Lu. Upon realizing this, Red Leaf Shinran's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes widened like copper bells. For according to the records, from ancient times to the present, it seemed no one had ever survived the god-slaying thunder tribulation. Red Leaf Shinran stared blankly at Lu, wanting to say something but finding no words. In this situation, she understood that she was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Even if she spoke, it would not make a ripple. Let us go. Lu lightly tapped the ground with his foot. A black sword aura enveloped the small boat, and they sped away. Watching Lu grow increasingly distant, Red Leaf Shinran felt a stinging sensation in her eyes. Although she hadn't spent much time with Lu, these past days had been the most peaceful of her entire life. She didn't know when it had happened, but she had come to see Lu as her rock. It felt as though, as long as he was there, nothing was insurmountable. Master Hongya leaned over the bow of the boat and shouted with all her might. Senior, you must return safely. After shouting those words, Master Hongya felt completely drained and leaned against the gunwale. But would he really be able to return? On Mount Bushang in the far south, a tall, elderly man gazed at the distant horizon with a complex expression. The god-slaying thunder tribulation. I haven't set foot outside for 1,000 years. Has some otherworldly monster defying the heavens emerged on the Tianyuan continent? It seems I must venture out once more. On Panglai Island in the far east, a dignified man in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He too gazed at the distant horizon, his eyes filled with concern. In recent years, the Tianyuan continent has known no great calamities, nor has any great demon emerged. Why would the god-slaying thunder tribulation suddenly descend? Though the Yao Spring has been agitated, it has not opened. What exactly has gone wrong? In the vast Gobi Desert of the far west, it is said that an ancient clan lies hidden here. A young girl, carrying a massive mountain on her back, walked barefoot across the hard desert sands like an ascetic, her cool, composed face showing not a single ripple of emotion. Soon, the girl seemed to sense something. She trembled slightly, and the mountain on her back instantly crumbled to dust. She looked up at the distant sky and murmured to herself, the god-slaying thunder tribulation. Interesting. While the Shadow Spring is in turmoil, I'll go for a stroll. In the far north, the man whose eyes flickered with the light of stars descended from Mount Kunlun. It started. You old fart, take him on. I'm going to raid his home. Lucky's jubilant voice rang out in Lu's mind. You bastard. If you speak out of the blue like that again, I'll wring your neck. As Lu spoke, he looked up at the sky. The blood-red clouds had lowered even further, so low it seemed he could reach out and touch them. He instinctively reached for his waist, but froze. The sword was no longer there. Just then, Lucky's voice rang out in Lu's mind again. You've got swords, you've got swords, you've got swords. 2 swords are sealed within the gates of your memory, a black one called Life Slayer and a white one called Seeking Benevolence. Pull them out and take him down. Lu didn't want to deal with this guy, so he gently curled a finger toward the ocean at his feet. The sea, which had been relatively calm, began to churn violently the moment Lu curled his finger. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth. From the churning sea, dozens of water columns rose up, resembling giant dragons. A wave surged up from below, lifting Lu and hurling him toward the sky. You old madman, you old madman. Lucky's voice rang out, tinged with frustration. Don't go out to meet him head-on. Your body is too frail, you won't be able to withstand it. Stay down here and wait for him to come to you. Lu ignored Lucky, fixing his gaze instead on the blood-red clouds in the sky. The blood-red clouds began to spin wildly. It formed a massive vortex in the heavens, and at its center, a crimson thunder dragon swam, its overwhelming might fully revealing the power of heaven and earth. Yet, faced with this divine might, Lu merely curled the corners of his mouth into a carefree smile. It seemed as though the vortex sensed Lu's contemptuous smile. Boom! In the next instant, the god-slaying thunder tribulation ignited with boundless fury. A crimson flash streaked across the heavens and earth, illuminating the pitch-black night. Thunder roared as a crimson thunder dragon, carrying earth-shattering energy, surged from the vortex's center straight toward Lu. At that moment, Lu closed his eyes. It was getting closer. 1,000 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters. Just as the thunder dragon was about to strike Lu's head, those cloudy eyes suddenly snapped open. Black sword aura surged from his body, shooting straight into the heavens. The black sword aura, like oil droplets falling into clear water, rapidly tainted the sky. The entire sky was divided into two colors by Lu's black sword aura and the red god slaying thunder. Boom! Enveloped by the sword aura, Lu's hands turned pitch black. With those withered, gnarled hands, Lu slammed his palm against the thunder dragoness jaw. Lu, as insignificant as a speck of dust, held back the colossal red thunder dragon with his bare hands. If anyone had been fortunate enough to witness this scene, they would have been left speechless with awe. Oomph, do you think I've been taking those 10,000-year strength pills for nothing? Lu snorted coldly, and his scrawny muscles actually bulged for a moment. The next instant, Lu concentrated his strength in his hands and tore down with all his might. A force as devastating as a demon god bringing about the end of the world, a force that split the heavens and shook the earth, erupted from his hunched body. The thunder dragoness' massive head was torn apart, followed by its torso, and finally its tail. A bolt of god-slaying lightning had actually been torn to shreds by Lu, right before everyone's eyes. Don't be reckless. Your body can't take this. Grandpa, for the love of heaven, I beg you, use the sword. Use the sword. Lucky's voice was frantic, laced with a hint of tears. But Lu couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. After shattering the first bolt of divine lightning, the waves beneath his feet surged slightly higher. Lucky sighed, knowing he couldn't dissuade the old man, and simply shut his mouth. Immediately afterward, the second bolt of god-slaying lightning crashed down. Lu raised his fist, channeling all the power of his flesh, and slammed it into the lightning with all his might. The red lightning dragon was shattered once again. The third, the fourth, 15 in total. Lu shattered a full 15 god-slaying thunderbolts. By now, Lu's face was covered in cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet the heavenly tribulation showed no sign of abating. In fact, its power was only growing. Cough, I guess I can't deny I'm getting old. Lu coughed up a mouthful of blood and laughed self-deprecatingly. Boom! Another crimson thunder dragon crashed down. Lu snapped his fingers lightly, and a towering pillar of water left behind below came to life. A black sword aura enveloped the water column, transforming it into a massive black dragon. The black water dragon roared as it charged upward, colliding with the crimson thunder dragon. Water and lightning, the two elements collided, sparking dazzling sparks. The entire sky was illuminated in that moment. It was like a blooming firework display, utterly magnificent. With every lightning dragon he shattered, Lu had the waves lift him slightly higher. By the time the last water column was exhausted, Lu was already very close to the red vortex. By then, the god-slaying thunder had struck a full 80 times. Lu's situation was far from optimistic. His aged body could not withstand such power and had begun to crumble. The skin on his face, like a shattered mirror, began to peel off in patches. Yet Lu laughed indifferently. Perhaps he had always been this way, indifferent to everything. At the center of the blood-red thundercloud vortex, a frenzied roar erupted, with countless crimson bolts of lightning flickering erratically within. Lu knew this must be the final god-slaying thunderbolt. And it was also the most powerful one. He instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. Lu smiled and tapped his forehead. His memory was getting worse and worse. He hadn't brought his sword. At that moment, the vortex at the center of the thundercloud erupted into chaos. A final, colossal red dragon was forming at breakneck speed. Perhaps because the red was so intense, this final thunder dragon had turned black. Lu gently slit his palm, and blood gushed out. He formed his fingers into a sword and swept them before him. The blood coalesced without dispersing, forming a long, blood-red sword. Lu took a deep breath and gently grasped the hilt. Today, with blood as my sword, I shall cleave the heavens. Sword 11, Great Annihilation. Die. There was no dazzling sword light, no brilliant colors. Lu swung this blood sword with all his might. A black sword aura was drawn out before him. This black sword aura soared upward, charging straight toward the center of the vortex. The sword aura swelled against the wind 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Until finally, this black sword aura stretched across the sky. This sword aura, tearing through the heavens, struck the red thundercloud vortex. A piercing black flash burst across the sky. There was no violent collision, no dazzling fireworks. Everything was so still. That razor-sharp sword aura simply sliced through the center of the vortex, without stirring a single ripple. Time stood still in that moment. The black lightning dragon halted. The crimson vortex ceased its rotation. Boom! In the next instant, the thundercloud vortex shattered with a thunderous crash. The entire sky became as clear as if washed by a pure spring. While others' heavenly tribulations are meant to be endured, Lewis is meant to be cut down. I have a sword that can cleave the might of heaven. Cough, cough. Lou began coughing violently. Excessive blood loss, combined with the immense physical strain, made Lewis' head spin. He barely managed to stay upright, preventing himself from tumbling into the sea. I'm the man, I'm invincible. Just then, Lucky appeared beside Lou, carrying him as they descended toward the archipelago that had already been completely wiped out. For some reason, Lucky's head had swollen to an enormous size. This made him look even more like a complete idiot. He. Lucky landed, grinning like a fool. Sir, it worked. I've matched the data for this world. This world is truly unexpected. There's just too much information, it's overwhelming. I need some time to sort it all out. Lou was in excruciating pain all over and had no patience for this guy. He rolled his eyes and said, Hurry the hell up and pack up the heads. Let us get back to the Bright Moon Guild. This whole day has been a total pain in the ass. Aye, sir. You just sit tight, I'll get right on it. The donkey nodded meekly. He was so respectful he might as well have set up an altar for Lou and started worshipping him. Leaning against a rock, Lou was so exhausted that he must have fallen asleep without realizing it. Master! What's wrong with you? You can't die. How am I supposed to live if you die? Donkey's wailing and wailing woke Lou up. When he opened his eyes, it was already daylight. The sky was clear and blue, the breeze was gentle, and the sunlight was just right. Lou slapped Lucky's donkey face and snarled, What the hell are you wailing about? Is the job done? Despite the slap, Lucky perked up. Same old routine, same old big-time trouble. Ha, all done. Total of 12,318 heads. Lucky turned his head smugly, glancing at the massive net behind him. It was stuffed full of severed heads. Blood had soaked the ground beneath the net, making the whole scene look like a living hell. Oh, right, the wind spirit seems to have gotten away. Damn it, if I ever run into him again, I'll beat the shit out of him. Lou waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. He's just a noob, let him be. Hurry back to the Bright Moon Guild. If I can't reverse my aging soon, this body's really going to fall apart. Sigh, fine. Hold on tight. Lucky dragged the net bag and, with Lou perched on his back, soared into the sky. A donkey, dragging over 10,000 severed heads, began to gallop through the sky. Perched on its back was an old man, his skin peeling and covered in cracks. If anyone with even a shred of courage had witnessed this horrifying scene, they would likely have wet themselves on the spot. Master Hongye stretched his long, fair neck and gazed out at the sea all night long. The commotion in the heavens had long since subsided, yet Lou had still not returned. Master Hongye's spirits had sunk to rock bottom. Without Lou's protection, how much longer could this peace last? What's that? Someone suddenly shouted, pointing toward the distant sky. Soon, everyone at the ferry noticed a black speck on the horizon. As it drew nearer, everyone's minds went blank. A donkey, dragging a net bag filled with countless heads. The crowd was so shaken by the sudden appearance of the donkey that they were left in a dazed, half-trance-like state, as if struck by lightning. Everyone was completely stunned, as if they had lost their voices, as if they had gone numb, unable to speak, devoid of strength. Go to the city lord's mansion. Lou didn't let Lucky land, he simply called out to Red Leaf from the air. Upon hearing Lou's voice, Red Leaf came back to life. She stood up, wiped her eyes, and ran joyfully toward the city lord's mansion. Red Leaf S running set off a chain reaction. Everyone at the ferry followed her, rushing toward the city lord's mansion together. What's going on? Have those beasts from the 72 Immortals cave come again? Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Passers-by on the street, seeing this scene, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. We're heading to the city lord's mansion. Something big has happened. What kind of big event? I don't know, just go. It's definitely something major. Conversations like this played out repeatedly along the way. Word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Something major has happened. This news spread like wildfire, quickly sweeping through the entire city of Bai. More and more people rushed toward the city lord's mansion, until eventually the entire street was packed to capacity. The crowd was so dense that people were shoulder to shoulder. Not even the departure of the flying cloud ship or the personal arrival of the patriarch of the Yise sect had ever drawn such a massive gathering. The immense commotion in the city led the city lord to believe that the 72 Immortal Caves had launched a full-scale assault on White Wind City. The city lord gathered his men, preparing to reinforce the ferry landing. Just as he stepped out of the city lord's mansion, a scrawny donkey descended from the sky. A man sat atop the donkey, which dragged a net sack behind it. The sack was filled to the brim with severed human heads. The city lord's face turned deathly pale. In an instant his eyes widened in shock, his mouth gaped open, and his mind went blank. Fatso, pay up! Lu, sitting atop the donkey, bellowed. That roar snapped the city lord back to reality. He quickly realized what was happening and issued an order. Seal the gates. Don't let anyone in. The guards finally snapped out of their daze and sprang into action, sealing off the gates leading to the governor's residence. Trembling, the governor rushed to the net bag filled with human heads. The master of the 100 Poisons Cave, the master of the Spirit Serpent Cave, the master of the Great U Cave. Staring at the heads, the city lord began to mutter to himself in a trembling voice. The names he recited were all the lords of the 72 Immortal Caves, renowned masters of the dark arts. Yet these once invincible figures now lay decapitated, their heads stuffed into a net sack. Finally, the city lord found the head of a middle-aged man within the sack. At that moment, his heart finally settled. For the owner of this head was the supreme leader of the 72 Immortal Caves. Only now could the city lord be certain that the 72 Immortal Caves had been completely wiped out. The city lord trembled with excitement. This cancerous tumor had finally been eradicated. Old master, please accept my deepest bow. Overcome with emotion, the city lord bowed deeply to Lu. Give me the money. Stop wasting my time. Lu waved him off impatiently. The city lord didn't dare delay. He turned immediately. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll have spirit crystals brought over from the sect right away. Get the hell out of my way. Just then, the guard at the door was suddenly kicked flying. A flash of red darted toward Lu like a cheerful lark. The crowd blocked at the entrance surged in behind her. Master Hongya rushed up to Lu, her face flushed crimson from the intense sprint. She looked at Lu and broke into a silly grin, scratching her head sheepishly. He. Such a goofball. Lu was at a loss for words. This woman was truly fearless. This is the head of the 100-eyed true lord. He was a fifth realm cultivator. This is the supreme elder of the Great Een. He was the beast who massacred civilians during the last attack on the ferry. Serves him right, serves him right. Everyone, look. This is poisonous Lioli Tu Bailey. This beast once poisoned an entire town of tens of thousands of people. Serves them right, serves them right. Master, may your spirit rest in peace in heaven, Wah. People crowded around the net, some reciting the evil deeds of these heads' former owners as if listing family treasures. Others wailed loudly, crying out for those who had perished. The situation had spiraled out of control, and the city lord dared not drive the crowd away at this moment. Everyone, listen to me. Listen to me. The city lord bellowed loudly. Finally, all eyes turned to him. Clearing his throat, the city lord took a deep breath and then shouted with all his might. I, Chen Duo, the 38th Lord of White Wind City, hereby declare that the 72 immortal caves have been completely annihilated. From this day forward, you need no longer live in fear. Cultivators may set sail with confidence to the major islands in search of rare treasures and natural resources. The common people can farm in peace, no one will come to harass us anymore. The voice rose from the city lord's mansion and swept across the entire city of Bai. At that moment, the millions of people in Bai City all gazed toward the sea. It felt like a dream, yet it did not. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce the master who annihilated the 72 immortal caves. The city lord, brimming with confidence, turned to introduce Lu to everyone. However, at that moment, Lu, supported by Master Hongya, had already reached the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Senior. The city lord called out loudly. Lu raised his hand, waved it gently, and entered the city lord's mansion without a word. Seeing Lu's aged and stooped figure, the crowd was momentarily at a loss. The city lord felt somewhat awkward. Clearly, Lu seemed to have little interest in fame or fortune. Everyone, disperse. Go prepare to set sail. The islands of the open sea await you. Only then did the crowd realize that, due to the 72 immortal caves, they hadn't ventured out to sea in many years. The sea of eternal vigil was vast beyond measure, its abundance of resources far surpassing anything the land could offer. Now that they could set sail again, it meant a wealth of rare treasures and natural wonders awaited them at sea. Brothers, let us set sail. On that day, the Bai ferry saw a bustle unseen in 1,000 years. On this day, news of the destruction of the 72 immortal caves spread from White Wind City, shaking the entire continent. On this day, a portrait of an old man appeared in the major sects and ancient clans across the land. Senior, your body. In the city lord's mansion, Master Red Leaf gazed at Lu's body, covered in cracks, as tears streamed down her face. Lu found it amusing. This woman, who usually acted as tough as a man, now looked like a little girl. It's nothing. Good people don't live long, but evildoers last for 1,000 years. A thoroughbred demon lord like me isn't going to kick the bucket so easily. What do you mean, great demon? You're a true hero. The cultivators and commoners who died at the hands of the 72 immortal caves number at least 1 million. You've eradicated them. I don't know how many people are grateful to you. Master Hongye puffed out her cheeks and took out a jade bottle, intending to apply medicine to Lu. Lu shook his head. It's no use. In this state, I can only recover by turning back into a young man. True Master Hongya had no choice but to put the jade bottle away, then began staring at Lu in a daze. To be honest, Lu was old and ugly. The wrinkles on his face were deep enough to trap a fly. There really wasn't much to look at. But despite his appearance, true Master Hongya found herself growing fonder of him the more she looked, and she began to wonder what he would look like once he regained his youth. Go find me something to eat. I'm hungry. Being stared at like that, even someone as thick-skinned as Lu couldn't take it anymore. He had no choice but to find an excuse to send this young lady on her way. He. After Master Hongye left, Lucky scurried out with a mischievous grin. Its head had returned to normal, and its wise eyes were shining brightly. Sir, I've got some good news for you. I've completed the match. This world is called the Vast and Majestic World. There are 13 continents in total, and the Tianyuan continent is the smallest and weakest one. The size of this world is beyond imagination. Some regions haven't even been discovered yet. Plus, this is where the last great emperor was born. There might be an opportunity to become an emperor here. It's also in a magical location, with passages leading to the endless demon realm and the underworld. Lu kicked the donkey in the face and said impatiently, "Say something useful." Lucky shook his head vigorously. "Alright, I'll say something useful. I'll give you a map hack. Let us go mine spirit crystals. Your 5 elements dominance needs a massive amount of resources to sustain it. That's useful, right?" Lu tapped his forehead lightly, deep in thought. "Right now, I'm targeted by the Tao of Heaven. If I don't cultivate and just keep using sword aura, the Tao of Heaven might come after me to strike me down. Although I don't have to worry about being killed, having it happen every few days is still a pain. Plus, if I want to go home, I'll need the power to break through the realm. Currently, there are only two sources of boundary-breaking power: becoming an emperor, or going to the Bronze Temple. To be on the safe side, Lu finally decided to begin his cultivation. With the donkey as cheat code, quickly reaching the third realm of the divine path shouldn't be a problem. Lu then stayed at the city lord's mansion for another day, waiting for 4 million top-grade spirit crystals. The Patriarch of Yunmingze had personally delivered them, desperately trying to recruit Lu to serve as a guest scholar at Yunmingze. He even offered 80,000 top-grade spirit crystals per year. In the end, however, the Patriarch of Yunmingze received nothing but a huge eye roll from Lu. The Bright Moon Guild was a picturesque paradise, and best of all, it was full of beautiful girls only a fool would even consider going to Yunmingze. 5 days later, the donkey, dragging a net sack and carrying Lu and Master Hongya on its back, finally returned to the Bright Moon Guild. To Lu's surprise, the group from Jinyuan's sect was still waiting at the mountain gate. Their patience was truly remarkable. In truth, Luo Ran's patience had long since run out. But 5 days earlier, he had suddenly received intelligence from the sect intelligence regarding Lu. Combined with speculation from various factions, it seemed likely that the person responsible for wiping out the 72 immortal caves was residing at the Bright Moon Guild. This explained why the Bright Moon Guild had undergone such a sudden and drastic change. From that day on, Luo Ran regained his patience. When he saw the net full of severed heads, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Luo Ran was still startled. "Senior, I am the disciplinary elder of the Jinyuan sect, here to offer my apologies to the Bright Moon Guild." Luo Ran stepped forward to speak with Lu, adopting a very humble demeanor. Lu snorted derisively. If his fists weren't strong enough, the girls of the Bright Moon Guild would likely have been ground to dust long ago. People fear might, not virtue. It's just the way of the world. Since you're sincere, I'll have that girl Chushue come talk to you. All you'll need to do is nod. Luo Ran's lips twitched. Just nod? Is this a negotiation, or are we signing an unequal treaty? But with the situation unclear and Lu's true capabilities unknown, Luo Ran had no choice but to swallow his pride, smile, and nod in agreement. With that settled, Lu dragged a net full of severed heads through the mountain gate. Chushue, accompanied by disciples of the Bright Moon Guild, had been waiting there all along. Lu looked at the haggard-looking Chushue and asked, "Have Xiao Xiao and the others been buried?" Chushue nodded, her expression relaxing. "Yes, they're buried in Xingxue Valley. Let us go pay our respects." Lu dragged the net bag toward the mountains. Some of the early spring snow had already melted, gathering into a small stream that flowed down from the mountains. 12 brand new tombstones stood in clear Snow Valley, where 12 girls now rested in eternal sleep. Lu splashed some stream water on his face, opened the net bag, and took out the severed heads one by one, arranging them neatly before the graves. "I told you someone would be buried with you. I wonder if you're satisfied with this number. If you're not, come to me in a dream tonight. And of course, there are the people from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Just wait a couple more days, girls." It took Lu a full 3 hours to arrange all the heads neatly. He then used his sword aura to strip the flesh from the skulls, preventing them from rotting and polluting the environment. In the end, over 10,000 heads were transformed into skulls. A sea of gleaming white, a sight that was quite jarring. After paying his respects to the girls, Lu, propping up his battered body, returned to the small courtyard. He had barely lain down when Chushue arrived. Seeing Lu's body, which looked as if it might collapse at any moment, Chushue couldn't help but shed tears. "Senior, the appearance pill has been refined." Upon hearing this news, Lu shot upright from his chair. "What? That fast?" Startled, Chushue nodded and explained, after the matter at Black Moon Beach was settled, Linlin didn't return directly to the Bright Moon Guild. Instead, she went to the 100 Flowers sect. While you were away these past few days, the 100 Flowers sect has already refined the appearance pill. Having said this, Chushue took out an exquisite little box and handed it to Lu. Lu took a deep breath as he accepted the box. Looking at the emerald green potions inside, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "Thank you. Senior, you flatter me. Yise shook her head hurriedly. If it weren't for you, the Bright Moon Guild would likely have been reduced to ashes. To lighten the mood, Yise asked in a casual tone. I wonder what you looked like in your youth, senior. Lu laughed and flippantly tossed his hair. Back in my youth, I was so handsome it was almost unbearable. Yise laughed along with him. This was the Lu they knew and loved. Senior, I'll be waiting for you at the gate. You have to let us see it first. We can't let anyone else get the better of us. Yise walked out of the small courtyard with a smile. Don't worry, we won tea. Let the good stuff go to strangers. Lu picked up the potions, preparing to pop one into his mouth. Wait a minute. Just then, Lucky suddenly appeared. Lucky's expression was unusually serious as he looked at Lu. If you go back to your younger days, it will inevitably activate the memories you've sealed away. You must be careful. Don't linger in the gate of memories, and don't touch that seal at the very deepest part. Lu looked completely baffled. What's the big deal? They're my own memories. Are they going to eat me or something? To Lu's surprise, Lucky actually nodded seriously. That's right. The matter of sealing your memories is actually quite complex. If you unseal them recklessly, I can't predict what might happen. It's best not to unseal them now. Just take out the two swords you sealed away, Life Slayer and Seeking Benevolence. Lu thought it over and finally nodded. This donkey might be a bit of a scatterbrain, but he never meant to harm him. Seeing Lu nod, Lucky finally let out a sigh of relief. Old man, you're actually pretty easy to talk to when you're in your right mind. Get lost. Lu kicked Lucky flying. Picking up the potion, Lu slowly brought it to his lips. A wisp of white mist rose from Lu's body, quickly enveloping him entirely. The warm mist made Lu feel at ease. As he relaxed, he entered his mental realm. Within the boundless sea of consciousness, a massive gate of memories stood. This was Lu's mental realm, where he was the sole ruler. If anyone knew that a person's sea of consciousness could be so vast as to be boundless, they might be terrified out of their wits. The sea of consciousness, which should have been calm, was now churning with towering waves. This meant Lu's mind was undergoing violent turmoil. Lu took a step forward and appeared before the gate in the next instant. He reached out and gently pressed his hand against the door. The gate of memories, which had previously been utterly immovable, now slowly swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu stepped inside. Countless sealed memories flooded in, filling the blank fragments of his mind. Most of these memories were filled with violent emotions. Lu understood why he had sealed them away. Had he not sealed them away, he would likely be a complete lunatic by now. Lu walked slowly through the gate of memories. After an unknown amount of time, a long black sword floated silently before his eyes. Looking at the black sword, a sense of kinship and familiarity welled up within him. The black sword began to tremble softly, its blade swaying with joy. Lu stepped forward and grasped the hilt. At that moment, the lost memories regarding the black sword were restored. Its name was Life Slayer, entirely pitch black, without a single speck of color. Forged with his essence blood when Lu turned 30,000 years old, it later allowed him to master the 12 swords of Life Slayer, capable of slaying all living beings. Old friend, it's been a long time. Lu smiled as he sheathed Life Slayer at his waist and continued onward. He didn't know how much time had passed. The black void transformed into white. A white longsword floated silently before his eyes. Lu still had some recollection of Life Slayer. But regarding this white longsword, he had absolutely no memories. Lu stepped forward and grasped the longsword, yet the white blade showed no reaction, and no related memories surfaced. Lu shook his head helplessly. Run? You're coming out with me too. Lu sheathed the white sword at his waist. He continued on, but his memories abruptly ended at that moment. Lu estimated that he only had memories from the past 60,000 years. 40,000 years were missing. He had no idea what had happened during those final 40 years that required him to completely seal away those memories. Unwilling to give up, he tried to press on. Finally, Lu saw a still, black river stretching out before him. The black river wound its way into the distance, its source and end unknown. A strange sensation welled up within him. It seemed as though something in the black river was calling out to him. Lu walked toward the river, but just as he was about to step into it, Lucky's anxious voice rang out. "Wake up, wake up!" Everything vanished in the sound of Lucky's voice. Lu slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he felt was a chill running through his body, especially in his crotch. Lu looked down, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled upward, his expression turning perverse. "Ha ha ha ha." Looking at his perky little friend, Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He raised his arm and only then realized. The skin that had once been as rough and weathered as tree bark now glowed with a healthy radiance, pale and rosy, as tender as if it might ooze moisture. He ran a hand over his chin. Even his beard was gone, and the wrinkles on his face deep enough to trap a fly had vanished. His white hair had turned to jet black strands, cascading like a waterfall down the back of his head. "Lucky, bring Grandpa a mirror," Lu called out cheerfully. The gate to the small courtyard swung open, but it wasn't Lucky who walked in. It was Chushuet, Linlin, and a whole bunch of young maids. They were carrying a mirror, which seemed to have been prepared in advance. However, when they saw Lu standing there with his bare bottom exposed, the young maids all let out a shriek. Not out of fear, but excitement. The girls hurriedly covered their eyes, yet peered through their fingers to sneak a look at Lu. At that moment, Lu no longer looked old. He appeared to be only 17 or 18, so youthful it seemed as if one could smell the scent of milk on his skin. His well-defined muscles, towering stature, and youthful features were truly mouth-watering. Lu hadn't been lying in his youth, he had indeed been breathtakingly handsome. Although he had feminine features, they didn't seem out of place overall. Aside from a touch of softness, he didn't have a hint of effeminacy. What do you think? Handsome, right? When it came to shamelessness, Lu was truly a master. The guy was standing there bare-assed, showing no intention of getting dressed. Instead, he was provocatively striking all sorts of bodybuilding poses. This prompted another round of screams from the girls. "Get out, get out! What kind of behavior is this?" Shushua put down the mirror and shooed all the girls out. As she closed the door, she shot Lu a withering glare, her face betraying a look of unfulfilled desire. "You're a fucking shameless bastard, TSK. Lucky strolled over, eyeing Lu's physique with admiration. "This stuff's pretty good. It even has a beautifying effect. Maybe one day this old donkey will give it a try too." Lu kicked Lucky right in the butt. "Go to hell. I was born with this natural beauty. With a face like yours, no amount of that stuff would save you." Sword robe. Lu formed a sword with her index and middle fingers, tracing a light arc in front of her. A complete robe materialized over her naked body. The white robe with black patterns highlighted Lu's perfect figure. He picked up the black and white long swords lying on the ground beside him and sheathed them at his waist. He tied his hair back simply, resting his left forearm lazily on the hilt of a sword. Combined with those eyes 3 parts vacant, 3 parts playful, the image of a languid nobleman emerged. TSK. Why don't we switch careers? How about I become a kept man?" Lucky, standing nearby, shook his donkey head vigorously. A man this beautiful simply defied common sense. Extremes give way to their opposites. The abnormal becomes the supernatural. Lu's wicked personality, paired with that face, made him nothing short of a demon. Lu wasn't opposed to living off a woman. He raised an eyebrow and nodded earnestly. "Sure, donkey. Set me up with a girl. Give it a rest." Lucky rolled his eyes. "You're such a loser. Our goal is the stars and the vast sea. How can we linger in the lap of luxury? You dumb dog, get lost." Lu kicked Lucky across the room. His body felt light, his strength abundant. Finally, he no longer had to worry about his aging back. This feeling was simply amazing. Lu walked toward the door. Since he promised to keep the spoils in the family, he figured he might as well let the girls see what he looked like fully clothed. The door swung open, and Lu stood in the doorway with a smile. Who are you?" Looking at Lu before them, the girls had huge question marks floating above their heads. His white robe was as pure as snow, his long hair simply tied back. 2 long swords hung at his waist, one white, one black, adding a touch of grim resolve. Yet his arms hung loosely over the sword hilts, giving him an air of languid ease. He stood at the doorway, smiling and chatting, like a graceful, white-robed gentleman in a turbulent world. His bearing was exceptionally elegant, his demeanor bright and clear when he smiled. A delicate dimple appeared on his forehead, a beauty that transcended gender, as if an immortal had descended to earth. His beauty lay not only in that face that could make one lose oneself in admiration, but also in the faint, mysterious, and gentle aura he exuded. Senior, is that you? Shushua stammered a bit, even though she'd just seen Lou's bare bottom. But now that he was dressed, she wasn't quite sure anymore. What senior? Call me gay. Lou's first words were laced with a peculiar odor, instantly shattering that aura of a noble gentleman in a corrupt world. The girls nearly choked on their laughter, especially at that drawn-out gay, which mercilessly crushed their beautiful fantasies in an instant. Senior, could you please not speak? Shushua pouted, her little face all sad. Lou tossed his hair back with a swagger. Don't sweat the small stuff. That familiar toss of his hair, that familiar swagger, had left the girls both laughing and crying. It was definitely Lou. Lou suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. The Genuine sect is still waiting outside. You go talk to them. Name whatever terms you want, I've already given them the heads up. Shushua nodded, her eyes brimming with confidence as she looked at Lou. Don't bother, senior. Just have some fun and then leave. Shushua gave a quick reminder before dragging Linlin off to discuss matters. As soon as Shushua left, a large group of girls sprang to life, swarming around Lou and chattering non-stop. The bolder ones even reached out to touch his clothes, his long sword, and eventually even his face. After all, Lou looked so young, only about 17 or 18. He had a boyish, feminine appearance, and his whole body exuded the sweet scent of a young puppy. Lou didn't get angry, that was one of his best qualities. He didn't act like a superior at all. Teasing this one, teasing that one, they were having the time of their lives. This place was nothing short of paradise. In the dead of night, Lou sat alone in the courtyard, admiring the moon while drinking. It had to be said, Lou was a total drunk. After all, having been locked away for 100,000 years, if he didn't have a few hobbies, he'd truly be a complete bore. Lou wasn't picky about his drinks, he'd chug just about anything. Lucky showed up at the worst possible moment, shattering this rare night of beauty and tranquility. Big shot, I've been sorting through the map of the Tianyuan continent, and I found some really valuable stuff. You're trying to kill me, aren't you? Can't you just let me relax for a few days? Lou really wanted to drown this guy in the toilet. You need a sense of crisis, got it? Donkey muttered irritably, rolling his wise eyes. There are a total of 4 high-quality spirit crystal deposits on the Tianyuan continent, and they're all basically controlled by the top 3 sects. How about we catch them off guard tonight and seize the deposits? Lou idly picked his ear. No interest. Besides, if I clean out the spirit crystals, what will the girls use in the future? Donkey snorted in displeasure. Such a softy. Besides, spirit crystals are a renewable resource. As long as the mana concentration is high enough, they keep crystallizing. You could talk my ear off, but I'm not going. Can't be bothered. Lou snorted derisively and popped a peanut into his mouth. Fine then. The donkey gritted his teeth in frustration. Head to the sleepless sea and prepare for the battle of the Shadow Spring. You can't refuse that, can you? Once the mission is done, we'll leave this godforsaken continent and head to a resource-rich place. How about we plunder until the sky turns dark? Good idea. Lou nodded. Deep down, Lou knew he couldn't just coast through his days at the Bright Moon Guild. After all, he still had the system, and the dream of returning home. Let us set out immediately. We'll blow up the eye of the Shadow Spring and speed up the quest. Seeing Lou nod, Donkey's eyes lit up with excitement. Great idea. You go ahead, I'll be right behind you. Lou said, rolling over to continue drinking. Pfft, you're as stubborn as a mule. Lucky was at her wit's end. Fine, if you don't want to speed up the quest, but starting tomorrow, you're beginning your cultivation. You think you're so damn great, do you? Blah, 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 you never shut up. Lu slapped Donkey so hard he flew across the room. Not long after Donkey was sent flying, Master Hongya arrived at the small courtyard. She seemed to have overheard their earlier conversation. Her delicate face was filled with fear and anxiety. Senior, are you leaving the Bright Moon Guild? Master Hongya's voice trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu made no attempt to hide it. He nodded. All good things must come to an end. I will leave here sooner or later, but rest assured, I've always seen things through to the end. I won't leave until I've helped the Bright Moon Guild grow strong enough to stand on its own. Master Hongya moved her lips, but the words she wanted to say never made it out. Master Hongya understood that Lu and she were not of the same world. He was like a cloud drifting in the sky, while she was merely dust on the ground. This cloud had simply happened to drift overhead at this particular time and place. She was content just to gaze up at it. How could she dare to ask for more? The first realm is the gathering stage. It mainly involves sensing the mana of heaven and earth, while also strengthening your physique to lay the groundwork for what comes next. Depending on one's element, everyone senses the mana of heaven and earth differently. I'm a water element, so I can only sense water element mana. Early the next morning, Lin took on the role of a master, finding Lu to begin teaching him cultivation. This is easy enough. Lu flipped through the beginner's skill guide in his hand while trying to channel and sense the energy. Soon, the air before Lu's eyes began to shift. Out of nowhere, countless colorful little figures appeared in the air, bouncing around before him with a rather daft look on their faces. Lu shared this discovery with Lin. Lin nearly choked on her breath, almost passing out on the spot. What Lu was seeing weren't silly little figures at all, but the genuine spirits of the five elements. One could only perceive these entities when they possessed an extremely high affinity with them, and the required talent was exceptionally high. Someone like Lin could only see lines of water energy. She was completely unable to connect with the water spirit. The key point was that Lu was seeing a whole group of colorful, silly little figures. In other words, it wasn't a single spirit, but all five elements combined. Comparisons are a killer. Lin remembered that when she first started out, it took her a full 3 months just to barely sense them. Lu, on the other hand, hadn't even finished reading the introductory skill guide before he saw the five elements spirits. Senior, you're amazing. The first realm is pretty much like this. As long as you break through, you'll smoothly enter the second realm. Lin was a generous kid. She was genuinely happy for Lu. But soon, Lin remembered something else. Senior, you're a five elements dominator, but the skills for that path seem to have been lost. Cough cough. Lu nearly threw up last night's alcohol. No skills? How the hell am I supposed to cultivate this? No problem. I'll ask Donkey in a bit. If they're not available, I'll just have to beg for them. Lu was surprisingly laid back about it. After Lin left, Lu began trying to guide those dumb-looking five elements spirits into his meridians. However, the moment these little guys entered his body, they were immediately blasted out by the sword aura. The little dumb-looking spirits hopped onto Lu's head and face, chirping away in some incomprehensible gibberish. Lu furrowed his brow. The biggest problem had emerged. It was that the two cultivation systems were incompatible. He had already suppressed his sword aura to the absolute minimum, yet these little creatures were still being bounced out. They simply couldn't get in. The only good news was that the two forces weren't clashing, they were merely repelling each other. It can be solved, it can be solved. Lucky appeared just in time, bobbing his head as he spoke. Your sword aura belongs to the chaos. Essentially, it can freely shift attributes and encompass the five elements. We can take it one step at a time. First, change the sword aura's attributes, then let the corresponding five element spirits enter your body. That way, those five element spirits can make a home inside you. What do you think? Am I a genius or what? After speaking, Lucky shook his head back and forth smugly. You really are a fucking genius. Lu flashed a row of white teeth and laughed happily. But the very next moment, Lucky's neck was clamped tightly in Lu's hand. You'd have to be seriously crazy to come up with a plan like that. Two forces sharing a single meridian, are you trying to get me killed? It's manageable now while the five elements' power is weak, but once it grows stronger, it's bound to clash with the sword aura for territory. What if one day I lose my balance? I just blow up into mincemeat? Lucky's tongue hung out, his eyes rolled back, and he looked like he was about to meet his maker. Their SA way. Their SA way. Your sword aura has formed a microcosm in your dantian, hasn't he it? Just divert all the sword aura that's nourishing your meridians and give it to the five elements. Lu's eyelids twitched violently as he listened. Doing this would mean that he would have to temporarily abandon his cultivation of the sword path and focus solely on cultivating the overlord body. Lu was a stubborn man. In fact, he had already thought of this solution himself. But the very thought of putting his sword path cultivation on hold filled him with 100-fold reluctance. Moreover, once the dominant body was perfected and the five elements' power completely occupied his meridians, it would mean his sword path would never advance a single step further. Although Lu's sword path had already reached its peak, his stubborn nature made him want to go even further. Lucky played to his strengths and began to gently coax him. We'll figure out a solution later. A living person can't let themselves die from holding it, and you don't want the way of heaven chasing you down to strike you every day, do you? Besides, your meridians are already as strong as they can be. Nourishing them further with sword aura won't do much good. Your sword path has also reached its pinnacle. There are no predecessors to draw upon. You must find enlightenment on your own and forge a path that is uniquely your own. No wonder they say Donkey is so understanding. His gift for sweet-talking actually managed to convince Lu. Lu nodded. I guess that's the only option for now. We'll see what happens once I've perfected my invincible body. Hee, you're actually pretty cute when you're not acting crazy. Just look at that rosy-cheeked little face of yours. TSK. As he spoke, Donkey actually stuck out his big tongue, trying to lick Lu's face. I'll beat the crap out of you. Lu was nearly sickened by the sight and smashed Lucky's head with a fist. Cough. When love runs deep, one naturally licks. I couldn't help myself, I just couldn't help myself. Lucky recovered and explained awkwardly. By the way, I've got something to tell you. Last night, I went and blew open the eye of the shadow spring. Tisk. The spectacle was magnificent. Seawater flooding in, the sky cracking open, gongs and drums blaring, firecrackers going off all at once. It's a shame you weren't there. Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. You little punk, looking for trouble, are you? Senior. It's bad. Just then, Lin rushed into the courtyard in a panic. Something happened in the sea of eternal wakefulness last night. The eye of the shadow spring has opened. The three great sects have already issued a death order, demanding that all cultivators of the fourth realm and above from every sect head to the sea of eternal wakefulness to prepare to repel the demon realm's army. Lu glared fiercely at Lucky. It was all this guy's doing. Shoo. Lucky turned his head away and whistled, putting on an act as if it had nothing to do with him. Can the Bright Moon Guild really not go? Lu asked, frowning. Lin made a long face and shook her head. We can't. If we don't go, I'm afraid the Bright Moon Guild won't have a place to stand on the entire Tianyuan continent in the future. The future? Lucky snorted derisively. Let us see if we can even hold back the demon realm's army first. Shut your filthy mouth. Lu genuinely wanted to strangle the guy. I'm just a little donkey, all I can do is shut my donkey mouth. Ha. Lucky bared his big buck teeth and mocked them for a moment, then took off running as fast as he could. Comrades, please hit that request update button. I'd be eternally grateful. Lu thought for a moment. I guess I'll let the girls go. It'll be good for them to see the world. When do we leave? Sure, whatever you say, senior. Lin nodded. We're about to set out. The situation in the Sea of Sleeplessness is unpredictable right now. War could break out at any moment. Alright, you guys go get ready first. I've got some business to take care of. Lu didn't care one bit about this matter. If it weren't for the Bright Moon Guild girls going, he wouldn't have bothered to lift a finger. After Lim Lin left, Lu mobilized all the sword aura in his meridians and gathered it into his dantian. This cleared out his meridians. It took a few more minutes to guide the 5 elements spirits into his body. What Lu found interesting was that once the 5 elements spirits entered his meridians, they didn't interfere with one another. The 5 colored little figures lined up in his meridians, transporting mana to various parts of his body. But there was too little mana in his meridians, so these little idiots seemed to have some spare time on their hands. Lu took out some spirit crystals he hadn't had a chance to give to Chushue yet. Not knowing how to absorb them, he simply crushed them in his hand. The shattered spirit crystals turned into wisps of white mist. If anyone had seen Lu wasting top-grade spirit crystals like this, they would probably have been so enraged they spit blood on the spot. The mana contained within top-grade spirit crystals is extremely pure and vast, requiring slow absorption and careful guidance. Moreover, once a spirit crystal shatters, it turns into mana and dissipates into the heavens and earth. Strangely enough, however, the mana around Lu not only failed to dissipate but actually began flowing into his body. It turned out that a vast number of 5 elements spirits had begun transporting the mana into Lu's body. In no time at all, the mana from over 100 high-grade spirit crystals had been completely drained by those little rascals. That many high-grade spirit crystals would be enough for a 5th realm cultivator to absorb over the course of a year. But Lu, of all people, had absorbed it all in less than 10 minutes. With that kind of efficiency, it would probably scare the living daylights out of anyone. Moreover, despite absorbing so much mana at once, he felt absolutely no discomfort whatsoever. Lu didn't continue, though. These spirit crystals were meant for the Bright Moon Guild. It wouldn't be right for him to waste them all. From now on, Lu was a bona fide cultivator. A total newbie at the gathering stage. After wrapping up this business, Lu strolled leisurely toward the main peak. Upon seeing Lu, Chushue froze for a moment. She still wasn't quite used to Lu's stunningly beautiful appearance. "Senior." Once she snapped out of it, she hurried over to greet him and report the situation. There are a total of 450 Bright Moon Guild disciples at the 4th realm or above. We will arrive at White Wind City in 5 days. White Wind City has already been requisitioned to serve as our rear base. We won't be joining the battlefield as main combat forces. Our primary mission is to treat the wounded. Additionally, the guest expert and 2 elders will remain at the mountain gate to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The Bright Moon Guild has over 10,000 disciples of all ranks, yet there are so few cultivators at the 4th realm or above. It's truly pitiful. After speaking, Chushue looked at Lu, hoping he would make a decision. "Don't look at me, I'm not the guild master. Make up your own mind." Lu shook his head with a smile. "Well then, let us set out now." Chushue didn't beat around the bush. She immediately led everyone to the Sky-Flying Sparrow's location. This time, Lu sat on the Sky-Flying Sparrow's head again. That feathered beast had reaped some benefits last time, significantly improving its cultivation, and was now utterly deferential toward Lu. Before leaving, Lu used his sword aura to envelop the entire Bright Moon Guild. That way, if they return one day to find their home had been ransacked, it wouldn't be such a headache. 5 days later. White Wind City. The Sky-Flying Sparrow landed outside the city. As the gateway to the Sea of Eternal Light, White Wind City was to serve as the rear base of operations this time. At this moment, White Wind City had long since lost the bustling atmosphere of its former glory. The commoners within the city had already been relocated to other areas, and the city lord's mansion had been requisitioned, becoming a temporary command center. Heavy troops guarded the city gates. Even the lowest-ranked gate guards were all 5th realm cultivators. Those puny Bright Moon Guild members were truly no match for them. A grim, menacing aura shrouded the entire White Wind City, sending a chill down one's spine. Move aside, don't block the way." A roar echoed as a massive spider descended from the sky. A nauseating stench of blood spread through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of cultivators were tossed from the spider's back. Those who fell were either missing limbs or covered in blood, each clinging to life by a thread, looking as if they were on the verge of death. Soon, a group of ordinary people rushed out from the city gates. Carrying stretchers, they deftly carried the wounded into the city. It seemed this wasn't the first time the civilians remained remarkably calm. "Fellow Taoist, how is the front line?" A soldier guarding the city shouted up at the figure on the spider's back. "Only a few monsters have appeared so far. The demon realm's main army hasn't entered yet, so we can hold the line for now." After replying, the spider soared into the sky and quickly vanished from sight. "Which sect are you from? Show me your sect token." A guard approached the Bright Moon Guild members with a hostile attitude. Chushue knew this wasn't the time to hold a grudge, so she quickly produced the guild token and handed it to the guard. The guard examined it carefully before letting out a deep sigh of relief, his tone softening considerably. "So you're fellow cultivators from the Bright Moon Guild. My apologies for my rudeness earlier. A new type of shape-shifting monster has been appearing these past few days, and they're very hard to distinguish. They often disguise themselves as our people to cause trouble in Whitewind City." "These are extraordinary times, it's only to be expected," Chushue nodded. The guard cut to the chase. "You all should head straight to South City to report. Someone there will assign you your duties." It seemed the situation was not looking good. Even with a woman like Chushue, a scourge upon the nation, standing right in front of him, the guard didn't even bother to spare her a second glance. Once inside the city, the security was far tighter than expected, almost to the point of having a sentry every 3 steps and a guard post every 5. Upon reaching the southern city, they found a vast clearing that had been cleared out. Judging by the setup, it was clearly a large wartime hospital. A formation had been set up across the clearing, and a green glow enveloped the entire area. The clearing, shrouded in the array's glow, was filled with wounded soldiers, from whom occasional moans of pain could be heard. "This is the Shinong Array, a large-scale healing formation. Setting up an array like this consumes an enormous amount of resources and requires the joint efforts of many sections. The green glow inside can continuously heal the wounded," Chushue explained to Lu. "I don't understand any of that," Lu said with a smile, waving his hand. "You guys go handle your own business. This place looks safe enough." After Chushue took the girls to check in, Lu began wandering around. "What do you think? Not bad, right? This mission is definitely moving fast." Lucky appeared beside Lu, lifting his chin proudly. "Just wait a few days until the Demon Realm's army finishes assembling and passes through the Eye of the Dark Spring. Then you can go on a rampage and wipe them all out. By then, you'll have the title of Great Demon Lord Woon T. That'd be just the ticket. You little bastard, you're just looking for trouble." Lu sent Lucky flying with an uppercut. "My ass." After sending Lucky flying, Lu wandered around the city for a while but couldn't even find a place to eat. In the end, he had no choice but to head back to the makeshift hospital. At least there were some pretty girls to look at there. Hurry up and kill her. If she spreads the infection, the whole of Whitewind City will suffer. "Chushue, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll help you." Before he even reached the spot, Lu saw from a distance a huge crowd gathered outside the Shinong formation, huddled together in a dense throng. "What gives? We came here to help, not to be treated like dogs and pigs for you to slaughter." Chushue's icy voice rang out, brimming with rage. Lu was at a loss for words. He'd only been gone for a moment. How had things already escalated? Did these girls really come here just to get pushed around? "Make way, everyone." Lu greeted them cheerfully. Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried clearly to everyone's ears. Since the onlookers were blocking the path, Lu merely called out a couple of times. He didn't rudely push his way through. He never went out of his way to cause trouble, a quality that made him truly likable. When the crowd turned around, they saw a young man with the air of a wealthy noble, standing smiling in the back, with a black and a white long sword hanging at his waist. His rare, androgynous appearance had already surprised everyone enough. But his chi condensation realm cultivation level, paired with that cocky "I'm the best in the world" attitude, was even more shocking. For a moment, the crowd stared in stunned silence. "What are you all staring at? Don't like it? Come on, one-on-one." Lu was thoroughly annoyed by their intense stares. Yet it was this mere noob at the first cultivation realm who, with a single roar, sent shockwaves through their very souls, as if their spirits were about to leave their bodies and drift off into the heavens. "Pfft, you're nothing." Lu spat, pushing through the crowd to the center. Looking up, he saw a young girl from the Bright Moon Guild lying on the ground. Her eyes were tightly shut, her lips were blue, and sweat drenched her entire body. She looked in dire straits. Shushue stood guard beside the girl, neck stiff, facing off against an old woman, like a mother hen with her feathers ruffled, determined to protect her chick. Upon seeing Lu, tears began to stream down her face. "Senior." Hearing her address Lu as senior, the people around them were taken aback, staring at Lu in disbelief. Lu furrowed his brow. Shushue was a very strong-willed girl. She wouldn't shed tears so easily unless she suffered a tremendous injustice. Lu asked, "What happened?" Shushue wiped her tears and began to explain. "After you left, senior, we were assigned to treat the wounded. Not long ago, a new batch of wounded was brought in, but while this girl was treating them, she was accidentally scratched by one of the patients, leaving her in this state." Shushue grew more and more agitated as she spoke, pointing her finger at the old woman and berating her. "That damn old hag. When she saw the girl get scratched, she didn't say a word, she just threw her out of the formation and tried to kill her." With Shushue pointing her finger right in her face, the old woman's eyelid twitched violently. She looked at Shushue and sneered, "Shushue, show me some respect. Who do you think you are? And what is your Bright Moon Guild anyway? This demonic poison is highly contagious. If we don't kill her, she'll infect others. I'm your grandmother." Shushue was truly furious. Usually gentle and respectful, she couldn't help but let loose with profanity at that moment. "You old hag. You can save others infected with the demonic poison, but you won't save us from the Bright Moon Guild? Why are you singling out my guild like this? You wretch, you dare speak disrespectfully to this old woman." The old crone's eyes nearly popped out of her head with rage as she slapped her hand toward Shushue's face. This old crone was an elder of the Xiantian sect, a bona fide 7th realm cultivator. If that slap landed, Shushue would be crippled for life, if not killed outright. "Het, you like to use your fists, do you?" Lu was amused. Before the old woman's slap could land on Shushue's face, it struck Lu's own face first. The old woman spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying through the crowd. "What the?" The people around them nearly had heart attacks from the shock. That old woman was a bona fide 7th realm cultivator. How could a mere 1st realm noob like you possibly slap her so hard she flew away? Ugh, such a weakling who loves to show off. Lu rolled his eyes and spat, then crouched down to check on the girl's injuries. "Young master, be careful. Those infected with demonic poison can suddenly lash out and hurt people." Someone nearby offered a well-meaning warning. Just then, the girl, who had been unconscious the whole time, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were now completely pitch black, and her entire face was contorted like that of a demon. The girl opened her mouth and lunged straight for Lu's arm. Crunch snap. Lu didn't even bother to dodge, letting the girl sink her teeth into his arm. As a result, the girl nearly knocked her own teeth out. It's okay. Let me take a look." Lu smiled warmly as he ruffled her hair. The delirious girl, defying all logic, fell silent, black tears streaming from her eyes. Lu sent a strand of sword aura into the girl's body and quickly identified the cause of the problem. The girl wasn't poisoned, she had been taken over by some strange entity. It was a tiny, minuscule insect, eating away at her brain, something that appeared capable of controlling her actions. Lu used his sword aura to pulverize the creature. Soon, the girl's pitch-black eyes returned to normal, and her expression calmed. The girl realized her mouth was clamped onto Lu's arm, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly let go. "Senior, I'm sorry, does it hurt?" Is that all it takes? The crowd's hearts skipped a beat. This demonic poison was one of the most treacherous injuries, highly contagious and extremely difficult to extract. The amount of potions required to treat someone infected with demonic poison was staggering. The way everyone looked at Lu had completely changed. They were staring at him as if he were a monster. Who dares to commit violence and injure people in White City? A deep, middle-aged male voice rang out at that moment. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd automatically parted to make way, all casting sympathetic glances at Lu. A middle-aged man dressed in fine robes walked in, followed by an old woman whose entire left side of her face had been beaten to a pulp. "Ah, I didn't beat you to death, you little bastard?" Lu looked at the old woman in astonishment. Although he hadn't used his sword aura in that slap just now, the sheer strength behind it was no joke. Lu had been taking strength-enhancing pills for a full 100,000 years. With his immense power, tearing through heavenly tribulations and splitting the heavens and earth was no longer a challenge. He was, without a doubt, a human-shaped monster. Lu couldn't quite figure out why he hadn't killed the old woman with that slap. The old woman, seeing Lu looking at her, was so frightened she moved a little closer to the middle-aged man. That slap had truly left her with a psychological trauma. If it weren't for the secret treasure protecting her, her head would likely have exploded on the spot. Although she had managed to save her life, the thought of her secret treasure, which she had poured her heart and soul into, being lost like that. Deep down, the old woman longed to flay Lu alive and tear out his tendons to satisfy her hatred. Chu Shui's expression darkened the moment she saw the middle-aged man. She whispered to Lu, "Zheng Nanchen, the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect, a peak 8th realm cultivator. He is currently in charge of handling all affairs in Baifeng City." Before Chu Shui could finish her sentence, Zheng Nanchen had already arrived before the two of them. Zheng Nanchen glanced at Lu and, realizing he was merely a low-level cultivator at the gathering stage, paid him little mind. He turned to Chu Shui and asked sternly, "Who just attacked? Has no one explained to you that fighting is strictly prohibited in White City now?" As he spoke, Zheng Nanchen released his aura, pinning Chu Shui to the spot so she couldn't move. Every bone in Chu Shui's body creaked under the pressure, but she kept her head high, glaring fiercely at the old woman standing behind Zheng Nanchen. "Elder Zhang, you're holding me accountable without even asking what happened. Isn't that a bit unfair?" The onlookers shuddered at Chu Shui's retort. Zheng Nanchen was notorious for being overly protective of his own. To speak back to him so brazenly would surely bring her no good. "Ha," Zheng Nanchen sneered. "Do I need your permission to act? Who exactly beat that person into this state? If you don't answer me, this incident will be pinned on your Bright Moon Guild." Chu Shui was so furious he nearly exploded. Was this the conduct of the three great sects? Ask that old hag what she did. Hearing the words old hag, the elderly woman was so enraged steam seemed to rise from her head. Relying on Zhang Nanchen's presence, she retorted defiantly, "Humph. You're just a 4th realm minor cultivator from the Bright Moon Guild. What right do you have to waste potions? If she died, she only has her own bad luck to blame." Yu Chushue never expected to hear such a brazen response. It was utterly shameless. The onlookers around them also felt their blood boil. But what could they do? She was the one calling the shots. They could only watch helplessly. All right, it's fine. Lu, who had been watching the spectacle, slowly stood up. In truth, Lu was quite dissatisfied with the way Chushue had handled the situation. Chushue was a great girl in every other way, but when it came to the safety of her disciples, she tended to lose her cool. It wasn't that this temperament was bad, it was just that it wasn't well suited for leading a sect. If I hadn't been here today, given Chushue's attitude, she'd probably have had her skin flayed by the Shintian sect. Lu tossed his hair back with a swagger and chuckled, "I'm the one who hit her. I'm actually a bit surprised I didn't beat the crap out of her. What's the definition of arrogance? This is arrogance." Tactically leaning back, Zheng Nanchen stared at the incredibly handsome young master before him, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He looks the part, but the moment he opens his mouth, it's all great king and king 2 talk? Very well, Zheng Nanchen laughed bitterly, his anger boiling over. In the span of just a few moments, he'd been disrespected by two juniors who clearly didn't give a damn about the Shintian sect. Fine, UFCK your mother. Lu, who had been smiling just moments ago, suddenly contorted his face into a demonic grimace. He spat out the insult to Zhang Nanshan's mother, enunciating each syllable with deliberate emphasis. Lucky, who had been watching the spectacle from the crowd, saw Lu's expression and immediately took to his heels. Because this was a sign that Lu was about to lose his mind. You little bastard, how dare you curse me? Zhang Nanshan was fuming with rage. According to Bai Di City's wartime regulations, I can execute you on the spot. Ah! Before Zhang Nanshan could finish his declaration, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Lu no one knew how had suddenly appeared right in front of him and grabbed him by the hair. Zhang Nanshan felt as though a colossal force, like a mountain crashing down, had seized him. Zhang Nanshan scrambled to react, unleashing all his mana, which instantly formed a visible wall of energy around him. Boom! However, it seemed to be of no use whatsoever. Lu, still gripping Zhang Nanshan's hair, slammed his head violently into the ground. A terrifying shockwave rippled out, visible to the naked eye. The onlookers nearby were instantly caught in the crossfire, knocked over by the force of the shockwave. Some who were too close were shaken so hard they spat blood, losing half their health in the process. Spectating comes with risks. Watch the show at your own peril. Where Zhang Nanshan's head struck the ground, the pavement cracked like a spiderweb. The fissures spread for hundreds of meters in all directions. It wasn't hard to imagine just how much force Lu had put into that slam. You old hag, you like to play favorites, don't you? Lu extended his free left hand toward the elderly woman standing nearby, who was so terrified she was shitting herself. The old woman was instantly sucked into Lu's hand. With Zhang Nanshan in her right hand and the old woman in her left, Lu grabbed both of them by the hair and slammed them into the ground. Damn it, you like to bully people with your power, don't you? Boom! As Lu spoke, she lifted their heads and slammed them down again with all her might. You like to act all high and mighty, don't you? Boom! You like to judge who's worth more than others, don't you? Boom! Lu kept slamming them down, blow after blow. Blood spurted from Zhang Nanshan and the old woman as shattered skulls, splattering Lu's face. But Lu didn't care at all. He just kept slamming them down. Only after he smashed their heads into pulp did Lu stop. As for Zhang Nanshan and the old woman, they were already dead beyond any doubt. Ugh, damn it! Lu spat viciously at their corpses. You blind fools, making me so angry. The crowd of onlookers, who had retreated far away, watched this scene from a distance and were completely dumbfounded. Dead? An 8th rank and a 7th rank, just beaten to death like that by some spoiled rich kid? And these two were from the Shintian sect, no less. The crowd's brains had completely shut down. They stood there like statues, staring blankly at the two corpses. Wait a moment. Hang these two corpses at the entrance to the city lord's mansion. Let those self-important bastards learn a lesson. Lu's expression finally returned to normal as he gave Chushua an order. Alright, I'll handle it personally. Chushue, her anger likely still simmering, nodded fiercely. Don't be afraid, girls. Get back to your work. Since you're here anyway, take this as a learning experience and improve your skills. Lu turned to the disciples of the Bright Moon Guild, her little face beaming with delight. The girls had been thoroughly terrified by Lu's terrifying actions just moments ago, but now they had finally come to their senses. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. After politely thanking Lu, the girls went back to tending to the wounded. Zalioluo, Zioxian, bring the cooking gear over. We haven't had lunch yet. Lu cheerfully ordered her two personal maids. The two young girls hurried over, skillfully setting up tables and chairs, then setting up the pot and lighting the fire. Before long, the aroma of the food filled the air. Man, Lu was probably the only one who could actually eat right now. Senior, wait a moment. Just as Lu picked up his chopsticks, Shaluoluo called out from the side and handed him a handkerchief. It turned out Lu's face was covered in blood. Eating like that looked downright terrifying, almost as if he were devouring a child. Let go of that boy. Let me handle this. Just as Lu took the handkerchief, Donkey came galloping over from a short distance away. Lucky was wagging his huge tongue, drool flying everywhere, clearly intending to lick the blood off Lu's face. "F you stupid dog." Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Just as Lucky's huge tongue was about to slap against his face, he yanked it away. Then he wrapped his own tongue around the dog's neck, gave it a hard tug, and the world finally fell silent. Fragrant Lu wiped the blood from his face with the handkerchief, then held it to his nose and took a deep sniff. His face was twisted into a perverse look of ecstasy. The two young maids standing nearby recoiled in horror. Meanwhile, in front of the city lord's mansion, under the watchful eyes of the guards, Shushue hung the bodies of Zheng Nanshan and the old woman on the opulent gates. The guards recognized the bodies and were instantly petrified with fear. Soon, a tall, dark-skinned man arrived at the gate. It was none other than an old acquaintance, Luo Ran. Zheng Nanshan handled the day-to-day affairs of Bai City, while Luo Ran was in charge of overall coordination. In fact, Luo Ran was the highest authority in all of Bai City. Upon seeing the two bodies, Luo Ran's expression shifted slightly. But when he noticed Shushue standing nearby, still seething with anger, he relaxed. "Master Nangong, what has happened here?" Luo Ran stepped forward and asked cheerfully. Shushue curtsied politely and recounted the events that had just unfolded. After listening, Luo Ran's face darkened with indignation. "Humph. Those beasts from the Xiantian sect, they're so used to being domineering. Even in a situation like this, they still try to play favorites and treat people differently. They deserve to die." Shushue sneered inwardly. "If you didn't know Lu was around, wouldn't your Yuan sect be just as bad? Elder Luo, you are a paragon of righteousness and a model for us all." Shushue was no pushover either. She smiled and showered him with praise. Luo Ran nodded. "Miss Nangong, rest assured. I will report this matter truthfully. No one will be held accountable for what happened, and no one will dare to cause trouble for Mingyue. Thank you, Elder Luo, for upholding justice." The two chatted for a while longer, their unspoken understanding clear. Once Shushue had left, Luo Ran looked at the two corpses, a cold smile curving his lips. Zhuantiang sect, are you going to swallow your pride and let this go, or are you going to make us pay for this? Elder, should we take the bodies down? A guard standing nearby asked. Luo Ran waved his hand. Leave them hanging. Just leave them hanging. With a major battle looming, this serves as a fine warning to the Xiantian sect, who is trying to seize absolute power. Go find some deodorizing materials. Also, issue an order: disciples of the Zhenyuan sect are forbidden from provoking members of the Bright Moon Guild. If contact is necessary, they must be treated with courtesy. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. The mere mention of executed on the spot sent a chill down the guard's spine. Feeling refreshed, Luo Ran stretched lazily and muttered to himself, "It would be even better if I could provoke the Yunmeng Marsh as well." Of course, Luo Ran wasn't about to stir up trouble. He was a very smart man. Besides, he had contact with Lu a few days ago and understood just how terrifying that man was. After finishing his meal, Lu dozed off right where he was. During this time, Lu issued an order: all affairs in the South City would be handled entirely by the Bright Moon Guild. This was a tremendous show of favor, and Shushue knew it was because of Lu that the Bright Moon Guild was receiving such treatment. To avoid embarrassing Lu, the disciples of the Bright Moon Guild sprang into action, treating everyone equally and doing their utmost to tend to every wounded person. The previously chaotic Shenong formation had improved significantly by now. It wasn't until evening that hundreds of wounded were suddenly brought in. This was the largest influx of casualties in recent days. Fellow Daoist, what has happened? Why has the number of wounded surged so dramatically? Shushue directed the crowd to carry the wounded while questioning the cultivator who had transported them. At dusk, a Demon Realm cavalry unit suddenly appeared at the eye of the Dark Spring. Their charge caused massive casualties. Shushue's expression darkened. He couldn't understand why so many cultivators had been unable to hold off a single cavalry unit. The man sighed and continued. Apart from our main force, the 4 ancient clans have sent hardly anyone. If this continues, we may have to abandon White Wind City and retreat inland. Oh, right, you lot should be careful too. That Demon Realm cavalry broke through the blockade and came ashore. They might attack White Wind City. Shushua's expression darkened, and he instinctively glanced at Lu, who was sipping wine not far away. Noticing Shushua's grim look, the man offered a word of comfort. There's no need to worry too much, fellow Taoist. White Wind City is guarded by the elite troops of the 3 great sects, so there shouldn't be any problems. The conversation ended. Shortly after the stretcher bearers had left, the ground began to tremble rhythmically. This was the distinctive might of a cavalry charge. Soon, a bright red arrow shot straight into the sky, illuminating the night. A booming voice echoed throughout White Wind City. The Demon Realm cavalry is attacking. All cultivators, enter combat readiness. Cultivators at the 5th realm and above, proceed to the East City Gate and prepare for battle. This sudden announcement stirred the previously quiet White Wind City into a frenzy. Numerous formations lit up, illuminating the entire city as if it were broad daylight. Senior, we're heading to the East City. Shushua led the Bright Moon Guild, a pitiful group of just over 25th realm cultivators, to report to Lu. Lu nodded. Let the youngsters see some battle and get a taste of blood. As he spoke, Lu snapped his fingers, and streams of black sword aura surged into the girls' bodies. This sword aura will protect you. Your bodies are too weak to withstand a stronger force, but it's enough to keep you alive. Go, children. The time has come to prove yourselves. Lu waved his hand, rallying the group. Shushua bowed deeply, her eyes filled with resolve. She understood that the Bright Moon Guild could not forever rely on Lu's protection. Now was the time for her disciples to see their first battle. Before the East City Gate, 3 cavalry units stood ready for action. These 3 cavalry units were the Dragon Guard of the Jinyuan sect, the Skystrike Guard of the Yunmeng Marsh, and the Thunder Welcome Guard of the Xintian sect. These 3 cavalry units were the undisputed trump cards of the 3 great sects' forces, specifically designed for large-scale battles. Though the combined strength of the 3 units numbered only about 1,000, their presence far outshone the tens of thousands of cultivators stationed behind them. Lu Oran, serving as the overall commander, stood at the very forefront of the battle formation. When he saw Shushua arrive at the East City Gates with the disciples of the Bright Moon Guild, the worry that had been weighing on his mind finally lifted. He understood that as long as the Bright Moon Guild joined the battle, even if all 3 cavalry units were wiped out, White Wind City would not fall. That man would certainly not stand idly by. Lu Oran was a very cunning man, otherwise, he would not have risen to his current position. But there was one thing he was crystal clear about. That was that this land had given him everything. If the Tianyuan continent were to be conquered by the Demon Realm, he would lose everything he currently possessed. Lu Oran adjusted his meticulously crafted armor and looked toward the source of the Earth's tremors. A black line slowly came into view. A cavalry unit mounted on black nightmares appeared on the horizon, numbering around 500. Black armor, black lances, black mounts, they seemed to blend into the night. Only the sound of hooves pounding the earth caused everyone's hearts to beat with unease. While a cold, murderous aura pressed down upon them like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. Blue flames rose from beneath the feet of the nightmare steeds ridden by the Demon Realm cavalry, resembling the soul fire of a gloomy ghost realm. The war horses sensed the fear and began to whinny restlessly. Lu Oran's vision gradually cleared, a sign that the Demon Realm cavalry had closed in sufficiently. Prepare. Lu Oran raised his lance and blindfolded his warhorse. He knew this would be a head-on clash. No tactics or formations could halt the advance of this cavalry. Their only option was to destroy them head-on. If they failed, they would lose their rear camp, the front lines would go without reinforcements, forcing them to retreat inland, and the flames of war would spread across the entire Tianyuan continent. Charge! Lu Oran channeled all his mana and roared the command. The 3 Ironblood cavalry regiments of White Wind City began their charge. At the same moment, the 500 cavalrymen of the demon realm also began to accelerate. The entire earth shook violently under the impact of the iron hooves. A suffocating aura of murderous intent spread, and people could almost smell the scent of blood mixed with rust emanating from the weapons. 3 massive, beast-like phantoms appeared above the 3 cavalry units as they charged. These were formation spirits. Only an army with perfect coordination and mastery of battle formations had a chance to summon such spirits. The appearance of the battle spirit greatly inspired the cultivators in the rear. The combat power of a single battle spirit was equivalent to that of a 9th rank cultivator. In the eyes of these ordinary cultivators, the 9th rank was already the realm of gods in the heavens. Boom! Black flames erupted as the demon realm cavalry charged forward. A colossal figure, over 100 meters tall, appeared above their heads. It was a battlefield Grim Reaper clad in armor and wielding a battle axe. This demon realm cavalry unit possessed its own battle spirit as well. This meant the cavalry was no mere minnow, but a significant force within the demon realm. Boom! The cavalry units collided, unleashing a brutal melee. Meanwhile, the 4 battle spirits simultaneously entered the fray. Blood began to soak the earth, while the sounds of shattering collisions and furious roars wove together into a melody heralding the arrival of death. The humanoid battle spirit clad in armor faced the beast-shaped battle spirits of the 3 sects. Fighting 3 at once, it held its own without faltering, even showing signs of gaining the upper hand. Battles between the 2 races were the most brutal of all. There was only life or death, no third option existed. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the humanoid battle spirit severed the head of the Xiantian sect's battle spirit with a single stroke. Xiantian sect's charging cavalry instantly fell into disarray. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed up by the black iron cavalry. Next, the battle spirit of the Yunmeng Marsh had its head cut off with a single stroke. Its charging cavalry met the same fate as Xiantian sect's, slaughtered to the last man in an instant. The humanoid battle spirits were clearly a class above the beast form battle spirits in combat prowess. It was only a matter of time before the remaining Jinyuan sect forces were slaughtered. Luo Ran was covered in blood, his hands trembling. He had never anticipated such an outcome. His proud iron cavalry had proven so utterly unable to withstand a single blow. In the face of the enemy's charge. As their leader, Luo Ran's wavering resolve directly affected the survival of the battle spirit. This final battle spirit began to blur, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Disciples of the Bright Moon Guild, follow me. Shushue knew they couldn't wait any longer. If they let this last battle spirit be shattered, they would have no power left to resist. The entire White Wind City would fall. A group of young women, weren't they afraid of such a bloody battlefield? Of course they were afraid, but they understood that there was no room for cowardice. There was only life or death. Shushue charged ahead, followed by the Bright Moon Guild's remaining 20-odd 5th Realm disciples. They were the backbone of the Bright Moon Guild. If they all fell in battle, the guild would never recover. Yet Shushue pressed on without hesitation. Because this was their land, the land that had given them everything. If they lost this land, they would lose everything. Seeing the group of women charge forward, the cultivators behind them paused in surprise. Charge! Let us take them down! Someone shouted, and over 10,000 cultivators surged forward in a mighty wave toward the battlefield. Luo's figure appeared before the empty city gates. He watched the charging cultivators with a touch of envy. They might not be allies, but at this moment, they shared a single goal: to fight for the land beneath their feet. Where is my hometown? Where is the land I stand upon? Lu gently shook the empty wine jar and let out a deep sigh. Lucky, following by his side, said nothing. It knew he was homesick again. Courage is a precious quality, but it rarely determines the outcome. The result of any conflict is decided by strength. Tens of thousands of cultivators faced a force of about 500 ironclad cavalry. There was no fierce clash as imagined, only a one-sided slaughter. Their coordinated formation made the Demon Realm cavalry as impenetrable as an iron barrel. Every charge of the formation claimed hundreds of lives. Passion alone cannot bridge the gap in strength. They're so damn weak, how can they be this pathetic? Lu shook his head in disbelief. Bang! Tossing the wine jar from his hand, Lu took a single step forward. Dust rippled across the ground as a savage aura of annihilation swept across the battlefield like an autumn wind clearing fallen leaves. The cultivators fighting for their lives froze, and the demon realm cavalry halted as well. The world fell into a terrifying silence. Retreat! Upon seeing Lu, Luo Ren, the sole survivor, snapped out of his daze and issued the order to retreat. The surviving cultivators followed the few dozen remaining ironclad cavalry of the Jinyuan sect, rushing toward the city gates. Faced with the retreating crowd, the demon realm cavalry did not pursue but instead reorganized their ranks and reformed their formation. The retreating column naturally cleared a path for Lu. They looked at this somewhat languid young nobleman, unsure how to express the gratitude in their hearts. A melodious clatter of hooves rang out, and the reformed demon realm cavalry also parted to form a passage. A woman with a sword at her waist and her hair tied high, radiating a heroic and dashing aura, slowly walked toward Lu. The night cast a veil over her, obscuring her features. But she couldn't be too unattractive, for the form-fitting black armor couldn't hide her devilishly curvaceous figure. A first realm cultivator? The woman's crisp voice rang out, filled with disappointment. Lu looked at the woman not far away, shook his head, and said earnestly, "Actually, I am a swordsman." "A swordsman?" The woman seemed to furrow her brows. "Yes, a swordsman." Lu smiled softly. Then he raised his right hand gently and placed it on the hilt of Life Slayer. The kind of swordsman who kills 1 in 10 paces and leaves no trace for 1,000 miles. Interesting. The woman laughed as well. Zixia, deputy commander of the left vanguard of the endless demon realm. The woman drew the long sword from her waist. An overwhelming aura of slaughter descended from the heavens. A crimson mist spread from her body, enveloping the surrounding landscape. A domain. A cultivator watching the battle at the city gate shouted these 2 words, his voice trembling. A domain is a unique technique possessed by those at the 3rd realm of the divine path. It involves releasing the intangible Tao they have comprehended in the tangible form of a domain. A domain is the ultimate trump card of 3rd realm cultivators, the most terrifying form of attack. The only thing capable of countering a domain is another domain. The woman from the demon realm standing before them possessed strength at least on par with a cultivator of the 3rd realm of the divine path. The crowd turned their gaze to Lu. They saw that he merely rested his hand on the black sword hilt, showing no sign of a countermeasure. Despair spread like a plague. They understood that in the face of an enemy capable of unleashing a domain, even escape was a luxury. Judgment. The woman lightly tapped the long sword in her hand. A melodious, trembling resonance emanated from the blade. The blade gradually turned a blood-red hue. The armor on the woman's body also turned red, and mysterious runes formed on her face. Her aura surged higher and higher, finally reaching its peak. At this moment, the woman seemed like the very incarnation of the god of death descended upon the world, intent on reaping all life. "Is that all?" Lu asked. "Is that not enough?" The woman laughed, her voice brimming with confidence. "Of course not." Lu shook his head and slowly drew Life Slayer. The moment Life Slayer left its sheath, a sinister fluctuation erupted from the blade. A brutal killing intent rose within everyone's hearts. This intent stimulated them violently, as if they would lose their sanity and go mad at any moment. Sword 5, Falling Blossom. Lu's figure vanished from where he stood. All that remained was a black sword blossom drifting slowly downward. "So fast I can't track it." The woman stared at the spot where Lu had vanished, her pupils suddenly contracting. She swung her long sword downward in a horizontal slash, but in the next instant, her expression froze, and the blade in her hand halted mid-air. A black sword flower drifted down before her eyes. She tried to reach out to catch it, but her body refused to obey her. Lu's figure appeared 10 paces behind her, no more, no less. Life Slayer was already sheathed. Lu did not turn back, but strolled leisurely toward the cavalry. "Such a fast sword." The woman's trembling lips uttered those 4 words. In the next instant, her domain shattered with a thunderous crash. Her head flew high into the air, blood spurting out, creating a sound like the wind. Even in death, she could not fathom why this youth, who possessed no domain of his own, was able to move freely within hers. The crowd at the city gate only snapped out of their shock once the domain shattered and the woman's head flew through the air. It all defied common sense and understanding. They could not imagine what kind of being that noble young man truly was. The Demon Realm cavalry began their charge. They did not lose their composure despite the death of their commander. A colossal battle spirit swung its great sword, bringing it down with a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. The cavalry also charged forward, ready for close-quarters combat. The flowers have bloomed. Lu raised his hand gently, and the flowers formed from his sword aura drifted down from the sky. Sword 5, Falling Flowers. The most romantic of Lu's 12 sword techniques. Yet this romance came at the cost of lives. In the next instant, the blooming sword flowers exploded violently. The Demon Realm cavalry was instantly engulfed. The great battle concluded, and White Wind City was saved. However, aside from Lu, who ate and drank as usual, everyone else was anxious and panicked. The entire city was shrouded in gloom. This time, the Demon Realm cavalry launched a surprise attack on White Wind City. The cavalry of the three great sects was nearly wiped out, and nearly 3,000 of the remaining cultivators perished. The most terrifying part was that the enemy had only 500 ironclad cavalry. Moreover, if it weren't for Lu, who slew the Demon Realm woman capable of unleashing a domain, there is no need to elaborate on what would have become of White Wind City. Having experienced this great battle, everyone began to gradually realize the gap between the Tianyuan continent and the Demon Realm. If the Eye of the Dark Spring could not be resealed in the near future, even with a powerhouse like Lu, the fall of the Tianyuan continent would be only a matter of time. No matter how strong Lu was, no one believed he could single-handedly stand against the boundless Demon Realm. The only piece of good news was that, after the battle, White Wind City had finally settled down, and for the next few days, no further incidents occurred. Shogoer, come here, come here. Lu had declined Luo Ran's invitation to stay at the city lord's mansion and continued to lounge around by the Shinnom formation. Over the past few days, whenever mealtime rolled around, a chubby little puppy would come over to Lu to scrounge for food. This little guy must belong to one of Baifeng City's commoners. Perhaps he was left behind when everyone evacuated. Lu was a complex and peculiar individual. He lacked patience for many people and situations. Yet he simply couldn't bring himself to turn away this fluffy little creature. Lu found a bowl for the puppy. Come mealtime, he served himself a bowl and one for the puppy as well. One on the table, one beneath it, big and small alike, both eating until their mouths were dripping with grease. After finishing its meal, the puppy would lie down beside Lu for a while, then leave without a sound. Lu never tried to keep the puppy. He let it come and go as it pleased. This became a unique sight in South City. The Endless Demon Realm. A mysterious world whose power could rival that of the entire vast world. People's overall impression of the Endless Demon Realm was scarce and very negative. For it seems they have nothing else to do but wage war. Fortunately, the narrow Eye of the Dark Spring has always restricted the Demon Realm's armies from entering the vast world of Howren. However, this time, the Eye of the Dark Spring has blown wide open. The area of the breach covers nearly 1/10 of the Sea of Eternal Light. This means the armies of the Endless Demon Realm will be able to pass through the Eye of the Dark Spring unimpeded and launch their war. On the other side of the Eye of the Shadow Spring, within the Endless Demon Realm. Here, the sky is gray, and the atmosphere is suffocatingly oppressive. A boundless army is gathering, with humans making up only a tiny fraction of the soldiers. Most of the soldiers are nameless demonic beasts. At the very center of the army stands a magnificent platform. The ruler of the Demon Realm, the Demon Lord, is watching his forces assemble. The Demon Lord appeared to be a handsome youth, but his actual age exceeded 50,000 years. Seated upright on the platform, the Demon Lord propped his chin in his hand, watching the boundless army assemble with a touch of disinterest. Standing beside him was a woman dressed in a long white gown, her demeanor cool and aloof. Her face was obscured by a veil. She was the High Priestess of the Demon Realm. The High Priestess's existence predated even the Demon Lordess by far. There was a saying in the Demon Realm, demon lords come and go, but the high priestess remains. Having witnessed the rise and fall of countless eras, this was the first time she had placed all her hopes on this particular demon lord. Zixia has fallen in battle. The high priestess extended her hand, and a small black crystal orb appeared in her palm. The small black sphere was covered in cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. This type of sphere is called a demon core, a unique trait inherent to all beings of the demon realm, and also their weakness. Only those with sufficient power can extract the demon core through special means. As long as the demon core remains intact, even if the body perishes, it can quickly recover. This is the fundamental reason why cultivators of the Tianyuan continent turn pale at the mere mention of demons. High-powered demonic beasts are virtually impossible to kill or exhaust. Even if their bodies perish, they will soon be reborn from their demon cores. Yet at this moment, the demon core in the high priestess' hand shattered piece by piece, turning to dust and dissipating into the air. This meant that Zixia's divine soul had been completely annihilated, and she could never be reborn. This was something that had never happened before. The high priest raised his head and gazed at the sky through the thick black clouds. The celestial phenomena are strange and unpredictable, and the malevolent stars are unusually active. I fear there may be unforeseen changes. Upon hearing this, the demon lord laughed dismissively. The Tianyuan continent is nothing but a tiny speck of land, lacking in mana and resources. There are only a handful of practitioners at the third realm of the divine path. What kind of changes could possibly arise? The high priestess shook her head, the worry between her brows still unrelenting. I cannot foresee it. Whenever I attempt to approach those malevolent stars, everything is obscured. The demon lord smiled and shook his head. High priestess, there is no need to worry. The sudden explosion of the Eye of the Shadow Spring is a cataclysmic event unseen in 100,000 years. We must seize this opportunity to enter the vast world. Upon hearing this, the high priestess's brow gradually relaxed. Indeed, she had already waited 100,000 years. If she failed to seize this moment, she would likely have to wait another 100,000 years. 100,000 years ago, the heaven-swallowing emperor attained enlightenment at the Dragon Field. Now, the emperor's enlightenment sight will reappear in this world. There must be an opportunity to become an emperor there. That is your opportunity, and the opportunity for the entire demon realm. Shogoer, come sit down. The little fat dog arrived right on time for a meal, and Lu thoughtfully served it some treats. To receive such care from this tyrant, such an honor, was truly the pinnacle of a dog's life. I heard that a few days ago, you killed a demon realm general capable of opening a domain? Just as Lu picked up his chopsticks, a soft female voice rang out nearby. A barefoot girl dressed in coarse hemp robes appeared not far away. She wasn't particularly pretty. Her skin was dark, and her face was covered in freckles, making her look exactly like a tomboy from the countryside who spent all day rolling around in the mud. Lu immediately sensed a massive power hidden within her, on par with that of the demon realm general he had faced earlier. In other words, this woman was a master at the third realm of the divine path. Get lost. You're annoying. Lu waved his hand impatiently, for he could detect suppressed excitement and hostility in her voice. Only a martial arts fanatic would display such emotions. In other words, this girl had come to pick a fight with him. The girl stared at Lu, her pupils gradually contracting. Her body began to tremble violently with excitement, and her facial expression twisted. When Lu uttered that "get lost," she had sensed a power, an indescribable, overwhelming power. She was clearly only a first-realm cultivator. Why did she feel this way? The girl no longer cared to ponder the question. Her extreme excitement had already caused her pupils to begin behaving abnormally. Her pupils had transformed into snake-like vertical slits, and within those needle-like slits, runic symbols began to flicker erratically. Eyes of the soaring serpent, the Luo clan of the Great Desert. The onlookers shuddered in fear at the sight of the girl's changing pupils. The Luo clan of the Great Desert, one of the 4 ancient clans, had existed far longer than the 3 great sects. And the most distinctive hallmark of the Luo clan was the heterochromatic eye of the soaring serpent. Legend held that this eye of the soaring serpent was connected to the primordial divine beast, the soaring serpent, and could bestow extraordinary innate abilities upon its bearer. Only those with pure Luo family blood have a very low chance of awakening the soaring serpent Si. The dark, slender girl before them was, without a doubt, a core member of the Luo family. Young master, be careful. That girl is from the Luo family. The onlookers offered a well-meaning warning. The girl grinned, revealing a row of neat, white teeth, and looked at Lu. Fight me. If you win, you can eat your fill. Lu's eyelid twitched, and he slammed his chopsticks down on the table. The little chubby dog under the table was startled by the sound and looked up at Lu with innocent, wide eyes. Lu's expression changed instantly, a gentle smile curving his lips as he said to the little dog, "It's okay, it's okay. Go ahead and eat." The chubby puppy tilted its head and whimpered, as if it had understood Lu's words, then lowered its head to continue eating. After glancing at the puppy, Lu took a deep breath, picked up his chopsticks again, turned to face the girl, and warned her in a grim tone. "You little punk, think this through. Once we start fighting, it's either you die or I die, there's no third option." Perhaps the girl didn't realize she should be thanking that food-guzzling dog. If it weren't for his fear of startling it, Lu would likely have already twisted her head off. At that moment, blood suddenly began to flow from the girl's needle-like pupils. Her body trembled even more violently. Yet this trembling was caused by fear. The serpent Si possessed the ability to see the aura emanating from others. By gauging the concentration of this aura, one could judge a person's strength. But just now, the aura Lu had inadvertently revealed had turned the world before the girl's eyes pitch black. She had never seen such a pure aura of brutality. This aura was so vast it obscured the sky and blocked out the sun, as if it were about to tear the heavens and earth apart. The girl froze in place. She knew that if she made a move, there would be only one outcome, death. After observing the situation over the past few days, the onlookers had a very clear understanding of Lu's temperament. As long as you didn't provoke Lu, everything could be worked out. But if you were foolish enough to court death, well, tough luck. The onlookers were so excited they were practically howling with anticipation, waiting for the girl to walk right into her doom. Ordinary cultivators actually held a very poor impression of the four ancient clans. These clans were nothing but parasites on the Tianyuan continent. When trouble arises, they retreat from the world, claiming to be following the will of heaven. But when things are peaceful, they occupy the major spirit mines and secret realms, plundering resources with reckless abandon. Given their behavior, everyone can't wait for the four ancient clans to meet their end. The young girl stood frozen in place for a long time. Only when the onlookers were about to lose patience did she finally turn and walk away. In the end, she still lacked the courage to strike at Lu. But not long after she left, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from her lips. To Lu, this was nothing more than a minor incident, of no consequence. But for the young woman, it directly caused a crack to appear in her Dao heart. If this crack isn't repaired properly, she will likely remain stuck at this cultivation level forever. But she might as well forget about repairing that crack for the rest of her life. Lu wouldn't give her that chance. This is what they call, one can escape the calamities of heaven, but one cannot escape the calamities of one's own making. Woo woo woo. Just as Lu had finished his lunch, a deep, resonant horn sounded from the distant sea. Everyone's gaze turned toward the sea of eternal vigilance. They knew the great battle had begun. Barely an hour had passed. A streak of light sliced across the sky as a massive flying artifact descended from above, hovering over White Wind City. The first line of defense has fallen. The Demon Realm's army has fully entered the Sea of Eternal Vigilance. All support personnel are to evacuate White Wind City and proceed to Formless City. The sudden, devastating news left everyone stunned and speechless. It happened too fast. It had been only an hour. Why had the first line of defense fallen so quickly? Isn't the Sanluo Great Formation supposed to be the first line of defense? How could it have been breached so quickly? Unwilling to believe the news, someone shouted the question. The Demon Realm's army is far larger than anyone imagined. We simply cannot stand against them. Hurry up, everyone, get on board. The logistics team must be transferred to Wushang City first to establish a supply depot. This response filled everyone with despair. Wuxiang City, right, we still have Wuxiang City. Someone snapped out of it and rushed toward the massive flying artifact. Wuxiang City was the largest city on the Tianyuan continent, with towering walls and natural defenses. There had to be a way. Senior, should we leave? Xu Xue led the disciples of the Bright Moon Guild out of the panicking crowd. Lu watched these cultivators darting about the city like headless flies and couldn't help but shake his head. We have to leave, of course, but not with them. Xu Xue looked puzzled. Please enlighten us, Senior. Lu pointed at the flying artifact, which was nearly half the size of White Wind City. That thing is too big and makes us too conspicuous. Don't travel with them, we'll be wiped out in one fell swoop. You should head straight back to the Bright Moon Guild. Xu Xue realized Lu wouldn't be joining them and asked anxiously, Senior, aren't you coming with us? Lu shook his head. Don't worry about me. Focus on keeping your disciples safe. After this war, the power dynamics on the Tianyuan continent will be reshuffled. Whether the Bright Moon Guild can secure a place for itself depends entirely on you. Understood. Xu Xue nodded firmly, then led his disciples to the city gates. The Bright Moon Guild numbered only a few hundred people compared to the 100,000-strong army of White Wind City. They were utterly insignificant. No one cared where the Bright Moon Guild was going, and no one cared whether they lived or died. Another hour later, White Wind City was completely deserted. Watching the city from within their magical artifacts, the people felt a pang of sadness as they saw only Lu standing there all alone. They didn't know why Lu hadn't left. With the city finally quiet, Lu finally managed to pry himself out of his chair. He stood up, stretched, and, with his hands behind his back, strolled over to a nearby house. Soon, Lu found the little chubby dog. It was lying in front of a tightly shut door, its eyes filled with sorrow. This must be its home, but its owner seemed to have abandoned it. Hearing footsteps, the little chubby dog lifted its head. Upon seeing Lu, it wagged its little tail and let out a soft whimper. Shogo, come on, let us go for a walk. Lu greeted it with a smile. The little chubby dog stood up, glanced at the tightly shut door, then pulled its paw back just as it was about to step forward. It was afraid. What if it didn't stay here? What if its owner came back and couldn't find it? The little chubby dog tilted its head, wagged its tail, and stood at the gate, refusing to leave. Lu didn't force it. He placed a bowl of meat he'd prepared right in front of the little dog. He gently rubbed its head and said with a smile, if you get hungry, come find me at the ferry. I'll definitely be there. The little chubby dog licked Lu's hand. It didn't understand what Lu was saying. I'm off, no need to see me off. Lu smiled, raised his hand, and waved gently. The little chubby dog watched Lu's retreating figure, its big eyes filled with confusion. It didn't know why this kind person smelled a little different today. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent were suffering a rout even faster than anyone had imagined. As soon as Lu reached the ferry landing, he saw several warships, as massive as small towns, approaching on the horizon. Soon the ships docked, and a vast number of cultivators poured off the decks like a swarm of bees. They were terrified, their faces contorted with fear. Lu found a good spot by the pier and watched the panicked fugitives with a chuckle, his eyes scanning the area for something. Soon, a cultivator clad in the robes of the 10,000 Beasts sect came into view. Lu raised his hand slightly, a sword aura cut through the air with a piercing whistle, piercing the man's forehead. Lu was a man who held grudges. The 10,000 Beasts sect had caused him trouble not long ago. Was he going to let them off easy? The death of a single person caused hardly a ripple in the fleeing crowd. But what about 100? By the time he had killed the 100th person, someone finally noticed Lu ambushing the 10,000 Beasts sect cultivators. You're so young, why act so despicably, striking with such cruelty under these circumstances? A somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, accompanied by several others, came forward to confront him. This middle-aged man leading the group was Luo Yuntian, the patriarch of the Xintian sect. Yet at this moment, he had long since lost the majesty befitting a sect master of the three great sects. He looked as forlorn as a stray dog. I have a grudge. What else could it be? Lu snapped his fingers again with a touch of boredom, and several more cultivators from the 10,000 Beasts sect fell within the fleeing crowd. You wretch! Seeing that the youth before him was completely ignoring him, the pent-up frustration he'd been holding back against the demon realm's army now erupted in Lu's presence. In the midst of a great battle, ambushing frontline soldiers no matter which sect you belong to, I can kill you. Furious, Luo Yuntian lashed out, slapping Lu across the head. Damn it, are you annoying or what? Can't you just be content playing the role of a stray dog? Lu was getting angry, and the consequences were severe. Facing the slap coming his way, Lu acted faster than expected, seizing Luo Yuntian's pulse point. Before Luo Yuntian could react, he yanked him violently toward him. Then, with a hook punch from his left hand, he struck Luo Yuntian's jaw with brutal force. The piercing sound of shattering bone echoed through the air. This flurry of punches shattered Luo Yuntian's entire jaw, even tearing away half his face. A piercing scream rang out amidst the fleeing crowd. You've got nothing better to do. Lu looked at Luo Yuntian, who was unable to speak due to his shattered jaw, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he snapped his neck. Fearing the man might not die completely, he stomped his head to a pulp. Only after doing this did Lu sit back down and resume searching the crowd for members of the 10,000 Beast sect. He worked until dusk. Once the million-strong army had successfully landed and he was certain no one had slipped through the net, he finally stopped. By then, 20 massive flying artifacts were already hovering in the sky, obscuring the entire sky. It seemed they intended to transport these retreating cultivators to Wushang City. Lu did a quick calculation: even if each flying artifact carried only 100,000 people, it would still be enough to hold 2 million cultivators. The sheer number of cultivators retreating from the front lines surprised Lu. Lu was curious, if an army of this scale could be routed so quickly, just how powerful was the demon realm? Just a rabble. Lucky appeared beside Lu at that moment, his tone dripping with contempt. If it were one of the top 3 continents in terms of strength, they might still be able to put up a fight against the demon realm, but the Tianyuan continent has absolutely no business doing so. Lu rolled his eyes. Where the hell have you been these past 2 days? He hadn't seen a trace of the donkey for the past 2 days, which was highly unusual. Hearing Lu's question, Lucky glanced around furtively, and only after making sure no one was eavesdropping did he whisper. I've been digging through some records these past 2 days and discovered the reason behind the demon realm's attack on the Tianyuan continent. Lu furrowed his brow. What? Is there some special reason? Lucky snorted excitedly. If my speculation is correct, it should have something to do with the Great Emperor's Enlightenment Site. Enlightenment Site? Lu looked somewhat bewildered. Lucky nodded. 100,000 years ago, a figure of great destiny attained enlightenment at the Dragon Field and ascended to the rank of Great Emperor. The Enlightenment Site may soon reappear in this world, and there should be an opportunity to become an emperor. I can't pinpoint the exact location. We'll have to wait until the Enlightenment Site appears before we can locate it. Lu nodded. That was indeed good news. Just then, one of the flying artifacts transporting cultivators in the sky suddenly exploded. In an instant, flames shot skyward, and a white light 100 times brighter than the sun spread out. Then a second one exploded immediately after, followed by a third in just a few minutes. All 20 flying artifacts had blown up. With all the flying artifacts destroyed in such a short time and every cultivator on board perishing, the death toll must be in the hundreds of thousands. The cruelty of war was plain to see. Casualties were counted in the tens of thousands. What a bunch of idiots. Such a huge target, aren't they practically begging for an attack? Lucky couldn't help but sneer in mockery. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hoarse shouts rang out across the land. The cultivators who hadn't yet boarded the flying artifacts hurriedly halted in their tracks, frantically setting up formations and casting spells. 3 figures appeared in the sky where the flying artifacts had exploded. A powerful aura, as imposing as mountains, pressed down from them. The once bustling White Wind City fell deathly silent in an instant. Gentlemen, there is no need to tire yourselves with the journey. The feng shui here is excellent. Buried here, you'll be reborn into a good family in your next life. High above, a middle-aged man in black armor, holding a dragon-coiled spear, looked down at the ants below and sneered. Lu looked at the three with some curiosity and asked, "Donkey, the power gap between cultivators at different realms is so vast. In reality, just a few demonic beings with the strength of the third realm of the divine path could wipe out all these cultivators. Why does the demon realm still need to mobilize such a massive army and send them in? You don't know shit." Donkey rolled his eyes. When facing high-level cultivators, low-level cultivators can use battle formations and arrays. They're not completely helpless. If it weren't for these cultivators being in a complete panic and acting like fools, they wouldn't even be able to set up a proper formation. Even those 3 Dao first realm nobodies up there would get beaten to a pulp by this million-strong army of ordinary cultivators. Lu nodded. "I see. Well, I'm outta here then. If the demon realm's massive army forms a battle array, it'd be a total embarrassment if I couldn't hold my own." Put. Lucky nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Others are others, and you're you, it's different." Lucky hurriedly stopped Lu and began to flatter him. "You're the strongest sword god in history, a powerhouse whose killing efficiency surpasses an assembly line. What are those third-tier divine realm cultivators? A bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. How could they compare to you? Hee hee, if you know how to talk, say more." Lu sat back down, and for once, Lucky didn't get slapped. "Form ranks. Form ranks. Find your positions. Don't panic. Don't panic." Finally, someone had stepped up to take charge. However, the army had already been struck with terror, and the voice was quickly drowned out by their fear. "Silence." High above, the general wielding the coiled dragon spear spoke once more. A massive aura of authority swept over White Wind City, silencing the crowd once more. "I am Mokgash, commander of the Demon Realm's Vanguard Corps. One of my aides de camp was killed in battle here earlier. Does anyone know who did this? Whoever tells me, I guarantee their safe passage out of here." "Ha! They're looking for you." Lucky looked at Lu with a face full of schadenfreude. White Wind City fell deathly silent. No one offered an answer. Because those who knew had already retreated. No one knows? How disappointing. Mokgash shook his head and gave a slight nod to the 2 men at his sides. The other 2 wasted no words. They descended from the sky and began a one-sided slaughter. In an instant, White Wind City was filled with the wails of the damned and earth-shaking screams. "You vile beasts, dare not be so insolent." At that moment, a streak of green light shot toward them at breakneck speed from the horizon. A flying sword, radiating a formidable aura, charged straight at the 2 demons who had descended into the city. Following the flying sword, a figure walked toward them from the horizon. The faint outline of a massive palace shimmered behind him. Though he appeared to walk slowly, there was an indescribable sense of eeriness about him. As if leaping through space, he reached the skies above White Wind City in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the faintly visible, magnificent palace, some realized who he was. The blue flying sword, flowing water, falling flowers, and heaven and earth, it's Yise, the master of the Kunlun Divine Palace. Upon hearing that name, the cultivators, who had been as helpless as pigs and dogs awaiting slaughter, were instantly filled with fervor. The Kunlun Divine Palace was the most mysterious of all sects, a place of pilgrimage in the hearts of cultivators across the Tianyuan continent. The current master of Kunlun was named Yise, a sword cultivator at the Dao One realm. The Kunlun Divine Palace rarely emerged into the world, yet legends about it had been passed down from generation to generation among cultivators. The figure gradually came into focus, a middle-aged man clad in tattered hemp robes, his face covered in a thick beard. He differed somewhat from the ethereal, otherworldly image of a sword immortal that everyone had imagined, but the terrifyingly sharp sword aura radiating from him proved that this was indeed Yise. Yise, the great sword immortal, I've long admired your reputation. Mokgash looked at the middle-aged man standing opposite him, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as black flames ignited around him. The surrounding air twisted and warped under the influence of the flames, making Mokgash's figure appear somewhat unreal. That he could name Yi Xiangwan suggested the demon realm's intelligence gathering on the Tianyuan continent was exceptionally thorough. Yi Xiangwan let out a cold, expressionless laugh. You're a bunch of despicable scum. Speaking to you would only dirty my saliva. Ha ha. Mokagashi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Then I hope Sword Immortal Yi's bones are just as hard as his mouth. Brother Yi, how could you kill a beast without calling me in on it? Just then, a flash of white light rose from the sea. A sword immortal clad in white strode toward them across the waves. Shimanchanga of the Panglai Pavilion. The Panglai Pavilion was one of the 4 ancient clans hidden above the never-sleeping sea. No one had expected the Shiman clan to send a representative. Did that mean the other 3 clans would send representatives as well? If all the cultivators of the 3 realms of the divine path were gathered together, along with over 1 million other cultivators, they might just have a fighting chance. The crowd's spirits soared once more, igniting a glimmer of hope for survival. Brother Yi, leave the 2 below to me. You take care of the one above. Shimanchanga spoke with boundless heroism as he lightly stamped his foot. The skies once again churned with turmoil as a massive sword formation coalesced at breakneck speed, instantly filling the heavens and earth with a chilling, destructive sword aura. Brother Shiman, that was a sight to behold. Let us have a drink together later. Yi Xiangwan roared with laughter. With a flick of his wrist, the azure flying sword that had been locked in combat with the 2 demonic beings below returned to his side. The ignorant cannot escape their fate, Mokagashi said, shaking his head slightly. In the next instant, the flames surrounding him erupted like a raging wildfire. A demon beast, 100 meters tall, rose from the surging black flames. Black demonic energy surged skyward, claiming a portion of the sky alongside Yi Xiangwan's greensword barrier and Shimanchanga's white sword formation. Let me witness the cold mountain sword aura of this generation's Lord of Kunlun. Mokagashi lightly tapped his foot and landed on the demon beast's shoulder. Roaring flames surged upward once more, forming a suit of fiery armor over the beast's body. You want to see it? Then I'll show you. A colossal sword aura erupted from Yi Xiangwan's body. The weight of mountains and a terrifying, bone-chilling cold spread out at lightning speed. This sword aura collided with Mokagashi's black flames. The friction between these 2 extreme elements produced a dazzling radiance that illuminated the entire night. At the same time, the white sword formation began to tremble, erupting with dazzling divine light. Since Shimanchanga and the demon's battlefield was on the ground, blocking the city gate's exit, the cultivators of White Wind City had no choice but to crowd back, returning once more to the ferry landing. The crowd saw that same slacker-looking youth again, the one who had killed Luo Yuntian, with 2 long swords hanging at his waist. He sat at the end of the long bridge by the pier, propping his chin in his hand, gazing absently at the vast, surging sea. He seemed to have no interest whatsoever in the battle at White Wind City. As night fell, the little chubby dog stood up from in front of the tightly shut door. Fortunately, the upheaval in White Wind City had not affected it. The little chubby dog hopped about, ready to go find Lu, because it was time to eat. After running just a few steps, the little chubby dog turned back to the door and picked up its little bowl. It went to its usual spot, but it was deserted. There was no sign of that familiar person. The bowl in the little chubby dog's mouth clattered to the ground. Its eyes filled with sadness. Its master was gone, and the new friend it had just met was gone too. With tears welling in its eyes, the little chubby dog began circling the spot where Lu had been sitting, sniffing the air with its little nose as it went. Soon it stopped again, sniffing the air intently. It caught Lu's scent. The little chubby dog recognized this scent immediately. It was the best smell it had ever encountered, even better than the meat in its bowl. The chubby puppy happily picked up the bowl and dashed toward the pier. Master Bailey, we should seize this opportunity to break through the encirclement. Once we reach Wushang City, we'll have a chance. Yes, Lord Bailey, this is our only chance. As long as we survive, we'll have plenty of opportunities later. Give the order, Lord. The patriarch of the Xiantian sect, one of the 3 great sects, was dead, and the patriarch of the Yunmeng sect held little influence and had no real say in the matter. Now, only the patriarch of the Jinyuan sect, Bailey Yise, had the authority to keep the situation under control. Bailey Yise looked toward the battlefield where several Dao First Realm cultivators were fighting. The entire sky was trembling, and Bai City was being rapidly destroyed. If the fighting continued much longer, they would likely perish in the aftermath of these clashes. Now was the best time for them to leave White Wind City. But Bailey Yise knew full well that even if they reached Wuxiang City, they wouldn't be able to hold it. The fall of the entire Tianyuan continent was merely a matter of time. Even if all four ancient clans mobilized, along with the Kunlun Divine Palace, they wouldn't be able to stop the Demon Realm's army. Bailey Yise turned his gaze toward Lu. Earlier, when Lu had slain the Dao First Realm woman from the Demon Realm in White Wind City, Luo Ran had relayed the news to him. He naturally knew that this outrageously handsome youth was the god of slaughter from the Bright Moon Guild. After all, Luo Ran of the Jinyuan sect had once interacted with Lu. Naturally, as the patriarch of Jinyuan sect, Bailey Yise was one of the few who could gauge Lu's true strength. Someone capable of effortlessly eliminating a Dao First Realm expert, perhaps he could. Patriarch Bailey, we cannot all die here. Since you refuse to give the order, do not blame us for disregarding the code of honor. At that moment, someone interrupted Bailey Yise's train of thought. Brothers, follow me, let us break out together. All right. The response was immediate. In the face of life and death, no one cared about honor. Make way, make way. Amidst the roaring chaos, a wounded person was carried to Bailey Yise. Isn't this a disciple of the Hundred Flowers sect? Didn't they withdraw first? Why have they returned? Seeing this wounded soldier, a sense of foreboding welled up in everyone's hearts. Bailey Yise quickly shoved a potion into the soldier's mouth. The soldier's condition improved slightly, but that was all. His soul was on the verge of disintegration. No medicine could save him now. Lord Bailey, we were intercepted by the Demon Realm's army. Don't go to Wuxiang City. Our retreat has been cut off. The wounded soldier managed to utter a few broken sentences before his life faded away. Bailey Yise's head was buzzing. As he stood up, he felt dizzy and nearly fainted on the spot. The news spread like a plague, and everyone's faces turned ashen, filled with nothing but despair. Lord Bailey, are you all right? Those around him hurried to support Bailey Yise. Ah! Bailey Yise let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. We have no way out. In less than a day, the Tianyuan continent will be declared fallen. Enough! Everyone, save yourselves! Bailey Yise waved his hand, looking as though he had aged a dozen years in an instant. Woo! When it rains, it pours. Just as despair was spreading, a series of mournful bugle calls rang out from the distant sea. Where the sea met the sky, a black wall of water appeared. It was the ocean surging upward. Like the Milky Way pouring back down, White Wind City seemed so tiny beneath this wall of water that it was almost negligible. Everyone's hearts pounded violently in time with the bugle calls. The heavens and earth trembled along with the surging sea. A gray pallor crept across everyone's faces, a color typically seen only on the dead. In their hearts, they had already sentenced themselves to death. The surging sea did not advance quickly, it seemed to be deliberately slowing its progress. The invisible pressure reached its peak, and some cultivators, overcome by terror, began to vomit violently. Some tried to flee, but found they could not move a step. Rumble! Something even more terrifying happened. The sound of hooves pounding the earth echoed from behind White Wind City. A humanoid battle spirit, towering over 10,000 meters high, appeared from behind the mountain range. How majestic, how unimaginable! This humanoid battle spirit swung its battle blade, leveling the mountains blocking its path, and advanced toward White Wind City. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, the entire White Wind City was caught in the middle, trapped like a sandwich. There was no escape now. Form ranks! Bailey Yise's hoarse voice echoed through the heavens. That voice carried a resolve to die. Humans are such strange creatures. In the face of fear, they become utterly worthless cowards. Yet when faced with certain death, they become cornered beasts baring their fangs. Damn it, I'll take a couple of them down with me even if I die. Let us fight these beasts to the death. Ironically, the cultivators' resolve united them in this desperate situation. At that moment, White Wind City fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke, only the sounds of cultivators forming hand seals and setting up formations could be heard. A chubby little dog, carrying a small bowl in its mouth, weaved through the crowd. Fortunately, no one felt the urge to kick the little guy, otherwise, they would likely have been wiped out by Lu first. Woof, woof, woof. The chubby little dog finally spotted the figure and happily dropped the bowl in front of Lu. You really did come. Lu bent down to ruffle the chubby puppy's head, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. There's no dinner tonight, I haven't made any yet. The chubby puppy had run all the way and was starving. It tilted its head at Lu. Thinking Lu didn't understand, it nudged its little bowl with a paw and barked twice. Lu was at a loss for words, giving Lucky a playful punch. Hand me some of those power pills. Are you out of your mind? Can't you just speak normally? Lucky's lips curled in annoyance, revealing a mouthful of big, flat teeth. Lu shot him a sideways glance, and Lucky immediately obediently pulled out a small bag. A stinking dog like you isn't worthy of eating this old man's energy pills. You're getting off easy, you little brat. Lucky grumbled discontentedly. Lu couldn't be bothered to respond. He opened the bag, scooped out a handful of small silver potions, and dropped them into a small bowl. Pushing the bowl toward the chubby puppy, Lu's eyes crinkled into a smile. Eat up. They might be tasteless, but they'll fill you up. Once you've had them, you'll be the coolest pup on this street. The chubby pup was truly starving. Even if the energy pills had no taste, anything in the bowl was bound to be edible. With a few hearty gulps, he polished off half the bowl of energy pills. Lu found it amusing and dumped the remaining half bag of energy pills into the chubby pupp's bowl as well. What a waste! Good heavens! Lucky watched, gritting his teeth in fury, wishing he could kick the little fat dog to death right then and there. The tense atmosphere seemed to have eased considerably thanks to the little fat dog's arrival. The cultivators, having finished setting up the formation, turned their gaze toward Lu, who was feeding the dog. Lu's slender, tall figure was stretched out long and lean under the faint moonlight. The two swords of contrasting colors at his waist seemed somewhat out of place. After all, cultivators do not wield swords in this manner, they use flying swords. Young master, please hurry into the formation. Every moment you stay alive counts. The cultivator closest to him, seemingly unwilling to see this noble young man of extraordinary bearing perish beneath the towering waves, called out kindly. Perhaps they would never know that it was precisely this fleeting act of kindness that saved their own lives. Lu raised his eyes to look at the cultivator who had spoken, then couldn't help but smile and shake his head. As the old saying goes, a dying man's words are kind. Clapping his hands, Lu slowly rose to his feet. The churning sea was now clearly visible. What lay before him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The surging seawater was like a sky-darkening black curtain, threatening to sever the world before them. Don't panic. Hold the array's focal point. As long as the formation holds, we still have a chance. Yise's trembling voice rang out. Yet even he didn't believe his own words. When that sky-darkening black curtain crashed down, it would be the moment White Wind City was obliterated. Yise looked once more at that slender figure. He didn't know if he should still cling to hope. The ground beneath his feet began to shake violently as the sky-shrouding black curtain closed in. Not only that, but the entire White Wind City was now being ravaged by a terrifying earthquake. Lu stood with his hands behind his back, watching all this with a nonchalant air. Woof, 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 woof. The little fat dog suddenly darted in front of Lu and let out a fierce growl at the sky-obscuring black curtain. It seemed to be protecting Lu. Even though it was terrified, even though its tail was tucked between its legs and its body was trembling uncontrollably, it still stood resolutely in front of Lu. Perhaps this was why Lu liked dogs a little more than he liked people. I appreciate the gesture. Smiling, he patted the little fellow and took a light step forward. Everyone watched in stunned silence, unable to fathom what this young master was up to. What is he doing? Don't get distracted. He is probably scared out of his wits. If he is looking to die, there is nothing we can do to stop him. What a waste! Everyone assumed Lu had lost his mind, but only Bai Di City's eyes lit up at that moment. Hold the formation. As long as we can withstand this, we'll have a chance to survive. Bai Di City's voice, brimming with fighting spirit, echoed endlessly through the swaying white wind city. Lu took a step onto the sea's surface, creating gentle ripples beneath his feet. Lucky followed suit, gazing up at the sky-obscuring black veil and unable to suppress a smile. Does this count as a grand spectacle? Lucky asked with a touch of teasing. Lu shook his head, formed his fingers into a sword, and traced a light arc before him, saying calmly, "This is what a grand spectacle looks like." Towering white waves surged from the ocean ahead. The silvery, gleaming waves pushed and chased one another, rising higher and higher. Eventually, they churned up the entire surrounding sea, revealing the mottled seabed. This colossal wave grew ever higher and louder, like 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses charging forward with a thunderous roar. The people of White Wind City were left speechless. Their mouths gaped wide as trunks, and they froze in place. Then, everyone instinctively swallowed 2 or 3 times, but their throats remained parched. Bai Di City felt as if all his strength had been drained from his body. He wanted to collapse to the ground. He forced himself to stand, gazing from afar at that slender figure, his eyes seeming to blaze with a raging fire. Perhaps they truly had a glimmer of hope. Boom! In the midst of the ocean, 2 walls of surging water formed by the churning sea crashed violently into one another. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled, the landscape shattered, and the crashing waves crashed down like mountains. Under this collision, as terrifying as the wrath of heaven, a sense of hopeless helplessness rose in everyone's hearts, making them feel as insignificant as dust. Lu walked with his hands behind his back, stepping through the waves one step, then another, neither fast nor slow. The sky-darkening veil gradually dispersed, revealing a neat black line on the sea as it returned to calm. That long black line was not a wave, but an army. So vast was this army that it covered the entire visible surface of the sea, appearing as a single black line. A magnificent platform stood at the very center of this boundless army. The demon lord admired the scenery of the sleepless sea. In the harsh environment of the demon realm, he could never behold such enchanting scenery. The demon lord fantasized that if he could attain enlightenment at the dragon field and ascend to the ultimate pinnacle, this place would become the demon realm's home in the future. The platform ahead slowly came to a halt, and the demon lord's refined brows furrowed slightly. "Why have we stopped?" the demon lord asked, a touch of irritation in his voice. He believed that on the Tianyuan continent, no person or thing could halt the advance of the demon realm's army. Soon, the demon lord realized why his army had come to a halt. A strikingly handsome youth was striding across the waves, boldly blocking the path of his million-strong army. And the advancing army had stopped because of him. Wasn't he that laughable? Quite ridiculous. The demon lord narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the youth. The faint moonlight bathed him in an indescribable air of otherworldly grace. At that moment, the high priest standing beside the demon lord furrowed his brow deeply. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The malevolent star shines, the celestial phenomena are shifting. He is the source of these celestial disturbances. Interesting. The demon lord chuckled, waving his hand lightly. A mere human, even if he can disrupt the celestial order, what does he have to stop my demon realm army? Change formation. Trample over him for me. At the demon lord's command, the halted demon realm army began to advance once more. The first to move was the unit at the very center of the army. This unit was the demon realm's most formidable shock troop, composed entirely of earth dragon demons nearly 10 meters tall. These demons possessed earth dragon bloodlines, granting them not only immense strength but also extraordinary physical resilience. Their scales served as the finest armor, capable of withstanding the damage from most magical artifacts. This was the finest vanguard unit. No one understood the art of the charge better than they did. 100,000 earth dragon soldiers charged forward, their footsteps pounding the sea's surface. A massive, mountain-like phantom of an earth dragon battle spirit appeared above this unit. The battle spirit's terrifying size nearly obscured half the sky. At the same time, two steel-like torrents, one on the left and one on the right, closely guarded the flanks of the earth dragon demon army as they charged forward together. An overwhelming sense of pressure crashed down like a collapsing mountain. Lu finally understood why the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent had been routed so swiftly. Compared to these disciplined, well-trained soldiers who followed orders to the letter, the scattered, disorganized cultivators of the Tianyuan continent were truly nothing. Watching the charging army, Lu smiled and shook his head. Sometimes, sheer numbers don't decide anything. The demon lord had no idea what this youth intended to use to block the demon realm's army. But soon, he would find out. Lu took a deep breath and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of Lifeslayer. In truth, as a swordsman, Lu preferred one-on-one combat with a peerless master. Not a situation like this. Lifeslayer was drawn from its sheath. A streak of black light shot skyward. At that moment, massive thunderclouds gathered overhead. The instant Lifeslayer was drawn, the heavenly Tao seemed to sense the danger and began to unleash divine retribution upon Lu. Lu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Sword Technique 3, Man-Made Calamity. Lifeslayer flew from his hand, sinking slowly into the ocean before him. In the next instant, Lu summoned the nebula formed by the sword aura within his dantian. The nebula began to spin, channeling terrifying power into Lifeslayer as it sank into the sea. Where Lifeslayer had sunk, a mass of black seawater surged upward, gathering without dispersing. Suddenly, countless black threads split from within that mass of darkness. Like a spider's web, these black threads spread frantically in all directions, radiating out from that single black point. These black threads, like treacherous and venomous sea snakes, slipped silently through the charging army. By the time the charging army realized that countless black threads were spreading across the sea's surface, it was already too late. 100,000 earth dragon demons, along with the 15,000 iron cavalry guarding the flanks, every single one of them had a black thread attached to their feet. Wave after wave of sinister and brutal sword aura was frantically channeled through these threads. Their minds collapsed almost instantly, turning them into mindless puppets, little more than walking corpses. Lu raised her hand and gave a light wave. The charging army halted, then turned, directing their weapons toward their comrades behind them. Upon seeing this, the demon lord leapt to his feet, his face turning ashen. "Are you attempting a rebellion?" the demon lord roared. Yet no one answered him. All that could be heard was the synchronized marching of the 250,000-strong army. They've been controlled. Sever those black threads. The high priestess rapidly formed magical seals with her hands, and one by one, obscure and incomprehensible runes surged forth from her body. These runes stirred the laws of the Tao, causing cracks of chaos to appear in the air. The runes fell upon the sea, attempting to sever the black threads. However, the moment they touched the black threads, the high priestess felt a terrifying, peerless sword aura surge back through the runes. Guh. Her face went deathly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood, hastily severing her connection to the runes. This isn't the power of mana. It carries no power of the laws, only the purest force of slaughter. The high priest instantly realized something and spoke in a hoarse voice. He is not of this world, his power does not belong here. As he spoke, the high priest looked up at the sky, where the god-slaying thunder tribulation had already gathered. No wonder the Tao of heaven is targeting him. Withdraw the troops. Gazing at the slender figure of the youth, the high priest uttered those two words without hesitation. However, the demon lord remained unmoved. Shaking his head, he declared haughtily, "I refuse to wait any longer. I refuse to believe that millions of demon realm warriors, combined with 50 experts at the third realm of the divine path, cannot subdue a single man." The high priestess opened her mouth, her lips trembling slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. For deep down, she was utterly unwilling to retreat at this moment. "Guards, scatter these traitors for me." The demon lord swept his arm wide and issued the command with overwhelming grandeur. From the rear, a silver-white torrent surged forward. This color stood in stark contrast to the overall darkness and oppression of the demon realm. This army was the elite of the entire demon realm, and it was the demon lord's greatest source of confidence in daring to set foot in the vast world of Howren. The Silver Torrent charged at the 250,000-strong army under control. The black and white torrents collided almost instantly. The Imperial Guards cut through the Earth Dragon demon army like a sharp sword, splitting the entire force in two. However, what unfolded next was not as glorious as the Demon Lord had imagined. As the two armies clashed in a chaotic melee, an explosion erupted. Without warning, without hesitation, the controlled army detonated itself almost instantly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a searing black light flared between heaven and earth, blinding nearly everyone in that instant. Then, a wave of scorching heat surged forth from the fray. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the raging energy surged into the sky like a sandstorm engulfing the heavens. While crimson blood mist bloomed with a demonic brilliance, resembling a profusion of alluring, vibrant red spider lilies vying for attention. The Demon Realm's army 250,000 elite troops detonated themselves. This force actually evaporated the surrounding seawater in an instant, and the rising steam shrouded the entire battlefield. At that moment, Lu's sword strike struck again. The long sword, which had plunged into the sea, shot up from the water and landed in his hand. Gazing at the steam filling the sky, Lu gently swung the sword in his hand. Sword 6, Snow Grudge. A single droplet of steam condensed into water, landing precisely on the tip of Life Slayer. The droplet splashed and scattered, transforming into droplets of water. Yet the scattered droplets strangely froze mid-air. In that instant, the round, delicate droplets were frozen solid. These frozen droplets seemed like a harbinger of death. Starting from the tip of Life Slayer's blade, an unimaginable chill roared outward. In the next instant, the steam filling the battlefield froze, followed by the sea, and finally, even the air was not spared. With a single stroke of Lu's sword, the area became a frozen hell. In this frozen world, countless human figures could be seen within the crystalline ice. Sword 1, Heaven's Sorrow. Lu raised his sword once more. He swept it upward toward the sky, and the sword aura surging from his body soared skyward with it. The sky turned black, and even the roaring god-slaying thunderclouds seemed insignificant beneath this towering sword aura. The black sword aura that reached the zenith of the sky transformed into countless long swords. Then, a rain of swords fell from the heavens. The icy hell began to shatter under the impact of the sword rain. The frozen armies of the demon realm crumbled into dust along with the ice. Boom! As if unable to bear the carnage Lu had wrought, the heavenly Tao began to unleash its fury. A crimson god-slaying thunderbolt plunged straight down from the heavens. You moron! Lu let out a cold, derisive snort and swung his sword backward at the thunderbolt. This time, the god-slaying thunderbolt didn't have the same luck as before. It was instantly sliced to pieces by a single stroke of his sword. You deserve to die for slaughtering my million demon realm warriors. A roar echoed through the sky filled with a rain of swords. A crimson domain suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire sea surface. Countless blood-red runes flickered erratically within the domain. The demon lord's body blazed with crimson flames, like a fire god descended upon the world. Exuding overwhelming might, he slowly advanced toward Lu. With each step, the Tao roared and space cracked. From the fissures in space came waves of chilling wails, as if the souls of the dead were weeping in blood over their unfulfilled grievances. As he walked, the demon lord commanded loudly, "High priest, take your men back first." "No, Xing'er." The high priestess' heart-wrenching voice rang out. Xing'er was the demon lord's childhood nickname. In the entire demon realm, only the high priest was entitled to call him that. Hearing the name Xing'er, the demon lord paused in his tracks, lowering his head as something seemed to flicker in his eyes. "May I be permitted to say my goodbyes?" There was none of the expected fiery outburst, only the demon lord's calm voice rang out. When the demon lord spoke those words, it seemed as though he had already foreseen his own death. That was why he had spoken those two words, goodbye. Yet in the face of death, the demon lord appeared remarkably composed, even unhurried. Lu sheathed Life Slayer and nodded. "You should go back too." "I'm not particularly interested." The demon lord shook his head, refusing Lu's offer to spare him. Mistakes must be atoned for. The mistake I made can only be paid for with my life. More than half of his army had been lost, his two most elite forces, the Imperial Guards and the Earth Dragon demons, had been completely annihilated, shaking the very foundations of the demon realm. Such losses would likely take tens of thousands of years to recover from. The demon lord attributed all of this to his own arrogance. If he had activated his domain before those over 200,000 soldiers self-detonated, he could have saved the remaining forces. But there are no ifs in this world. The demon lord was a proud man. A proud man cannot tolerate his own mistakes, much less his own failure. He was determined to pay for his errors, using his life to face Lu in battle. I beg for death. Lu straightened his posture, a gesture of respect toward the demon lord. Very well, I'll wait for you. Lu had never been a patient man, so his willingness to wait for the demon lord now signaled that, deep down, he had come to acknowledge this proud man. Thank you. When the demon lord returned, he was accompanied by a woman wearing a veil. Lu didn't know what they had discussed, but it was clear they intended to die together. The woman looked at the demon lord and smiled sweetly, her eyes narrowing with joy. They held hands, never to part again. Just as she had held his hand when they were children, walking through the bustling streets of the demon capital. Only back then, his hand was small, and she could easily hold it. Now his hand was large, and he could easily hold hers. After tens of thousands of years together, in this moment they finally let go of everything and came together. Time was silent, yet it explained everything. No one knew what ultimately happened that night. People only knew that on this pitch-black night, a noble young man walked toward the million-strong army of the demon realm. The heavenly tribulation in the sky was shattered, the millions of demon realm troops vanished without a trace, and the eye of the Shadow Spring was sealed once more. The Tianyuan continent had escaped this great calamity. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Eye of the Shadow Spring quest. Host has not met the requirements and cannot obtain a title. Ding! Host has met the requirements for a special title and has obtained the special title Lone Warrior. Lone Warrior, when fighting alone, the host gains special bonuses, summoning the 4 fiendish stars and disrupting the celestial order. Lu didn't care about some stupid title. What Lu cared about was the reward for entering the Bronze Temple after completing the quest. Host has completed the epic quest Annihilation of the Shadow Spring and earned the right to enter the Bronze Temple. Preparing to teleport. Teleportation beginning, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A flash of white light erupted around him. When Lu's vision cleared, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. He was surrounded by colorful nebulae, with an unfathomable void stretching out beneath his feet. The place was vast and desolate, utterly silent, a stillness so profound it was maddening. Suddenly, a single step materialized beneath Lu's feet. It was a bronze step, its mottled patina bearing witness to endless ages of history. Without hesitation, Lu stepped onto it, and a second bronze step appeared. Lu continued walking along the bronze steps, all the way to the 999th step. Finally, Lu saw what lay at the end of the staircase. A door. A weathered bronze door, neither luxurious nor grand, but rather somewhat dilapidated. The bronze door stood there all alone in the depths of space, waiting for someone to push it open. Lu approached the door and gently placed his hand upon it. With a creak from the bronze door, a long-forgotten story was unveiled in that moment. To Lu's surprise, behind this dilapidated bronze door lay a completely different world. Beyond the door was a vast hall, a hall so immense its edges could not be seen. 9 bronze pillars stood within the hall, as magnificent as pillars supporting the heavens. Lu walked to the bronze pillar closest to him and looked up. There were patterns on the pillar, but the moment Lu glanced at them, a chill ran down his spine. The patterns depicted an elderly man with the air of an immortal, fishing from the clouds. However, he wasn't fishing for fish, he was fishing for the people below the clouds. Beside the old man lay an open fish basket. Several hands reached out from within, clutching the rim as if trying to escape. A sense of foreboding welled up in Lu's heart, and he hurriedly skipped to the next scene. In this scene, the old man had already put away his fishing rod and lifted the basket. Through the gaping opening of the basket, several pairs of eyes filled with despair were faintly visible. That profound despair made Lu's scalp tingle. Then came the next scene. This scene featured an additional person, a scruffy ne'er-do-well wearing a tank top, baggy shorts, and flip-flops. For some reason, the moment Lu saw this guy, the word good for nothing involuntarily popped into his head. In this scene, the good for nothing was holding a pair of flip-flops, pinning the old fisherman to the ground, and lashing the old man's face viciously with them. Wait a minute, a tank top, baggy shorts, and flip-flops, this guy isn't from Blue Star 2, is he? A surge of excitement welled up inside Lu. To run into a fellow countryman in a place like this, that would truly bring tears to his eyes. As he looked further down, the subsequent scenes were almost entirely of that ne'er-do-well beating up all manner of deities. Watching this filled Lu with an inexplicable thrill. Lu searched the bronze pillar carefully, hoping to find even a single word of record. Finally, at the very top of the bronze pillar, Lu spotted a line of text, unparalleled in history, unmatched in the future, the heaven-swallowing emperor. Unparalleled in history, unmatched in the future. Those words were so grandiose and arrogant they were downright brazen. Lu couldn't help but roll his eyes. With that scruffy, tank top and boxer shorts look, he had the nerve to claim he was unparalleled in history, unmatched in the future? Just then, a strange phenomenon erupted within the hall. A lifeless, black river appeared eerily in the middle of the chamber. As he gazed at this desolate river, Lu's head began to throb. The pain grew more intense by the moment, as if countless steel nails were being driven into his brain, threatening to make his head explode. Yet Lu stood motionless, his face expressionless, letting the pain tear through him while staring intently at the river. Lu finally remembered where he had seen this river before. In his sealed memories, there was also such a black, lifeless river that could not be crossed. Unlike the completely still river in his memory, the one that appeared in the bronze temple was flowing slowly. Before long, a faint silhouette appeared within the river. Lu couldn't make out his features, but there was something about this person that instinctively drew him closer. The figure drifted downstream, gradually vanishing at the river's end. Just as he disappeared, he turned his head and smiled at Lu. Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Because this person was none other than the thug from the scene on the bronze pillar, the one whipping people with flip-flops. Yet Lu was overcome by a strange sensation. They seemed to be the same person, yet somehow not. As the phantom vanished, the river suddenly began to warp. The warped river transformed into a cosmic galaxy, with countless nebulae shimmering brightly within it. But before he could fully appreciate this breathtaking sight, the cosmic galaxy began to shatter. Lu's heart began to pound violently as the starry sky shattered, and an indescribable pain welled up within him. Is this the destruction of the starry sky? Is that person trying to tell me that the entire starry sky will be destroyed by some kind of catastrophe? Lu furrowed his brow. The intense pain actually made his mind grow clearer. Ding, time is up. The system's voice rang out at that moment. A flash of white light filled Lu's vision, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. Lying in his chair, he stared absently at the clear sky. The old man fishing, the ne'er-do-well from my hometown, the silent river, the destroyed starry sky, and that ethereal figure that felt like a breath of fresh air. What message is the bronze temple trying to convey to me? So, did you see the ultimate? Lucky appeared beside Lu, his face brimming with excitement. Ultimate, my ass. Lu slammed a fist into Lucky's head. What the hell is the ultimate? What has it got to do with me? I just want to go home. Then let us go home. Lucky took the punch without batting an eye, then fearlessly leaned in close to Lu again. The Emperor's dojo will emerge in 3 months on the Tianhuang continent. There's bound to be an opportunity to become an emperor there. Let us set out right now. We have to hurry, or we'll miss the boat. Lu shot Lucky a sidelong glance and scoffed. You bastard, do you know something? Why are you so eager for me to become an emperor? And didn't you say you could only pinpoint the location once the dojo opened? Why are we moving so much earlier than that? I'm just a cute system, I don't know a thing. Lucky whistled and turned his head away. After this great calamity, the three sects of the Tianyuan continent were left in ruins, and other factions suffered near total casualties. The power dynamics across the entire Tianyuan continent were completely reshuffled. For the time being, Lu devoted himself entirely to cultivation and helping the Bright Moon Guild establish a firm foothold in this new environment. With Lu's assistance, the Bright Moon Guild quickly rose to become a top-tier sect. To repay the appearance pill for restoring his youth, Lu left behind several sword manuals for the Bright Moon Guild. These manuals were created by Lu himself, tailored to the cultivation methods of this world. They perfectly addressed the Bright Moon Guild's weakness of lacking offensive skills. On a moonlit night with few stars, Lu took lucky and left the Bright Moon Guild. Leaving nothing behind and taking nothing with him, he departed silently, with no ties to bind him. In truth, a true farewell is exactly like this. No ancient pavilions or winding paths, no peach blossom pond or flowing waters, just a night as gentle as any other, in which some people remain forever in the past. White Wind City. The common folk of White Wind City had long since returned and rebuilt their homes. The city soon regained its former bustle. Yet the flying cloud ships that once sailed out from the Yunmeng marshes had vanished without a trace. The docks remained bustling, yet the magnificent caravans of cultivators were nowhere to be seen. At some point, a fishing couple had settled at the docks. The girl was pure and ethereal, while the boy was dashing and handsome. Oh, and the girl liked to call the boy Xinger. People as divine as them shouldn't be here, but they seem to be doing quite well. Come on, Shogoer, let us go for a stroll. A lazy young nobleman, with two long swords hanging from his waist and a skinny donkey trailing behind him, stopped in front of a humble cottage. The young man stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling as he looked at the little chubby dog, one that hadn't grown any taller, only fatter. Big head, don't go. Who are you? A little girl with a missing front tooth burst out from behind the door and hugged the chubby dog tightly, her face full of anxiety. The girl was so nervous that she unconsciously tightened her grip, causing the chubby little dog to roll its eyes from the pressure. Don't worry, little girl. I'm good friends with your Shogo, Lu said cheerfully, giving the chubby little dog a playful flick on its private parts. The chubby little dog looked at Lu with eyes full of resentment. Ah, that's great. Lu nodded with a smile. Good things come to those who wait. The chubby little dog had finally found its owner. Goodbye. Lu tucked his hands into his pockets and headed toward the ferry landing. The chubby little dog watched Lu walk farther and farther away, its eyes brimming with tears. Goodbye means never seeing each other again. Boatman, can I borrow a boat to go out to sea? Lu arrived at the pier and whistled a lecherous tune at the strikingly beautiful young woman. The moment the woman saw Lu, her previously gloomy expression instantly brightened. Xinger, look who's here. The woman called out to the handsome young man mending fishing nets nearby. The boy frowned impatiently. How many times have I told you not to call me by my nickname? I'm not a kid anymore. Don't you have any respect for my dignity? The boy's words trailed off abruptly when he spotted Lu, and a smile slowly spread across his face. I'll give you a boat as a gift, so people won't say I'm stingy. The boy waved his hand generously. Thank you. Lu smiled back. Leaving already? Yeah. Not coming back? Maybe. Wishing you a son soon. Finally, Lu stepped into the small boat and headed out into the depths of the endless sea. Shushua looked at the empty courtyard, biting her lip hard to keep the tears from falling. But in the end, she couldn't hold them back. She knew Lu would leave sooner or later, but she hadn't expected this day to come so soon. She certainly hadn't expected Lu to be so heartless, leaving without a word, slipping away so silently. Master Hongye stood at the doorway, gazing at the desolate courtyard, lost in silence. Two young maids stood in the courtyard, holding her washing utensils, looking dazed and at a loss. Lu's arrival and departure both felt like a dream so illusory they seemed unreal. The Tianhuan continent ranks among the top 3 territories in the entire Haoren Great World. To put it simply, the Tianhuan continent is not only thousands of times larger than the Tianyuan continent, but its resources are in a completely different league. Pick any notable figure from this place, and they could easily outclass the top 3 sects of the Tianyuan continent. The Tianhuan continent differs from other continents in that it has no sects, only dynasties. Several dynasties, each with a heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years, control the majority of the continent's resources and land. Of course, there are also some small nations struggling to survive in the cracks between these colossal powers. The Fengling Ferry is the Great Wei Dynasty's most important port for trade with other continents. Today, Fengling Ferry is under heavy guard. The Great Wei Dynasty's Tiger Leopard Cavalry has taken control of the crossing. All civilians have been ordered to stay indoors and not leave their homes. This is because today marks the return of the dynasty's merchant caravan. The vast world is simply 2 vast merchant ships traveling here typically operate on annual cycles, ranging from 3 to 5 years at the shortest to over a decade at the longest. If the Great Wei Dynasty were to trade with the Tianyuan continent, a single round trip would likely take several decades. Of course, the merchant ships here are also unimaginably massive. Take the Great Wei Dynasty's White Egret as an example. It is as large as an entire city, and such ships are often referred to as cities of the sea. The Great Wei possesses 9 such ships. With every round trip, these merchant ships bring back unimaginable wealth. Each time a merchant ship returned, it was an event of such significance for the Great Wei Dynasty that it rivaled a grand religious festival. This time, the merchant fleet had journeyed to the Hautian continent, ranked first among all lands, a voyage that took a full 12 years. The caravan would bring back vast quantities of rare ores and precious natural treasures. If all went smoothly, the military strength of the entire Great Wei Dynasty would be elevated to a whole new level. The surrounding area had long been cleared, with a large fleet of warships patrolling the nearby waters, waiting only for the merchant ships to appear. Xiao Yunlan, the crown princess of Great Wei, was in charge of this mission. Xiao Yunlan was a stunningly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. Dressed in a black and red phoenix robe, her exquisite face was framed by 2 purple pupils as cold as ice. Her tangerine red lips were pressed tightly together, and she wore a jade crown inlaid with gold, exuding an air of authority without even raising her voice. She was not only the crown princess of the Great Wei Dynasty, deeply beloved by the people, but also the youngest cultivator to have reached the first Dao realm on the entire Tianhuan continent. At just 21 years old, she had already entered the 3rd divine realm. Throughout the history of the Tianhuan continent, such natural talent would rank her among the top 10. Standing atop a high platform, Xiao Yunlan gazed out at the boundless sea, a faint smile curving her lips. Report: a small fishing boat has been spotted 3,000 li north of the Great View Sea. Xiao Yunlan's brows furrowed slightly. There could be no room for error on this merchant fleet's return voyage. Not a single mishap was permitted. The entire Great View Sea should have been cleared out. How could a small fishing boat appear here? If they were fishermen, they wouldn't have ventured this far in. Intercept the fishing boat and verify their identities. If they pose no threat, temporarily accommodate them on the warship. Dismissed. Xiao Yunlan gave a light wave of her hand. A woman in official robes standing beside Xiao Yunlan shook her head helplessly. The crown princess was wonderful in every way, but her only flaw was that she was far too kind-hearted. At a time like this, the appearance of an unidentified fishing boat was inexplicable. It should have been destroyed on sight. Your Highness, the movements of the Great Wu's fire god camp are unclear. We must prepare our defenses in advance. On the boundless ocean, a small boat plowed forward alone. Lu had been stuck on this wretched sea for a full month. As Lucky would say, that's south, not even close. 80% of this world is ocean, so if you want to cross a continent, you either have to be incredibly powerful, able to traverse the open ocean without hindrance, or join a transoceanic fleet. But transoceanic fleets are relatively slow. A round trip can take anywhere from a few years to several decades. A pot was perched on the bow of the small boat, and Lu was busy preparing today's lunch. Out here on the vast ocean, fish is the only thing to eat. After eating nothing but sea fish for a whole month, Lu now feels like throwing up just at the sight of it. As for Lucky, Lu had forcibly conscripted him as a laborer 10 days ago. Right now, he is pulling the little boat ahead with a heart full of resentment, moving at full speed. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounds from the distant sea. 3 assault boats rapidly closed in on Lu, forming a triangle that surrounded his small fishing boat. Lu stopped in bewilderment, his hand mid-slicing a piece of raw fish, and looked up at the 3 assault boats. A total of 6 soldiers were on board the 3 assault boats, all clad in finely crafted black armor. Each was tall and imposing, radiating a murderous aura, clearly battle-hardened warriors. A first-realm cultivator? The lead soldier removed his helmet and looked at Lu. What a handsome young master, the soldier couldn't help but admire inwardly. Lu had been training at the Bright Moon Guild for some time, but without the cultivation method for the 5 elements dominant body, his cultivation had stalled at the Qi condensation realm. This time, Lu had come to the Tianhuan continent not only to find the great Emperor's dojo. He had another important mission, to find the cultivation method for the 5 elements dominance body. Seeing that Lu was merely a first-realm cultivator, the lead soldier breathed a slight sigh of relief. To avoid scaring the handsome young master before him, the soldier lowered his voice as much as possible, trying to appear less intimidating. We are the Tiger Leopard Cavalry of Great Wei. This area is under martial law. Young master, where did you come from? Where are you going? And what are you here to do? Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the classic 3-question interrogation. I'm from the White Wind Ferry. I'm here on vacation. Is there anything else? Lu didn't lose his temper after all, the soldier's attitude was tolerable. The soldier thought for a moment. Although he didn't know where the White Wind Ferry was, a Qi condensation realm cultivator shouldn't pose a problem. Would you mind resting on the warship for a while? Once matters here are settled, we'll escort you to the dock. That was the advantage of being good-looking. If Lu had still looked like that old geezer, these soldiers would probably handcuffed him and dragged him back. Do you have any food on the ship? Lu was more concerned about that. After eating fish for a month, his mouth was so bland it tasted like nothing. Yes. The soldier nodded. You dumb donkey, get on board. Lu tapped the gunwale. Thud. Lucky burst through the water and leaped onto the small boat. Lucky's intelligent eyes bulged with fury. I let you beat me up all the time, fine. But now I have to help you catch fish and pull the boat? Pulling the boat is one thing, but being summoned at a moment's notice and dismissed just as easily, what do you take me for? The soldiers looked at Lucky and immediately grew wary. They hadn't even noticed there was a donkey in the water ahead of the boat just a moment ago. Guys, no need to panic. He is just my dumb donkey, a little discipline is all he needs. Lu slammed a fist into Lucky's head. The blow sent the creature spinning 720 degrees through the air, his neck twisted several times before he finally came to a halt. Yet the very next moment, Lucky was back on his feet, standing straight as an arrow. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell kind of monstrous creature was this? After dealing with Lucky, Lu followed the soldiers to the nearest warship. The warship was truly magnificent, roughly the same tonnage as the aircraft carriers back home, and this was just the most basic model. There were dozens of such warships dotting the sea. Young master, just stay in this room. Your meal will be brought to you shortly. The soldier escorted Lu to a room and left him under guard. Lu didn't mind as long as there was food, he was fine. He ate from noon until late afternoon, downing over a dozen jars of wine, leaving the guarding soldiers with their scalps tingling. They couldn't understand how this boy, who looked like a wealthy young master, could eat like a starving ghost. It wasn't until evening that Lu finally had his fill. He jostled the empty wine jar inside. When I get the chance, I've got to get myself a wine gourd, one that can hold a few tons. Boom! Before he even had time to digest his meal, a deafening explosion rocked the warship, followed by a towering column of fire. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldier guarding the door burst in and yanked Lu out. Young master, hurry up and get out on deck. We're under attack, the ship's about to sink. Lu opened his little mouth in a dazed, bewildered expression. Thinking Lu had been scared senseless, the burly soldier hoisted him under his arm and sprinted toward the deck. Phew! Lu nearly passed out on the spot from the stench wafting from the soldier's armpit. Flames raged across the deck. The warship had been blown to smithereens by some unknown force, and half of it had already sunk into the sea. The sea was littered with the bodies of soldiers. In the distance, several other warships were burning fiercely, their sky-high flames casting a crimson glow across the entire ocean. Seeing this scene, the soldier holding Lu trembled with rage. "You bastards from the Fire God Corps. Ugh bro, the smell is too strong. Put me down first." Lu couldn't take it anymore and started yelling loudly. Only then did the soldier remember he was still holding onto a little kid. He hurriedly set Lu down. The ground beneath his feet shook as a splintered plank slid into the sea. He then tossed Lu onto the plank. "Don't look back. Paddle in that direction." No sooner had the soldier spoken than a massive, searing fireball, tracing a graceful parabolic arc, hurtled straight toward his position. The firelight illuminated the soldier's flushed face, and the howling sound was like the call of the Grim Reaper. This fireball was the Fire God Battalion's secret weapon, forged from the heaven-scorching true fire. Not even a warship could withstand it, let alone a mere mortal. Knowing he was doomed, the soldier drew his battle knife from his waist at the very last moment, his gaze unwavering as he watched the fireball grow ever larger. Snap! Just as the soldier believed his death was certain, a sudden snap of a finger rang out in his ear. Instantly, the massive fireball in the sky was sliced apart by some force, shattering into countless fragments. As a torrential rain of fire rained down from the sky, the soldier stood frozen on the deck. "A meal's worth of kindness, I'll save your life." At that moment, a lazy voice rang out. And the source of that voice was none other than that young master who looked as frail as a reed. The soldier looked at Lu in disbelief. Lu smiled and waved at him. "Hurry up and get out of here, the ship's about to sink." Only then did the soldier snap out of it, and he bowed his fist toward Lu. "I'll repay this life-saving favor another day. Young master, please hurry to the dock." With that, the soldier left the warship and headed for the other vessels that hadn't been burned. "Your Highness, it's bad news. Our men have been attacked in the Great View Sea. Not only the Fire God Corps, but the Western Suez Conqueror's guard has also been spotted. More than half of our 23 warships have been burned. Your Highness, this place is dangerous. Please return to Bai City to decide what to do next." At the Feiyun ferry, Chow Yunlan listened to his subordinate's report with a grim expression. Who gave them the audacity? Chow Yunlan's face turned ashen as he ground out those words through clenched teeth. "Order the ferry guards to head to the stricken waters. At any cost, you must hold back the Fire God Corps and the Conqueror's guard. I will contact my royal brother immediately. Reinforcements will arrive soon." As soon as Chow Yunlan issued the order, the guards around him were taken aback. Without guards, if an assassin were to suddenly appear and if anything were to happen to the crown princess, no one could bear the responsibility. "Your Highness, you must not do this. There has been frequent activity at the Chiohong Tavern lately, especially operations targeting you." Chow Yunlan was the apple of the current emperor of Great Yise. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but she was also a capable hand at governing the nation. There were even rumors that the emperor himself had considered abdicating the throne to this crown princess, who was barely 20 years old. If this were true, Chow Yunlan would become the first empress in the 300,000-year history of the Great Wei dynasty. Moreover, entrusting her with the task of escorting the merchant ships back, a matter crucial to the rise and fall of Great Wei's national strength, further suggested that the rumors of the emperor's succession might not be entirely groundless. Enough! Chow Yunlan cut off her subordinate's words, her tone grave. "It is a soldier's duty to obey orders. Dispatch the guards to the incident area immediately." "Yes, ma'am." The soldier could only reluctantly comply. The Chiohong Tavern was the most notorious assassin organization on the Tianhuan continent bar none. This organization was shrouded in mystery and would take on any job. From royalty and high-ranking officials to commoners and street vendors, as long as there was money to be made, it would do anything. Moreover, to date, the Autumn Hawk Tavern had never failed a single mission. Recently, rumors had circulated that someone had spent nearly 10 million top-grade spirit crystals to purchase Chow Yunlan's head at the Autumn Hawk Tavern, though it was difficult to determine whether this was true or not. The guards at the ferry were quickly redeployed to assist in the troubled waters. Only Chow Yunlan and the lady-in-waiting remained standing on the pier. My royal brother's White Feather Army is stationed in Bai Di City. It will take them no more than 2 hours to arrive. I hope they make it in time. Chow Yunlan gazed out at the vast ocean, his face filled with worry. Your Highness, the female official at his side opened her mouth, then hesitated. Chinger, just speak your mind. Chow Yunlan furrowed his brow slightly. The official took a deep breath and said solemnly, then I must be blunt. The Crown Princess reinforcements likely won't arrive. He is only too happy to see this merchant ship meet with misfortune. Even if we manage to barely save the caravan, we won't make it back to the capital alive. What did you say? Chow Yunlan flew into a rage, shouting harshly, Shang Wanqing, do you know the consequences of such treasonous words? Shang Wanqing remained unmoved and shook her head gently. The route and timing of the caravan's return journey, as well as the landing sites, are top secret matters. No one outside the imperial family would know them. Aren't you surprised that the Fire God Corps and the Conqueror's Guard were able to pinpoint this location so precisely? Over the years, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has behaved recklessly and irresponsibly. His Majesty has long harbored intentions, and you are currently at the height of your influence, with rumors swirling outside the palace. This return voyage was supposed to be an opportunity for the Crown Prince to prove himself, yet His Majesty has entrusted you with leading this mission. Shang Wanqing did not continue. She knew the Grand Princess was a wise woman, it was merely that a sliver of hope still lingered in her heart. However, in matters of the imperial family, clinging to even a glimmer of hope is tantamount to inviting utter ruin. Chow Yunlan's expression flickered between hope and despair before she finally let out a deep sigh. If my royal brother has truly gone this far. Your Highness, this attack was not aimed at the merchant caravan. The caravan is guarded by void stage cultivators. Unless the Fire God Corps and the Conqueror's Guard were to exhaust all their resources, they could never inflict a devastating blow on the caravan. Great Wu and Western Shu aren't that foolish. We should be going. Shang Wanqing glanced at the deserted pier and said with concern. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a burst of applause rang out. I never expected Lord Shangguan, so young as you are, to be so thoughtful and considerate in your actions. It's truly rare. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the pier. The man looked to be in his 40s, dressed in coarse hemp robes, his face etched with deep wrinkles, resembling a commoner eking out a living on the streets. He was exceptionally tall, yet as thin as a bamboo pole, sallow-skinned and emaciated, looking malnourished. Holding 2 blood-soaked human heads in his hands, the man grinned and said, Your Highness, the Crown Princess, is truly a princess of noble birth. Your father actually sent 2 Dao First Realm bodyguards to protect you. Chow Yunlan's face turned deathly pale. She knew about the bodyguards, but she had never actually seen them before. Now, these 2 Dao First Realm bodyguards had been killed just like that, without making a sound. Bai Qi. Upon seeing the man, Shang Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Bai Qi, the 7th-ranked assassin at the Autumn Hawk Tavern. He was also the only assassin from the Autumn Hawk Tavern whose name she had been able to track down. 3 years ago, the old sword emperor of Western Shu had died suddenly. It was said he had fallen at this man's hands. Shang Wanqing's hand trembled slightly, and a magical artifact resembling a judge's brush appeared in her grasp. She stepped in front of Chow Yunlan. Her tone was no longer as calm and composed as before. Instead, she said anxiously, Your Highness, I'll hold him off. You must hurry and join the main force. Under these circumstances, there was no way to escape the docks. Their only option was to head out to sea and join the main force. That was their only sliver of hope. Chow Yunlan grabbed Shang Wanqing and pulled her behind him. Shang Wanqing was merely a civil official, barely at the 8th realm. She wouldn't even be a toothpick for this god of death. Bai Qi, how about we do a little business? Chow Yunlan had already regained his usual cool demeanor. Oh? Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. Your Highness, are you suggesting you'll pay double the price to buy back your own life? I'll pay 10 times the price, Chow Yunlan said indifferently. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You're certainly deep in pockets, Bai Chi couldn't help but beam with delight. 10 times the price would be 100 million top-grade spirit crystals. As far as I know, that's roughly the annual output of your Great Way S3 spirit veins. Chow Yunlan's gaze turned icy. It seemed the rumors about someone offering 10 million spirit crystals for his head were indeed true. The Great Way has a heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years. We can certainly come up with that many spirit crystals. Chow Yunlan steadied his composure, doing his best to appear calm. That's truly tempting. That's equivalent to 100 years' worth of my income, Bai Chi said, calculating with a hint of hesitation. Qinger, wait a moment. I'll hold him off. You find a way to return to the capital as quickly as possible and report this matter to His Majesty. Chow Yunlan's voice echoed in Shangwan Qing's mind. Oh? Are you thinking that by holding me off, you'll give Lord Shangwan a chance to escape and go for reinforcements? Bai Chi sneered sarcastically at Chow Yunlan. Having killed so many and witnessed so many partings of life and death, what could possibly escape his notice? What's the matter? Are my terms not tempting enough for you? Chow Yunlan's violet eyes narrowed slightly. Tempting? Who wouldn't be tempted? It's just. Before Bai Chi could finish his sentence, he suddenly struck. A blurry shadow burst forth from his body. The shadow moved with blinding speed, charging toward Chow Yunlan with the force of a thunderbolt. Run! Chow Yunlan had been anticipating this move all along. The moment the shadow appeared, a high-pitched, piercing phoenix cry rang out across the heavens and earth. Blazing white flames erupted, engulfing the entire dock. At the same time, Chow Yunlan spun around and struck Shangwan Qing's chest with the palm of her hand. A gentle force propelled her out to sea. Qing, run! Your Highness! Shangwan Qing landed safely on the water's surface, tears streaming down her face. Though they were master and servant in name, their bond was stronger than that of sisters. How could Chow Yunlan's actions not fill her with profound grief? The searing white flames instantly vaporized everything around them. The flames warped the surrounding space, sending a chill down one's spine. Yet the figure that burst forth remained unaffected by the flames, delivering a punch that slammed into Chow Yunlan's chest. Chow Yunlan flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Shangwan Qing's eyes widened in fury. But she did not rashly charge forward, for she knew that if she did, she would meet an instant death. The only option now was to head to the Great View Sea and summon the remaining tiger leopard cavalry to protect her. Only then would there be a sliver of hope. With that thought, Shangwan Qing hesitated no longer. She channeled her mana with frenzied intensity and charged toward the depths of the ocean. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Trying to go for reinforcements. Bai Chi chuckled, shaking his head. A faint phantom once again shot out from his body, reaching Shangwan Qing's back in the blink of an eye. The disparity in power was too great. Before Shangwan Qing could even react, her heart meridians were shattered, and her soul was on the verge of disintegration. Yet Shangwan Qing forced down the blood rising to her throat and charged toward the sea at breakneck speed. Bai Chi, you vile beast! Chow Yunlan, who had just managed to get back on her feet, was driven to a frenzy by the sight. White flames erupted from her body once more, engulfing the entire pier in a blaze. A colossal phoenix of fire soared into the sky, with Chow Yunlan at its center. The undying phoenix TSK, TSK. No wonder your imperial brother fears you so much that he is willing to spend tens of millions of spirit crystals for your head. This is truly the sign of one destined to rule the world. As Bai Chi spoke, he suddenly clapped his hand over his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, I let that slip. But it doesn't matter, you won't be returning alive to report this anyway. Upon hearing this, Chow Yunlan spat out another mouthful of blood. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was extinguished in that moment. These words were nothing short of a psychological assassination. Bai Chi was utterly vicious. Even though he held an absolute advantage in strength, he still sought to break her spirit. I hear the undying phoenix has several lives. Killing it allows it to be reborn. I wonder how many lives you have. No sooner had Bai Qi finished speaking than a shadow appeared eerily behind Xiao Yunlan. Instantly, Xiao Yunlan's heart was pierced without the slightest hesitation. The beautiful purple irises of Xiao Yunlan's eyes gradually lost their color, and her entire body collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet in the very next moment, Xiao Yunlan's corpse suddenly transformed into white flames and vanished into thin air. The mournful cry of a phoenix echoed across the heavens and earth. The flames that hadn't yet had time to dissipate surged upward, and within them, Xiao Yunlan's fading form gradually coalesced. However, at this moment, Xiao Yunlan's cultivation realm had plummeted from the Dao 1 realm to the 9th realm. I see, Bai Qi said, watching Xiao Yunlan rise from the flames, and nodded lightly. 1 realm in exchange for 1 life. Since you're at the Dao 1 realm, killing you 10 times should be enough. I've killed you once already, so there are 9 more to go. Xiao Yunlan knew there was no chance of survival this time. She raised her eyes and gazed sadly toward the direction of the great capital. In the end, the one who wanted her dead the most was her own brother. How ironic. Bang! Lucky pulled the wooden plank, speeding across the sea. Suddenly, a delicate figure plummeted from the sky and crashed onto the plank. Wahahaha, has my luck finally turned? I actually managed to pick up a girl. Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. But his laughter cut short after just a few chuckles, for Lu realized that this girl who'd fallen from the sky was on the verge of death. This woman was none other than Shang Wansheng. Having been struck by that shadow, it was a miracle she'd managed to hold on this long given her cultivation level. Lu frowned deeply. While others might get a Lin Dayu falling from the sky, here he was stuck with a dead woman. Screw this, what a bad omen. He kicked Shang Wanqing into the sea. What Lu Hanti anticipated was just how strong her will to survive was. She clung desperately to the edge of the plank, refusing to let go even as her fingernails peeled back completely. Lu jumped down beside Shang Wanqing, crouched in front of her, and teased her. Little sister, you're about to kick the bucket. Go in peace. On holidays, this old man will remember to burn some paper money for you. Perhaps it was a last burst of energy, but Shang Wanqing's complexion had turned an unnaturally rosy hue, and her spirits had lifted considerably. Knowing her time was short, Shang Wanqing spoke in a pleading tone. I beg you, please deliver a message to the Great Way Tiger Leopard Cavalry on the Great View Sea. Bai Qi is attempting to assassinate the crown princess. Hurry back to protect her. What has it got to do with me? Lu sneered, squinting and tilting his head. Shang Wansheng spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and gritted her teeth. You'll get your share of the rewards. The Grand Princess of Great Way holds a noble status. If she is saved, you can ask for anything. Anything? Lu's wide eyes widened even further. That's right, anything. Shang Wanqing's eyes filled with tears as she grew desperate. She could barely hold on any longer. Great Way? Lu looked at Lucky, who was dragging the wooden plank. What's the deal with them? Lucky puckered his lips in disdain. What the hell is the deal? They've just been around a long time. Been around a long time? Lu nodded and asked, does your Great Way have any cultivation methods for the 5 elements dominant body? Cough. Cough. Shang Wanqing coughed twice, her shattered internal organs spewed out along with the blood. Yes, even if we don't, we can find a way to get it for you. That makes things easy. Lu hoisted Shang Wanqing up, then planted a foot on Lucky's head and charged straight toward the ferry landing. You little bastard, you're pushing it way too far. Lucky was so furious he nearly spat blood, dragging a plank as he chased after them frantically from below. Go notify the Tiger Leopard Cavalry the opponent is Bai Qi, a mere junior cultivator. 1T be able to handle him. Shang Wanqing, her expression dazed, spoke in broken sentences. Hey, looking down on me, are you? Damn it, don't you dare kick the bucket. What if your so-called crown princess doesn't take responsibility? Who the hell am I supposed to go after then? Lu channeled a surge of sword aura into Shang Wanqing's body, keeping her alive for the time being. Your Highness, it's time to go. Bai Qi raised his size 44 foot. Bai Qi had a habit: when killing, he liked to finish off his prey by stomping them to death with his foot, just like crushing an ant. Especially those once mighty figures, watching them tremble and die at his feet gave him a sense of pure, unadulterated pleasure. Chow Yunlan lay on the ground in despair. She had no way to be revived now. Having been resurrected 10 times, her cultivation level had plummeted from the Dao 1 realm to the Qi condensation realm. Perhaps she should have listened to Qing'er sooner and struck first. Her clinging to that sliver of familial affection had ultimately been her undoing. Chow Yunlan sighed deeply and closed her eyes. Your Highness, quick, save your Highness. Just as Chow Yunlan had prepared herself to face death, a familiar voice rang out. The expected agony of death did not come. Chow Yunlan opened her eyes to see a young man walking across the sea, carrying Shang Wanqing in his arms. The young man was strikingly handsome, with 2 long swords tucked at his waist and clad in a white robe adorned with black patterns. The sea breeze ruffled his long hair, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. He looked somewhat roguish, yet there was an inexplicable sense of reassurance about him. This appearance was exactly like the wandering knights of the Jianghu described by storytellers in the teahouses of Great Wei. Silly girl, why did you come back? Chow Yunlan grumbled inwardly, but a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She struggled to get up, but no matter how many times she tried, she couldn't manage it. In the end, she could only lie helplessly on the ground, gazing at the star-filled sky. As she laughed, tears began to fall. Her bond with Shang Wanqing, a friendship that transcended death, had ultimately been no match for a single assassin. Yet Bai Qi's foot never actually landed on Chow Yunlan. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. The moment that young man appeared, a strange sensation had welled up in his heart. If he dared to bring that kick down, Chow Yunlan wouldn't die, but he would. As an assassin, Bai Qi's intuition regarding death was far keener than that of most people. Bai Qi withdrew his foot and stood silently on the pier. He wanted to see what it was about this first-realm cultivator that had given him such a feeling. Bai Qi still remembered that the last person to give him this feeling was the frail, elderly sword emperor of Western Shu. Bai Qi despised those who wielded swords, for the sword was a flashy yet impractical weapon, and those who used it were hypocritical and full of themselves. Yet, on both occasions when he had faced the brink of death, it had been sword wielders who had brought it upon him. Lu stepped onto the scorched earth of the pier and released Shang Wanqing from his grasp. Your Highness, Shang Wanqing, struggling to keep her strength, threw herself into Chow Yunlan's arms. The two, having endured the agony of separation and near death, could no longer hold back their tears as they clung to each other, weeping bitterly. Women, after all, are always a bit more emotional. Lu said, glancing at Bai Qi and nodding at him with a smile. May I ask your honorable name, sir? Bai Qi, the Bai in white, the Qi in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Assassin. A smile also tugged at the corners of Bai Qi's mouth. For he could tell that the young man before him was just like him. No matter how warm and friendly he appeared, the coldness deep in his eyes was impossible to hide. An assassin. Lu nodded with a smile. A fine profession. I recall someone once said that assassins and prostitutes are the 2 oldest professions. Whoever said that must have been quite an interesting person. Bai Qi puffed out his chest with a touch of pride. Lu shrugged. I don't know if the person who said that was interesting, but they'd certainly be interesting now. Very interesting. Bai Qi nodded, his tone suddenly turning serious. Are you going to get involved in this? Lu nodded and answered with a single, resolute word, yes. Bai Qi frowned. Haven't you heard the saying that cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents? If you cut off my livelihood now, we'll be sworn enemies. You're mistaken. Lu shook his head. I'm not saving them for nothing. If you stop me from saving them, you're cutting off my livelihood too. No room for negotiation? Bai Qi said, his mana surging. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. A visible black domain descended like an inverted dome, enveloping the entire Feiyun ferry. The ground beneath the black domain split open right down the middle. From the pitch-black fissure came piercing wails, as if 10,000 ghosts had been released from their cages, as if the crack connected to the legendary realm of the Nine Hells. 11th Realm, the Heaven-S Wrath Realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Chow Yunlan and Shang Wanqing's expressions grew even more grim. The two instinctively looked toward Lu, but Lu simply stood there, not moving an inch. They could only cling to each other in despair, using their body heat to ward off the endless despair. The three realms of the divine path are the pinnacle every cultivator dreams of reaching. However, the vast majority of cultivators, once they enter the Tao One realm, remain stuck at that level forever. Though cultivators at the Tao One realm are rare, they are by no means unattainable. Only those above the Tao One realm are considered to have truly touched the source of the great Tao. Only then do they have a chance to forge their own unique path and reach the legendary throne of the great emperor. Chow Yunlan couldn't fathom it. How could an assassin, a mercenary who kills for money, possibly have the qualifications to earn the favor of the great Tao and reach this stage? No deal. Lu placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Then let us not discuss it. Bai Qi shook his head with a smile. Bai Qi's figure gradually blurred, eventually vanishing completely within the domain. At the same time, countless shadows surged forth from the massive, gaping abyss. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my domain is called Infinite Illusions, derived from a single technique left behind by the heaven-devouring emperor. Too bad it's just a single move. Bai Qi's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. The Emperor of Devouring the Heavens, what a thunderous name. A mere fragment of a technique was enough to propel Bai Qi into the heavenly slaughter realm, where he was invincible. Lu found himself growing increasingly intrigued by this ne'er-do-well from his hometown. Pity. Parroting others' wisdom will never make you truly formidable. Lu closed his eyes. I hope your bones are as sharp as your tongue. As Bai Qi's voice faded, countless black shadows crawled out of the abyss and charged toward Lu. The shadows whipped up a shattering howl, and countless eerie runes appeared in the air. These runes seemed to embody some kind of fundamental cosmic law. Everything within the realm's reach withered and withered rapidly under the influence of the runes. Even the stone statue of the divine beast, which had stood guard at the ferry for tens of thousands of years, crumbled into dust that drifted through the sky. Lu took a step forward, standing beside the two women to shield them from these eerie cosmic laws. It was a sense of security she had never known before. Even the crisp, dry, and chilling air seemed to grow warm in that moment. Chow Yunlan stared blankly at Lu's slender silhouette, as if trying to etch that figure deep into her soul. Actually, I really hate the way you cultivators fight. Lu slowly drew the life slayer from his waist and swung it casually. The overwhelming shadow rushing toward them was instantly scattered. You either stay 10,000 miles away, hurling energy blasts, or conjure up a domain to hide behind. Real men should engage in a fair, face-to-face brawl with real weapons. Beautiful lady, don't you agree? Lu said, turning back to give Chow Yunlan a raised eyebrow. Chow Yunlan's lips twitched, and she nearly choked on her breath. At a time like this, he still had the nerve to bring that up? Besides, hand-to-hand combat was something only brutes would do. How could it befit the noble status of a cultivator? Interesting. You're actually unaffected by the wither. How did you manage that as a first-realm cultivator? Bai Qi's voice rang out again. He was surprised, but not panicked. After all, decay was an integral part of death, and death was the true Tao. No one could ignore it forever. As long as one remained within the domain long enough, they would inevitably be corrupted. Ha! You're pathetic. You're not even close to that hot-headed demon lord. The demon lord was a genuine void stage cultivator, the pinnacle of this cultivation system. Lucky's assessment of Lu's strength was the same equivalent to that of the void stage. But the reality was that Lu was actually holding his own against the demon lord. Lucky's explanation was that the attributes of Lu's chaos sword aura could suppress the magical attributes of this world. Was that really all there was to it? Of course not. Lu had always prided himself on being a swordsman, not some lofty sword god. What is a swordsman? One who masters the art of the sword. Simple and pure. It is precisely this simple purity that allows Lu to focus everything into a single stroke. One stroke to kill a man, one stroke to slay a god. Lu moved and moved fast. It wasn't magic, it was sheer speed, the explosive power of his physical muscles. One stroke up, one stroke down. Focusing on a single point, reaching the pinnacle of perfection, it was that simple. The sword aura sliced through everything before him. The intangible shadows within the domain were obliterated, and the tangible domain itself was cleaved apart. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling clash of magical artifacts. It all happened too fast, so fast it felt almost unreal. Boom! Lu returned to his starting point. Just as his long sword slid back into its sheath, the entire domain shattered into pieces like porcelain, dropped to the ground. Bai Chi's figure appeared not far away, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looked as shocked as someone who, after the tide recedes, realizes they're the one without underwear. Bai Chi stared intently at Lu, as if trying to discern something in him, yet he saw nothing. Lu was still the same, a first-tier novice, a youth so green you could squeeze water out of him. How did you find me? I was hidden within the withering, it's impossible to be found. In the end, Bai Chi couldn't hold back and asked the question he most wanted to know. I don't know. Lu shrugged. Lu truly didn't know, but so what? As long as he knew Bai Chi was in this realm, Life Slayer would lead him to him. Haha, interesting. I've never seen anyone like you, or a sword like yours. Bai Chi sighed, slowly turned, and began to walk away. But after taking just 2 steps, his head flew skyward. Blood spurted out, creating a sound like the wind. It was quite beautiful. Like a dream, life and death reversed. Looking at Bai Chi's headless corpse, Chao Yunlan thought she was hallucinating. It wasn't until Shang Wanqing, standing beside her, let go of her hand and it fell limply to her side that she snapped back to reality. Chao Yunlan stared blankly at Shang Wanqing. She was on the verge of death. Shang Wanqing should have died long ago. The fact that she had held on this long was nothing short of a miracle. Bai Chi's strike had shattered her internal organs, and her soul had been shattered as well. This final breath was sustained by Lu's sword aura. Now that Chao Yunlan was out of danger and her final wish had been fulfilled, the breath that had kept her alive could no longer be drawn. Qing'er, don't sleep, don't sleep. I beg you, Chao Yunlan clutched Shang Wanqing tightly, murmuring helplessly. Tears fell in heavy drops onto Shang Wanqing's pale lips. Your Highness, your face is dirty. Shang Wanqing tried to raise her hand to wipe the bloodstains from Chao Yunlan's face, but in the end, that hand never rose. Lu watched them. Shang Wanqing's final words struck a chord deep within her. Lu's icy heart seemed to warm slightly in that moment. It took a very, very long time for Chao Yunlan to accept the reality of Shang Wanqing's death. She picked up Shang Wanqing's body and gazed toward the capital. Qing'er, let us go home. Let us go watch the fireworks in the capital. Chao Yunlan staggered along, falling and getting up again, over and over. Until, after one final fall, she no longer had the strength to rise. Holding Shang Wanqing's body, she burst into tears once more. She wept for her own helplessness, for her worthless conscience. If she hadn't had even a shred of that conscience, today's tragedy would never have happened. Eventually, exhausted from weeping, Chao Yunlan fell into a deep sleep. Lu stood silently by her side, feeling a sense of sympathy for the first time in her life. Lucky, who had been following behind the whole time, watched the scene and let out a soft sigh of relief, muttering to himself. Xiaoren, did you see that? When will you finally be willing to leave your sheath? Damn the Autumn Red Tavern. Damn Bai Chi. How dare they attempt to assassinate the Grand Princess of Great Wei? An army of over 10,000 soldiers appeared at the ferry crossing. A young man clad in a dragon-patterned robe, upon seeing Chao Yunlan and Shang Wanqing lying motionless on the ground, rushed over, wailing and tearing at his hair. His heart-wrenching grief was so intense that anyone unaware of the situation might have thought he'd lost his own father. Yet just as the youth was putting on his heartfelt performance, Chao Yunlan slowly raised her head. Her violet pupils held no emotion, their cold detachment sending a chill down one's spine. Seeing Chow Yunlan rise from the dead, the youth was so terrified he plopped down onto the ground. Then he immediately plastered on a sickening grin. "Lanner, are you all right? That's such a relief. As soon as I heard you'd been attacked, I rode here at full speed. What about Lady Shangguan? Is she all right?" "Thank you for your concern, royal brother," Chow Yunlan said, shaking her head blankly. "Please take care of the merchant ship matter. I'll be heading back now." Hearing Chow Yunlan's cold tone, a shiver ran through the young man's heart. He hurriedly nodded in agreement. Very well, very well. Leave this to me. Guards, escort the princess back to the capital." "No need." Chow Yunlan picked up Shangguan Qing's body and looked at Lu. "Young master, could I trouble you one more time? Please take me back to the capital. I shall reward you handsomely afterward." Lu nodded cheerfully. "Certainly, it's on my way." That fleeting glimpse of sympathy, though brief as a fleeting flower, had already planted a seed that would one day bloom. "Your Imperial Highness, I'll give you Bai Chi's head. Western Shu has put a bounty of 10 million spirit crystals on him." As Chow Yunlan departed, those parting words left the young man restless for a long time. "Your Royal Highness, why are you so troubled?" No sooner had Lu escorted Chow Yunlan away than a man in his 30s suddenly appeared at the dock. His face was as fair as jade, his lips as red as vermilion. He possessed a dashing demeanor and striking features, truly deserving of the title handsome man. This man was Zhou Yu, the grand sage of the Great Wu Kingdom. In a world obsessed with cultivation, Zhou Yu was one of the few remaining seeds of scholarship. He possessed the wisdom to govern the land and the strategies to stabilize the nation. In just 200 years, he had elevated the entire Great Wu dynasty to heights it had never before attained. In truth, Zhou Yu was the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Chow Yunlan. After all, given the Great Wei Crown Princess temperament, even if he had the audacity, he lacked the intellect. "Zhou Yu, look at the mess you've created." The youth in the python-patterned robe glared coldly at Zhou Yu. "Didn't you guarantee that Chow Yunlan would die today?" "Your Highness, please calm down." Zhou Yu smiled gently, his mild expression as soothing as a spring breeze. "How am I supposed to stay calm?" The youth in the python-patterned robe suddenly lost his temper, the veins on his neck bulging. "Chow Yunlan is still alive. Once we return to the capital and report this to His Majesty, there will be no place for me in the entire Great Way." "It matters not, it matters not." Zhou Yu shook his head with a smile, speaking with absolute confidence. "Although the crown princess is not dead, she has fallen to the qi condensation realm. The undying phoenix may have saved her life, but it has also drained her life essence. Chow Yunlan won't live much longer. I trust your father wouldn't enthrone a short-lived ghost, would he?" "So what?" The youth in the python-patterned robe remained unrelenting, his rage boiling over. "With Chow Yunlan's schemes and connections, do you really think I'll survive until the day she dies?" Zhou Yu shook his head and said softly, "It's at least a 5-day journey from here to the capital. If your Highness is worried, doesn't that leave us 5 days?" He loved the crown prince of Great Wei most of all, precisely because he was foolish enough and had such a high opinion of himself. Having such a man become emperor of Great Wei would be far more entertaining than having that shrewd woman, Chow Yunlan, on the throne. "You want me to ambush Chow Yunlan on the road?" The youth in the python-patterned robe turned deathly pale. "Your Highness, since you're afraid of Chow Yunlan returning to the capital, why not just be decisive?" Zhou Yu said, letting out a sigh. "Your Highness, your greatest weakness is that you're too kind-hearted. If you hesitate when you should act decisively, you'll surely face chaos." The youth in the python-patterned robe sneered. "Even Bai Chi couldn't take down Chow Yunlan, and you want me to go as cannon fodder?" Not entirely stupid, Zhou Yu muttered to himself. "Your Highness, there's no need to worry. Bai Chi's death was entirely due to his own overconfidence. I've already contacted the Hong Tavern. Since Chow Yunlan isn't dead, the mission isn't over. In 3 days, we'll strike again in Baixie town. At that time, you'll lead the White Feather Army to launch a pincer attack with the Autumn Hawk Tavern. This time, we'll capture him with ease. Of course, you'll have to cover the expenses. With your vast wealth and influence, you surely won't mind a little money, will you? After speaking, Zhou fixed his gaze on the youth in the python patterned robe, his dark pupils seeming to pierce right through his soul. The youth in the python patterned robe instinctively swallowed, but did not agree immediately. Zhou wasn't worried he'd refuse, because this fool had nowhere else to turn. Whether for the sake of his own position as crown prince or for the sake of his own life, he would not let Chow Yunlan return safely to the capital. This outcome was far better than simply killing Chow Yunlan, as he had originally planned. Chow Yunlan didn't have long to live. There was no way he could ever inherit the throne. And this good-for-nothing, desperate to save his own skin, would certainly go after Chow Yunlan to kill him. If that sword-wielding youth could wipe out this 10,000-strong white feather army, it would be excellent news for the Great Wu. Your Highness, I take my leave. After his tirade, Zhou Yu's figure gradually faded away. Before leaving, he glanced in the direction Lu had departed, feeling inexplicably uneasy. When that first realm youth had killed Bai Qi earlier, it seemed to have triggered an ominous celestial omen of the four evils. Bai Xia Town. A vital thoroughfare connecting the coastal provinces of Great Wei to the capital. Due to its strategic location, though it was a small town, it was far more bustling than many cities. A strange yet handsome youth arrived in the town. The youth led a scrawny donkey, accompanied by a beautiful woman of noble bearing, while another woman rode on the donkey's back. This youth was, of course, Lu. Normally, at Lu's pace, he could have reached the capital in 2 days. However, Chow Yunlan had instructed Lu to slow down, deliberately stalling for time, so they entered Bai Xia Town on the 3rd day. You take the money, you do the job. Since he accepted Chow Yunlan's escort mission, Lu was quite committed to the contract. Whatever the client said went. Lu checked Chow Yunlan into the largest inn in Bai Xia Town. The ground floor of the inn was the dining area. Lu hadn't had a proper meal in days, and his stomach was growling. After settling Chow Yunlan and Shang Wanqing's body, he slipped downstairs alone, ordered a table full of food and drink, and dug in. He, you're a real looker. Lucky appeared out of nowhere beside Lu. It wasn't mealtime, so no one else was eating except Lu. The waiter took a liking to Lu's handsome looks and elegant demeanor, and since there were no other customers, he didn't shoo Lucky away. Spit it out. Lu was getting impatient. Lucky shifted his hips awkwardly and said cautiously, how about I give you a side quest? I knew you weren't holding back anything good. Lu's eyes widened, and he was about to land a couple of punches on Lucky. Lucky quickly jumped back, grinning sheepishly. The Emperor's dojo doesn't open for another half a month. I'm just sitting around anyway. What's the harm in taking on another quest? What kind of quest? Tell me about it. Lu took a sip of his wine, not outright refusing. Seeing that Lu was in a good mood with food and drink, Lucky quickly leaned in. Get Chow Yunlan onto the throne of the Great Wei Emperor. How about that? Simple enough, huh? Ha! Lu suddenly dropped his chopsticks and wrapped his arm tightly around Lucky's neck. In an instant, Lucky's tongue hung out 3 feet long, his eyes bulged out, and he looked like he was about to die. That little chick doesn't have long to live. You want me to take on this mission? What if she suddenly drops dead in the middle of it? Cough, cough, cough. You just save her life first. Lucky managed to choke out a few words, drool dripping from his tongue onto the floor. What do you take me for, some miracle healer? Lu rolled his eyes, released his grip, and kicked Lucky flying across the room. The inn was left with a huge hole in the wall, and after paying a hefty sum in gold, the matter was finally settled. Ouch, I know this is a tough one. That chick burned through her life essence. Combined with the undying phoenix-s traits, not even a Deluo immortal could save her, but you can. Lucky was truly thick-skinned. The moment Lu picked up his chopsticks, he was right back by Lu's side. Ha! Lucky's words left Lu completely baffled. He adopted a sarcastic tone. Hey, that's interesting. How come I didn't know I had the power to bring the dead back to life? What a shame. You've completely forgotten your own abilities. Lucky shook his huge tongue in exasperation after hearing this. While Lu wasn't looking, the huge tongue snatched a few peanuts from the plate on the table. These peanuts had been poked by Lu with his chopsticks earlier and were coated with a bit of saliva. The perverted donkey chewed the peanuts with a look of pure bliss on his face. Lu watched in utter disgust. Ever since he reverted to his teenage form, this idiot's behavior had started to get a bit off the rails. You bastard, if you can't give me a straight answer, I'm gonna be eating donkey meat buns for dinner tonight. Calm down, calm down. Lucky swallowed the peanuts with satisfaction, puckering his lips and giving Lu's waist a sly look. Haven T, you ever wondered why that white longsword 1T acknowledge you? If it ignores me, what else could it be? Lu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ever since Lu had brought out that white longsword named Seeking Benevolence, he'd been unable to draw it from its sheath, let alone use it. Because Seeking Benevolence is a sword meant to save lives. You lack compassion, so she is throwing a tantrum and 1T have anything to do with you. Lucky said this, then stuck out his tongue in a cheeky manner, trying to wrap it around the braised beef on the plate. As a result, Lu stabbed his tongue with a pair of chopsticks, pinning it to the table. Delicious. Lucky, unfazed as a dead pig in boiling water, deftly flicked his tongue back and licked the chopsticks vigorously. Holy shit, you pervert! Lu had had enough. He dragged Lucky out of the inn and began a brutal, merciless beating. A full 10 minutes later, Lu returned to the inn, thoroughly satisfied, and resumed his meal. Before long, Chow Yunlan came down from upstairs, walked straight to the table, and bowed gracefully. Young master, I hope you are well. Sit. Lu had the waiter bring Chow Yunlan a set of bowls and chopsticks. Chow Yunlan didn't touch her food, but instead cut straight to the chase. Young master, do you know why I absolutely must stay in this little town? No idea. It's none of my damn business. Lu took a swig of wine and a bite of food, his mouth dripping with grease. He had no time to deal with Chow Yunlan. This response was quite unexpected. Chow Yunlan bit her lip. I'd like to do another business deal with you. Lu shot Chow Yunlan a sidelong glance, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, and snorted derisively. Besides the 5 elements dominant body cultivation method I want, do you have anything else to offer as payment? Chow Yunlan lowered her eyes, thought for a moment, and said, the Great Wei dynasty has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. The imperial treasury holds everything. As long as you agree, once this matter is settled, I can arrange for you to enter the treasury. No interest. Lu shook his head, clearly uninterested. I only want the 5 elements dominance cultivation method. He was completely unyielding. Chow Yunlan pondered for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth. As long as you agree, I can fulfill any request you have. Any man would understand the implication behind Chow Yunlan's words. Lu was a man and 100,000-year-old old demon at that, so of course he understood. Lu immediately spat out a mouthful of wine, clutching his chest in a panic, looking like a frightened little wife. What are you trying to do? I'm as beautiful as a flower, how could I let you have me for free? Chow Yunlan froze for a moment, then felt both ashamed and angry. As the noble princess of Great Wei, with a beauty that could make the moon hide its face and the flowers blush, she was now being treated with such contempt. Having cast aside her pride as a woman only to receive such a response, Chow Yunlan sighed in disillusionment. I've troubled you, young master. Chow Yunlan rose, her eyes brimming with exhaustion. After Chow Yunlan left, Lucky, oblivious to the danger, crept up again. Hee, handsome, what do you say? Are you going to accept the mission? You've got nothing to lose, there's no penalty even if you fail. Just give it a try. And if you actually do complete it, who knows, maybe Chiu Ren might finally be drawn from its sheath. The system's level of subservience was truly one of a kind. Lu popped a peanut into his mouth, chewing as he eyed Lucky with a sidelong glance. I'll take it. But first, explain exactly what Chiu Ren is all about. Lucky's face lit up, his wise eyes bulging out a bit more. Actually, Chiu Ren involves a taboo, resurrection. Resurrection? Lu furrowed his brow. Lucky stopped grinning and nodded solemnly. That's right, resurrection. Ren is a sword that does not kill, it lacks the power to take a life, but it can sever the connection between a living soul and the underworld. Oh, that's interesting. Go on. Lu pushed the remaining peanuts toward Lucky. Lucky was over the moon. With a flick of his tongue, he scooped up half the dish of peanuts into his mouth. Don't let my casual tone fool you, this ability actually touches upon the taboo of life and death. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, these are the great laws of the universe. Your sword can sever the thread between life and death, disrupting this order. Am I really that awesome? Lu leaned back smugly. Hee, stealing business from the underworld is definitely awesome. Lucky grinned and leaned in. You must understand that the underworld governs the realm of the dead, ensuring the smooth operation of the order of death. In every world where life exists, they have their branches. From ancient times to the present, aside from that good for nothing, I'd say you're the only one capable of going up against the underworld. That good for nothing? The swallowing heaven emperor? Lu's interest was piqued. Yep. Lucky nodded. Back then, the emperor of swallowing the heavens completely crushed the underworld department. They were nearly wiped out. This caused massive chaos in the order of death, leaving the dead with nowhere to go. That good for nothing is the type who kills but doesn't teaberry. After the order of death fell into chaos, it led to the emergence of many great terrors in the cosmos. Even the great anomalies that existed countless years ago have revived in this era. That's awesome, ha ha ha. Lu couldn't help but laugh. Wait a minute. Lu frowned. If Ren can interfere with the order of death, and the underworld finds out, won't I get beaten to death with sticks? Exactly, but... Lucky nodded, changing the subject. Ren can sever the connection between living souls and the underworld, pulling the dying back from the brink of death. At the same time, it has the power to directly open a passage between the underworld and the mortal realm, sending all spirit forms into the underworld. So what? Lu looked a bit bewildered. What's the point of that? How can you still not get it? Lucky's eyelids twitched. This kid looks pretty sharp, so why is he so thick-headed? If you activate Ren and use its ability to open the passage, we can go do business with the bigwigs of the underworld. TSK, the wealth of the underworld is unimaginable. Get lost, you damn dog. You never have a good idea. Lu kicked Lucky out with a single kick, only to lose another gold ingot in the process. Lu wasn't stupid. Doing business with the bigwigs of the underworld, how could that possibly end well? It'd be like risking your life in the fires of hell. After eating his fill, Lu pulled up a small stool and sat happily by the door, basking in the sun and watching the pretty girls. His puppy-like appearance drew frequent glances from passers-by. However, Lu's behavior was completely at odds with his stunning good looks. Hey, beautiful, come hang out with me. You're crazy. What? Crazy? Well, I want to keep you from getting treated then. Have a nice day, sweetie. You're the one who is crazy. Hey, beautiful, don't go spreading rumors. I might sue you for defamation. Hey, beauty, you dropped some money. Damn it, looking at your back makes me want to commit a crime, but seeing your face makes me want to run away. Holy shit, those long legs. Sis, I want to drink your foot-soaking water. In just 2 short hours, word had spread throughout the entire town that a little pervert and a little psychopath were staying at the Uli Inn. Meanwhile, Chow Yunlan, upstairs, was feeling rather restless. 3 days ago, when she left the ferry, she had released her phoenix to rush back to the capital with a message. The phoenix was Chow Yunlan's companion spirit beast, born into this world alongside her. In the vast world, the birth of certain chosen ones is often accompanied by a gift from the heavens. The phoenix was the heaven's gift to Chow Yunlan. If all went according to plan, the phoenix should have returned by now. Yet, even now, there was not a single sign of it. The sole reason Chow Yunlan had chosen to stay here was to use herself as bait. She was certain that her foolish imperial brother would stop at nothing to prevent her from returning to the capital, attempting to ambush and kill her along the way. And Bai Xie town was the perfect choice. Chow Yunlan was acutely aware of her situation. She didn't have much time left and had to take a desperate gamble. If she returned directly to the capital to explain the situation to her father, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. After all, she had fallen to the qi condensation realm, and her days were numbered. Her father would not depose the crown prince and cause unnecessary turmoil just for the sake of a dying person like her. All these factors combined meant Chow Yunlan could not return to the capital. She had to take a gamble here. As long as the phoenix delivered the letter immediately, she would have a chance to strike a decisive blow. The sky gradually darkened, and the inn began to fill with guests. Lu had had his fill of beautiful women and was now having dinner. The dining area on the first floor was getting busier from the looks of it. Most were merchants on the road. Chow Yunlan came to Lu's place again. This time, she didn't discuss business. Instead, she sat down to eat. She understood that since the phoenix hadn't returned, something must have gone wrong. Staying with Lu was the safest option right now. Neither of them felt like speaking, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. It wasn't until it was completely dark that the lamps were lit in the main hall. The waiter found it odd that there were so many more dine-in customers today than usual. Some tables had finished eating but still hadn't left. At some point, a light drizzle began to fall outside, and the entire town was enveloped in the gentle night rain. The dim candlelight cast a soft glow on the faces of the diners in the hall. As they clinked glasses and chatted, an eerie tension hung in the air. Damn this lousy weather. The inn door swung open, and a burly, dark-skinned man, standing 8 feet tall, stormed in, cursing under his breath. "Waiter, bring me some wine. This damn rain has soaked right through to my bones." The waiter hurried over, his face a mask of forced smiles. "Sir, I'm afraid we're all booked up." "Perhaps." "What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to kick me out?" The man's voice boomed like thunder, cutting the waiter off. After speaking, the man scanned the room. Aside from Lu's table, which held only 2 people, every other table was nearly full. "I'll just have a drink with that young man over there." The man shoved the waiter aside and strode straight up to Lu. "What a handsome young man." The man got a good look at Lu and couldn't help but compliment him. "Young man, let us share a table. I'll cover your drink, how about that?" Lu shot a half smile at Chow Yunlan. This guy's acting was just too clumsy. From the moment he walked in, this idiot had glanced at Chow Yunlan at least 5 times. Anyone with half a brain could tell he'd come here specifically for Chow Yunlan. There was also a distinct smell of blood on the man. Although he'd tried his best to mask it with some kind of spice, the scent of blood still couldn't be fully suppressed. "Have a seat." Lu pushed the half-empty wine jug toward the man. "Thanks." The man bowed slightly, picked up the jug, and gulped it down in one go. After sitting down, the man looked at Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan's face was ashen. He gave the man a slight nod. The man let out a sigh of relief, leaned close to Chow Yunlan, and whispered, "Your Highness, most of your letters have been received, but His Majesty has shown little reaction. We had no choice but to act on our own initiative and send reinforcements to aid you, but we were ambushed along the way, and I was the only one who escaped." Chow Yunlan understood that in this high-stakes gamble, she had ultimately been one move behind. "I didn't mention my own ordeal in the letters. Why hasn't father shown any concern?" Chow Yunlan couldn't quite accept it. The man sighed helplessly. "There was a letter that reached the capital before your phoenix messenger." Chow Yunlan nodded. It seemed the other side had acted one step ahead of her, delivering news of her situation to her father first. Chow Yunlan had originally planned to exploit the information gap. Before news of her own situation reached the capital, she intended to get word to the emperor that the crown prince had colluded with the Great Wu to hire assassins. As long as that information reached the capital first, given her standing, the emperor would surely dispatch a large army to support her. However, since news of her own situation had reached the capital first, there was no turning back now. Actually, if Lu were willing to help, this matter would be easily resolved. Because with Lu's speed, he could definitely deliver the message back immediately. But there are no ifs in this world. A slight difference leads to a vast discrepancy. Your Highness, we should not linger here. The man glanced at the diners in the hall and shook his head slightly. Chow Yunlan looked at Lu. He was the only one she could rely on now. This was Chow Yunlan's final plan. Even if the Phoenix messenger failed to deliver the message, Lu would be her safety net. As long as Lu kept his word and escorted her safely back to the capital, there was still a sliver of hope for a turnaround. Where are you going at this hour? Lu didn't seem to mind. Since he promised Chow Yunlan he'd walk her home, he was determined to honor his word. The man opened his mouth to say something, but Chow Yunlan gently pressed her hand over his. The man sighed in resignation, sat back down, and ordered 2 more jugs of wine. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the inn grew increasingly eerie. A suffocating stench hung in the air. No one spoke, save for the occasional sound of Lu chewing. Bang! Suddenly, the inn's door was blown open by a cold gust, and a chill swept inside. This damn weather, the waiter muttered under his breath, trying to steel his nerves, and jogged over to the doorway. Ah! Just as he was about to close the door, the waiter let out a blood-curdling scream and fell flat on his back. Shaking all over, he stared at the pitch-black doorway. 2 red eyes, like lanterns, glowed in the darkness. The night was so thick it seemed impenetrable. On the long, silent street, 2 crimson lanterns appeared. The lanterns blinked gently twice, and the air was pulled and twisted by an inexplicable force. Space itself began to undulate unrealistically, like waves on the sea, rolling out in layer upon layer. Immediately afterward, the floor of the inn began to tremble, starting from the far end and moving closer, the vibrations growing increasingly intense. This was the distinctive tremor caused only by the advance of a large cavalry force. All the diners in the inn stood up at that moment. Facing the doorway, they respectfully bowed to the crimson lanterns. Bang! The inn's doorway was suddenly smashed open by a tremendous force, sending wood shavings flying everywhere. A strange figure, no, 2 figures appeared before the wide-open entrance. A massive man, standing 3 meters tall with muscles bulging like rock, blocked the doorway, his overwhelming presence crashing down like a tidal wave. The giant wore a red vest on top and red harem pants on the bottom. His hair was tied in a topknot, his cheeks stained red with blood, and he grinned widely. The vest and pants were extremely ill-fitting and stretched tight across his body. This appearance, paired with that dim-witted grin, made him look exactly like the mentally challenged son of a landlord. Perched on the burly man's shoulder sat a child of 7 or 8. To call him a child was a stretch, for though he was short in stature and his skeletal age matched that of a 7 or 8-year-old, his skin hung loosely and sagged. It was a strange, unsettling sense of premature aging. Both the burly man and the child held a lantern in their hands. The lanterns resembled the eyes of some creature, emitting a faint red glow and occasionally blinking. Monsters! Monsters! The innkeeper at the door could no longer hold it together. This scene was nothing short of severe mental pollution. The innkeeper scrambled to his feet, screaming in terror as he tried to flee the inn. But he had barely taken 2 steps before he vanished into the warped air. I heard that old 7 was killed by a teenager, the prematurely aged child spoke up, his voice sounding exactly like a child's. Hearing the short man's words, the big man grinned like an idiot, drool trickling down the corner of his mouth. As for the other diners, upon hearing the short man's words, they all turned their heads to look at Lu's seat. A first-realm cultivator? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. The short man couldn't help but shake his head. Put. Lu finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. What the hell was this? A clown from a circus troupe? However, apart from Lu, the other 2 wore grave expressions, every muscle in their bodies taut. The man at the table, his hand holding the wine cup, began to tremble uncontrollably. People from the Chiohong Tavern, the man said, trying his best to remain calm. Our reinforcements, over 1,000 men, ran into this thing on the way. We were wiped out almost the moment we laid eyes on it. Chow Yunlan listened expressionlessly, clenching her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her flesh. Your Highness, this man's methods are utterly bizarre and impossible to predict. I'll go hold him off for a moment. You and the young man should leave first. The man downed the last sip of wine, slammed the flask down on the table, and leaped to his feet. "You scum of the Chiohong Tavern, Grandpa S here." A black military dagger appeared in the man's hand as he stepped over the table to stand between Lu and Chow Yunlan. Was he afraid? Of course he was. In this world, aside from a madman like Lu who wasn't afraid of death, no sane person was. But the burly man remained unwavering. He was Chow Yunlan's personal guard, and a personal guard must act like one. He could never let his master die before him. "Big guy, he called us scum?" The short man's face twisted in anger. He, the big guy kept grinning like an idiot, staring intently at Lu. Drool was streaming down his chin, as if he were about to devour Lu whole. "Good boy, no rush. Let us just mess with him a bit first." The short one gave the big one a light pat on the back of the head. As for Lu, he couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. He was relishing the last bit of rice in his bowl, and when that wasn't enough, he poured the vegetable soup from the basin into his bowl as well. This arrogant demeanor would likely enrage even a passerby, let alone the people directly involved. The shorter man snapped his fingers lightly. "Take care of our target first, then we'll have some fun with him." The diners in the main hall, upon receiving the order, surged forward and charged at Chow Yunlan. "Your Highness, run!" The burly man swung his black military sword as mana erupted from his body. He was likely at the 8th realm, a level of power that would make him a major power on the Tianyuan continent. However, on the Tianhuang continent, where monsters roamed everywhere, 8th realm strength wasn't weak, but it was barely enough for self-defense. The man swung his military sword in wide, sweeping arcs, no flashy spells, just the straightforward, head-on charge of a battlefield assault. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with crisscrossing sword chi, exploding in a silent roar. Strangely enough, given the destructive power of the man's sword chi, not just a small inn, but an entire town would likely have been torn to shreds. Yet in reality, not only was the inn completely undamaged, but the man's blade energy, crashing into the warped air, seemed to strike cotton. Not only did it fail to explode, it didn't even make a sound. The assassins, however, moved freely through this strange atmosphere. The seemingly overwhelming blade energy couldn't harm them in the slightest. "Spatial abilities, watch out," Chow Yunlan warned. Thud! With a sharp crack, an assassin strangely sliced through the air, suddenly appearing right in front of the man. The man's reaction was undeniably quick. He immediately drew his sword to block, but he was still a split second too late. A dagger sliced open his abdomen, and blood instantly stained his clothes red. The man staggered back 2 steps, his face contorted in pain. Chow Yunlan hurried over to support him, shoving some potions into his mouth. Once his condition was stabilized, the man looked utterly remorseful. "I have failed in my duty. I did not protect you." Chow Yunlan sighed helplessly. "How could I blame you? It is simply fate that has abandoned me." Thud! Just then, an assassin lunged forward. The man shoved Chow Yunlan aside and, by the skin of his teeth, blocked the dagger's vicious thrust. "Let me fight one last battle for you." The man channeled all his mana, took a step forward, and let several assassins charge at him, completely abandoning his defense. Several daggers pierced the man's body almost simultaneously, and at that moment, black mist surged from his body. The black mist engulfed the assassins nearby, followed by a blinding flash of light. A shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted. Yet these shockwaves mysteriously dissipated into the warped air. The man had attempted to sacrifice himself to buy Chow Yunlan a sliver of hope, but the gap in their strength was too great in the end. He had merely given his life in vain. Phew! By now, Lu had finally finished his dinner. Once full, he had nothing to do, and with nothing to do, he had to find something to do. Several assassins simultaneously closed in on Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan had already fallen in cultivation level and was completely unable to fight back. She could only watch helplessly as the assassins drew closer and closer. With no other choice, she closed her eyes in resignation. "Hey, little girl, what are you doing here?" Lu belched. The next moment, Chow Yunlan, who was certain to die, suddenly vanished. Lu took her place, while she herself moved to where Lu had been eating. A simple body swap technique had instantly saved Xiao Yunlan from certain death. A black sword aura traced a semicircular arc through the air. The arc sliced through the warped atmosphere, instantly cleaving several assassins in two as the stench of blood filled the air. Lu took a step forward and charged toward the door, moving so fast that she left a trail of afterimages in the air. With every step Lu took, a black thread pierced the warped air and rose from the ground around her. Each black thread sliced through the body of an assassin. It was a simple and brutal method of killing. By the time Lu reached the doorway, every assassin except for that odd couple had been wiped out. Watch out. Seeing that Lu was unaffected by the spatial distortion, the short man's prematurely aged face was etched with terror. The 3-meter-tall Hulk named Ada looked dim-witted, but his attacks were ruthlessly swift. Boom! Ada unleashed a punch with the force of a landslide, aiming straight for Lu's head. His fist, larger than Lu's own head, was covered in crimson and black runes, and the surrounding air was torn apart by the laws of the Tao. Lu extended a single finger to block the attack. The finger and Ada's fist collided violently. Accompanied by a deep, rumbling clang, visible shockwaves radiated outward from the point of contact between the finger and the fist. In an instant, the entire inn was overturned, debris and shards flying everywhere like sharp arrows. "You're asking for death," the short man shouted. A pool of black-green liquid gushed from his mouth. A foul, fishy stench filled the air as black-green smoke rose from the liquid, rapidly corroding everything around it. Boom! But in the next instant, a black sword aura surged from Lu's fingertip, piercing through Ada's fist and then slanting through the short man's skull. The short man hadn't expected that even Ada's physical strength couldn't withstand this black sword aura. His mouth hung wide open, his face frozen in shock, eyes wide open in death. "Don't worry, your brother's on his way to join you. In your next life, make sure to join a circus troupe, otherwise, it'd be a shame to waste a look like that," Lu muttered sarcastically. The next moment, a speck of black light radiated from his fingertips, dispersing into countless tiny strands of sword aura. Ada's body was instantly sliced into fragments. This pair of mentally deranged oddballs was finally dead. But Lu didn't stop there, he even drew the long sword from his waist. The show had only just begun. With Lu's keen perception, he had long since realized that this bizarre pair were nothing more than puppets. The real culprits were those lanterns. The moment the pair met their end, the lanterns which resembled eyes began to float upward amidst the blood-red mist. Waves of eerie fluctuations radiated from the lanterns, and the entire world began to warp abnormally once more. Lu was pulled into a strange dimension. Boom, boom, boom. In the thick darkness of night, countless unidentifiable structures rose from the ground or fell from the sky. These structures ranged from dilapidated tile-roofed houses to elegant villa complexes and towering skyscrapers. Under the dazzling neon lights, it was as if a small town from another time and space had been transported here. These structures seemed like malevolent entities buried for countless years. Their emergence stirred up a vast amount of energy. In just a few breaths, the surroundings had turned into a eerie, ghostly realm. Lu stood in this world, momentarily lost in thought as countless memories flooded his mind. Where is this? This is his hometown, which he had left countless years ago. The streets of his hometown, the houses of his hometown, only the people of his hometown were missing. Bastards! Lu suddenly flew into a rage. This was the deepest, most unyielding attachment he held in his heart for his hometown, yet now it had been materialized into this world by those lanterns. This was an unforgivable desecration. It had been a very, very long time since Lu had experienced such an intense emotional upheaval. Boom! Lu stomped down hard with all his might. With his right foot as the center, this world began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those red lanterns could never have imagined what kind of being their actions had truly enraged. The materialized world shattered piece by piece, and the real world gradually came into view. Focus on a single point reached the pinnacle. Lu channeled all his power into the tip of the black longsword and slashed viciously at the sky. The dark clouds blanketing the zenith were swept away by the sword aura. The rain stopped, and stars could actually be seen in the deep night sky. Yet the horror had only just begun. Sword 7, Black Moon. Lu flickered his wrist, and Life Slayer whistled as it flew from his hand, soaring toward the zenith. Life Slayer erupted with a dazzling black light at the zenith, and a thunderous sword aura swirled around it. With Life Slayer at its center, a black sword aura moon rapidly formed above the zenith. "You're crazy. Do you want to sink this land?" Lucky suddenly appeared beside Lu and shouted anxiously. Lu twitched the corner of his mouth in a nervous manner and broke into a small grin. Lucky's scalp prickled. He knew Lu was having another episode. You bastard, what the hell have you done?" Lucky was furious, glaring at the two lanterns floating in the air and cursing at the top of his lungs. At that moment, the lanterns, which resembled two eyes, revealed a fear that pierced the soul. "Kill yourself to atone. Kill yourself to atone. You beast. Do you want the countless living beings of this land to be buried alive with you, you moron?" Lucky roared, but it was too late. Smash! Lu reached out and swung his hand viciously at the black full moon hanging in the sky. It was a simple attack, yet it carried endless oppression and despair. The black full moon screeched as it plummeted from the sky toward the earth. A massive shadow fell over the land. The black full moon crashed down like a massive meteor if it made solid contact. It would likely sink the entire land, just as Lucky had said. "Handsome guy, big hunk, cut it out." Lucky was jumping up and down in panic. If it really came crashing down, countless lives would be obliterated. That wouldn't be good news for Lu. Lu did not seek to prove his path through slaughter. Too much bloodshed would hinder his journey to becoming an emperor. "Wah, daddy, where are you?" Just then, a heart-wrenching cry rang out. A little boy, clutching a kitten, appeared amidst the ruins of the inn. The boy stared at the rubble, crying as he searched for his family. That heart-wrenching wail suddenly jolted Lu awake. Lu turned his head to look at the little boy standing all alone amidst the ruins, and his icy heart suddenly stirred. The boy's wailing pierced Lu's mind like countless sharp needles. Lu tapped his forehead lightly. "Ah, my head hurts." Lu suffered from severe manic episodes, a classic symptom of mental illness. However, since arriving in this world, his condition had improved significantly. Even when he had an episode, it wasn't too severe. That red lantern had actually materialized Lu's deepest concern, which was what triggered this relapse and worsened his condition. "Disperse." Lu waved his hand lightly, and the black moon in the sky vanished instantly. Perhaps the people of this land were unaware that, thanks to a little boy's cries, they had narrowly escaped a catastrophic disaster while they slept. Having narrowly escaped death, the Red Lantern knew it was no match for the youth before it and immediately prepared to flee. But it had miscalculated. Lu was a man who truly held a grudge. The moment the Red Lantern made a move, Lu was already upon it. Realizing escape was impossible, the Red Lantern attempted a last-ditch struggle, radiating a strange spiritual energy from its body. Having fallen for the trick once, Lu wasn't about to be caught in the same trap twice. With near teleportation speed, Lu seized the lantern and clamped it tightly in his hand. "You bastard, you like playing dirty, do you?" Lu concentrated all his strength into his hand and tore the lantern clean in two. "Don't kill it! Don't kill it! It's a valuable item. Save it for me. Save it for me. I'll make it into a magical artifact for you." Lucky rushed over immediately, trying to stop Lu. But if he could have stopped him, Lu wouldn't be Lu. Lu ignored Lucky. After tearing the lantern to shreds, he used his sword aura to pulverize it into dust. What a waste, what a waste! Looking at the fragments scattered across the sky, Lucky shook his head in frustration. This is a rare case of an inanimate object gaining sentience who knows how many ages it's existed. And judging by its abilities, it's likely a spiritual artifact. Since your mental state isn't stable, refining this might just help stabilize your spiritual realm. What the hell are you talking about? Are you calling me crazy? Rage surged through Lu, and in a fit of fury, he kicked Lucky's head to pieces. Lu looked at the ruins of the inn and slowly walked toward the little boy, who was crying his heart out. The little boy looked up at Lu and asked in a hoarse voice, "Big brother, have you seen my daddy?" Lu shook his head and gently ruffled the boy's hair. Judging by the scene, everyone in the inn must be dead. When gods fight, mortals suffer. For some reason, Lu's eyes began to sting. He didn't notice that his eyes were starting to change. His black pupils gradually faded, turning white. Lucky, who had just recovered, saw Lu's appearance and his intelligent eyes bulged with excitement. However, Lucky was quickly disappointed, as the pupils soon returned to normal. "You little brat, why aren't you crying harder?" "Young master." At that moment, Chow Yunlan's shriek startled Lu awake. Turning his head toward the source of the sound, he saw a massive cavalry force riding into the town, and Chow Yunlan had fallen into the hands of the youth in the python-patterned robe from earlier. When Lu had struck just moments ago, he had destroyed the entire inn. Chow Yunlan, not wanting to cause trouble for Lu and to avoid being crushed by falling debris, had run quite a distance away. Chow Yunlan had been extremely cautious, but as a mere first-rank cultivator, she was simply too weak. Lu scooped up the little boy, who was crying so hard he was nearly fainting, took a single step, and instantly appeared before the youth in the python-patterned robe. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her," the youth in the python-patterned robe threatened, his voice trembling. The black moon that had nearly fallen moments ago had dealt him a massive mental blow. Yet he still wasn't afraid to die. He led his men into Bai Di town. Because he knew that if Chow Yunlan didn't die today, he would be the one to die. Since death was inevitable either way, why not take a chance? A blue dagger pressed against Chow Yunlan's neck. Staring at the expressionless Lu before him, the python-robed youth's trembling hand slipped out of control, slicing through Chow Yunlan's fair skin. Scorching blood trickled down the dagger and onto the python-robed youth's hand. "Who are you? Who the hell are you? Why did you come to disrupt my plan?" The youth in the python-patterned robe practically roared the words. Everything had been so perfectly planned. Chow Yunlan should have died at the dock. Yet, out of nowhere, a spoiler had appeared, ruining everything. "I'm your ancestor, you little punk." Lu laughed bitterly. Boom! Lu's figure exploded outward, leaving a trail of afterimages. The tens of thousands of cavalry had no time to react, and the youth in the python-patterned robe didn't even have time to bring his dagger down. Snap! With a crisp crack, Lu snapped the youth's neck. The blue dagger fell to the ground, and the python-robed youth's pupils began to dilate. His eyes, filled with terror, were brimming with resentment and disbelief. Perhaps he had never imagined that Lu would actually dare to kill him, the crown prince of Great Wei, the moment they met. The surrounding cavalry snapped out of their daze at the sight of the python-robed youth's death and began to stir, preparing to charge. Chow Yunlan picked up the blue dagger and bowed to Lu. "Young master, let me handle this." Lu nodded and handed the little boy in his arms to Chow Yunlan. "The child's father is likely gone. He is your subject, see that he is well cared for." Chow Yunlan took the little boy and held him tenderly in his arms. When a dynasty rises, the common people suffer. When it falls, the common people suffer. It had long been commonplace for cultivators to disregard the lives of ordinary people. There is still a chance. Chow Yunlan's expression hardened with resolve. As long as she was still alive, whether for a day or a year, as long as she ascended to that high position, she would have the chance to change the situation and restore peace to the people of Great Wei. Lu did not know what Chow Yunlan had said to this cavalry unit. But on the road back to the capital, this cavalry unit became the Grand Princess's personal guard. After Lu and the others set off, a tavern suddenly appeared in Bai Di town. The small tavern had no name. It stood alone by the main road, quietly awaiting customers. As night fell, a dashingly handsome young man pushed open the tavern door. The interior was simple: a small table, a counter, a dim oil lamp, and a graceful landlady. The landlady appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a radiant beauty. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. "Master Zhou, it's time to pay." The landlady poured the man a cup of wine and pushed it toward him with a smile. This man was none other than Zhou, the Grand Tutor of the Great Wu Kingdom, hailed as the seat of scholars. "You really make a killing here." Zhou raised the cup and drained it in one gulp, then placed a ring before the landlady. Leaning over the counter, the landlady played with the exquisite ring, her alluring curves on full display. Let us call it a day on this matter, the landlady sighed softly. The crown prince is dead, and Chow Yunlan's days are numbered. The Great Wei Emperor's reign is nearing its end. The Great Wei dynasty is bound to face great turmoil within the next 10 years. You've achieved your goal. You've lost 2 of your most capable lieutenants. Can you really swallow that? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at the graceful landlady. What else can I do? The landlady propped her chin up lazily, staring absently at the lights on the wall. That doesn't sound like the style of your Chiohuang Tavern. Zhou Yu shook his head, still not quite ready to give up. The landlady curled the corners of her mouth into a cold smile. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but if you try to drag me down with you, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Don't get mad, I was just joking. Zhou Yu waved his hands hurriedly. Let us change the subject, shall we? You want to talk about the great Emperor's dojo, don't you? The landlady shook her head. Let me give you some advice, don't get involved. Who knows how many demons and monsters are waiting for this very day? That place might not be a dojo, it'll definitely be a battlefield. That's true enough, but are you willing to accept that? Zhou Yu sighed. You've been stuck at the void stage for over 10,000 years now. Don't you want to take a shot at it? What about you? The landlady snorted derisively. You've studied your way to becoming a Confucian sage. Don't you want to go one step further and merge with the Tao to become an emperor? The 2 fell silent at this point. They both understood each other. They had been waiting for this opportunity for many, many years, and no matter what, they would not give it up. Dadu, the capital of the Great Wei dynasty. Its prosperity, of course, goes without saying. Lu did not accompany Chow Yunlan into the palace, but instead found a small restaurant at random, eating while waiting for Chow Yunlan to send someone to deliver the items. As for what became of Chow Yunlan afterward, Lu had no interest in caring. However, he waited until nightfall, yet the items still hadn't arrived. In truth, there was no need to guess that little vixen Chow Yunlan had surely gotten herself into trouble again. Lu was furious and charged all the way from Xuanwu Street toward the palace. Forbidden area ahead. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. The guards at the palace gates blocked Lu's path, only to be sent flying by 2 powerful kicks from Lu. This had caused a major scandal. As one of the top dynasties on the Tianhuan continent, the Great Wei Empire had endured for hundreds of thousands of years without ever witnessing a violent intruder storming the palace. The empire was thrown into turmoil. A massive contingent of imperial guards and elite palace defenders mobilized, cornering Lu in front of the Golden Throne Hall. In an instant, swords and crossbows were drawn, and a major battle was about to erupt. Young man, you've got some impressive moves. An elderly eunuch dressed in a python-patterned robe stepped forward. Young man, you must be the master the crown princess spoke of. That mocking tone sent shivers down Lu's spine, and he waved his hand to cut the eunuch off. You weirdo, I don't have time to mess around with you. Tell Chow Yunlan to bring the stuff out, I haven't even had dinner yet. The eunuch's eyelid twitched violently. As a member of the Grand Ceremonial Bureau of the Great Wei dynasty, he had never been subjected to such filthy language. But experience had made him shrewd, though seething inside, he maintained a fawning smile on his face. Rest assured, young man. You saved the crown princess, that is a monumental achievement. Any request you make will be granted. Ha? Lu rolled his eyes. I've been waiting all afternoon. Where's the item? The old eunuch's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He had never encountered anyone so brazen. Please be patient, young man. There are some complications with the crown princess at the moment. As soon as they're resolved, the item will be presented to you with both hands. Solve my ass. Can't you be a little more efficient? Lu sneered. You little bastard, didn't your mother teach you to speak politely? The old eunuch couldn't hold back any longer. He was so enraged he squawked like a duck with its throat squeezed. Trying to act all high and mighty with me, are you? Lu stomped his foot heavily, and the vast square instantly collapsed beneath him. You little bastard, you're the first one who has ever dared to cause trouble here. The old eunuch laughed bitterly in his rage. I could be your grandfather, and yet you keep calling me a little bastard. Lu took a step forward, standing directly before the old eunuch, and slapped him across the face. The old eunuch was actually quite powerful, at least a 9th-rank cultivator, but he'd run into a freak like Lu. He was sent flying by a single slap. Chow Yunlan, get the hell out here! Lu roared, sending a shockwave surging through the air that knocked all the surrounding soldiers flying. Lu's voice echoed throughout the vast imperial palace. In a secluded courtyard, Chow Yunlan heard the voice and stood up nervously. It wasn't that she didn't intend to keep her promise, she simply had no choice. As soon as she returned to the palace, Chow Yunlan had been placed under house arrest, and even now, she hadn't yet been granted an audience with the emperor. She had intended to have someone deliver a message to Lu, but everyone around her had been replaced. This was why she hadn't been able to notify Lu in time, leading to the current situation. In the imperial study, the reigning emperor, Chao Xian, was contemplating the matter of his successor. Chao Xian had been on the throne for 498 years. According to ancestral law, no emperor of Great Wei may reign for more than 500 years. No matter how great their talent or vision, they must not violate this rule. It is said that this was a piece of advice left by a sage to the first emperor of Great Wei, and it concerns the nation's destiny. After each emperor steps down, they must either enter the Tower of Heaven to cultivate, or let go of all worldly attachments and travel the 4 seas. However, the vast majority of emperors choose to enter the Tower of Heaven to cultivate after stepping down. This is because the resources of the Great Wei Empire are virtually inexhaustible, more than sufficient to sustain the Tower of Heaven. It is common knowledge that the Great Wei Empire has stood firm on the Tianhuan continent for hundreds of thousands of years, relying on a single pillar, the former emperors within the Tower of Heaven. Supported by the empire's vast resources, these retired emperors have even produced monstrous beings who have reached the threshold of the emperor realm. Chao Xian has 2 years left before entering the Tower of Heaven. By this time, he should have already begun the handover of power. However, over the past few thousand years, the Chao family's bloodline has steadily dwindled from generation to generation, with very few newborns. As for Chao Xian himself, though he has taken a large number of concubines, he has only 3 offspring. One was Chao Yang, another was Chao Yunlan, and the third was a boy born just last year. In fact, some had calculated the Great Wei's national fortune and determined it had reached the stage where, after reaching the peak, decline is inevitable. Of course, the people of the Great Wei, young and old alike, did not see it that way. Chao Xian was deeply troubled. Chao Yang had died in Baixie town. He had never harbored high hopes for that son, so his death was of little consequence. However, Chao Yunlan, in whom he had placed great hopes, was now facing a major crisis. He had already consulted experts. Due to the characteristics of the undying phoenix, Chao Yunlan had at most a few more years of mortal life before entering the cycle of rebirth through nirvana. This was the most optimistic estimate, and it required vast quantities of rare and precious treasures to prolong her life. Several of the spiritual herbs needed for this were worth a fortune. Moreover, to put it nicely, it was a rebirth through nirvana. To put it bluntly, it was an indefinite slumber. Chao Yunlan had already been written off in Chao Xian's mind. This was why he had placed her under house arrest. Chao Yunlan's death is inevitable. He cannot afford to waste vast quantities of rare and precious herbs on her. Of course, there is another crucial reason: he must reclaim the authority he had delegated to Chao Yunlan. Now, the only remaining candidate is a 1-year-old child. In 2 years, Chao Xian will enter the Tower of Heaven, at which point the child will be only 3 years old. Before the child came of age, someone would have to ensure the smooth operation of the Great Wei dynasty. And the former emperors of the Tower of Heaven had a rule that could not be broken. That was, they could not intervene unless the Great Wei dynasty was on the brink of national collapse and extinction. Otherwise, it would deplete the nation's fortune and lead to irreparable, severe consequences. In recent years, the Great Wu dynasty has risen rapidly, and the established Western Shu dynasty is also stirring with ambition. Someone must be able to keep the situation under control. Chao Xian felt restless. The choice of regent had still not been finalized. Your Majesty, that madman has started a brawl in front of the Golden Hall? Someone reported the situation in front of the Golden Hall to Chao Xian. Have you found out who that young man is? Chao Xian frowned deeply. As the emperor of Great Wei, nothing that happened in the country could be hidden from him. He knew about Lu, who had returned with Chao Yunlan, and he knew what that young man wanted. The cultivation methods for the 5 elements dominance body were kept in the Great Wei Imperial Palace treasury. But Chao Xian wanted to string him along, intending to recruit Lu into his ranks only after his identity had been fully verified. Leaving Lu to wait for a whole day was Chao Xian's way of sending a warning. Although Chao Yunlan had sent a message warning him not to use the same tactics he employed to control his subordinates against Lu, Chao Xian paid it no mind. A mere greenhorn, even if he possessed formidable strength, couldn't he possibly have a mature mindset? Chao Xian was confident in his skills at managing subordinates. Handling a kid of 16 or 17 would be a piece of cake. However, the greenhorn Chao Yunxian had in mind was actually a 100,000-year-old monster. And a hot-tempered one at that. The eunuch at the door, sensing the sharpness in Chao Xian's tone, didn't dare breathe a word and hurriedly replied. No, I only know that he first appeared over the Great View Sea, where he rescued the crown princess and slew 2 Heaven's Wrath Realm assassins at the Autumn Hawk Tavern. Ah, I was careless. I shouldn't have sent Yunlan to the Flying Cloud Ferry. Chao Xian pondered for a moment. The Autumn Hawk Tavern, it seems Zhou Yu was pulling the strings behind the scenes. That bastard. Originally, this mission was intended by Chao Xian to help Chao Yunlan gain experience and boost her prestige. Moreover, the returning merchant caravan had a guard with void stage strength that was impossible for anything to go wrong. However, Chao Xian had overlooked the variable of the Autumn Hawk Tavern. Over the past 10,000 years, though the Autumn Hawk Tavern had a notorious reputation, it had never carried out any assassination attempts against the Great Wei. That youth managed to slay 2 assassins from the Autumn Hawk Tavern. He is quite formidable. Have Commander Zhou capture him. If he is willing to serve me, all the better. If not, send him to the ice prison. The eunuch at the door hesitated, as if he had something to say, but ultimately retreated with a sigh of resignation. Before the Golden Hall, Lu sat astride the old eunuch, squinting at the trembling army. What is the most important thing in life? Lu slapped the old eunuch on the buttocks. The pain made tears well up in the old eunuch's eyes. Integrity, isn't it? A person without integrity cannot stand. Your Great Wei is such a mighty dynasty, yet you actually want to renege on your debt? That's not quite right, is it? It isn't quite right. Young master, might you allow this old servant to go and report this to His Majesty? The old eunuch's tone had completely changed. He had become a docile lapdog. Halt! Just then, a thunderous shout rang out, causing the entire room to tremble. A burly general, holding a longbow, strode forward. Commander Zhou, save me! Upon seeing him, the old eunuch perked up instantly, his voice rising in volume. Zhou Chaoyang, commander of the Imperial Guard, was one of the Great Wei's 2 publicly acknowledged void stage cultivators. Zhou Chaoyang was a rare case, one who had attained the Tao through the chaos of battle. His combat prowess was unmatched, and his skill with the bow was nothing short of supernatural. His most famous feat occurred 1,300 years ago, when Zhou Chaoyang drew his bow in the Great Wei Imperial Palace. From a distance of millions of miles, he shot and killed a cultivator of the same realm from Great Wu. It was from that moment onward that Zhou Chaoyang earned the title of the most lethal warrior under heaven. As long as he maintains his distance, there is likely no one on the entire Tianhuan continent who can match him. Oh my, a tough guy has arrived. You really think highly of me. Sensing Zhou Chaoyang's razor-sharp killing intent, Lu couldn't help but speak with a sarcastic edge. Young man, you saved the crown princess. I don't wish to cause trouble for you. Zhou Chaoyang was actually quite well-mannered. There was no hint of hostility in his tone. Release eunuch Zhang. I'll let your past deeds slide. Report to the Imperial Guard, and I'll grant you the rank of deputy commander. What? These words left Lu completely dumbfounded. Out of the blue, why was he suddenly being asked to become an official? Not satisfied? Zhou Chaoyang furrowed his brow. You're new here. A deputy commander is already quite a good position. Future promotions will require military merit. Although Zhou Chaoyang's attitude was polite, his tone left no room for argument, which was actually rather off-putting. Lu finally caught on they were asking him to work for the Great Wei Empire. You're bullying me. You're bullying me. Lu stretched and stood up. All I want is my fair and lawful compensation. Why is that so hard? Is there shit in your heads or something? You don't want it? Zhou Chaoyang looked at Lu with some surprise. In his view, no cultivator on the Tianhuan continent should be able to refuse such a benefit. Lu cracked his neck and grinned, baring his teeth. My donkey told me to avoid accumulating too much killing karma, lest I attract some major supernatural entity on my path to becoming an emperor. Oh, I'd love to, but the conditions just don't allow it. Bang! As he spoke, Lu grinned and kicked out, shattering the old eunuch's skull, sending a spray of red and white across the floor. You dare kill a Grand Wei ceremonial supervisor right in front of the Golden Hall. Zhou Chaoyang roared with fury, a torrent of murderous intent erupting from him. You think I wouldn't dare? The smile vanished from Lu's face in an instant, replaced by a look of utter indifference. Sword 3, Man-Made Calamity. Lu drew his black longsword and thrust it fiercely into the ground before him. With the sword as the center, black threads spread out like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, all the surrounding soldiers were bound by the black threads. In an instant, these soldiers became nothing more than mindless zombies. Blow them up! Lu snapped his fingers, and the surrounding soldiers charged toward the resplendent golden hall. Zhou Chaoyang sensed something was amiss. Without a word, he drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at Lu. Stop, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu thrust out his chest, standing directly in the line of Zhou Chaoyang's arrow. Come on, let your father see just how unforgiving you are, you unfilial son. Utterly vile, utterly relishing it. Boom! Just as Lu was taunting Zhou Chaoyang, the controlled soldiers had already charged to the entrance of the hall. The man-made disaster exploded skyward, its terrifying energy causing violent tremors throughout the area. Flesh and blood turned to mist, filling the air. However, to Lu's surprise, an explosion of this magnitude did not destroy the hall. It seemed the materials used to construct this hall were quite durable. Monster! You actually forced others to blow themselves up. Zhou Chaoyang flew into a rage upon witnessing this scene. A vortex formed in his left hand, condensing into a long red arrow as a terrifying killing intent surged forth. Gale strike! Zhou Chaoyang roared, and the arrow shot out from his hand. The arrowhead produced a blood-curdling whistle, as if an army of thousands were charging all at once. At the same moment, Zhou Chaoyang's toes touched the ground, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from his original spot as he sped away from Lu. Having come from a military background, Zhou Chaoyang did not fear close-quarters combat. However, his true strength lay in his archery, so he naturally could not afford to engage Lu in a head-on clash. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, just as Lu pinched the arrowhead between his fingers. Zhou Chaoyang's figure had already reached the top of the hall, putting sufficient distance between himself and Lu. Watching Lu effortlessly pinch his arrow between his fingers and even envelop the arrowhead in a strange sword aura to prevent it from exploding, Zhou Chaoyang's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately realized that this youth before him, who appeared to be only at the first realm, possessed strength no weaker than his own. Zhou Chaoyang dared not take this lightly. His hands rapidly formed complex magical seals. Xuanwu Grand Formation, activate! As Zhou Chaoyang's voice rang out, the turtle-shaped ridgebeasts atop the hall's roof all came to life. Immeasurable golden light shone from these ridge beasts, filled with countless runes, and a violent roar echoed through the air. The golden light coalesced into a massive screen, forming a golden, eggshell-like dome that inverted and descended, enveloping the entire imperial palace. Lu was barely kept outside the dome. The Great Xuanwu Formation has been activated? A woman who was currently eating a late-night snack at the bustling night market looked toward the imperial palace in surprise. This woman was none other than the landlady who had appeared earlier in that small tavern. Beside her stood a handsome man, holding 2 skewers of lamb, his eyes crinkled in a cheerful smile. Perhaps no one would have imagined that Zhou, the state master of Great Wu, would appear so brazenly in the capital of Great Wei and even stroll through the night market with such impunity. Oh my, the Xuanwu Great Formation is a relic from ancient times, one of the four celestial symbols formations, and is reputed to be the most formidable defensive formation. It must have been over 10,000 years since it was last activated. Zhou teased with a smug grin, even taking a bite of the lamb skewers he had never tasted before. Brother Zhou, what a refined taste you have. At that moment, a middle-aged scholar pushed through the crowd and approached the pair. This middle-aged scholar stood 8 feet tall, with a face as fair as jade. He wore a silk headscarf and a crane feather cloak, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly air. Accompanying the scholar was a man in a white robe, handsome and dignified, with an air of refined elegance. Brother Zhuge, it's been a while. Zhou smiled broadly and bowed his hands in greeting, then turned to the woman beside him. Bai Kai, let me introduce you. This is Zhuge Ming, military strategist of Western Shu, a man of profound knowledge, whose strategies are flawless. His 8 trigrams formation is so masterful that no one in the land can break it. And that gentleman over there is General Zhao Tong of Western Shu, the invincible general, renowned for his fearless courage. The woman named Bai Kai's pupils contracted slightly. Both of these men were names that rang out like thunder. It is an honor to meet you, sirs. Bai Kai curtsied gracefully. Bai Kai, what a unique name, Zhuge Ming nodded with a smile. Your aura is so well concealed that your presence is almost imperceptible. You appear no different from an ordinary person. In this world today, there seems to be only one person capable of achieving such a feat. Bai Kai raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, I wonder whom military advisor Zhuge is referring to? The owner of the Qiuhong Tavern, Zhuge Ming said, fixing his gaze firmly on Bai Kai's eyes. The Qiuhong Tavern had once attempted to assassinate the old sword emperor of Western Shu, a grudge as deep as the sea. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Ha, let us talk this out, let us talk this out. We're all here to watch the show, there's no need for this, no need at all. Zhou hurried to smooth things over. Zhuge Ming nodded slightly, showing no intention of pressing the matter further. After all, this was the capital of Great Wei. If his identity were exposed here, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to atone for it. The 4 malevolent stars have been extremely active these past few days, and there are even signs they're converging. This is not a good omen. Brother Zhuge, with your divine divination of the Great Transformation, have you discovered anything? Zhou stood in front of Bai Kai without giving anything away, glancing at Zhuge Ming as he spoke. Zhuge Ming didn't pay much attention to Zhou's subtle maneuver. He nodded and said, the 4 malevolent stars are indeed converging, and they're casting their light upon the Tianhuang continent. Someone is drawing them in. This was also the reason Zhuge Ming had risked coming to the capital. If someone were truly drawing the malevolent star's light, a great demon might well be born. Zhuge Ming's words sent shivers down everyone's spines, and they all instinctively turned their gaze toward the direction of the imperial palace. Lu released his grip, and the vortex that had formed into a long arrow dissipated into the air like a gentle breeze. Then, with a single gesture, the black longsword embedded in the ground shot upward and landed in the palm of his hand. Lu used Life Slayer to gently tap the eggshell before him, and to his surprise, a metallic clang like a golden rooster pecking at iron echoed out. It's a powerful functional formation. It's non-aggressive, but its defensive capabilities are taken to the extreme. You could try breaking through the surface by focusing on a single point to destroy it. That's your forte. Lucky appeared beside Lu and offered a thoughtful explanation. You sure talk a lot. Lu shot Lucky a sidelong glance. Haha, Lucky's eyelid twitched as he laughed awkwardly. I just wanted to feel involved. I won't bother you while you're working. Lucky quickly made his escape, lest Lu take it out on him. A bunch of scum. Ungrateful bastards. Lu narrowed his handsome eyes, gazing at Zhou Chaoyan on the hall's ceiling, and smiled blankly. Hearing this, Zhou Chaoyan was so enraged he nearly exploded on the spot. He had never encountered anyone with such a foul mouth who was also so brazen. A terrifying aura radiated from Zhou Chaoyang's body, and behind him, a massive red formation diagram appeared instantly. The red formation diagram exuded a suffocating, killing intent. Zhou Chaoyang drew his bow and nocked an arrow. As the bowstring arched, countless feathered arrows surged forth from the formation behind him. Flying Swan ultimate shot. Zhou Chaoyang struck first, releasing the taut bowstring. The massive formation behind him flared to life, and a torrent of red arrows rained down from the sky like a tidal wave. You wretched brat! You killed the soldiers of Great Wei. Today, you shall die here and be buried with them. A deluge of deadly arrows screeched through the air, piercing the golden formation and hurtling straight toward Lu. Lu swung his sword lightly, yet his speed was faster than fast. Sword 4, Wind Rises Metamorphosis of the Butterfly. Gone was the terrifying black sword aura of his usual attacks. With this strike, Lu's sword was pure and ethereal, its energy formless, like the fluttering shadow of a butterfly playing within a whirlwind. This was an advanced variation of Sword 4, Wind Rises. Lu rarely used such soft against hard sword techniques, but now he had to block this hail of arrows shattering that turtle shell before him first. The ethereal breeze transformed into countless transparent butterflies, their gentle touch wrapping around the fiercely unyielding arrow feathers. The energy of butterfly transformation formed gentle, supple whirlpools. One by one, the long arrows were swept into them, like heroes lost in a land of tenderness, unwilling to leave the vortex even a step. Excellent! Zhou Chaoyang couldn't help but applaud inwardly as he saw his technique countered with such exquisite precision. Try catching another arrow of mine. Zhou Chaoyang flickered his right hand, and the vast formation behind him dissipated. All the earth-shaking phenomena vanished without a trace. He took out a black cloth and blindfolded himself, sacrificing the most crucial asset of an archer, his vision. Zhou Chaoyang began to breathe rhythmically. With each inhale and exhale, the entire world seemed to vibrate in time with his breath. Lu looked at Zhou Chaoyang, his eyes narrowing slightly. For Lu could no longer sense Zhou Chaoyang's presence. Even though he was still standing there, clearly visible to the naked eye, he had vanished in the most uncanny way. Interesting. Lu laughed, clearly delighted. Since entering this world, this archer was likely the strongest opponent Lu had ever faced. Out of respect, I'm willing to kill you with my own hands. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Zhou Chaoyang was equally pleased. It had been over 10,000 years since he encountered a worthy opponent. For someone like him, a thrilling, all-out battle was the key to breaking through his limits. Good. I like people like you. Lu nodded, raised Life Slayer, and began hacking furiously at the massive golden formation before him. Boom! The terrifying collision of energy was like a nuclear explosion, sending up a black mushroom cloud. Yet the formation before him remained completely unmoved by the impact. It seems your sword isn't as formidable as your mouth. Zhou Chaoyang drew his bow and nocked an arrow, and a transparent, long arrow materialized. White Steed. As he released his hand, the arrow vanished into thin air, and the world returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Lu raised the sword in his hand. Boom! The explosive shockwave swept out like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Zhou Chaoyang's arrow completely disregarded spatial distance, as if it were governed by some temporal law. Had Lu's consciousness not been of unparalleled strength, he would never have detected this eerie arrow. Heh, not bad. After the explosion, Lu lightly brushed his sleeve. The sword-like armor formed from his sword aura had actually sustained some damage in the blast. Bang! Lu swung his sword down once more at the golden turtle shell. This madman actually thinks he can hack through the Xuanwu Great Formation with brute force? He's delusional. Though Zhou Chaoyang looked down on Lu's reckless behavior, he dared not let his guard down. For he sensed something was amiss. For some reason, the heavens and earth seemed to be shifting. The laws of the universe were being influenced by an invisible force. Zhou Chaoyang instinctively looked up at the sky, where 4 crimson demon stars were blazing with intense red light. The demon stars are shining upon you. You truly are a great demon lord. Zhou Chaoyang finally understood why the laws of the Tao were being disrupted. 9-character art of controlling arrows. Zhou Chaoyang unleashed his ultimate technique once more, gathering the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, 8 clones leapt from his body. These 8 clones swiftly swept over the imperial palace, taking up 8 different key positions. Boom! At that moment, Lu had already swung down his third sword. Crack! Under the violent shock, the golden turtle shell actually emitted a cracking sound. Perhaps he had exerted too much force, or perhaps Lu's physical strength was simply too formidable. As he brought down this third strike, he actually split the skin at the base of his thumb. Blood dripped from his fingers onto Life Slayer. The sight of its master's blood caused Life Slayer to tremble with excitement, emitting a buzzing, cicada-like chirp. In a moment of daze, a faint silhouette of a woman seemed to appear beside the Life Slayer, joining Lu in gripping its hilt. Holy shit, the Life Slayer's sword spirit, how did this crazy beauty wake up? Lucky, watching from afar, felt his scalp tingle at the sight. The sight of Lu directly clashing with the Xuanwu Grand Formation sent chills down Zhou Chaoyang's spine. What kind of monster was this, capable of using sheer brute force to clash head-on with the strongest defensive formation? Ride the dragon, condense the night. Zhou Chaoyang drew his bow once more. This time, the arrow in his hand was no longer formed from chi energy, but a golden arrow. The other 8 clones held golden arrows as well. Go! A earth-shaking dragoness roar echoed above the Great Wei Imperial Palace. The golden arrows transformed into 9 colossal golden dragons, carrying the might of true dragons as they charged toward Lu. Break through! At that moment, Lu swung his sword down once more. Every muscle in his body bulged violently, making him appear a full size larger. At the same time, the 9 golden dragons had already burst through the formation, lunging directly at Lu. In the face of such colossal beasts, Lu's slender figure seemed utterly insignificant. But the strength of one's power has never been determined by the size of one's physique. You insolent beast! A cold, sharp rebuke rang out across the heavens and earth. The blurry figure standing alongside Lu, sword in hand, had her jet-black hair billowing in the wind at that very moment. Sword 4, Wind rises, Tiger devours. The cold, feminine voice echoed across the heavens and earth once more. A tornado of sword aura surged from the ground, centered on Lu, and shot straight toward the sky. Several black tigers leaped out from the towering tornado. In an instant, the tigers and the dragons were locked in a fierce struggle. A breathtaking scene unfolded above the imperial palace. 9 dragons and 9 tigers clashed in a chaotic melee. Their terrifying might tore through the air, unleashing a series of thunderous roars. Excellent! Zhou Chaoyang's eyes began to redden with excitement at the sight. Cloud rise! Zhou Chaoyang, along with his 8 clones, raised their bows toward the sky and simultaneously fired white arrows. In the next instant, clouds and mist surged across the heavens and earth. The 9 golden dragons, as if blessed by the heavens, radiated a brilliant divine light as they engaged the black tigers in a fierce, back-and-forth battle. Boom! At that moment, Lu's 4th sword strike, delivered with the ferocity of a madman, finally struck the golden tortoise shell. Crack, crack! The sound of shattering echoed continuously, and at the same time, the rich beasts atop the hall crumbled to dust and vanished. On this day, the Great Wei Dynasty's Xuanwu formation, renowned for its impenetrable defense, was brutally cleaved open by a brute using sheer brute force. The Great Wei is in peril. Seeing Lu shatter the Xuanwu Grand Formation with sheer force, Zhou Chaoyang realized just how foolish a decision the emperor and he had made. Zhou Chaoyang had no intention of backing down. He was born here, raised here, this was his home. He withdrew his avatar and stood quietly atop the hall's roof, waiting for Lu's arrival. He knew he might not survive the day, but Zhou Chaoyang still yearned for a thrilling, one-on-one battle. Drip! A drop of blood slowly slid from his fingertip and fell to the ground. Hearing that sound, the woman beside Lu suddenly went mad. Damn you! I'll kill you, I'll kill you! The woman leapt into the air and charged toward Zhou Chaoyang on the roof. A spirit form? Zhou Chaoyang watched the charging woman and swiftly drew his bow. 9-character arrow control technique, suppress. Instantly, a massive bagua formation spread out beneath Zhou Chaoyang's feet. Arrows shot forth, hurtling straight toward the woman. Yet the woman charged like a rabid dog, making no attempt to dodge, allowing the arrowheads to pierce her body. Boom! Her form was shattered by the impact, but in the next instant, her figure coalesced again, appearing right before Zhou Chaoyang. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Fueled by a sudden surge of murderous intent, the woman launched a punch straight at Zhou Chaoyang's head. The next moment, Zhou Chaoyang's form vanished with the force of the punch, dissolving into thin air. You wretched spectre, daring to run amok here. Zhou Chaoyang snorted coldly, activating the entire Bagua formation to suppress the woman. Insolent beast. The woman flew into a rage, her long hair whipped wildly as a massive, pitch-black sword aura surged from her body, shooting straight toward the heavens. The sky darkened rapidly, as if draped in a thick black veil. Under the onslaught of this pure sword aura, the Bagua formation beneath the woman's feet began to crack extensively. Lu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This woman who had appeared out of nowhere was actually capable of channeling her own sword aura. It was truly eerie. If she let that sword aura keep gushing out like this, she'd tear the entire royal capital to shreds. Stop it! Lu lightly tapped the ground with his toes, darting into the Bagua formation at lightning speed. He used brute force to hurl the woman out. Stay down there. The woman landed on the ground, seemingly unable to process what had just happened. After a moment of daze, she crouched on the ground and began sobbing softly. He is mean to me, why? That crazy bitch. Lucky watched from a distance, his scalp prickling with unease, as he quietly slipped past the heartbroken woman and into the palace. After Lu tossed the woman to the ground, the rooftop finally fell silent. Zhou Chaoyang also dismantled the 8 trigrams formation, turned to Lu, and bowed with clasped hands. Please accept my apologies for my earlier rudeness. If apologies were enough to bring peace to the world, then everything would be fine. Lu couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Zhou Chaoyang nodded. He hadn't expected Lu to forgive him. His proud nature wouldn't allow him to seek forgiveness in such a manner. I only hope that after I fall in battle, you won't make life difficult for the countless ordinary people in the capital. Zhou Chaoyang knew full well that with Lu's power, he could easily wipe out the entire royal city. Though Zhou Chaoyang served the imperial family of Great Wei, in his heart, it was the countless commoners he truly cared about. Of course. I'm not crazy enough to take my anger out on civilians. Lu nodded. Thank you. Zhou Chaoyang bowed to Lu once more. Then, facing south, he gazed at a certain spot within the Grand Imperial Palace and said softly, Your Highness, the path ahead is one you must walk alone. In that small courtyard, Chao Yunlan, who was under house arrest, seemed to sense something. She raised her eyes toward the direction of the great battle. Chao Yunlan clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. At that moment, several dark figures scaled the courtyard wall and landed within. The guards have been dealt with. Your Highness is free to come and go as you please. The sorrow vanished from Chao Yunlan's eyes, replaced by a cold gleam as she slowly sat back down in her chair. Notify the Feng Battalion to enter the city. A man took Chao Yunlan's secret order and vanished into thin air. Notify Chancellor 1. Tell him that Yunlan has made her move. Finally, Chao Yunlan produced the Imperial Guard's tiger token and clenched it tightly in her palm. This should have belonged to Zhou Chaoyang, yet now it was in her hands. However, Chao Yunlan held only half of the tiger token, the other half was in the Emperor's possession. Only a complete tiger token could mobilize the Imperial Guards of the capital. But Chao Yunlan could wait no longer. She intended to ride the momentum of Lu to fulfill her lifelong ambition. The rest of you, follow me to the Imperial study. Chao Yunlan picked up a book beside her and led the way toward the door. I, Zhou Chaoyang, commander of the Great Wei Imperial Guard and a cultivator at the peak of the void stage, humbly petition the former emperors of the Tower of Heaven. I beseech you to grant me the use of the dragon energy accumulated over 30,000 years of the Great Wei to subdue the great demon. Chao Yunlan's voice echoed far and wide, resounding throughout the entire royal capital. Granted. A mighty voice boomed down from the heavens. Instantly, the entire imperial city seemed to come alive as countless wisps of golden mist rose from the ground. Surging and surging, like a raging river. This land, nourished by dragon energy for hundreds of thousands of years, now began to give back. These golden mists carried the majestic might cultivated by Great Way over 300,000 years, of power so immense it defied estimation. The night was transformed into day by the golden mist, and the mighty roar of the dragon echoed across the entire land of Great Way. At the same time, this boundless dragon energy began to converge in Zhou Chaoyang's hands, coalescing into a golden arrow. In that moment, countless eyes turned toward the capital of Great Way. They knew that something extraordinary was about to unfold that night. You think you can suppress me with the power of righteousness? It seems you truly believe I am a demon. Lu laughed, his laughter brimming with arrogance and defiance. In that case, I shall embrace my demonic nature. Sword 10, Demon's Descent. Lu summoned the sword aura that had coalesced into a starry river within his dantian, and boundless black sword aura surged forth. Half the sky was tainted by the sword aura, turning darker than the night itself. This darkness seemed to take on a tangible form, so intense that a single glance was enough to draw one in irrevocably. At the same time, the 4 demonic stars at the zenith of the sky erupted with an eerie red light. These beams converged and shot downward, bathing Lu in their glow. Lu's aura had changed as well, no longer so languid, nor so indifferent. He seemed like a great demon descended from the heavens, bearing overwhelming sin, intent on purifying this corrupt mortal world. Yet Lu raised his hand and crushed the solid like crimson demonic light that shone upon him. What kind of thing dares to interfere with me? What a display of might, what arrogance, what sheer swagger! The black sword aura and the golden divine light each claimed half the sky. That night, the skies above the Great Way capital were graced by 2 colors of the utmost beauty. To have such an opponent, I would die without regret. Zhou Chaoyang laughed heartily as he knocked the golden arrow onto his bow. Lu stood with his sword in hand, all his power concentrated at the tip. Against this opponent, Lu did not employ the advanced sword technique of Sword 10, Demon's Descent. Lu intended to deliver the final blow in the manner of a true swordsman. This was a mark of respect for Zhou Chaoyang, and for himself as well. 2 streaks of exquisite color flared up in the sky. These hues resembled autumn chrysanthemums, their petals beautiful and alluring, blooming with fleeting splendor against the night sky. Come on! Fight! Zhou Chaoyang roared, and the arrowhead erupted with dazzling colors. Lu stared coldly at the arrowhead, and the moment his power reached its peak, he charged toward Zhou Chaoyang. I am a swordsman. A swordsman is one who excels in the art of the sword. Watching Lu's sword, Zhou Chaoyang did not release the bowstring. Finally, a hint of regret flashed across his face as he turned the bow and arrow toward the sky. The golden arrow shot skyward, exploding in the distant horizon. Golden ripples spread out like water, filling the entire sky. You upstart, how dare you! A voice of shock and fury rang out from the heavens, then fell silent. Just as Zhou Chaoyang released that arrow into the sky, Lu's sword sliced across his neck. Zhou Chaoyang clutched his neck, turned to face Lu, and smiled apologetically. My apologies, young man. You're exploiting my power. Lu sheathed Life Slayer, his brow furrowing deeply. Zhou Chaoyang slowly gave Lu a thumbs up. Don't blame the crown princess. We've waited far too long for this day. It's taken us so long to finally get a chance like this. Zhou Chaoyang chuckled softly, gazing at the myriad lights in the distance. May the people of Great Way, from this night forward, live in peace and prosperity, no longer worrying about calamities from the heavens, no longer fearing cultivators slaughtering the innocent. For this bright and just world, I, Zhou Chaoyang, am but a mere footnote. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Chaoyang's laughter grew fainter and fainter, until finally his head shot skyward, and a spray of blood rained down upon the land. Lu gazed at Zhou Chaoyang's serene face and sighed deeply. Carefully cradling the severed head, Lu floated down and arrived before the imperial study. In the 18th year of Xuanwu, 3 8th realm cultivators engaged in a violent brawl in Tian City, resulting in the deaths of 70,000 innocent civilians. In the same year, a 9th realm heretic cultivator was cornered in Changfeng City. Those pursuing him disregarded the common people and unleashed their attacks within the city, causing the deaths of 120,000 civilians. In the 19th year of Xuanwu, over 100 cultivators fought in Yise City, reducing half the city to ruins and causing civilian casualties exceeding 200,000. Before the imperial study, Chow Yunlan opened the book in her hands and began to read, word by word. This book recorded the incidents over the years in which cultivators had harmed the innocent on the lands of Great Wei. These shocking figures were the result of the blood of countless civilians. Chow Yunlan's voice choked with emotion, yet grew increasingly resolute. The 20th year of Xuanwu. Enough! Chow Xian's furious shout came from behind the tightly closed doors of the imperial study. These were all accidents, unavoidable accidents. Are you threatening the very father who raised you over the lives of a few lowly commoners? Accidents? What a fine excuse! Chow Yunlan sneered. If you hadn't indulged these cultivators, father, would there have been so many accidents? How dare you? Who do you think you're speaking to? Chow Yunlan flung open the door and appeared in the doorway, her fury raging. Why do you not kneel before me? Seeing that the person at the door had failed to pay him due respect, Chow Xian was so enraged he nearly lost control on the spot. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of guards surrounding Chow Yunlan suddenly dropped to one knee, facing Chow Xian. We beseech you, your majesty, abdicate. We beseech you, your majesty, abdicate. Please, your majesty, abdicate. Though there were only a few dozen voices, at that moment they carried immense power. Rebellion! Rebellion! Traitors! Traitors! Chow Xian was fuming with rage. Zhou Chaiyang seized these traitors at once. Even at this moment, the foolish emperor remained unaware that the imperial city's greatest warrior had already fallen in battle. Stop your fucking shouting! A cold, youthful voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Chow Yunlan's body trembled violently. Turning to look in the direction of the voice, when she saw Lu holding Zhou Chaiyang's severed head, tears she could no longer hold back welled up in Chow Yunlan's eyes. Dead? Dead! Chow Xian stared at Lu, utterly horrified. Imperial guards? Imperial guards? I still have hundreds of thousands of imperial guards at my command, more than enough to crush you traitors. But Chow Xian's words trailed off abruptly, for half of the tiger tokens were on Zhou Chaiyang's person. The Phoenix Battalion has already entered the city, Chow Yunlan interrupted Chow Xian. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Phoenix Battalion was the most elite force in Great Wei, second only to the Imperial Guards. With Chow Xian unable to personally command the Imperial Guards, it was only a matter of time before the Phoenix Battalion took control of the capital. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Chow Xian slumped onto the threshold, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Yunlan, when did you start making these arrangements? Chow Yunlan looked at Chow Xian with a blank expression. Does that even matter now? Chow Xian laughed, then suddenly roared, you have only a few years left to live. What good is the throne to you? Enough! Chow Yunlan stood tall. I will establish new laws for Great Wei. Too naive, far too naive. Chow Xian scoffed, shaking his head. Do you really think laws can restrain cultivators? Ha ha! I'll make them obey by force. Chow Yunlan said, waving to the guards behind her. Take the late emperor down to rest. Chow Yunlan, let me tell you, the very foundation of Great Wei lies with these cultivators. If you eliminate them, the nation's foundations will crumble. Ridiculous. The foundation of Great Wei is the countless ordinary people. Glaring at the still ranting Chow Xian, Chow Yunlan ground out the words through clenched teeth. You may all leave now. I need to speak with this young master. Chow Yunlan dismissed the guards and sat down on the ground, her face worn with exhaustion. Lu stepped forward, sat down beside her, and placed Zhou Chaiyang's head on the ground. Chow Yunlan raised her tear-filled eyes and stared blankly at Zhou Chaiyang's peaceful, lifeless face, remaining silent. After a long while, she turned to look at Lu. Young master, is there anything you wish to ask? Lu shook his head slightly, then nodded. When did you decide to use my influence? Chow Yunlan picked up Zhou Chaiyang's head, cradled it in her arms, and gazed at the horizon as she spoke slowly, back in Bai Di City town. After spending a few days with you and getting a general sense of your character, I released the Undying Phoenix in Bai Di town and returned to the capital to send word. On the surface, the Undying Phoenix was meant to contact my father, but in secret, it actually brought back the Tiger token to notify Zhou Chaoyang and Chancellor Wen to begin their preparations. After returning, I deliberately allowed my father to place me under house arrest. I knew that, given his nature, he would certainly neglect you. As long as you came knocking on the door, father would certainly have Zhou Chaoyang take action against you. As long as I could get Zhou Chaoyang to borrow the Dragon Chi to seal the Tower of Heaven, preventing the previous emperors from intervening, I would have succeeded. Lu nodded slightly. This girl was not only meticulous in her thinking but also had a keen eye for judging people. Looking at Chao Yunlan, whose eyes were filled with exhaustion, Lu asked, "How much longer do you have left?" Chao Yunlan did not shy away from the question. 3 years, I suppose. After I die, my death will be kept secret. I'll have Chancellor Wen preside over the government until my younger brother comes of age. Lu stood up and gave the long white sword at his waist a light pat. In 3 years, if I can draw this sword, I'll come and extend your life. You're worth the special trip. With that, Lu turned toward the door, then suddenly turned back and said calmly, "Oh, by the way, I'll have someone deliver the items to the city gate. You 1T go back on your word this time, will you?" I 1T. Chao Yunlan nodded fiercely. A glimmer of hope had returned to her eyes. Watching Lu's slender back, she couldn't help but ask, "Young master, where are you going?" "To find my way home." "Who are you?" In front of the Imperial Palace Hall, Lu stared at the woman sitting on the ground, her face streaked with tears, feeling somewhat bewildered. This girl's sudden appearance and the fact that she could manipulate his sword aura was truly bizarre. Hearing those words, the blurry-figured woman began to weep even more bitterly. You've forgotten me, wah." Lu's eyelid twitched, and he folded his arms behind his back, strolling leisurely toward the city gate. Seeing that Lu wasn't even acknowledging her, the woman quickly got to her feet and, still crying, ran after him. "Name?" Halfway there, the woman finally stopped crying, and Lu asked her what was going on. "Lu Dahuai." The woman seemed a bit reluctant, her cheeks puffed out in a pout as she looked down and shuffled her feet. "Ha?" Lu nearly spit out his drink. "What the you're called Big Hammer? You're a girl and your name is Big Hammer?" The girl's cheeks puffed out with anger. "You're the one who gave me that name." "Ha ha ha." Lu laughed awkwardly, then suddenly nodded with a serious expression. "It's a great name. It really has class. Big Hammer, it sounds so smooth and powerful." I knew it was a great name." Hearing Lu's praise, the girl lifted her head proudly. Lu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Was there really nothing wrong with this girl's head? Identity? Why can you manipulate my sword aura? Sword spirit, I'm your sword spirit, you know." Big Hammer huffed in exasperation. "Is that so? Why don't I remember any of this?" Lu tapped his forehead in confusion. What else could it be? Big Hammer couldn't help but shout, "You sealed your memories after your brain was injured, and you sealed me along with them. You're so ungrateful." "Ha?" Lu furrowed his brow. "Injured? My brain was injured?" Lu felt like his brain was genuinely starting to degenerate into pig brain. Wasn't the reason he sealed his memories supposed to be a mental issue? So now it's a brain injury? Either that donkey is lying, or Big Hammer is lying. Don't believe that crazy bitch. Just then, Lucky came charging over from a distance, panting heavily. "Who do you call a crazy bitch?" A crack suddenly split open across Big Hammer's blurry face, revealing a row of sharp, pointed teeth as he glared at Lucky with a ferocious expression. Judging by the position of the crack, it should have been his mouth, but it stretched all the way to his ear, making him look exactly like a man-eating monster with a gaping maw. "Humph, shut your filthy mouth. Don't you have any idea how you came to be?" Lucky, unusually assertive, snapped back. "You stupid donkey. If it weren't for you, my master wouldn't be in this senile state." I'll kill you. Big Hammer wasn't the least bit intimidated. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Senile? Are you talking about me? Lu felt a bit wronged. He was handsome and charming. How could anyone describe him as dumb? Get back here. Lu grabbed Big Hammer by the collar and pulled her behind him. Donkey, regarding the memory seal, are you hiding something from me? Lu frowned, looking at Lucky. Lucky was straightforward. She nodded, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. That's right, I am hiding something, but I can't tell you now. When the memory seal is broken, everything will come to light. Master, this donkey has ulterior motives. I'll go slaughter her for you, Big Hammer fumed, rolling up her sleeves to attack Lucky again. Lu grabbed Big Hammer by the ear. You better behave yourself. You're a girl. What kind of example is it to be fighting all the time? Ouch, 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 I get it. Big Hammer yelped in pain as her ear was tugged. Lu let go and gave Lucky a gentle nod. After all these years together, Lu was still willing to trust this dumb donkey. It must have had a reason for keeping it from her. Anyway, life was pretty good right now, easygoing and carefree, so there was no need to dwell on it. Seeing that Lu was willing to believe him, Lucky was so moved he almost cried. All these years of staying by each other's side had forged a bond of deep friendship that defied words. Hee, handsome guy, I got you something awesome. Lucky said with a mischievous grin, opening his big donkey mouth, and a small red gourd popped out. Lu took the gourd. It felt heavy in his hand and had a very nice texture. Curious, he asked, what is this? The absolute top-tier sword nurturing gourd, hee. Lucky said, puffing out his cheeks with pride. Sword cultivators in this world usually use this kind of gourd to nurture their flying swords, though of course, a hunk like you probably doesn't need one. Besides nurturing flying swords, this thing can also be used to store liquor. To put it simply, the one in your hand could easily hold half a river's worth. Whoa, you really went out of your way for me. Lu's face lit up. He'd been worrying about where to store his liquor. Wait, where do you even get this thing? I picked it up on the road. Believe it or not? Shoo. Lucky turned his head to the side and whistled. Like I believe that. Lu rolled his eyes. Actually, he didn't need to guess where the gourd came from. This guy must have slipped into the treasury during the chaos in the Great Way Imperial City and snatched it. Lu didn't stand on ceremony. He slung the gourd right onto his waist and muttered with righteous conviction. Those jerks used my influence to seize power and usurp the throne. Taking a gourd as payment isn't too much, is it? Not at all. It's perfectly reasonable. Lucky nodded cheerfully. Although the gourd wasn't worth much, it was a token of his goodwill. Next, Lu took the gourd and began scouring the capital for alcohol. To Lu's pleasant surprise, different types of liquor could be stored separately within the gourd, so there was no need to worry about them mixing. If those sword cultivators found out that Lu was using the only chaos gourd in the entire Howran Great World to store liquor, they'd probably be so furious their lungs would explode. For a full half day, Lu scoured every wine shop in the capital, buying up every last drop of liquor. And so, from that day forward, a legend of a wine immortal began to circulate throughout the capital. During this time, Chow Yunlan also sent messengers bearing the 5 elements dominance art, along with over 100 million spirit crystals. Of course, Lu accepted only the 5 elements dominance art and declined the spirit crystals. After all, the original verbal agreement had not included spirit crystals as compensation, and Lu had always been a man of his word. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It's terrible, the treasury has been robbed. Chow Yunlan, who was preparing for her coronation ceremony, was startled. The imperial treasury contained the accumulated wealth of the Great Wei dynasty spanning hundreds of thousands of years. If it were stolen, even as the reigning emperor, she could not bear the responsibility. What's missing? Chow Yunlan asked, keeping her composure. The chaos gourd is gone. According to the guards, they seem to have spotted a skinny donkey. Chow Yunlan laughed upon hearing this. She knew Lu was fond of drinking. Chow Yunlan waved her hand. You may go. It's nothing. The five elements dominant body art, once cultivated to the third realm of the divine path, it triggers the dominant body as special ability, granting immunity to five elements spells and all mental attacks. The most crucial aspect of the five elements dominant body is finding the method of balance. The most efficient way is to seek out the primordial spirits of the five elements. To break through from the chi condensation realm to the five elements dominant body requires 3 million top-grade spirit crystals. To break through from the vitality realm requires 8 million top-grade spirit crystals. Lu nearly choked on his spit. Now he finally understood why the five elements dominance art was so unpopular. Never mind whether one could even find the method to achieve balance, the resources required were simply astronomical. Lu made a rough estimate: to break through to the ninth realm, one would need roughly 2 billion top-grade spirit crystals. And beyond the ninth realm, one not only needed innate talent but also had to gather all five elemental primal essences. Hopft! Lu spat out a glob of phlegm in disgust. With the five elements dominance cultivation method, Lu could now actually begin training once he reached the ninth realm. Given Lu's mastery, he could temporarily achieve balance among the five elements. As for the ninth realm and beyond, he decrossed that bridge when he came to it. You wanted to show off. You turned down the spirit crystals when I offered them, and now you're regretting it. You're nothing but a total loser. Lucky bulged her wise eyes and sneered. You dog, how dare you speak to me like that? I'll beat you to death. The giant hammer perched on Lu's head launched a flying kick, striking Lucky squarely in the face. Poor Lucky was sent flying by the impact. Ever since the giant hammer appeared, it refused to go back no matter what. Lu let her be, merely shrinking her into a palm-sized miniature figure to sit on his head and play. Lu rolled his eyes. This scene had played out at least 10 times over the past couple of days. He was used to it by now, so he'd just pretend not to see it. We don't have any spirit crystals, right? Let us pull off a heist and let me check it out. Lucky quickly scampered back, her intelligent eyes darting about. I've got it. The closest place is a small neutral kingdom with the biggest auction house on the entire Tianhuan continent. Let us go rob it. We're guaranteed to strike it rich. Plus, this little kingdom is where the great Emperor's dojo is about to appear. It won't hold us back, and we'll make a killing. What could be better? What do you take me for, a bandit? Go shop for free. Lu smacked Lucky on the head with a fist. Isn't that exactly what we're doing? Lucky lifted his dazed head and stubbornly finished his sentence. Lu rolled his eyes. The kingdom of Anhua is an anomaly on the Tianhuan continent because it is a neutral nation. On this continent, it's nearly impossible to live a peaceful life without taking sides. Yet Anhua Kingdom, as the sole neutral nation, has lived in peace for over 100,000 years. There is only one reason for this: this was once the place where the Emperor of Swallowing the Heavens resided the longest. In the vast world, you can refuse to give face to anyone, but you cannot refuse to give face to the Swallowing Heaven Emperor. After all, the graves of those who refuse to give face to that good-for-nothing have long since grown over with grass, one patch after another. Even though the Swallowing Heaven Emperor left over 100,000 years ago, Anhua City remains a pilgrimage site for cultivators. Of course, the kingdom of Anhua is also renowned for its auction houses. Countless precious natural treasures appear daily in the major auction houses. There's nothing you can't find, only things you can't afford. A place like this is nothing but a resource farm for a protagonist like me. Today, this old man is going to pull off the greatest $0 purchase in history. In front of Fubo City, the capital of Anhua Kingdom, amidst the long line of people waiting to enter the city, a masked youth and a scrawny, masked donkey stared at the 3 golden characters spelling Fubo City and let out a sinister cackle. Hey, you two up front, what are you doing? Hurry up, there's a line behind you. Sorry. Lu hurriedly pulled off his hood, simultaneously pressing down on the massive hammer on his head that was about to go berserk. Lu then slapped Lucky, who was standing beside him, across the face. Damn it, you're always coming up with these crazy ideas. Lucky was utterly frustrated. We have to sneak into the city? Why don't you just walk in with your sword, slaughter everyone until the streets run red with blood? I'll see who dares not pay then. The hammer pinned to his head, for once, agreed with Lucky. Exactly. We'll charge in together, slaughter the men for fertilizer, and take the women as wives for our master. This one was a real heavyweight. Lu spat out a mouthful of spit. But what do you take me for? Some cold-blooded, murderous demon lord? Isn't that exactly what you are? Big Hammer and Lucky chimed in unison. Young man, you're short on spirit crystals, aren't you? The guard, upon seeing Lu, couldn't help but laugh. After all, those two had just been plotting out loud, and everyone around had heard them. Seeing that Lu was so pretty and cute, and was just a low-level noob, the crowd didn't take it seriously, they just treated it as a joke. What? You think I'm short on spirit crystals? What do you take me for, some broke-ass bum? Lu glared at the soldier with a fierce look. Lu was simply too good-looking, and with such a low cultivation level on the surface, that fierce expression actually made him look like he was throwing a tantrum. The soldier was good-natured and chuckled. The Sun family in East City is currently recruiting servants. They pay 10 top-grade spirit crystals a month. You could give it a shot, kid. If the Sun family's eldest daughter takes a liking to you, rising to the top wouldn't be a pipe dream. Living off a woman? I love that idea, Do I look like that kind of guy? A real man needs to have some backbone. Lu said this without batting an eye. His thick-skinned nature was second to none. Pride doesn't put food on the table. The soldier shook his head and handed Lu a jade token. This is a city pass and also grants access to all the major auction houses. Take good care of it. If you lose it, it'll cost you 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Why not just go rob someone? Lu took the jade token and tucked it carefully close to his body. Seeing Lu's adorable expression, the soldier couldn't help but laugh again, reaching out to write a few characters in the air. Little guy, I've already notified the Sun Manor. You can report there anytime. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. You look down on me? Put. Lu sauntered into the city. Once inside the city, however, Lu headed straight for the east gate. Donkey, what us with that look? I just want to see what it's like to live off someone else. Don't get the wrong idea. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Don't you care about your reputation? You're bringing shame upon your ancestors. Watching Lu's excited expression, Lucky wailed as if the sky were falling. The Lord of Eternal Mountain, the first ruler of the Qing Kingdom, and the head of the Tianji Pavilion entered Fubo City a stick of incense ago. In the Grand Governor's mansion of Fubo City, Yi Guqing was leisurely sipping tea as he listened to his subordinate's report. Yi Guqing was the Lord of Fubo City, and by extension, the ruler of the Kingdom of Anhua. Since the realm was so tiny, calling himself an emperor felt downright ridiculous, so the tradition of the city lord also serving as the kingdom's ruler had been in place for a long time. As his subordinate listed those legendary names, Yi Guqing's sword-like eyebrows knitted together, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. The great emperor's dojo was about to emerge. This news was bound to leak, especially since the celestial omens had already appeared. The only question was how many unsavory characters would swarm into Fubo City. This was definitely not good news. The Sun family was a prominent and influential clan in Fubo City, and their Changyue auction house ranked among the top 3 in the realm. Lately, there had been an overwhelming influx of cultivators into Fubo City, and the auction house was swamped with daily transactions. All the former household servants had been dispatched to work at the auction house, so now they needed to recruit a new batch to ensure the smooth operation of the manor. My dear, please don't keep coming up with these wild ideas. You absolutely cannot live off someone else's coattails. At the entrance to the Sun Manor, Lucky bit down on Lu's shirt tail, trying to stop him from becoming a kept man. But with Lu's strength, he wasn't about to be held back. He simply dragged Lucky right into the Sun Manor with him. Young man, have you taken a wrong turn? The gatekeeper stopped Lu. Seeing that Lu was cute and only at the first realm, the guard's tone was relatively gentle. Right, we took a wrong turn, Lucky blurted out, only to get slapped across the face by Lu. I'm here to apply for a gig as a kept man, as a servant. Lu grinned at the guard. He then recounted how the city guard had recommended him. The guard pondered for a moment, seemingly contacting someone. "That's right. Since you've been recommended, follow me." The guard led Lu to a secluded courtyard, gave him a few instructions, and then left. Before long, an elegant woman appeared in the courtyard. She looked to be in her 30s, with a classic oval face and exquisitely delicate features, dressed in a simple, elegant long gown. Her demeanor was as serene as a babbling brook, calm yet not aloof, graceful yet not frivolous. "So you're the young man old Zhang mentioned." The woman's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw Lu. "You really are lively and charming." "Hello, pretty lady." Determined to live off others, Lu was willing to go to great lengths, even pretending to be a well-behaved child. Good. Cute looks and a sweet tongue who wouldn't tea like that? My name is Sun Kai-dai. I'm the steward of the Sun Manor. You can just call me Aunt Sun from now on," the woman said cheerfully, reaching out to ruffle Lu's hair. Little did she know that perched atop Lu's head was a crazed sword spirit. Seeing the woman's audacious disrespect, Big Hammer bared his teeth, leaped up, and lunged to kick her. Fortunately, Lu was quick on his feet and grabbed Big Hammer firmly in his palm. Hee, sister, this is the little spirit beast I'm raising. He doesn't know any better." Sun Kai-dai furrowed her brows as she looked at Dechui, who was baring his teeth and looking ferocious in Lu's palm. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But since Lu's cultivation level was so low, Sun Kai-dai didn't press the matter further and simply asked a few basic questions. Lu, with her sharp little tongue, started spinning a tale right away, sobbing and sniffling as she made it all up, painting herself as a pitiful, helpless orphan. Her wretched little appearance stirred Sun Kai-dai's maternal instincts. She was on the verge of shedding tears right along with Lu. "Little one, from now on, you'll work in the young Miss's courtyard. You'll receive 15 top-grade spirit crystals every month. We'll also provide you with cultivation skills for every realm. Work hard. Everyone in the Sun Manor has a chance to rise above their station." "Thank you, Sister Sun," Lu called out sweetly. It just goes to show that good looks really are a ticket to success. Try coming here with a face full of pockmarks and an ugly appearance, you'd never get this kind of treatment. Lu's job was simple, tending to the spiritual flowers and herbs in the eldest young lady's courtyard every day. Determined to live off her, Lu put in a lot of effort. That very night, she worked overtime to memorize all the information about the spiritual plants. The next day, she went to work watering what needed watering, adding soil where needed, performing her duties with seamless efficiency. This left Sun Kai-dai quite satisfied. However, what left Lu somewhat dissatisfied was that he hadn't even seen the rich, beautiful girl on his first day. He hadn't even laid eyes on the lady herself. How could he even talk about living off her? Interesting, very interesting. That night, Lucky cheerfully strolled into Lu's small room, his bulging, intelligent eyes betraying his excitement. "Damn it, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited?" Lu casually slapped Lucky across the face. Lucky didn't seem to mind the slap at all. He shook his head with a swagger. "Handsome, guess what I found?" "Stop it. I'm here to live off others, so don't give me any trouble." Lu knew this guy was up to no good and went on the defensive right away. Lucky, fearless as ever, leaned in close to Lu, his bright, intelligent eyes darting about. "Look at this. What do you think it is?" As he spoke, Lucky's eyes lit up, projecting an image in front of Lu. The screen was pitch black, with a few ancient runes flashing by occasionally. "What the hell is that?" Lu watched the fleeting runes, feeling a strange chill run down his spine. Lu had always been the very definition of fearless, and combined with his current unstable mental state, this was the first time anything had ever made him feel this way. "I don't know." Lucky shook his head with a deadpan expression. Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed a fist into Lucky's head. "You don't know? Then why are you so excited?" Lucky smoothed out his dented head and exclaimed excitedly, "It's precisely because I don't know that I'm so happy. This is the first time I've ever been unable to analyze what a rune is." "Ha?" Lu scratched his head. It seemed to make a tiny bit of sense. Lucky cheerfully explained to Lu. There are two possibilities. First, this rune comes from somewhere else. It doesn't belong to this plane. Second, it comes from an era not recorded in history, which is why I can't figure out its origin. Lu rubbed his chin, thinking it over very seriously, but in the end, a few words popped out that nearly shattered Lucky's composure. It's none of my damn business. How Lucky spit out a mouthful of drool. How is it not your business? You came to the Sun family for a reason. Maybe these runes are guiding you. Kid, don't reject your destiny. Beat the crap out of it. Big Hammer, still half asleep, wriggled out of Lu's arms. Furious that Lucky had disturbed his peaceful slumber, he raised his little fist menacingly. Lu suddenly grabbed Lucky by the neck, dragged him to the doorway, and flung him outside. Always causing trouble for me. Ugh. Go to sleep. Grand Master Wu is coming to visit the mansion today. You must be very careful with your words and actions. The very next morning, as soon as Lu arrived at work, Sun Kaidai assigned him the task of serving tea and water. But wasn't tea that the maid's job? Why did he have to do it? Lu was a bit baffled, but the moment he heard that the Sun family's eldest daughter would be there, he perked right up. So what if it's just serving tea and water? To live off her, it doesn't matter. Zhou Yu was a highly influential figure across the entire Tianhuan continent. After all, rarity breeds value. A Confucian sage who had studied his way to the pinnacle of the void stage was practically one of a kind in this era. In a cultivation world where scholars had no chance of rising to prominence, Zhou Yu was the spiritual pillar for all scholars. Most importantly, Zhou Yu's own strength was formidable. In the south, there is Zhou Chaoyang. In the north, there is the handsome Zhou Lang. Representing the two extremes of scholarship and martial prowess, and assuming those ancient monsters do not emerge, these two are practically the absolute pinnacle of combat power on the Tianhuan continent. Due to the imminent opening of the Great Emperor's dojo, Zhou Yu had arrived in Fubo City. The eldest daughter of the Sun family happened to be a huge fan of Zhou Yu. Additionally, the Sun family had recently acquired some truly remarkable items and needed a prominent figure to endorse their auction house. Someone like Zhou Yu, who possessed both prestige and power, was the obvious choice. Quite naturally, the head of the Sun family paid an exorbitant sum to hire Zhou Yu to endorse tomorrow's auction. This is Mingxin tea. It requires brewing with top-grade heavenly spring water well in advance before it can be consumed. This tea ripens only once every 3,000 years. It can dispel inner demons and enlighten the mind. Moreover, only our Sun Manor possesses a single plant of this variety, yielding no more than half a caddy per harvest. Master usually wouldn't dare to drink it himself. When you take the tea over there, keep your comments to a minimum and mind your manners. In the tea room, Sun Kaidai chattered on with instructions as she taught Lu how to brew tea. Sun Kaidai genuinely cared for Lu, otherwise, this prestigious task wouldn't have fallen to him, a newcomer who only just entered the manor. Hee, sister, don't worry, I'm reliable. Lu knew Sun Kaidai was being kind to him, so he quickly patted his chest to assure her. Reliable, really? The big hammer on his head also solemnly vouched for Lu. Watching this pair of clowns, Sun Kaidai couldn't help but smile. You're quite a handsome fellow. Go make a round in front of the master, he'll remember you. When the time comes for him to hire someone, he'll naturally think of you. Sun Kaidai said this, then turned to fetch an exquisite tea tray. But the moment she turned her back, Lu couldn't resist picking up the teacup. Clear tea steam rose in wispy wisps, and within the mist, it seemed as though magical symbols were flickering on and off. It was utterly enchanting. It smells so good, Lu couldn't resist taking a whiff. It smells so good, ah! Big Hammer jumped onto Lu's hand and sniffed along with him. Sun Kaidai, holding the tea tray, watched the two little rascals and nearly choked on her breath. All right. I'll save a tea leaf for you later. It's about time you can go now. Sun Kaidai playfully scolded him as she ruffled Lu's little head, nearly setting Big Hammer off again. Lu strolled out carrying the tea tray. He hadn't taken 2 steps before he opened the teacup and took a satisfied sip. The tea slid down his throat, leaving a sweet aftertaste, and his entire body and mind relaxed. Fragrant, I really am a country bumpkin, I've never seen the world. Lu, who'd been popping energy pills for 100,000 years, couldn't help but exclaim. Dachui jumped onto Lu's hand, clung to the teacup, and stuck out his little tongue, licking it with a slurping sound. So fragrant Dachui mimicked Lu's mannerisms, swaying his head back and forth in ecstasy. But holy shit! Lu grabbed Dachui by the collar. Are you a dog or something? You can curl your tongue, huh? You just chugged half a bowl of tea. Looking at the half-empty bowl, Lu was at a loss for words. Yum yum yum. Dachui waved his little arms and legs, still trying to reach for the tea bowl. Lu quickly set Dachui back on his head and covered him with the teacup. Fragrant my ass. I'll have Donkey raid the treasury later. That guy's a repeat offender, he should be able to pull something out. Then the two of us can drink our fill. Gak 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 moi, my master is the best. Hearing this, Dachui let out a cackle that sounded just like an old duck, making Lu's eyelids twitch. Who knows where this little girl picked up such a weird habit? Your Excellency the State Master, please. Head of the Sun family, please. In a small, elegant courtyard, Zhou was discussing tomorrow's auction house endorsement with Sun Baimuo, the head of the Sun family. Sun Lianxue, the eldest daughter of the Sun family, stood gracefully behind Sun Baimuo, her eyes constantly drifting toward Zhou. Sun Baimuo, having had a child late in life, doted on Sun Lianxue to the heavens. Sun Lianxue lived up to his expectations. She hadn't picked up any of the bad habits typical of a spoiled heir, but was instead refreshingly refined and utterly charming. Sun Lianxue was renowned as a beauty not only in Fubo City but across the entire Tianhuan continent. She was not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also possessed exceptional natural talent. It was said that Sun Lianxue's innate talent rivaled even that of the Grand Princess of Great Wei, who was born with an immortal phoenix. What worried Sun Baimuo, however, was that his precious daughter's temperament was far too gentle and delicate. She would never be able to handle the family business in the future. Now, Sun Baimuo's greatest hobby, aside from the auction house, was to find a son-in-law for his family. Ahem! Sun Baimuo sensed that Sun Lianxue's breathing behind him was unusual, and he couldn't help but clear his throat twice. Sun Lianxue's face flushed crimson. She stole another glance at Zhou before lowering her head to stare at her toes. Zhou was not only refined and courteous but also exceptionally handsome. What young woman wouldn't be charmed by him? Sun Baimuo did not want Sun Lianxue to have too much contact with someone like Zhou. Even if Zhou were willing to marry his daughter, it wouldn't be the Sun family climbing the social ladder, it would be the entire clan being swallowed whole. Sun Baimuo changed the subject. Your Excellency the State Preceptor, would you care to try the Sun family's Mingxin tea? Zhou clasped his fists and smiled. I've long heard of its reputation. Since I have this rare opportunity today, I shan't hesitate. Serve the tea. Sun Baimuo said, lifting his chin with pride. Mingxin tea was unique across the Tianhuan continent, so Sun Baimuo certainly had reason to be proud. Here you go, sir. Lu scampered over, tray in hand. Upon hearing that voice, Zhou's body jolted. It felt strangely familiar. She turned her head to look at the young servant in the blue robe and froze on the spot. Zhou could never have imagined that the god of death would appear at the Sun family estate, and as a mere servant, no less. Here's the tea you ordered, master. It's still piping hot. Hey, this guy's handsome. You've got a bright future ahead of you, young man. Lu cheerfully set the tray down on the stone table. Handsome. Dachui looked at Zhou, his eyes sparkling as he raised his little fist. As for Sun Kaidai's earlier warning, that kid had long since cast it to the winds. Seeing Zhou's strange expression, Sun Baimuo assumed Lu had offended him and felt a surge of blood rush to his throat. The little guy doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart, Grand Master. Saying this, Sun Baimuo blared fiercely at Lu. Get out of here. But that little punk Lu actually glared right back. You little bastard. Seeing Lu's defiant gaze, Sun Baimuo felt his blood boil, his old face flushing crimson. If you weren't potentially my future father-in-law, I'd wring your neck. Little bastard? I think you look more like an old bastard. Lu curled the corner of his mouth in disdain, then flashed a flirtatious glance at Sun Lianxue. Hey, babe, want a pretty boy? Just say the word, and I'll send one your way right away. Sun Lianxue, a young girl, had never encountered anyone so brazen and shameless. She turned deathly pale on the spot and timidly tugged at Sun Baimuo's sleeve. I don't know you. What on earth are you talking about? Sun Baimuo was so furious he could have burst a blood vessel if not for Zhou Yu's presence. He would likely have broken Lu's legs right then and there. Head of the Sun family, please don't get angry, please don't get angry. Zhou Yu, having regained his composure, cheerfully pulled Sun Baimuo back. Everyone loves beauty. Miss Shui is so stunning she puts the moon to shame and makes flowers blush. Of course she attracts attention. Your Excellency the State Preceptor Yu Sun Baimuo was speechless. How could Zhou Yu be siding with this impolite little bastard? Little master, come sit with us. After calming Sun Baimuo down, Zhou Yu bowed to Lu. Sun Baimuo's heart skipped a beat. Zhou Yu had actually performed the junior to senior bow toward Lu. You know me? Lu plopped down casually, looking at Zhou Yu with some confusion. We met before, though I was in the shadows and you were in the open. Zhou Yu seemed intent on befriending Lu and didn't hold much back. Although Lu appeared a bit dazed, his mind worked quickly. He immediately realized that the man before him was connected to the assassination attempt on Chao Yunlan. Since Lu had only been on the Tianhuan continent for a few days and had only been involved in the Chao Yunlan incident, it was easy to figure out. Standing nearby, Sun Baimuo was unsure of what to make of this impolite little servant. Just who was he, really? Lu, however, had no intention of holding a grudge. His relationship with Chao Yunlan had been nothing more than a business transaction, with no deep emotional ties. Have some tea, have some tea. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you had a bright future.